C252. After the two of them left, Lingyan appeared. Master, the figure of the grey-robed man beside Lingyan also appeared. Lingyan remained silent. Master, she will definitely make you suffer a calamity. The man in grey looked at Chi Aoshuang's back and spoke in a low voice, his tone filled with worry. This young girl, she was not such a simple person. Even so, I am willing to. Lingyan's low voice was firm and unshakable. After speaking, he slowly walked forward. The man in grey stood rooted to the spot, thousands of words transforming into a long sigh as he followed behind. After chatting with Charlotte, Chi Aoshuang went to the backyard in a very good mood. Within the room that was laid down by the spirit formation, a few gods were simply spitting out saliva without any posture. Battle, you old bastard, you've killed my cards. The angry voice was Austin the elf. I'll piss you to death. I don't want 10,000 words, so of course I'll throw them away. The dragon god Bart's saliva almost sprayed onto the elf god's face. You bastard, you even touched my barrel to death, and you still have the face to shout. Bang! Sister beamed and prepared to raise his hand. Who? I'll be leaving first. You guys continue. Camille smiled gently and took the card. Weststar coughed up blood and was on the verge of roaring towards the sky. Xiao Aoshuang stood at the door and let out a smile as she watched the people who were busy fighting. In fact, Marilyn's promise now seems to be nothing more than a trick of the child. After this ambitious woman has tasted the taste of power, she will definitely gather her strength and start a holy war after completely subverting the Elders Guild. Her eyes were burning, concealing her lack of understanding. An end to jihad does not necessarily end with Marilyn in power alone. There is a way to end it once and for all. If Marilyn were in power, she would promise to stop the holy war. But after he left, 1,000 years later, 2,000 years later, she will cover the sky with one hand, and everything will be up to her. Who could stop the holy war? However, there was still a way to keep the Radiant Templine the Presbyterians' light Presbyterian chamber fighting on forever. There was no peace, no peace. How could a god realm still have the energy to start a holy war? The old guys from the Elders Guild were probably hopping in anger. Originally, he thought that Marilyn was just a small fry to send people to capture her and bring her back, but now, Marilyn's influence was growing at its peak. Even so, the Elders Guild's strength over the years was still there. If the other side had gathered a large amount of troops, Marilyn's current strength would not be a match for them. Marilyn had to settle down first, then take the blow. Keep them in balance. Chi Aoshuang's eyes landed on the beaming West Star. A faint smile appeared on her face. He no longer needed this scale. Now, what is needed is a triangle. Marilyn, Presbyterian, God of Darkness. If the balance was not careful, it would lose its balance. A triangle was the most stable shape. Achoo! Weststar sneezed violently, causing everyone on the table to glare at each other. Sister rubbed his nose in confusion. How could he sneeze in such fine weather? Camille lifted his head to look at Xiao Aohan who was standing by the door, revealing a gentle smile. He stood up and said to everyone, "Fight first." "That won't do. How can I do without one? 3 is 1. You can't leave." "Who will we fight if you leave?" The 3 gods shouted without any image. "I'll go get the young master." Camille smiles faintly. "Alright, we'll call someone over anyway." When the 3 gamblers heard this, they decided to let Camille go. Camille walked to the door and looked at Xiao Aoshuang, saying softly, "What are you worried about?" Chi Aoshuang shook her head. "No, when the situation with Marilyn and the Council of Elders stabilizes, then there will be no problems on the god's side." Camille looked at Chi Aoshuang who frowned slightly as if he was thinking of something. He then continued, "You are worried that the Divine Realm's problem has been solved, but the Devil Realm's problem is not easy to deal with, right?" "Yes. I don't know why Feng Yixuan didn't recognize me." Chi Aoshuang's frown deepened as she said in a low voice, "But I still feel that it has something to do with me. He'll tell you when it's time to tell you. Come on, I'll make you a cup of rose tea to wake you up." Camille reaches out his hand to rub Chi Aoshuang's head affectionately. "Thank you." Chi Aoshuang revealed a smile. Camille's hands were warm now. Camille's smile was warm. Unconsciously, he had already treated Camille by his side as a habit. It was as warm as a family member. But what Camille had said, Feng Yixuan would tell him when the time came. She understood this logic as well. However, he was afraid that it would be too late by then. A sense of unease rose in Chi Aoshuang's heart. Meow. When the mannequin Echo heard that there was flowery tea, it naturally thought of dessert. Don't worry, you have something to eat. Camille squeezes his big ears and laughs. When he found the young master, he heard that he was playing mahjong and immediately ran towards him. She had been wanting to play with that strange, funny thing for a long time. In the quiet living room, Chi Aoshuang was drinking Camille's scented tea, making the treasure cat eat delicious pastries contentedly. Aoshuang, what do you plan to do next? Camille sat down and asked softly. First help Marilyn stand on her feet, and then, after that, it was time to go to the demon realm. Feng Yixuan. After the god realm is settled, it will be the devil realm, right? Camille took a sip of tea and said slowly, the celestial realm has been dealt with. Coincidentally, they are having an internal conflict. But the devil was different. The demons were a bloodthirsty race. Brutal, powerful. As kings, it's not easy for them to give up on the holy war. Camille leisurely helped to analyze the situation. I know, Chi Aoshuang put down her teacup and sighed. However, if Feng Yixuan and the young lord were doing their best to end the holy war, then what about the devil king? Even if they wanted to terminate it, if the infernal king was unwilling, everything would be for naught. While Xiao Aoshuang was thinking with a frown on her face, there was a knock on the door. Miss Aoshuang, Her Highness the Goddess has invited you over to discuss some important matters. The maid at the door said respectfully. Even their goddess was extremely courteous to this mysterious black-haired girl. Of course, there was no need to mention them. Chi Aoshuang and Camille looked at each other, and Chi Aoshuang revealed a mocking smile. It seemed that the Elders Guild's movements were faster than expected. Got it. I'll be there right away. Chi Aoshuang nodded slightly, indicating for her maid to leave first. It seems that a war is about to break out in the divine realm. Camille smiled gracefully and gently. There was a hint of schadenfreude in his smile. Well, the Council of Elders can't wait any longer. Xiao Aoshuang stood up, a mocking smile on her face. Let's go take a look. What will Marilyn do this time? Camille stands up, nods cheerfully, and walks with Chi Aoshuang to Marilyn's study. Upon entering the study, Chi Aoshuang saw that both Feng Yixuan and Leng Lingyan were there. And since the young lord wasn't here, he should still be fighting a few divine generals. Upon entering, Leng Lingyan smiled and nodded at Chi Aoshuang. Xiao Aoshuang replied with a smile. His eyes shifted to Feng Yixuan, but he lowered his head and didn't look at her. After Xiao Aoshuang cast her gaze towards Marilyn, she felt that familiar fiery gaze on her again. Why? Chi Aoshuang wanted to grab onto Feng Yixuan and ask, why are you always like this? What was the unspeakable difficulty? Why don't you come out and solve it together? Miss Aoshuang, this time, please help me out with your friends. Marilyn looked terrified, pleading anxiously and sincerely. However, there was no trace of fear and worry in her eyes, only indifference and pride. Oh, Marilyn, you simple woman, can't you get a little deeper? What has happened to make our noble and graceful goddess so flustered? Chi Aoshuang sat down in anger, but there was a trace of mockery in her voice. A flash of pain flashed in Charlotte's eyes as she stood beside the desk. In the blink of an eye, it happened so quickly that it was almost unnoticeable. Miss Aoshuang, the Elders Guild has gathered a large amount of troops. They want to officially declare a war on me. They no longer care about face. Marilyn was still a little panicked as she said, God Realm is about to start a war. I don't want to see that happen. But if I don't fight, I'll be executed by the Presbyterians. The promises I have made are simply impossible to make. The holy war was still on schedule. Therefore, please ask Miss Aoshuang and your friend to help me win this war. Chi Aoshuang raised her eyebrows. Oh, Marilyn has made progress. You know how to threaten yourself in this way. Chi Aoshuang didn't immediately respond to Marilyn's words. Instead, she slightly raised her eyebrows at Charlotte, who was standing behind Marilyn. Charlotte's expression immediately turned extremely unsightly. Her handsome face paled, devoid of the slightest trace of blood. Then he closed his eyes and lowered his head in pain. He knew in his heart, that the Marilyn standing before him was no longer the pure and flawless maiden she had been before. She was now a goddess of light, a woman who craved power. Of course, we will help you. After all, Chi Aoshuang looked at Marilyn and said slowly, after all, our goal is the same. It is to end the holy war, right? Your Highness the Goddess of Light. Yes, Miss Aoshuang, it's great that you understand this. Marilyn hurriedly nodded her head, her face showing an expression of joy. Of course I understand, Miss Marilyn. There will be a surprise waiting for you, won't there? Charlotte. Out of the corner of her eye, Chi Aoshuang glanced at Charlotte, who was looking at her, and smiled faintly. By the way, Your Highness the Goddess, the two people I asked you to find for me, have they found their whereabouts? Xiao Aoshuang asked lightly. He had asked Marilyn to look for White Emperor and Black Feather. After such a long time, the two of them should have found their whereabouts. Oh, yes, yes, Marilyn nods. I was about to tell you about it. They found them 2 days ago. They're coming this way now. Thank you, Lady Goddess, for your help. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to find them. Chi Aoshuang smiled as she thanked him. Letting the Goddess of Light step forward to look for others was indeed a good thing. The first one could be searched in broad daylight, unlike the God of Darkness, West Star, who was definitely not that convenient. Second, natural efficiency. In the divine realm, if the Goddess of Light issued an order looking for someone, wouldn't the subjects give them absolute cooperation? It's nothing. Marilyn smiled gracefully. At that time, it will be much easier to fight against the Elders Guild. With their help, it will be much easier. Chi Aoshuang said lightly. Oh, really? That's wonderful. Thank you very much, Miss Oshuang. So you came to them to help me? Marilyn nodded gratefully. However, there was a trace of pride and a sneer in his eyes. This human girl was really useful. He was actually trying so hard to help Yi Xiao. That's right, Marilyn, an even bigger surprise awaits you. Don't worry, Lady Goddess, my friends and I will help you. After Xiao Aoshuang said this, Marilyn was still a little worried. But Miss Aoshuang, the strength of the Elders Guild cannot be underestimated. Not to mention their million angel army, the members of the Council of Elders are all powerful experts. Marilyn frowned and said worriedly, it doesn't matter. Don't we still have the Dragon God and the others? Chi Aoshuang looked at Marilyn with a smile that was not a smile. Since this woman wanted him to say such a thing, she would satisfy her. In any case, they were just exchanging a few pleasantries, and there was no way they would lose a piece of flesh. Sure enough, after Chi Aoshuang said this, Marilyn seemed to relax, but her eyes flashed with a faint light. Then I'm relieved. Thank you very much, Miss Aoshuang. Marilyn thanked him excitedly. Xiao Aoshuang just smiled and did not reply. In the evening, the White Emperor and Black Feather arrived at the Holy Hall to meet Chi Aoshuang. Thank you for your hard work. Please sit down and have a cup of tea. Camille beamed and poured them both a cup of tea. The situation is that a war is about to break out between the Goddess of Light and the Radiant Temple. What we need to do is to balance these two forces, as well as the dark forces of the God of Darkness. The three forces will balance each other and fight on forever, and the mission will be completed. After shooting out his barrier, Chi Aoshuang quickly relayed the situation to the two of them. It's that simple. Yu sat down and drank the tea Camille offered him in one gulp without forgetting to thank Camille. Thank you. The White Emperor, on the other hand, sat down with a calm expression and accepted Camille's tea. He thanked her first before taking a sip. Yes, it's that simple. Originally, he wanted to get rid of the Elders Guild so that the current Goddess of Light, Marilyn, could establish a new Radiant Temple. But this woman's ambition was inflated, and even if she were in power, she would still start another war. How about we continue to weaken the power of the divine realm and no longer have the power to start a holy war? Xiao Aoshuang explained in a deep voice, and there is the God of Darkness as well. These three forces are very powerful, and with the situation stable, there will be no more worries. But I'm afraid it won't be so easy for the Devil World. The White Emperor calmly revealed the crux of the matter. Yes, I know. But first we have to deal with this side. Chi Aoshuang sighed in her heart. Then what are we going to do? In the war between the Presbyterians and this Marilyn? Yu wasn't stupid and immediately asked this question. Help Marilyn win the war, but let the Presbyterians go and retain their basic strength to fight Marilyn. Chi Aoshuang said in a deep voice, one sentence, it is flat. Yes, I understand. He Yu didn't waste any more time talking and nodded. However, the members of the Elders Guild shouldn't be so simple. Chi Aoshuang thought for a while and said slowly, the Elders Guild had always been the supreme ruler of the divine realm, so how could they not be insignificant individuals without any strength? HMPH. So what? Watch me strangle them. Suddenly, a voice filled with disdain interrupted his words. Young master. Chi Aoshuang looked up and saw the young master standing at the door. Just like that, the young master silently entered the barrier she laid down. And the person standing behind her was Feng Yixuan. Beside Feng Yixuan was Leng Lingyuan. Everyone's here. Camille smiled and said, come in and have a seat. Just in time for a discussion. What sort of discussion is this? Isn't it to beat them until their faces are blooming, but to keep a breath of air that they can struggle against? The young lord's mouth twitched. Ladia. Feng Yixuan's voice carried a faint trace of anger. With just a low grunt, he managed to shut the young chieftain up. Got it. Just do whatever you say. The young lord said softly. When will your temper change? One day you will learn a lesson. Feng Yixuan said with a deep voice, suppressing the anger in his heart. I know. The young lord's voice became softer and softer as he glanced at Camille. I'm sorry, I was lacking in manners earlier. Camille's smile was still gentle, and he nodded slightly to show that he didn't mind. Chi Aoshuang said with a complicated look on her face. Young master had probably never met an opponent before, which was why he was so unrestrained. She was proud, she was arrogant. However, as Feng Yixuan had said, with young master's personality, if he encountered a setback one day, she would be able to learn a profound lesson from him. He didn't know if he was going to collapse or if he was going to fight back. We will cooperate with you, Feng Yixuan said in a low voice before turning around to leave. Chi Aoshuang opened her lips slightly, wanting to stop Feng Yixuan. The young lord glared at Chi Aoshuang, using his body to block her gaze. Then, he turned around and left angrily. Aoshuang, Leng Lingyuan's expression was complicated. How could he not see the worry and hesitation in Chi Aoshuang's eyes? She wanted to chase after him, but she couldn't. Chi Aoshuang finally let out a soft sigh and said slowly, let's just leave it at that. Anyway, the Elders Guild's foundation should not be damaged. Everyone, be careful on the battlefield. After Xiao Aoshuang said this, she stood up and quietly left with a tired face. Leng Lingyuan stared at the back of Chi Aoshuang, but didn't say a word. War, break out. When the 1 million angel army assembled by the Council of Elders pulled out of the central city and declared war on Marilyn's divine radiant force, the entire god realm was in an uproar. What is this? Everyone was confused. In the past, the Radiant Temple fought in the current Radiant Temple. Marilyn wasn't stupid. She was prepared. After all, she was the real Radiant Goddess, so she quickly gathered 800,000 of the angel army. Although her strength couldn't be compared to the army gathered by the Elders Guild, their numbers were almost the same. It was not easy to gather so many troops in such a short period of time. He could tell that this Marilyn was very skillful. It was obvious that the Elders Guild had decided to eradicate Marilyn completely this time around. All of the members of the Elders Guild had mobilized, including the next goddess of light, Flora. As for the 12-winged angels, they were all moving at full force, and their formation was absolutely astonishing. On the other side, Marilyn will go to the battlefield herself to boost the morale of the soldiers. This day had finally arrived. The battlefield unfolded in a plain. White wings filled the sky, flapping their wings incessantly. The trumpets sounded, and the archangel warriors on both sides fought for their honor. Xiao Aoshuang and the rest of the group stared coldly at the battle on the stage. In truth, to be more selfish, it was to hope that the more desperate the fight, the better. This was because this would greatly reduce the strength of the divine realm and prevent them from starting a holy war. Blood rained down from the sky, and white feathers fluttered in the sky. More and more white feathers were dyed red. Angels shrieked as they fell, and some of their limbs even fell off. Is this war? Chi Aoshuang frowned as she looked at the scene in front of her. If this was the case with the god realm starting a war, then what about the three realms' holy war? It would only be 100 times more brutal than the war in front of them, 1,000 times more brutal, right? Chi Aoshuang slowly closed her eyes before opening them again. The sky seemed to have been dyed red, and the ground was truly dyed red. The pungent smell of blood made people frown. Xiao Aoshuang raised her head and looked into the distance. She was attracted by a few bright white lights. Over there were countless angels who rushed forward and were then chopped into two halves before falling down. It was not the 10-winged angels that flew there, nor was it the 12-winged angels. It was an angel with 16 wings. 1, 2, 3. There were a total of 9 16-winged angels. Is he a member of the Elders Guild? Chi Aoshuang narrowed her eyes, a pair of bright fiery wings unfurling on her back as she flew up into the sky, facing the 16-winged angels. Feng Yixuan, Leng Lingian, and the others followed closely behind Chi Aoshuang. Camille stood still, watching the battle with a calm expression on his face. Xiao Aoshuang's eyes revealed 16 pairs of conspicuous pairs of white wings. They were getting closer and closer. C253. The 9 16-winged angels all held their great swords in their hands, their faces filled with disdain as they effortlessly chopped the surrounding angel warriors into two halves. The feathers flying around them were dyed red before slowly drifting down. Charlotte and the other angels also followed behind Chi Aoshuang to welcome her. All the wings and 4-winged angels slowly retreated, leaving space for them. Heh, Charlotte, loyal warrior. I didn't expect you to advance from a mere 8-winged angel to a 12-winged angel in such a short time. How much angel heart did you absorb? The leader of the 16-winged angels jeered at Charlotte, looking at her with a strange, sinister tone. The angel was Gudbrand of the Presbyterian Church, the grandfather of Flora. Charlotte's face turned pale all of a sudden, and her entire body trembled even more. You dirty traitor, your soul is filthy to the extreme. Another 6-winged angel, Dervis, also spoke out these words in a cold voice. Charlotte clenched her teeth. Her face grew paler and paler, but she couldn't say anything. He could no longer possess the glory of an angel warrior. Just as they had said, his soul was already extremely dirty, and he had fallen into an endless hell. Charlotte seems to be many times better than you guys, compared to keeping and playing with historical radiant goddesses like dogs. Chi Aoshuang's cold voice rang out. It was not loud, but it was loud enough for the people nearby to hear. All the members of the 16-Winged Angels Association heard it, as well as the people on the side of Chi Aoshuang. However, Chi Aoshuang had a good grasp of the situation. She only let them hear it, but didn't let the rest of them hear it. Xiao Aoshuang had her own plans. After all, the Elders Guild would have to fight against Marilyn in the future. She couldn't bring down their reputation too much. However, these words were enough to cause the members of the Elders Guild to feel uneasy. As expected, the Elders Guild members' expressions changed drastically when they heard what Chi Aoshuang said. They all wanted to tear Chi Aoshuang apart. Who are you? You're talking nonsense here, insulting us with nonsense. Gudbrand snapped with a dark face. Ha ha, you know best whether it's real or not, right? Chi Aoshuang smiled as she gave an irrelevant answer. The faces of Charlotte and the other angels slowly recovered. In the face of such a filthy and morally prejudiced Presbyterian, what they did would not be too much. Their souls were dirty too. Whether human or angel, the mentality is the same. When feeling unwilling, it is always a matter of mental balance to feel someone is with you or on your back. All of you are just a bunch of buffoons who are cheating on themselves. Xiao Aoshuang sneered as she looked at the few Elders Guild members who were getting more and more furious. There were 9 of them, wasn't that a bit too much? It seems unfair to Marilyn. Whoever you are, if you're on Marilyn's side, you have to pay. He raised his sword, pointing it straight at Chi Aoshuang. He said coldly, and this price will be your life. Chi Aoshuang smiled but did not reply. She slowly raised her hand and suddenly waved it. Golden rays of light dazzled the eyes, enveloping Chi Aoshuang within. The Elders Guild's group couldn't bear the dazzling golden light any longer and narrowed their eyes. They couldn't clearly see what was in front of their eyes. When Chi Aoshuang drew the sword from its sheath, the blade trembled uncontrollably. It was excited. The swords of the 16-winged angels in front of him weren't ordinary swords. At this moment, the sword in Chi Aoshuang's hand was as excited as a hungry ghost seeing a pile of delicacies. If it could make a sound, it would probably already be wailing non-stop. Be quiet. Chi Aoshuang could not help but twitch her mouth, then she stretched out her finger and flicked the blade of the sword. This guy was way too unskilled. Go to hell. He raised his sword, chopping down at Chi Aoshuang. Chi Aoshuang smiled and raised her sword to welcome him. The 16 winged angels behind Dervis also charged forward with their swords raised, and the group of people behind Chi Aoshuang flew forward to welcome them. An intense battle began. Seeing the pair of flaming wings on Chi Aoshuang's back, Dai Wei was astonished. He searched his mind, trying to figure out who this young lady was. It didn't seem like someone from the divine realm. People from the divine realm wouldn't have wings like these. Black hair, black eyes, flaming wings. Clang! The loud sound of weapons clashing rang between Chi Aoshuang and Dai Wei. The loud sound was deafening, and shook the entire sky. This young lady in front of him was actually able to withstand a single sword blow from him. Her face didn't change at all. However, the next moment, his face paled. Seeing the situation in front of him, his pupils contracted. What did he see? Seeing the sword in the girl's hand collide with his sword, he immediately changed his shape and transformed into a liquid that quickly surrounded his sword. The catcha-catcha sound was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, all that remained was the hilt of the sword. His sword was gone just like that. Just like that, he was eaten by the weapon in the hands of the young girl in front of him. Yes, he wasn't wrong. His sword had been eaten just like that. Dervis stared at the short sword in his hands in a daze. Marilyn screamed in her heart. Her eyes were so hot that they seemed to melt everything in front of her. As far as she knew, Charlotte would never let this opportunity slip. She would definitely go up and get rid of those old bastards. For him, and for himself, Marilyn was full of confidence and felt that the future was bright. The position of supreme ruler of the divine realm was immediately available. He would lead the 3 realms and become the ultimate hegemon. In the air far away, Gudbrand suppressed the aura that was running around inside his body, repeatedly swallowing the blood that was about to spat out. However, his eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Chi Aoshuang. Damn you little bitch, I'll rape you 100 times. Lowly humans, I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Gudbrand could bear it no longer and finally spat out a mouthful of blood. His body teetering on the verge of collapse, Dervis hobbled over and barely managed to hold onto Gudbrand. His face was the same as the Elders Guild members behind him, deathly pale. Their injuries were not light. The powerful people in front of them would definitely not let them off. Was everything going to be ruined today? Was it really going to make that little bitch Marilyn change her mind? The twin black girls. Dervis' eyes were filled with grief and indignation as he looked at Chi Aoshuang. He was about to say a few harsh words to express his indignation and unwillingness before he died. However, Xiao Aoshuang shrugged her shoulders and said passively, "All right, we can call it a day now. Let's go." After Chi Aoshuang finished speaking, the ruler's flame vanished and she took the lead to leave. The powerful people who had followed her all turned around and followed behind her. It was as if he had struck a huge ball of cotton with his fist, and then his body deeply sank into it. Weakness, a feeling of extreme powerlessness. Dervis almost fell down from the skies. The other 16 winged angels also stared dumbly at Chi and Aoshuang's back. Gone? It ended like this. They don't come to reap. That's it. Hua Li was gone. Gone. What do you mean? Marilyn was stunned. What did Chi Aoshuang mean? Didn't she want to help him become the real powerhouse? Why did he give up at such a crucial moment? The morale of the Elders Guild members in this state were low, and their injuries were not light. Such a good opportunity. How could she let it go so easily? Marilyn was going crazy. This was the feeling of having the taste of food in one's mouth being dragged out of one's mouth by someone else. Chi Aoshuang, what do you mean by that? Marilyn flew up menacingly and went straight towards Xiao Aoshuang and the rest who were flying back. Naturally, the Elders Guild would not miss such a great opportunity. Since the two-faced human girl let them go, it was completely mindless for them to continue fighting in their current state. Seeing that Charlotte and the others were about to swing their swords over, Davis hurriedly supported Garland and shouted in a low voice, "Retreat!" The members of the Elders Guild quickly retreated while a large number of angels surrounded them to cover their retreat. Charlotte and the others watched helplessly as the members of the Elders Guild fled farther and farther away. Chi Aoshuang flew back with a calm face, meeting the menacing Marilyn in midair. At this moment, Marilyn's expression was so dark that water would drip off her face. Seeing how calm and indifferent Chi Aoshuang looked, She was so angry that she pointed at Chi Aoshuang and shouted, "Chi Aoshuang, what do you mean? You actually went back on your word. How dare you do such a thing? Do you know what you've done? What do you mean?" C254. Marilyn pointed at Chi Aoshuang's nose and shouted angrily. She was so excited that she had long forgotten who was responsible for her actions. At this moment, she only had one thought in her mind, and that was that this foolish human had let go of the Council of Elders and done something completely mindless. "Say, what do you mean? Have you forgotten our agreement? Don't you want to end the holy war? How dare you do such a thing?" Marilyn bellowed in excitement, her white face flushing red. Chi Aoshuang did not have any expression on her face, only looked at the excited Marilyn in front of her. Looking at how Chi Aoshuang did not react, Marilyn became more and more angry. Just as she was about to say something more vicious, Chi Aoshuang slowly opened her mouth and spoke with a light voice. "I never had an agreement with you. Don't forget how you became the goddess of light. Since I can let you become the goddess of light, I can also rescue Angelica from the past and let her become the goddess of light." Chi Aoshuang's voice was as cold as the winter night. It was ethereal and ice-cold, causing one's heart to shudder in fear. Feng Yixuan's expression also turned cold as he narrowed his eyes. A shocking bloody scar appeared on Marilyn's white face. Leng Lingyuan did not say a word. She looked at Marilyn calmly, her eyes full of frightening danger. Marilyn's back broke out in a cold sweat. The blood on his face slowly dripped down as it floated in the air. Marilyn's pupils dilated, and she suddenly realized that her attitude seemed too much. Marilyn hastily adjusted her face and put on a smile, but her tone was still urgent. "That's not what I mean, Miss Austen. However, this was a great opportunity to wipe out the Elders Guild. If we let them go, the consequences would be unimaginable." After speaking, Marilyn anxiously looked at Charlotte and the others in the distance. Charlotte led a group of angels to chase after them with all her might, but the members of the Council of Elders flew further and further away. Charlotte and the others could only kill those angel warriors who stayed behind to delay them. The blood that filled the sky was like rain, striking fear in one's heart. Red-white feathers danced in the air as she sang a song filled with bloodshed and grief. In this war, how many of the angels had perished? How many of the angel warriors didn't even have the heart of an angel, never to have the chance to reincarnate again, perishing forever? Elders Guild, you've lost a lot of strength this time, haven't you? Chi Aoshuang turned around, staring at the brutal war that was still going on in the distance. An indescribable feeling arose in her heart. Charlotte was still leading the angel warriors in pursuit of the Elders Guild. However, Charlotte intentionally or unintentionally released some powerful angels. It had nothing to do with the private conversation between Chi and himself that night. It has indeed weakened a lot, but we can't exterminate them all. If they were on the ground right now, they would probably be stamping their feet in anxiety. "Your Highness, aren't you a little too greedy?" Xiao Aoshuang smiled and coldly spat out these words. Marilyn's face froze as she stared blankly at Xiao Aohan. After a long time, she finally spat out, "Miss Aoshuang, what do you mean by that? I don't really understand." Literally, Chi Aoshuang continued with a faint smile on her face, "Let's just leave the rest to you. You are an intelligent person. Miss Aoshuang, I don't understand what you mean." Marilyn's expression changed drastically, but she still steadied her emotions, trying her best to remain calm as she said to Chi Aoshuang, "Don't tell me that you don't want to end this holy war. I have not yet become the true ruler of the divine realm. I still can't. Are you an idiot?" The young master's cold voice was filled with disdain and ridicule. Marilyn paled and turned to look at the young master, moving her lips but unable to make a sound. Because the young master's face was full of a mocking smile, his eyes were sharp enough to the point where she was unable to look him in the eye. The young lord's gaze fell on her, making her feel as if she was being stared at by a poisonous snake, making her unable to breathe. "You know you can't get rid of the Elders Guild, so you will keep fighting. As long as we maintain this state, will the divine realm still have the energy to start a holy war?" The young master spat in disdain, his eyes turning white as he coldly said, "The matter is settled, let's go." Marilyn's face instantly turned ashen. He suddenly turned to look at Chi Aoshuang, only to see her calm expression. She did not have any objections to what the young master said earlier. Marilyn opened her mouth slightly and stared at him. but she couldn't say a word. Looking at the girl with black hair and black eyes, a chill and fear arose in Marilyn's heart. Could it be that this human girl had been plotting this from the very beginning? From the very start, he did not intend to make himself the ruler of the God realm, but to make himself and the Elders Guild the two opposing powers. That's not right. And the God of Darkness. It was a confrontation between the three forces. The more Marilyn thought about it, the more shocked she became. She stared blankly at the indifferent Chi Aoshuan, unable to say anything. This young girl, twin dark maiden, did he really still underestimate her? Or was he overestimating himself? She had already seen through her ambition. How could she have forgotten that she was the one who ousted the previous radiant goddess, Angelica, the legendary twin dark maiden? Desperation flashed across Marilyn's eyes. She looked dispirited as fear flashed past her eyes. She watched as Xiao Aoshuan and her group flew past her and disappeared from her sight. All that was left in front of her were the blood-colored feathers flying in the sky. Aoshuan, Camille smiled as he welcomed the return of Xiao Aoshuan and company. Camille. Chi Aoshuan landed on the ground and stood in front of Camille. Everyone landed one after another with different expressions on their faces. The matter seems to have been settled. The Elders Guild has been seriously injured, and this period of recuperation is enough for Marilyn to grow in power, Camille said, beaming. Yeah, that's right. Chi Aoshuan did not turn her head to look at the bloody and cruel battlefield behind her, only replying with a low voice. Then, there is no longer a need for us to stay here. Camille narrowed his eyes and said these words softly. The young lord rolled his eyes and mumbled, I don't want to stay in a place full of birds. Feng Yuxuan coldly glanced at the young master. The young master immediately raised his right hand and swiped it from left to right in front of the blood jade in his mouth. Then he shut his mouth tightly, indicating that he wouldn't speak any more nonsense. You can go back now. He tilted his eyes to look at the calm White Emperor. He didn't know why, but every time he saw how calm the White Emperor was, he felt like beating him up. White Emperor, you silly person, come back later. I will absolutely suppress you. I'm stronger than you. The White Emperor ignored him, still maintaining his composure. Black Feather was so frantic that he wanted to take out his weapon and smack White Emperor on his head. Leng Lingian turned her head and looked deeply at Chi Aoshuan, not saying anything. Feng Yuxuan, on the other hand, naturally turned his face away from Chi Aoshuan. The young master once again glared at Chi Aoshuan from behind Feng Yuxuan. Camille smiled, but there was something in his eyes. Although the matter with the God Realm had been settled, West Star would handle the rest well. He wouldn't waste such a good opportunity. However, Chi Aoshuan was not relaxed at all. This was because there was still the most troublesome demon world. As for what sort of status Feng Yuxuan had in the demon world, he still didn't know. Chi Aoshuan turned her head to look at Feng Yuxuan, but Feng Yuxuan did not turn his head to look at her. Let's go back. Camille's low voice suddenly rang out. Everyone felt their vision go dark, and then there was nothing left. A flash of white light appeared before his eyes. Everyone disappeared. The place was empty, as if Xiao Aoshuan and company had never appeared in the first place. When Chi Aoshuan opened her eyes again, she was back at the fountain in the center of the maze of gardens. The surroundings were still tall trees, and the fountain in the middle was still as clear as before. It continuously spurted into the air, splashing countless bright splashes of water. Everyone's here, except Camille. Camille quietly disappeared again. What made all of them shocked was that Camille's low voice seemed to be the reason why they were teleported back here. So Camille sent them back. Who the hell was Camille? To be able to open up a spatial passageway in such a manner allowed them to return to the demon realm from the divine realm. Congratulations, the mission is complete. That familiar and vigorous voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Reward? Xiao Aoshuan teased. Haha, the voice laughed. It can satisfy a wish of yours, within our means. Oh, not bad. Chi Aoshuan narrowed her eyes and nodded. White Emperor, Black Feather, go to where you should go. And that's the end of your connection with her, he said in a low and deep voice, full of vigor and vitality. He said this sentence in a baffling manner. In the next moment, White Emperor Black Feather and Chi Aoshuan understood what he meant. At this moment, the contract between the three of them vanished. Should I call you Leng Lingian or the Monster King? There was actually a hint of ridicule in the vigorous voice at this moment. Right now, I am Leng Lingian. Other than that, I am nothing. Leng Lingian said in a low voice. Everyone's facial expression changed slightly. Leng Lingian's true identity was actually the great demonic king of the demon sector. The White Emperor and Black Feather's expressions became even more shocked as they stared at Leng Lingian. This silver-haired purple-eyed person was the great demonic king that had dominated the world in the past. This didn't look like the person they knew. You really are. Black Feather felt that his brain was unable to process anything. Leng Lingian smiled faintly and said lightly, I said, I am now Leng Lingian. Fine, Leng Lingian, your reward is as you wish. You can do what you want. You don't need to worry about the demon world anymore. The sovereign's voice sounded in a low voice. Thank you, sovereign. Leng Lingian smiled faintly, a hint of relief on her face. The White Emperor was silent as he stared at Leng Lingian's calm face. The Black Feather was jumping about, unwilling to believe this fact. White Emperor, Black Feather, your reward is to become the great demonic king of the demon sector. At this time, the supreme expert spoke once again. This time, he spoke with a loud voice. A gust of wind blew past, and the figures of White Emperor and Black Feather vanished. Black Feather's angry roars came through the wind. Sovereign, you. What kind of *T reward is this? Then the voice died away, and there was silence. You go as well. The White Emperor and Black Feather need someone to balance them out. With you here, they will become even more outstanding monster kings. Leng Lingian turned around and said in a low voice to the man in grey who had been following her. If this is what you wish, master, then I will obey. The man in grey said those words softly before turning into a wisp of green smoke and disappearing from the spot. So, can I help the two guests from the demon race? The Jitsun realm expert's voice sounded once more. No need. The young lord coldly snorted. At this time, Feng Yixuan moved. He slowly turned his head and slowly walked towards Qi Aoshuang. Qi Aoshuang was stunned as she stared blankly at Feng Yixuan. This was the first time Feng Yixuan looked straight at her since they had separated. Feng Yixuan walked in front of Qi Aoshuang, remained silent for a long time, and looked at her deeply. Her eyes were filled with sadness, love, deep longing and reluctance. Second, Yixuan. Qi Aoshuang said softly. Aoshuang. However, Feng Yixuan let out a low shout and suddenly reached out his hand to pull Qi Aoshuang into his embrace. Qi Aoshuang was stunned, her pupils suddenly contracted. What was Feng Yixuan doing? He hugged himself tightly. What a warm embrace, what a familiar feeling. Again and again, every time he was at his most dangerous and helpless, he always appeared in time. She always hugged herself tightly like this. Aoshuang, I love you. Feng Yixuan's low voice rang clearly in Qi Aoshuang's ears. The young lord's eyes were wide open, his mouth wide open as he stood there dumbly, watching the two of them without moving. However, Leng Lingian's expression was extremely complicated. The scene before her eyes was so dazzling that it hurt his heart. He even had the urge to ruthlessly tear them apart. Yixuan. Qi Aoshuang was just about to break free from Feng Yixuan's embrace and ask him what was wrong with him. However, Feng Yixuan held her even tighter. Don't move, Aoshuang, please don't move. Let me hug you for a while, just a while. Feng Yixuan's voice was low, but it carried a strong pleading tone and a heartache. Qi Aoshuang didn't move again, allowing Feng Yixuan to hug her tightly. I said I wouldn't upset you. I will end the holy war for you. And I am a person who has no qualifications to give you happiness. Feng Yixuan's low voice echoed in Qi Aoshuang's ears like a dream. You don't have the qualification to give yourself happiness. What do you mean? What did he mean by that? A huge wave of uneasiness suddenly rose in Qi Aoshuang's heart. Why did he suddenly feel like Feng Yixuan was about to disappear? It was as if he could no longer feel Feng Yixuan. You must be happy. Feng Yixuan slowly released Qi Aoshuang and looked deeply at him. She slowly raised her head and gently caressed Qi Aoshuang's bright face. After a long time, Feng Yixuan forced out a smile. Aoshuang, it's been good to meet you in this life. With that, Feng Yixuan disappeared. He then disappeared from in front of Qi Aoshuang. Qi Aoshuang looked around in panic. There was no one around. Feng Yixuan had disappeared, just like that. The young lord had also disappeared. Chi Aoshuan's mind went blank as she stared in front of her. Aoshuan, it is good to meet you in this life. It's good to meet you. Leng Lingyan was stunned, seeing the sudden scene in front of her. She did not understand. Yixuan, Xiao Aoshuan mumbled one word. His heart was so empty, so empty. It was so quiet that he could only hear his own heartbeat. Yixuan, Yixuan, Yixuan. Chi Aoshuan's heart suddenly became flustered. She finally came back to her senses. Feng Yixuan had left. Feng Yixuan left just like that. No, how could he just disappear like that? How could he say those words to himself and then disappear? What was going on? What had happened to him? To end the holy war for himself, with his status as a demon, was he going to do something stupid? No, Yixuan, come back. Explain to me clearly. Yixuan. Xiao Aoshuan clenched her fists tightly as she cried out uncontrollably. The uneasiness in his heart increased. Aoshuan, calm down. Leng Lingyan looked at the dejected Chi Aoshuan and hurriedly went forward to support her. Chi Aoshuan, you don't need to shout. He has already returned to the demon realm. Go back and prepare for the infernal king's coronation ceremony. The paragon's voice sounded hollow. What do you mean? Xiao Aoshuan shouted excitedly into the air. I suppose you know better than that, don't you? The Jitsun realm expert's voice carried a bitter smile. He is a demon, but he came here to end the holy war. For whose sake do you not know? Chi Aoshuan's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, indeed. Feng Yixuan had come to end the holy war because of him, but the price had been his own. Things may be more complicated than you think, but the holy war was over. That is enough. The paragon's voice returned to normal as he continued. Speak. What reward do you want? Within our capabilities, we will definitely satisfy you. Chi Aoshuan seemed as if she had not heard the words of a martial saint. Her eyes were empty, and there was only one thought in her mind. It was that Feng Yixuan had left him just like that and done something he didn't want to do for him. For his own sake, he had used him as a price to end the demon realm's holy war. The infernal king's coronation ceremony. Had he ended the holy war at the cost of leaving him and becoming the king of the devil realm? Aoshuan, Leng Lingyan looked at the soulless Chi Aoshuan, and her eyes were full of heartache. Finally, she gave a long sigh and said faintly, since you can't let him go, why don't you go find him? What? After hearing what Leng Lingyan said, Chi Aoshuan's eyes finally focused. He raised his head anxiously to look at the helpless and heartbroken Leng Lingyan. Although, I really want him to disappear from your eyes like this, but, I know, that's impossible. Leng Lingyan sighed lightly. I thought that I was the one who did the most for you, but in the end, I was wrong. Chi Aoshuan looked at Leng Lingyan in confusion. This way, actually, I could tell just now that he is different for you. Leng Lingyan sighed softly. Chi Aoshuan's lips trembled. She slowly placed her hand on her chest and said with a trembling voice, I don't know. But I knew I didn't want him to leave me like this. In my heart, there is no one who can replace him. Stop! Leng Lingyan immediately interrupted Chi Aoshuan, saying with sorrow in her heart, Aoshuan, it is unfair to me that you are like this. What? Xiao Aoshuan was at a loss. What he can do for you, I can do. After doing all this, he just let go of me without giving me the chance to flip the cards. Do you think it's fair to me? Leng Lingyan tried her best to relax and smile, but there was no trace of happiness in her eyes, only bitterness. Xiao Aoshuan wanted to say something, but she found that she couldn't say a word. I'll accompany you in searching for him. Only by finding him will I be able to determine the victor, right? Leng Lingyan smiled and rubbed Chi Aoshuan's hair. Let's go. Since we can't let him go, let's go find him. Lingyan, Xiao Aoshuan wanted to say something, but Leng Lingyan waved her hands. All right, I refuse to listen to the rest. Don't you have a reward? Let the sovereign send us to the devil. Let's go find him. Leng Lingyan said with a smile. Chi Aoshuan was stunned for a moment, before finally nodding lightly, okay. He then turned to look at the sky and said, Sovereign, my reward is to send us to the devil realm. Sigh, a faint sigh of relief could be heard in the air. It was a long and slow sigh. Are you sure you want to go there? You know how dangerous it is there. Maybe even if you find him, you'll find it impossible. I want to go. Chi Aoshuan's eyes became determined. Give up without even trying. that's impossible. The paragon sighed again, and said slowly, "Lenglinian, are you going too? You know, maybe this time." "Paragon, I have made up my mind." Lenglinian smiled brightly. "Meow." The mannequin echo on Chi Aoshuang's back waved its paws in the air, indicating that it would definitely follow beside Chi Aoshuang. "Oh, go, go." The martial saint once again let out a faint sigh. With a flash of white light, Chi Aoshuang and Lenglinian disappeared. Just like that, the two of them went to the demon realm. He still went. A voice slowly sounded. "That's right." The voice of the original paragon was filled with helplessness. "Whether it's a tribulation or fate, we'll leave it to them. Our work is done. That's all I can do." C255. Wang, Wang, King, Wang. A deafening cheer resounded through the sky as the demons screamed with all their might. In the square in front of the palace, a long staircase led to the highest terrace. There, the new infernal king of the infernal realm would be crowned and become the real infernal king. The plaza was surrounded by excited demons. The demon generals calmly stood at the forefront, awaiting the coronation ceremony. The new infernal king had accepted the layers of tests and had defeated them all, making them submit wholeheartedly. The demon generals standing at the very front still had lingering fears. That person had been missing for such a long time, but his strength was still as terrifying as ever. No, it was even greater. They were mercilessly defeated one by one. He seemed different from before. What's different? In the past, there was nothing in his eyes. Defeating them also seems to be an arbitrary process. But now, it was as if he had a purpose. Could it be that it was really like the rumors said? He was doing this for a human. For a mere human. Is that possible? The grand trumpet sounded, and the coronation was about to begin. The little devil lady stood at the stairs expressionlessly, her cold eyes swept across the crowd. Everyone only felt a sense of oppression, seeing how she faked her death and how the flower blossomed and withered the little devil. Only he was able to stop her. Even the infernal king was helpless against her. It was truly unbelievable. The horn stopped and the protagonist of the ceremony appeared. Feng Yixuan's fiery red hair gently fell behind him, straight to his heels, just like the most gorgeous red clouds in the evening. She was dressed in a dark and elegant dress, and her clothes were inlaid with a dazzling and luxurious golden border. The dazzling golden buttons on her shoulders were connected to a black cloak that gently fluttered in the wind behind her. Her incomparably exquisite face was cold, and her eyes no longer had a trace of emotion. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Feng Yixuan slowly walked towards the long staircase. "Brother," Lydia called softly. Feng Yixuan paused slightly. "Brother, don't you regret it?" Lydia's mind was full of thoughts. She hated Chi Aoshuang, hated that human girl to death. If it wasn't for that girl, how did her most respected and favorite brother end up on this path? Why would he be willing to do the thing he didn't like the most? Although she didn't want her brother to be with that human, at this moment, Lydia felt even worse. Feng Yixuan only faintly smiled and said in a low voice, "Do you think I will regret this?" After Feng Yixuan finished speaking, he strode forward and slowly ascended the first step of the staircase. He knew that if he took this first step, it would be impossible for him to be with her again. That's the best way, isn't it? The end of the Holy War. He would never launch it again in his lifetime as the Infernal King. As for the curse on his body, it wouldn't come true. Not to hurt her. "Brother, stop!" Rhodia called out from behind her, his eyes filled with bitterness. However, Feng Yixuan didn't stop and continued walking towards the highest point. On the high platform, Demon King Kadiao smiled. Kadiao's handsome face was full of a sinister smile. At this moment, he was dressed in fine clothes. His son, whom he was proud of, finally returned. He was walking towards him step by step. The valet next to Kadiao was carrying an exquisite tray with a splendid crown on it. Feng Yixuan slowly walked in front of Kadiao, who smiled. Feng Yixuan didn't listen to any of the long and drawn-out oaths. In front of his eyes, his mind was only focused on the bright face. Remembering their first meeting, she stomped her feet on the ground. Remembering the first time she broke into her tent and saw the beautiful spring sunshine. Then, he viciously punched his own eyes. Thinking of how helpless she was, she lost her wits in his arms. Was she all right now? For the sake of King Ren. When the long, drawn-out vows were over, Kadio held up the splendid crown, held it high in the air, and the crown shone brightly in the sunlight. Wang! He was about to become the infernal king. In this life, he would never have anything to do with her again. Feng Yixuan slowly closed his eyes, waiting for the crown to be placed on his head. Slowly, Kadio smiled as he slowly placed the crown on Feng Yixuan's head. However, just as the crown was about to be put on, a blinding white light suddenly burst from the high platform, causing everyone to involuntarily narrow their eyes. Kadio frowned. The crown in his hand froze for a moment, but he did not put it on. The white light disappeared, and the two figures standing on the stage were Qi Aoshuang and Leng Lingyuan. Feng Yixuan stood up in shock as he stared at the person before him. His heart almost stopped. He didn't believe what he was seeing. Was it her? Could it be her? Was it really her? There's no need to doubt it. It's Aoshuang. Leng Lingyuan's voice coldly sounded. Aoshuang, why did you come? Feng Yixuan finally regained his senses and looked at the person standing in front of him. Surprise flooded him. I came to find you. All I know is, you can't just disappear into my life. Qi Aoshuang looked at Feng Yixuan and said in a low voice. Aoshuang, you. Feng Yixuan's heart was extremely complex, and he was also abnormally happy. However, in the next moment, he was interrupted by a wave of worry. Human, you sure are bold. I'll let you go. You actually dare to appear here. Kadio's cold voice rang out. Father, you promised you wouldn't do anything to her. Now let her go. Feng Yixuan ignored everything else and turned to face Kadio. The instant Qi Aoshuang saw Feng Yixuan, she was overjoyed. Now that he heard these words, he understood even more clearly in his heart. It was for his sake that Feng Yixuan had left everything behind and returned to the demon realm to become a demon king. And Feng Yixuan's real identity was indeed the young lord's brother. Was he the son of the infernal king? That was before. I promised before. Kadio's handsome face was dark. He growled malevolently. A mere human, how could he not know what was good for him? How dare you break the coronation of our devils? This time, I definitely won't let you off. Father, you want to go back on your word? Feng Yixuan's face changed as he moved to stand in front of Qi Aoshuang. His face was darker than carbon, and his lungs were bursting with rage. Under such circumstances, in the presence of all the demons, the next infernal king was openly standing in front of a human. How dare he defend a human from his blatant actions? What the heck is this supposed to be? I'm not breaking my promise. I promised to let her go, but that's because she won't come to the devil realm to act impudently. Now she dares to break into the devil's world, and she dares to destroy our coronation ceremony. It's not worth dying for. His face grew uglier and uglier. The demon clan members clustered below the stage and whispered amongst themselves, discussing amongst themselves. This undoubtedly made Kadio even more furious. Father, Feng Yixuan frowned as he looked at Kadio in alarm, protecting Qi Aoshuang behind him. Qi Aoshuang was slightly startled, but her heart felt warm. Meowtilda the mannequin echo laid on Qi Aoshuang's back, stuck its head out and stared at everything in front of it. Today, I will completely cut off your thoughts. Kadio shouted angrily and was about to make his move. Father, don't. At this moment, Ladia rushed forward, extending her hands to stop Kadio. Ladia, I've been too indulgent with you. That's why you don't know what you're doing right now. Today, I will comply with the wishes of the demon generals and send you to the place where you should have gone earlier to temper yourself. You will temper yourself before coming back. This time, Kadio was extremely angry. After saying this, he formed a seal with his hands, and a black ray of light struck onto Ladia's body. Under the astonished gazes of Ladia and the others, Ladia screamed and disappeared. Spatial magic. Those who knew about this spell were all stunned. Devil King Kadio seemed to be truly enraged today. He actually had the heart to send his beloved daughter to another world to train. He had actually abolished all of Ladia's power in the end. Father, Feng Yixuan was shocked. He had never seen Kadio act like this before. It seemed like today he had crossed his bottom line, which was why he was so heartless. Get out of my way, Kadio bellowed, a terrifying black flame condensing in his hand. At this time, the demons below started to boil. Wang, King, kill that lowly human, Blast that human into pieces. Feng Yixuan was both anxious and angry as he coldly glared downwards. He roared, "All of you, shut the F***ck up." For a moment, the audience was silent. The demons looked at each other in dismay. Then, they raised their heads to look at the furious Feng Yixuan, and then turned their heads to look at Kadiao, who was confronting Feng Yixuan. At the sight of this, Kadiao's face darkened even further. He clenched his fists tightly, and a cracking sound could be heard. Feng Yixuan and Kadiao looked at each other. The blazing flames of anger in Kadiao's eyes were so intense that Feng Yixuan's heart was sinking. He was well aware of how powerful Kadiao was. In the devil world, who could be his match? No one else was the same. Even Feng Yixuan himself had lost. Leng Lingyan's expression darkened, and she stood in front of Qi Aoshuan without any change in her expression. He did not expect things to turn out this way. They never imagined that the supreme experts of the demon world would directly send them to the Demon King's coronation ceremony, much less directly confront the Demon King. Even in his heyday he had no chance of winning against Kadiao. At most, he could fight to the bitter end. Now that half of his power was not in his body, he had no chance of winning. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, facing the enraged infernal king, he really didn't have the confidence to retreat with Aoshuang in one piece. "Why did you stop Yixuan from being with me?" Qi Aoshuang's cold, low voice rang out. Feng Yixuan and Leng Lingyan were stunned. Kadiao sneered. "Because of the curse on his body, I won't allow you to get involved with him." Qi Aoshuang was stunned. "What do you mean? Curse? Yixuan had a curse on him. So you can't have an affair with me. What does this curse have to do with me?" Without giving Qi Aoshuang time to think, Kadiao had already made his move. Feng Yixuan and Leng Lingyan stepped forward with cold expressions. "Get out of my way." With him at the center, a terrifying blast of air spread out in all directions. This wave of air was actually a tangible black. Like a massive wave, it spread outwards like a crazy wave. The demons below the platform trembled in fear. The demon generals were still all right, but the lower level demons that were further away were sent flying. Everyone's expression changed. This was the first time they had seen such an explosive Kadiao. "Generals, listen up. There must be a heavy reward for killing this human girl. If there are any obstructions, kill them." Kadiao's face was ferocious, his cold voice was filled with cruelty and decisiveness. "Father." Feng Yixuan looked at the malevolent Kadiao in disbelief. Why must his father be so ruthless? Why? Go. The black flame in his hand was already bearing down on him. The demons below the platform let out a strange cry, and swarmed forward, countless black demons flying in the air, their target aimed at Qi Aoshuang. Feng Yixuan clenched his teeth, pain flashing through his eyes. He quickly formed a barrier with his hands. Although he knew that his barrier wouldn't be able to fend off Kadiao, who was stronger than him, Leng Lingyan stood behind Qi Aoshuang with a cold face. Feng Yixuan and Leng Lingyan stood between Qi Aoshuang. Seeing this, Kadiao became even more angry. Before the first wave of fire reached him, he had already released a second wave. All the demons let out strange cries as they flew up into the air. All their magic was directed towards Qi Aoshuang and Leng Lingyan. For a time, the entire sky was filled with flowing colors, dazzling the eyes of everyone. The air was wildly moving, and the violent aura was suffocating. If these magic spells were to be summoned at the same time, everyone could imagine the consequences. Feng Yixuan was extremely anxious, and Leng Lingyan's expression sank even further. Qi Aoshuang clenched her teeth as she muttered an incantation in her heart. The infernal king had such an overreaction. What was the secret behind it? Just as all the attacks were about to arrive, something shocking happened. A colorful light suddenly burst out from Qi Aoshuang's body. It tightly surrounded Qi Aoshuang. Following that, the rainbow light expanded, and continued to expand, tightly surrounding Feng Yixuan and Leng Lingyan. The three people of Qi Aoshuang's group could only feel that the rainbow light was unusually warm and gentle. Suddenly, the rainbow light expanded rapidly and exploded. The eyes of all the demons shone white, and for the time being, nothing could be seen. In the next instant, all the demons were dumbfounded. All the magic they cast was reflected back to them. A ferocious attack had already arrived in front of his eyes. For a moment, the entire sky was in chaos. The infernal king's magic was also repelled back, and the terrifying black flames whistled as they assaulted Kadiao. Kadiao's face was cold. He stretched out his hand, and with a wave of his hand, all the flames were easily repelled. The other demons weren't so relaxed. The high-level demon generals were still better off, but the low-level ones were miserable. One after another, they cried out in alarm and dodged, colliding with the demons on the side, but the demons on the other side were also dodging and running into the other demons. The high-rank demons that were originally able to dodge the counterattack were caught off guard by these other demons that were randomly dodging. At this moment, the sky was in chaos. The sounds of complaint and reprimand could be heard incessantly. Terrifying cries gradually rang out. These sounds were exceptionally ear-piercing to Kadio's ears, and his face was so green that water could drip out of it. It was obvious that the human woman had some sort of magical artifact that could reflect magic. A mere human, to think that he had caused his devil world to fall into such a mess. Hateful, extremely hateful. I won't rest until I get rid of her today. Feng Yixuan's heart sank when he saw the furious, embarrassed look in Kadiao's eyes. He knew that today, he would be facing the most troublesome situation he had ever faced. Leng Lingian stared at the furious Kadio. She did not dare to be careless. Looking at the chaotic situation before her eyes, Qi Aoshuang suddenly took out her glazed ore. She was shocked to see that deep cracks had appeared on the beautiful glazed ore. To be able to reflect so many magic attacks in one go was clearly surpassing the limit of the Luli Yang. That was why such a shocking crack appeared on Lu Li's body. Luli, Qi Aoshuang called out anxiously in her heart, but the glazed stone in her hand didn't respond. You ignorant little human being, go die. Kadiao flew up, his hands forming a strange handprint as he muttered a complicated spell. Father, Feng Yixuan clenched his teeth. Pain flashed through his eyes as he followed. He knew the spell best. Aoshuan, move back. Leng Lingian stood at the back, protecting Qi Aoshuan, her countenance incomparably solemn. Qi Aoshuan had a complicated feeling in her heart. For Feng Yixuan to go up against his own father for her sake, the torment he was going through could be imagined. What should I do? How could he resolve the current situation? Kadiao clenched his fists until they were white, and in his hands was a terrifying power. The gurgling sound came out from his fist, getting louder and louder, like the rolling waves of a storm. Everyone knew that Kadiao was trying his best to control his strength. Get out of my way! Kadiao roared out, and a visible force of air ferociously attacked Feng Yixuan. Feng Yixuan spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backwards. However, Kadiao's target was obviously Qi Aoshuang. Feng Yixuan clearly didn't intend on harming his father, so he naturally didn't go all out. And it was precisely this that Kadiao was so carefree about it. Leng Lingian's face turned serious. He did not understand. Why did the always calm Kadiao see the arrival of Aoshuang so abnormal? Why do you insist on the death of Aoshuang? Seeing this, Leng Lingian did not dare to hold back anymore. Go! Leng Lingian gave a low shout, and a brilliant purple light shot out from her hand towards Kadiao. Kadiao's pupils dilated slightly. With a loud bang, he released the force in his hand. Boo! A loud explosion resounded across the sky and pierced through everyone's eardrums. A huge black light and a gorgeous purple light collided in midair, dazzling in all directions. Many demons with lower cultivations spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot before fainting on the spot. Some of the demon generals with high cultivations also didn't feel well, and their eyes were dizzy from the shock. At this moment, they once again experienced the Infernal King's unscalable and terrifying power. Leng Lingian was knocked back 2 steps before she could stabilize herself. Leng Lingian narrowed her eyes, and her expression turned cold. Kadiao's body didn't seem to be affected in the slightest. Suddenly, a strange smile appeared on his face before he burst out into laughter. Ha ha, I didn't think that you would appear in our demon world. Demon King, today, I will make sure you never return. At this moment, Kadiao recognized Leng Lingian's old identity, and could not conceal the excitement in his voice. I am no longer a great demonic king. My name is Lenglingyan. Lenglingyan replied in a deep voice. Hearing Lenglingyan's reply, Kadiao's face changed slightly. Looking at Lenglingyan protecting Chi Orshuang behind him, he became even more enraged, but also started to laugh out loud. Good, good, good. A mere human was actually able to make the great monster king and our infernal king protect him in such a manner. Today, I want to see how long you can protect her. At this moment, Kadiao's entire body was covered in black flames, and a thick aura of death seemed to permeate the surroundings. At the same time, his appearance had already changed. His hair that was as black as ink fluttered in the air and grew longer and longer. A pair of pitch-black horns slowly grew on his head, and his pupils were blood red. On his back, whooshing sounds could be heard as his huge black wings unfurled continuously. There were a total of 20 pairs of huge black wings. Infernal King, I do not wish to fight you. Why do you have to suffer so much? Chi Aoshuang finally spoke in a cold voice, her eyes meeting with Kadiao, who was flying in the air. I only want you to die. Kadiao sneered. Destroy you. Your body and soul shouldn't exist. Chi Aoshuang looked at the pale-faced Feng Yixuan with a complicated expression. She knew that the pain he was suffering from wasn't just from Kadiao's attack just now, but also from his mental state. Fight, not fight. If he didn't fight, he would die. Even though he had already broken through to the 12th level of the Lotus Flower Beautiful Mirror, he was still far from being a match for Kadiao. Chi Aoshuang looked up at the bright sun in the sky and frowned. Mom, calm down. I feel the sun. I'll do my best for you. Glass, I want to avenge Lu Li. Suddenly, the long silent golden lotus spoke at this time, its low and deep voice abruptly ringing in Chi Aoshuang's mind. How's Lu Li? Chi Aoshuang frowned and asked worriedly. There is still a trace of her aura. After this battle, I will treat her wounds. It might not appear for a long time. So, Mom, please do it as soon as possible. One hit. Demon King, I didn't mean to make you my enemy. Chi Aoshuang raised her head, coldly looked at the Infernal King and said in a low voice. A mere human boasting so shamelessly. Today, I will turn you into ashes. At this moment, Kadiao's voice rumbled like thunder, causing the people's eardrums to buzz and making them tremble with fear. No. Feng Yixuan frowned in pain. His heart felt as though it had been pierced by 10,000 arrows. Lenglingyan, who was standing in front of Chi Aoshuang, suddenly felt her pupils dilate. It was because she suddenly felt an indescribably terrifying heat behind her. Lingyan, move aside. Chi Aoshuang's voice was low and quiet, but it also seemed endless. Lenglingyan was startled, and she slowly turned her head to face Chi Aoshuang's bright face, letting out a faint golden glow. Lenglingyan subconsciously retreated to the side. The mannequin echo leaped from Chi Aoshuang's back to Lenglingyan's shoulder. Chi Aoshuang slowly raised her right hand, and the strange divine tool appeared in her hand, pointing straight at the bright sun in the sky. A faint layer of golden light slowly covered her face, making her look extremely sacred and inviolable. Gradually, her entire body was enveloped by a faint layer of golden light. What kind of curse does Yixuan have on him? You didn't want to crack it for him. Chi Aoshuang's voice was cold and distant. Ha 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 tilde tilde. The Infernal King laughed maniacally while flying through the air. It's already too late. The moment you stepped onto this land, the curse has already begun, and the way to stop the curse is to completely destroy you. The Infernal King would naturally not say the following words. Chi Aoshuang narrowed her eyes, and a cold light shot out from her eyes. The Infernal King's words. Go to hell, a lowly human being who has disturbed my son's mind. The Infernal King grinned sinisterly as his right hand continued to gather strength. A dull rumbling sound rang out unceasingly, and the black pattern on his palm continued to expand and expand. The black auras from all directions quickly gathered together. His voice was like raging waves, causing people to be scared out of their wits. The entire sky seemed to have changed color, dark and without light. Gather. Chi Aoshuang lowered her eyes and said in a low voice. In an instant, with her as the center, a visible golden wave of air exploded in all directions, following which, a huge gold pillar of light shot down from the dark sky, enveloping Chi Aoshuang within. Surprisingly, the beam of light shot down from the sun. The power of the sun. This was the blazing halo of the sun. All the demons were stupefied, foolishly looking at the scene in front of them. Was this human even human? He could actually use the power of the sun. In a split second, golden light shot in all directions, making people unable to open their eyes. The light continued to expand, and at this time, the originally dark sky gradually became clear. The golden light was continuously expelling the darkness. The expression on Kadiao's face changed. His hand didn't stop moving. With an angry shout, he gathered the terrifying power in his hand and rushed down. Chiao Shuang had an arrogant look on her face as she brandished her sword to meet the incoming attack. Like raging waves, a rumbling sound shook the world. The world changed color. The two figures met in midair. Blood unceasingly dripped down from the sky. As it flew, it splashed on the ground, causing beautiful and dazzling blood flowers to bloom. Gradually, it gathered into a shocking blood line. However, the two of them were unharmed. Someone stood between the two of them and took the full force of their attacks. This person was Feng Yixuan. No! The infernal king let out a roar that came out of control, flying in the air as he let out a long and agonized roar towards the sky. He was well aware of the power of his full-powered strike. He knew that this human had something special about her, so he used all his strength to strike at her, intending to turn her into ashes, including her soul. And now, he had been directly struck by Feng Yixuan. Curse, is it done? No. How could this be? Kadiao floated in the air like a madman. His eyes were unfocused as he muttered to himself. However, there was an endless desolation and sadness in this indifferent tone. What he had done everything in his power to prevent had still happened. He thought that by using the human as a threat and keeping his son away, he would be able to avoid the vicious curse. However, he didn't expect that the curse would still come true. Furthermore, he was the one who pushed it to come true faster. Could it be that he was wrong? Kadiao stared blankly at Feng Yixuan's pale face as he gradually descended. Suddenly, he let out a loud howl and an indescribable aura began to spread out from him. The sword in Chiao Shuang's hand disappeared. She rushed forward and tightly hugged the pale-faced Feng Yixuan as she slowly descended. Why? Chiao Shuang's body trembled slightly. Her heart was filled with endless fear. Looking at Feng Yixuan's pale and almost transparent face, Chiao Shuang's heart sank to the bottom. The cold continued to invade and attack again. Chiao Shuang felt her entire body turn cold, and her heart was slowly cooling down. I won't let you die, but I don't want my father to be injured either. A faint smile appeared on Feng Yixuan's pale face, as if he was about to vanish in the next moment. Just like that, Chiao Shuang carried Feng Yixuan and slowly descended onto the platform. Lingyan stared blankly at the scene before her eyes. The piercing pain, the pain in her heart, became more intense. My soul, it was about to disperse. Ao Shuang, I will never keep my promise again. Feng Yixuan smiled weakly. Before Chiao Shuang could say anything, he turned his head to look at Lingyan, who was standing behind Chiao Shuang, and said in a low voice, Lingyan, quick, take Ao Shuang away. At this moment, Kadiao was still shrieking in pain. If he came back to his senses, he might really be unable to leave. That was what Feng Yixuan was worried about, so he had Lingyan leave with Chiao Shuang. No, Chiao Shuang's voice was trembling. Feng Yixuan's eyes flashed with worry, sadness, reluctance, and yearning. However, he still slowly stretched out his right hand, wanting to touch the face of Chiao Shuang that he had been yearning for. Chiao Shuang grabbed Feng Yixuan's hand and said decisively, I will not let you die. Feng Yixuan simply smiled. It was too late. His body could no longer withstand the fatal blow from Kadiao and the attack from Chiao Shuang. Camille. However, Chiao Shuang held Feng Yixuan's hand tightly and shouted towards the sky. Desolation. Long and long. Everyone who heard it was shocked. Camille, I know you can do it. Come out. Come out. Help him. Chiao Shuang called out to the sky. There was endless sadness and hope in his voice. Feng Yixuan was slightly stunned, as was Lingyan. Kadiao's body stiffened in midair. Alas! It was a long, faint sigh. This sigh seemed to echo in the horizon, but it also seemed to echo in everyone's ears, making their hearts tremble. Who is it? Who possessed such terrifying strength? The next moment, the sky started to clear. The sky was blue and the clouds were white. The breeze was gentle. A man dressed in white appeared in the sky. He just floated there. That soft sigh was actually from him. This man in white was Camille, who had suddenly disappeared. Aoshuan, Camille's soft voice drifted over. Camille, save Yixuan. You can do it, I know. Xiao Aoshuan looked at Camille and begged anxiously. Leng Lingian looked at Camille with a complicated expression. Camille, who is it? What kind of existence was this? I can. Camille smiled, flirtatious. Save him. Xiao Aoshuan became even more anxious. But, give me a reason to save him. Camille continued to smile gently and elegantly. He spat out each word clearly. I have no reason to save him. If you were hurt, I would save you. But, he can't. The smile on Camille's handsome face was so familiar, yet also foreign. He was smiling, but his eyes were cold. There was no warmth or ripples in them. He was not joking around. Instead, he was extremely serious. Why? Chi Aoshuan's pupils suddenly contracted as she stared at the smiling Camille. No reason. Camille smiles as usual, her voice soft, faint, and soft. However, there was no trace of temperature at all. Chi Aoshuan turned her head in a daze. She lowered her head to look at the increasingly pale face of Feng Yixuan. She was even more terrified as she felt Feng Yixuan's life force being drained away. If this continued, then Feng Yixuan would truly leave her forever, never come back. A huge wave of despair and sadness surrounded Chi Aoshuan. Chi Aoshuan could only tightly hold onto Feng Yixuan's hand without letting go. Leng Lingian looked at the expression on Chi Aoshuan's face, and her heart was filled with uneasiness. He asked himself, if he was the one who fell, would Aoshuan also be unable to control herself like this? Would it? Can it? Meow tilde tilde meow tilde tilde. Suddenly, the lucky cat perched on Leng Lingian's shoulder cried out non-stop. When Leng Lingian heard the cat, she was stunned, because another voice appeared in her mind. Leng Lingian stared blankly at the grief-stricken Chi Aoshuan, at the almost transparent Feng Yixuan, and then at the faintly smiling Camille. Suddenly, Leng Lingian smiled lightly. She raised her head and said to Camille in a deep voice, Camille, is what you said true? If it was Aoshuan who was injured, would you save her? Of course. Camille gave a low chuckle, raised his eyebrows, and said these words. There were no ripples in the depths of his eyes. Then, I am willing. Leng Lingian lowered her head and said to the air in such a low voice, as if she was talking to herself and someone else at the same time. After Leng Lingian finished speaking, she slowly walked forward and squatted beside Chi Aoshuan, smiling like a peach blossom as she softly spoke, Aoshuan, I believe in you. Feng Yixuan, do you believe in Aoshuan? Feng Yixuan was stunned, but he still nodded with difficulty. He saw a monstrous determination and confidence in Leng Lingian's eyes. Then, Aoshuan, we will wait for you. Feng Yixuan and I will wait for you. After Leng Lingian said this, she gently took off the purple crystal earring from Chi Aoshuan's earlobe. In the next moment, before Chi Aoshuan could understand what Leng Lingian was trying to say, her eyes were surrounded by a sphere of purple light. A dazzling purple light surrounded the three of them. Meow! The lucky cat waved its claws as it jumped around the purplish light. At this time, Kadiao no longer acted as violent as before. Instead, he stared blankly at the purple ball of dazzling light. Why did he feel that Feng Yixuan's life, which had been slipping away, had stopped? Camille's eyes narrowed slightly, and the smile on his face froze. Yuzichin looked at the ball of purple light thoughtfully. Camille, remember what you said. Leng Lingian's soft voice came from the purple light. Interesting, haha. Then, I will help you guys. I'll wait and see. Camille's handsome face once again revealed a faint smile. This time, the smile seemed to be different from before. The purple light became more and more intense. Kadiao stared blankly at the violet light, unable to intervene. The pressure exuded by the man in white showed everything. He was absolutely not his match. What was he doing? Camille smiled and flicked his sleeve. In the next moment, the purple light disappeared, and there was nothing. Feng Yixuan was gone. Chi Aoshuan was gone. Leng Lingian was also gone. Only the snow-white Manekineko was squatting on the ground. The Manekineko looked up at the sky, and Camille's figure disappeared. Meow! The Manekineko narrowed its eyes and nodded, then a gratified smile appeared on its face. Yes, he was right. The cat actually had such an expression on its face. Before Kadiao could react, the cat disappeared. Everything returned to silence, as if nothing had happened before. If it wasn't for the mess, who could have guessed that a world-shaking fight had occurred here? Kadiao stared blankly at the empty stage, completely stunned. Where is he? Why have they all disappeared? His own son, the son he loved and was proud of, had disappeared. One thing, however, Kadiao knew very well. His son was not dead, but where did that terrifying man in white take them? Could it be that this curse could be broken? And the key to breaking the curse was still the human girl. Could it really be like this? Kadiao's heart, which had been in a deathly silence, began to stir with life once more. Perhaps it could really be reversed. Then, Aoshuan, we will wait for you. Feng Yuxuan and I will wait for you. We'll wait for you. Interesting, hee. Then, I'll help you. I'll see. What do you mean? What do you mean by these words? My head, it hurts, it hurts. The echo of these words in her mind gave her a splitting headache. What was going on? Yuxuan, Lingyuan, Camille, where are you? Chi Aoshuan woke up abruptly, and when she opened her eyes, she saw that there was an incomparably gorgeous bed curtain above her head. He slowly turned his head and saw that he was in an ornate room. However, it was unfamiliar. Where was this? Where were Feng Yuxuan and Leng Lingyuan? What about Camille? Where's Arbao? Why weren't they there? C256. Chi Aoshuan slowly stood up, but her whole body was aching. He forced himself up and got off the bed barefooted. However, he realized that something was amiss. Something felt wrong with his body. Chi Aoshuan stretched out her hand and looked down. Her hand seemed to have grown bigger. The moment he lowered his head, a strand of fiery red hair gently fell down. Chi Aoshuan slowly picked up the strand of hair, her heart alarmed. This color was not the black he was familiar with. Chi Aoshuan slowly walked towards the only mirror in the room. When Chi Aoshuan looked at the person in the mirror, she was shocked, and she quickly reached out her hand. The person in the mirror also extended his hand out. Chi Aoshuan froze and slowly retracted her hand. The person in the mirror also retracted her hand with a face of astonishment. The person in the mirror had a head full of fiery red hair, but his hair was so smooth that it flowed straight down to his heels, falling down to the ground. It was extremely beautiful. There were 2 purple crystal earrings on the right ear. The peerless appearance of the person in the mirror, the pale complexion and the eyes as black as the night, all felt so familiar to Xiao Aoshuan, making her heart ache. Feng Yuxuan. Why was the person in the mirror Feng Yuxuan? Chi Aoshuan slowly lowered her head and stretched out her hand, looking at it. He then looked down slowly. Finally, Chi Aoshuan's face was filled with shock as she confirmed that her body was the appearance of Feng Yuxuan. Why did his body belong to Feng Yuxuan? How could this be? Chi Aoshuan's mind was in chaos. Xiao Aoshuan froze, standing in front of the mirror in a daze, looking at the familiar face that did not belong to her. His mind was filled with countless thoughts, and he was even more puzzled. What was going on? At this time, there was a slight sound from the door and it was gently pushed open. He revealed a face that Xiao Aoshuan had seen before. Heaven Breaker. This unfathomable person whom they had first met in the Chaos World was Arbao's master. Meow. A round, furry head poked out of Heaven Breaker's head, waving its claws at Aoshuan as if in greeting. Arbao, Heaven Breaker. As soon as Chi Aoshuan opened her mouth, she was stunned. This was because this voice belonged to Feng Yuxuan. Chi Aoshuan reached out her hand and gently touched her throat with a strange expression on her face. No one could immediately accept and adapt to such a mutation. You're awake. Heaven Breaker smiled and walked over. How do you feel? Meow. The chasing precious cat let out a cry and leapt from Heaven Breaker's head to Xiao Aoshuan's shoulder, squatting down and then rubbing itself against Chi Aoshuan's face. It's all right, but, Xiao Aoshuan frowned, still not used to it. What is going on? Why am I here? Where were Yuxuan and Ling Yun? Camille? How are they? Hee. Why aren't you worried about yourself? Heaven Breaker replied with a faint smile, sitting down on the sofa. Of course he knew what Xiao Aoshuan was talking about. However, he didn't immediately answer. Instead, he asked with a faint smile. Me? Chi Aoshuan was stunned. Then he frowned at the red hair hanging down over his shoulders. They should be fine by now. You can rest assured that they won't be in any danger. Heavenbreaker didn't want to beat around the bush either, because the mannequin Echo perched on Chi Aoshuang's shoulder waved its paws at him, threatening him. If he didn't hurry up and explain to her, he would just wait on her. Without waiting for the stunned Chi Aoshuang to speak, Heavenbreaker quickly brought everything together. At that time, the original owner of your body was about to die. Arbao activated the secret technique in her body to get me to help you. But even I don't have the power to get a dying person to respond. The man in white can save him, but he will only save you. So I reached a consensus with the silver-haired man, who volunteered to be the medium for the exchange of souls between you two. He forced the man in white to make a move. It's not a method, but it seems to be very useful in the end. As soon as Heavenbreaker finished his words, Chi Aoshuang's face turned deathly pale. Then, what about Lingian? Where's Lingian? Could it be that he? Chi Aoshuang was extremely shocked, and her heart was flustered. According to Heavenbreaker's deduction, Camille would definitely save him. But what about Lingian, who had volunteered to become the medium? Don't be nervous, I said, they're fine. This naturally includes the Lingyun that you spoke of. Heavenbreaker comforted her with a smile. Nothing? Chi Aoshuang's face relaxed a little. Then what about them? That's the question you're facing now. Heavenbreaker sighed softly. If you want to find them, you'll have to put in an unimaginable effort. Your current body can no longer use the magic that you were most familiar with, right? Even his Du-Chi is gone, right? A strange light flashed across Heavenbreaker's eyes. Most importantly, this body was that of a man. Chi Aoshuang was a woman. The situation now looked strange. A woman's soul was in a man's body. Chi Aoshuang was stunned. She flicked her finger, but a small fireball did not appear between her fingers like before. His body felt empty, and he could not feel the existence of the fire element at all. His Du-Chi seemed to have vanished as well. Chi Aoshuang's face slightly changed. She became silent. You must first familiarize yourself with this body, and then familiarize yourself with the properties of this body. Within your body, the soul of that person has been taken away by that man in white. And the silver-haired man, by becoming the medium of your soul's exchange, is in a space that has ceased to exist. When you find your own body and ask for it back, the silver-haired man will awaken from that place. Heavenbreaker solemnly explained. Chi Aoshuang was silent. Her face was calm, and people couldn't tell what she was thinking. Where did my body go to? After a while, Xiao Aoshuang slowly asked. In her mind, Lingian's last words echoed. Then, Aoshuang, we will wait for you. Feng Yuxuan and I will wait for you. Now he finally understood the meaning of this sentence. So it was like this. Chi Aoshuang slowly clenched her fists. Your body, the man in white said before he left that he would bring your body to shatter the void. I'll be waiting for you at the very edge of there. Heavenbreaker's expression changed when he heard the word space break. Break through the void. What is that place? Chi Aoshuang had never heard of this name before. She frowned and asked. This is a chaos world, and the space shattering was a plane above this plane. Dangerous, I don't think I'll have to go into details. There was a hint of worry in Heavenbreaker's voice. Thank you for saving me. Thank you and Arbao for doing this for me. Don't thank me. You are not in good shape today. There is only one way to shatter the void, and that is to pass the Star Tower's star trial. Heavenbreaker sighed softly as he recounted everything that had happened to Chi Aoshuang. There were many sects in the Chaos world as well, and many disciples. And the Heavenly Star Pagoda would open the stellar trial once every 10 years. Those who passed this trial would be allowed to enter the stellar Heavenly Pagoda to cultivate. The Sky Tower had a total of 9 floors. One could not see the end with a single glance, and just passing the top floor would allow one to enter the space-shattering realm. However, the Star Heavenly Pagoda's survival training was only open to the students of the Star Academy. The requirements for the Star Academy to accept students were even more stringent. In other words, in order to enter the Star Academy and participate in the Star Trial, one must first join a sect. Of course, joining a sect was far from enough. He had to become one of the best in the school, and only then would he be eligible to participate in the school's survival training. After listening to all this, Xiao Aoshuang went silent and slowly walked to the bed and sat down. It's easy to enter a sect. You don't have to worry about that. I will let Altis recruit you into his sect, and he will also recommend you to participate in the school's assessment. But now, you, Heavenbreaker's face darkened. He didn't say anything else. Xiao Orshuang suddenly understood what Heavenbreaker meant. Right now, she could no longer use fire magic, nor could she use the Lotus Mirror. How would he participate in the school's assessment? Don't worry about that. Thank you for all you've done for me. Thank you so much. Chiao Shuang thanked Heavenbreaker sincerely. Heavenbreaker didn't have any relationship with her, yet he spared no effort in helping her. No, haha. Speaking of which, the one who should be thanking is me. Heavenbreaker actually said something like that, which caused Chiao Shuang to be at a loss. Meow, meow. The mannequin echo hopped onto Chiao Shuang's head and used its paws to scratch Chiao Shuang's hair. After that, she tried hard to use her claws to gesture, mewing while saying words that Xiao Shuang did not understand. However, the gratitude in her voice was clear to her. Xiao Shuang was even more puzzled. Why did Heavenbreaker and Arbao have to thank her? Because Arbao is by your side, and as expected, he managed to resolve the evil qi in her body. Heavenbreaker stood up with a smile and walked over to pick up Po from Chiao Shuang's head. Alright, Arbao, stop messing around with other people's hair. Baleful aura. Suddenly, she remembered the time when Arbao suddenly transformed and how Camille explained it to her. He suddenly came to a realization. Could it be that during the time Arbao stayed in her body, she unwittingly helped Arbao to resolve the baleful aura? Yes, Arbao's life was very pitiful, very miserable. Those things caused her to accumulate killing intent. It had always been an unstable factor, and could even cause death. Later on, when I met you and was with you, the infernal energy was indeed completely dispelled by you. Arbao won't be in any danger. Heavenbreaker stroked Po's head, his eyes filled with doting affection. Such a favor, I don't know how to thank you for it. Meow, meow tilde. Arbao squinted his eyes as he rubbed his hand against Heavenbreaker's, appearing very satisfied. Chiao Shuang was stunned. She saw a familiar look in Heavenbreaker's eyes. Feng Yixuan and Leng Lingyuan only looked at her with those eyes. In that case, Heavenbreaker versus Arbao. Arbao was everything that broke the heavens. So that's how it was. Although you can't use your previous magic right now, you can slowly familiarize yourself with this body. I can't figure out the potential of this body. Wind magic should be relatively easy to master, and your spiritual force is extraordinary. This shouldn't be a problem. As for the power hidden in this body, I can't say for sure. Heavenbreaker lifted his head and spoke solemnly to Chiao Shuang. The identity of this body should be that of a demon. Naturally, Chiao Shuang understood what the hidden power of the heaven-breaking finger was. This was the power possessed by the demons of Feng Yixuan's true identity. However, Black Plume had once said that there were all sorts of races in this chaos world. Her current status as a demon was nothing surprising. Afterwards, Heavenbreaker gave her a general overview of the situation in this world and prepared a lot of necessities for her. He then urged her to hurry up and cultivate in seclusion. Chiao Shuang readily agreed. She had the same intention. There's only 1 month left before Star Academy's assessment. You only have 1 month to adapt to this body and use magic to pass the Star Academy's assessment. I'll have artists do everything for you. You can go into closed-door cultivation for this month. Heavenbreaker brought Chiao Shuang to the secret chamber and spoke these words. Thank you. Chiao Shuang smiled, then with a calm expression, she stepped into the secret room. A month. Only a month. Although that body was not his, Elder Tiangang's teachings from back then were still vivid in his mind. Star Trial. Broken Space. Yixuan, Ling Yun, wait for me. I will come. Chiao Shuang's eyes flashed with determination. But he was confident. A month passed with a flick of a finger. After a month of closed-door cultivation, no one knew what the results would be. Heavenbreaker introduced himself to artists for Chiao Shuang, and without any hesitation, artists agreed without any hesitation. The friendship between the two was admirable, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the entrance examination for Star Academy. All of the major sects of the Chaos World had selected their best disciples to participate. Artie's Tian Dao sect had a total of 13 people elected. Originally, 12 people had been elected by Grand Elder Arties, so there was one more. To put it bluntly, he had forcefully arranged for a person to intervene. And this person was the disciple that he had just accepted. Following the other disciples of the Tian Dao sect, Chiao Shuang was sent to the foot of the mountain of the Star Academy. This academy was not located in a bustling city, but rather in a quiet mountain range. The top of the mountain was always surrounded by a white mist, and it would not disperse even after a long time. At the top of the mountain, the heavenly star tower could not even see its head at all. The great elder, Artes, was nowhere in sight all day long. He had no business to attend to, but he held quite a high position in the sect. This time, they forcefully accepted a disciple of unknown origin and immediately and vigorously chose to participate in the exam. Naturally, this caused some people to be dissatisfied, including the other disciples who had come to participate. Although no one dared to have any objections, this was all in secret. C257. The disciples of the participating sects were all gathered at the foot of the mountain. They had all set up tents here and were waiting to participate in the assessment. At that time, the examiners who were to be introduced would come out and announce the questions. As for the disciples of the various sects, they all had their tents encircled by different sized circles. That man was chosen by the great elder. HMPH. I don't see what's so special about it. A pretty boy. The 12 disciples of the Tian Dao sect were gathered together in a pile, sitting around the bonfire for dinner. A sharp-looking male disciple's eyes flashed with a cold light. He glanced at Chiao Shuang who was sitting under a tree not far away and said in a strange manner. When the other disciples heard this, not only did they not show any intention of stopping him, but they also revealed a trace of excitement and eagerness. Everyone looked at Chiao Shuang unhappily. If he could take advantage of this opportunity to teach this red-haired kid a lesson, that would be for the best. This disciple's voice was not loud, but it was just enough for Chiao Shuang to hear. All right, Jacqueline, the grand elder naturally has his reasons. A beautiful lady with bright eyes and white teeth shouted in a low voice, stopping the provocation of this Jacqueline. She was the disciple Tarina, the leader of this group. She was the first to enter the sect, and her power was also the strongest. All the disciples called her senior sister. She naturally understood the unhappiness in the hearts of her juniors. The new disciple hadn't even said a word to them. Many disciples dreamed of coming to participate in this assessment, but the great elder forcefully put him in. Many people were dissatisfied and jealous, thinking that he relied on his skirmish to participate in this precious examination. And Jacqueline, this reckless junior brother, clearly wanted to provoke the new disciple and take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. However, to their surprise, the red-haired figure sitting quietly under the tree continued to sit there with a calm expression, as if she had not heard the conversation that had just occurred. Hearing Tanina's reprimand, Jack saw that Chiao Shuang was not paying attention to him and curled her lips in dissatisfaction. However, she said in a low voice, "Great elder, please accept a disciple of unknown origin. I hope you will not embarrass our heavenly Dao sect during the examination. If we lose the face of the Tian Dao sect, then the consequences, HMPH." The last sentence was a deep and cold snort, containing a message that everyone understood. Enough! Seeing that Jack still hadn't stopped, she scolded him with a deep frown and some impatience. She said in a deep voice, "Could it be that you all forgot about Great Elder Artie's true strength? Did you forget why he became a great elder in our Tian Dao sect? Have you forgotten his true identity?" Hearing Tanina's harsh rebuke, Jacqueline's expression changed in an instant. That's right, how could he have forgotten that person's true identity and strength? Jack could not help but gasp in his heart. He sat quietly by the side, not saying a word. The expressions of the others changed slightly as they recalled that person's extraordinary status and strength. Even the head of the sect couldn't afford to offend Great Elder Artes, let alone a little disciple like him. The expressions of everyone changed slightly. Then, they tacitly changed the topic and started to chat. However, he was still unhappy. The more the red-haired kid saw, the more annoyed he got. Jacqueline's eyes were gloomy. He thought to himself, when I have the chance, I will teach that kid a lesson and make him suffer a little. However, Tanina's gaze fell on the youth sitting under the tree. His long, soft red hair was carelessly tied up, messily draped over his shoulders and back. A slight breeze blew by, and an indescribable sadness filled the air around him. His handsome face had a calm expression that did not match his age, and his deep black eyes were like vortexes that could suck people in. Her thin lips were tightly shut, and she didn't speak to anyone. His dark clothes made him seem mysterious and sad. The strangest thing was that there were 2 purple crystal earrings on his right earlobe. Under the moonlight, there was a faint violet glow. He just sat there quietly, his entire body emitting a cold radiance, making it hard for people to look at him, but at the same time, it was also hard for them to look away. The feeling of contradiction was very strange. Why did she always feel that there was a faint sadness between his brows? What sort of story did he have? Talina didn't realize that for the first time, she, who had no feelings for relationships between men and women, was interested in the opposite sex and wanted to know the story behind that youth. Chi Aoshuan closed her eyes, allowing the breeze to caress her face and her hair. Everything in the outside world wasn't that important. She only had one goal. When did the Star Academy's assessment begin? Artis, the handsome, flirtatious man with the peach blossom eyes, had reminded them that there would be an emissary who would guide them through the examination, and repeatedly reminded them that the Star Academy's assessment exam was not so simple, it could even be brutal, because there were indeed disciples who had lost their lives in this kind of test. The questions were different every year. But, after so long, why hasn't the emissary appeared yet? Xiao Aoshuan was quietly leaning against the tree. Suddenly, a strange feeling came from the calm air. The smell of the wind had changed. Chi Aoshuan opened her eyes. However, Chi Aoshuan was not the only one who noticed the abnormality. After all, the people here were the elites of the sects. Some people immediately looked around vigilantly. Before he could warn them, the next moment, in the blink of an eye, the air became extremely foul. Dark clouds suddenly covered the sky, but this was only the place where they had set up their camp. The crashing sound was extremely ear-piercing in the quiet night. A gust of wind blew from above his head, mixed with the sound of water splashing. Incomparable, swift and fierce. Is it raining? That's not right. Chi Aoshuan's pupils dilated. Without any hesitation, she immediately flicked her finger and a transparent barrier appeared above her head. Following that, the sizzling sound continued and the barrier was immediately corroded. This rain had such a strong corrosive effect. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a miserable scream rang out. It was obvious that someone had been injured by the strange rain. The sounds of alert rang non-stop. Chi Aoshuan narrowed her eyes. She gathered her strength and a transparent wind covered her entire body. The wind continued to whirl up and down, wrapping up Chi Aoshuan as if it was alive. It pushed away all the falling rain and did not let a drop of rain in. Some of the people on Talina's side were in a flurry. Tara calmly formed a barrier that enveloped everyone within, but to their astonishment, the barrier was immediately corroded and began to continuously form. As for the other disciples, they also continuously formed barriers to prevent the strange rain. Rainwater was unceasingly eroding the spirit formation they formed. They kept on creating more spirit formations, so naturally, the space they were in was getting smaller and smaller. The crowd was in a miserable state. In his heart, he was even more terrified of this incomparably strange rain actually possessing such a terrifying corrosive power. Just as they were about to run out of space to dodge, the strange rain finally stopped. Chi Aoshuan concentrated, and the wind around her gently dissipated. She looked up at the chaotic scene in front of her, deep in thought. The Star Academy was an existence that stood at the highest designated spot in this world. Would anyone sneak attack them at the entrance of the academy? It was obviously not reasonable, unless, while Xiao Aoshuan was deep in thought, Talina's gaze landed on her. After recovering her senses, her first reaction was to look in her direction. When she saw that Chi Aoshuan's face was calm and without any signs of injury, she heaved a sigh of relief. In his heart, he marveled at this youth's extraordinary reaction and strength. She didn't even realize why her first reaction was this, and why she didn't care about her juniors around her. Talina looked around. The rain was strange and corrosive. Some people didn't react immediately, and when they were hit by the rain and fell on their bodies, their skin and flesh were split open as they screamed. There were even some people who had been corroded to the point that they had seen the bones. Naturally, there was no need to mention the pain. As for their hurried reactions, they were only able to form spirit formations to block it. Thus, They were also in a sorry state. As for the youth, he stood there with a calm expression, unharmed. How could this calm and composed person be the pretty boy that Jacqueline spoke of? Tarlina was currently looking at the calm youth. The youth seemed to sense her gaze and glanced over, then turned his head to ignore her. Startled, she immediately retracted her gaze. Seeing his juniors in such a sorry state, he asked about the situation of the crowd with deep concern. Fortunately, no one was injured. What's going on? Such a thing actually happened in front of the school gates. Who dares to sneak attack here? Jack cursed as he vented the dissatisfaction in his heart. In his heart, he viciously thought that those who dared to launch a sneak attack here would definitely be torn to shreds by the Star Academy. Jacqueline, don't talk nonsense. Do you think anyone would dare to sneak up on us at this moment? Tanina's thoughts were really exquisite, and she instantly guessed that possibility. He reprimanded Jacqueline for his words. If she didn't stop him now, she wouldn't know how laughable his words would be. Just as the entire area was in a state of chaos, a white light suddenly appeared at the foot of the stairs, immediately forming a white door. He could vaguely see the figure from within. A spatial passageway. The open space was in an uproar. Slowly, 3 people walked out of the door. The 3 of them were all wearing the same style of snow-white clothes. There was not a single speck of dust on their clothes. There were 2 males and 1 female. Those with sharp eyes had already seen the sign on the front of their clothes. All 3 of them had 8 small golden stars embroidered on their chests. This was a symbol of the strength of someone who had reached the 8th level of the Heavenly Star Tower. Everyone was in an uproar. The experts of the Star Academy were truly terrifying. First through the spatial passageway, then by the appearance of a person with such terrifying power. Are they here as guides? Aren't you being a little overboard? One had to know that no one had reached the 9th floor, and the most powerful was only at the 8th floor. In other words, the ones who had come to welcome them were the strongest students in the academy. The man in the lead had an extraordinary appearance. His handsome face had a perfect nose bridge and a pair of jade-like eyebrows. His pair of black and white eyes seemed to radiate a faint blue light. He just stood there silently, as if standing at the highest point, looking down on all living things. His calm face, however, gave off a sense of oppression. Even though he was standing not too far away, he gave off the feeling that he was very, very far away, so far away that he couldn't touch him. On his left and right, there was a man and a woman. They were both extraordinarily good-looking and had an extraordinary temperament. The man on the left was slightly younger than him. He had black hair with amber eyes, a handsome face with soft lines. There was always a sunny smile on his face, and his eyes even contained a smile. It gave off a very close feeling. The girl on the right, however, had an icy expression. Golden hair, blue eyes. There was no expression on her beautiful face or any warmth in her eyes. It was precisely this ice-cold temperament that attracted the attention of many men. For ice-cold beauties, a man would always feel a sense of accomplishment if he were to succeed in conquering them. And this woman just so happened to be the type of woman who let men have this sort of lust. For a moment, the gazes of many men rested on the cold girl. Everyone, the first round of the examination is over. The white-clothed man in the lead slowly opened his mouth. His clear and cold voice was like a clear spring at night. The audience was in an uproar. The first round of examinations had ended. When did it start? Chi Aoshuang's eyes flashed with understanding. Indeed, the strange rain from before was the first round. With the Star Academy's current strength and influence, as well as the fact that they were the cream of the crop in the sects, who would sneak attack them without knowing what was good for them. However, there were still some who remained calm. It was obvious that these people had the same thoughts as Chi Aoshuang. The rainwater from before was the first round of tests. Now, please leave this place immediately. You've already been eliminated. The white-clothed man in the lead was still the same cold and emotionless voice. There were discussions below. Disappointment and unwillingness had already appeared on some people's faces. However, no one dared to object. Because the Star Academy was an absolute authority. Jacqueline patted his chest and looked at her with admiration. In his heart, he was glad that his senior sister had stopped his idiotic actions. Otherwise, he would really have lost a great deal of face. The crowd did not dare to object, but that did not mean that the unwilling disciples would not say anything unnecessary to alleviate the unwillingness and unhappiness in their hearts. At least you want us to know who you are. Such a voice came from the crowd. It was a tone of dissatisfaction and unwillingness, but also a hint of provocation. As for the target, it was naturally the white-clothed man with an extraordinary disposition. If he couldn't make a move, wouldn't he allow them to take advantage of him? C258. However, before the man in white could speak, the ice-cold beauty beside him gave a cold snort. She raised her head, her eyes filled with disdain as she coldly said, "You don't have to know our names, nor do you have the qualifications to know them. Only the last person who passed the exam had the right to know. Those who didn't pass the examination just now, leave now. Don't let me say those words a second time." The cold beauty's voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear in everyone's ears. The man who had spoken just now had mysteriously flown out just like that. It only stopped after it knocked down several large trees behind it. He vomited blood and did not get up for a long time. However, the cold beauty coldly snorted with disdain. Her eyes were filled with mockery. The entire empty space became quiet in an instant. Just like that, there was a deathly silence. No one would have thought that this cold and beautiful lady would act without warning, and in such a heavy manner at that. Some were angry, some were unwilling, some were surprised, but no one stood up and said a word. In an instant, many of the people who had a favorable impression of this cold-eyed woman frowned in dissatisfaction. This woman was not only arrogant, but also cold and callous. However, there were also a few people who were more determined to fight. If they could tame such a woman, it would be a good thing. Right now, he was just thinking about it. The other party's strength was still there. "Ha ha, don't mind me, this is my senior sister's temper." He hoped that those who had passed the first round would go all out in the second round. Those who don't pass, don't be discouraged. In the future, there will still be chances. Those who don't pass, please leave now. At this moment, the slightly younger youth spoke up with a smile, breaking the awkward atmosphere. "There will be opportunities in the future. Yes, I hope that I can smoothly pass next year's exam." Those who failed the exam could only console themselves like this. At this time, someone went to help the person who was paralyzed on the ground, unable to get up. Rustling sounds could be heard as the people who had failed the exam slowly packed up their belongings and left. The three men standing at the foot of the stairs did not show any signs of impatience or impatience. They quietly waited for the disqualified person to leave. The empty area became quiet once again. The people who remained behind were all unharmed. Although there were some people who had thoughts of leaving, after seeing the person who was seriously injured after being questioned, they all dispelled that thought. To fool the students of the Star Academy, this idea seemed too naive. Furthermore, his opponent was an 8-star master teacher. "Those participating in the second round, please follow us immediately." The white-clothed man in the lead said something indifferently before turning around and walking to the front. The cold beauty and handsome sunny youth followed closely behind. A faint trace of gentleness flashed in the cold beauty's eyes as she looked at the man in white. As for the handsome sunny youth, when he saw this scene, a disdainful sneer appeared on his lips. The others also slowly stood up, quickly putting away their belongings and following behind. Chi Aoshuang followed behind with an indifferent look on her face. The group continued to walk forward. When they were halfway up the stairs, they saw a tall and black iron door. It suddenly appeared in the middle of the road, cutting off the road ahead. The white-clothed man in the lead stopped and gently pushed open the tall and heavy metal door. The iron door squeaked. Behind the iron gate was a dark mountain range. This sudden appearance of a steel door actually connected an unknown area. Another spatial technique. Chi Aoshuang was slightly surprised. This Star Academy was not simple at all. At the same time that the door was gently pushed open, someone exclaimed in a low voice, "That's made of dark steel, so heavy." He didn't say anything after that. The meaning behind his words was that the heavy iron door was easily pushed open by the man in white as if it didn't weigh anything at all. It was clear that this man in white was extremely powerful. Pushing the door open, a cold breeze blew into his face. It made people shudder in fear. The white-clothed man in the lead turned around, his handsome face still expressionless. He only said calmly, "The second round of the examination will naturally enter this metal door. Passing through this area, there will be such an iron door at the end. We will receive you there." If he survived 5 days, he would pass. remember, only 5 days. Over time, there will be others there to receive you and take you away from the stellar mountain. Everyone began to whisper amongst themselves. Every year, the Stellar Academy's examinations were different. So, even if the disciples who passed the exam before told the disciples they participated in the exam to them, it was useless. Xiao Aoshuang narrowed her eyes. How could it be so simple? Just through this area. Sure enough, the cold voice of the beautiful woman rang out once more. There are so many ferocious magical beasts inside, it's unknown if they'll survive to pass through here. Anyone who doesn't want to join us can leave right now. Although there were no ripples in her tone, the contents of her words made people feel indignant. Do you think they are cowards? If so, would they still participate in the school's assessment? It was as if he agreed with the beautiful woman's words. A terrifying beast roar came from the door, full of deterrence. It lasted for a long time, and it was soul-shaking. Some people's hearts couldn't help but beat like drums, while others had thoughts of retreating. When the cold lady saw this, she disdainfully sneered, "Think it through before you go in. If you lose your lives in there, it can only be said that you are not strong enough." The Star Academy's examination had always been this cruel. It was normal for someone to die during the examination. However, every year, many disciples were attracted to participate in the assessment. One could see how extraordinary this Stellar Academy was. As soon as the words of the beautiful lady were spoken, Chi Aoshuang slowly walked past her side with a calm expression, stepping into the tall and heavy metal door. After which, she disappeared into the darkness of the night. The cold beauty was stunned for a moment before she frowned. A trace of disdain flashed across her eyes. He was just a boorish fellow, yet another idiot who was in a hurry to die. The man in white glanced at the dark night. A strange light flashed in his eyes, but it only lasted for an instant. "Oh?" The handsome youth in the sunlight slightly raised his eyebrows, then he smiled at the unhappy crowd and said, "My senior sister's words were also without malice. She only reminded everyone not to lose their lives in vain." The magical beasts inside were indeed very powerful. If you've thought it through, please. I hope everyone will be careful and make it safely through this area. With these words, there were already people who wanted to prove that they weren't afraid of death, so they hurriedly stepped into the iron gate and entered the unknown area. Just now, when she saw Chi Aoshuang enter, she had been secretly worried. Now that she heard the handsome youth's words, she immediately led her juniors to enter the iron gate. All the disciples stepped into the metal door and disappeared into the night. The white-clothed man looked at the vast night sky and remained silent. "Ditters, how many people do you think will pass this exam?" The handsome youth in the sunlight asked the man in white with a smile. "You should call me senior brother, Jonathan." Without waiting for the man called Dittos to speak, the cold beauty coldly opened her mouth and reprimanded him impolitely. She was clearly dissatisfied with the name of the man in white that the youth in the sunlight called her. Unexpectedly, the smiling youth suddenly said coldly with a disdainful expression, "Lenny, don't make a mistake. It is only a matter of face for me to call you senior. Follow the Academy's rules and do not reveal your true name until you pass the examination. You are only a bit older than me. I can casually call you senior sister, but you are really going so far as to put your face on the line." Lenny's expression changed and he was about to explode. "Come on, you, third place in 10,000 years. You want to fight me? Don't forget, the people who make the first provocation will be punished." At this moment, the sunny youth no longer had any sunlight to speak of. His words were extremely sarcastic. As for third bro of 10,000 years, he nearly caused Lani to go berserk. These three people all had extraordinary identities. After passing the star trial, one would be able to reach the top within the 8th level of the heavenly pagoda. They were students of the 8-star class. The white-robed man in the lead called him Ditters, but he never moved from the first position. The youth in the sunlight was called Jonathan. Although he was a bit younger, he had been following closely behind, keeping second place. Third bro of 10,000 years naturally referred to this cold beauty, Lenny. Jonathan had never liked Lenny, who was always high and mighty, as far as he was concerned, like an open peacock. Why? Because the peacock opens the screen, the ugly buttocks will be exposed. In Jonathan's eyes, this woman who was untouchable to anyone else was nothing more than a shallow-faced, stupid woman. The Star Academy wasn't divided into grades according to the order of enrollment, but into different grades according to the star trial. For example, even if the students who had just entered this year participated in the star trial, those who could pass the 8th level would have the strength of 8 stars. They would be in the same class as the students who had passed the 8th level of the star trial. Even if it was a long time ago, students who had not reached the 8-star level would still be courteous to them. This place was a world where the strong were revered. A cold glint flashed in Lani's eyes, and he was about to explode. All right, let's go and wait for them there. Do not make unnecessary disputes. Dittos lightly interrupted the conversation between the two. He reached out his hand and gently drew a line in front of his eyes. A white light gradually formed a door, and he stepped in first. When Dittos spoke, they both stopped arguing. A hint of uneasiness and gentleness flashed in Lenny's eyes as he looked at Dittos, afraid that his words and actions had left a bad impression on Dittos. Jonathan sneered and followed him. Lenny glared at Jonathan's back and followed. In the darkness of the night, Chi Aoshuang lifted her head and looked at the seemingly calm front. However, when a gentle breeze blew, Chi Aoshuang narrowed her eyes. The wind told her that there was danger ahead. There were too many ferocious magical beasts in front of them, ready to fight. As soon as these disciples entered the area, the magical beasts in the area sensed them. He was grinding his teeth as he waited for the food to arrive. In the eyes of the magical beasts, these people were all delicious delicacies. Chi Aoshuang raised her head and looked towards the sky. The sky was dark, without the moon or the sun. It was completely different from the place they were at just now. The sun and the moon of the Chaos World coexist. The world existed at the same time of day and night. There was a full moon in the sky when they had been waiting in the open space. Hiss hiss tilde tilde. A light breeze seemed to have life of its own as it swirled around Chi Aoshuang, letting out an almost inaudible sound. Chi Aoshuang let out a faint smile and said in a low voice, "All right, I understand." As for that light wind, it seemed to understand what Chi Aoshuang was saying, as it flowed happily around Chi Aoshuang. She gently blew on her hair. If anyone saw this, they would definitely be shocked. This was because this youth could actually understand the sound of the wind and was able to communicate with it. Had the elven Prince Oster been there, he would have been appalled as well. One had to know that he was an elf, and he had the talent to communicate with the wind. However, this youngster was able to reach such a level in just a short month. Chi Aoshuang put away her smile, and took off a leaf that was about the size of a palm. With a light wave of her hand, the leaf floated in the air. Chi Aoshuang flew up lightly with a concentrated gaze, and in an instant, her aura vanished. Or, rather, her breath dissolved in the air around her. The wind blew gently, and it was as if Chi Aoshuang was weightless. She stood on the leaves and slowly flew into the night sky, disappearing into the night. Tarina, who had been following them, did not see Chi Aoshuang's figure. A faint sense of worry arose in her heart. That youngster just barged in alone. He wouldn't be in any trouble, right? Senior sister, what's wrong? Jacqueline looked at the somewhat entranced Tanina and asked, puzzled, "Oh, nothing. Let's go. Don't let us leave on the way. And don't go too far. Be careful." After recovering from her daze, Tanina immediately ordered calmly. Yes. The disciples all nodded with serious expressions. They did not doubt her words. The group of people cautiously made their way towards this unknown region. The three of them had just arrived at another thick space. Jonathan tilted his head and teased, "Dittos, do you want to bet on who arrived here first? Open the door and we'll wait." Before Dylan could say anything, he lightly spat in disdain. "Why are you opening the door so early in the morning? In 2 days. Do you think those people can come in such a short time with their talent?" Lenny looked at Jonathan with a sneer, as if laughing at his innocence. However, just as Lenny finished speaking, the heavy metal door slowly opened. C259. The heavy iron door opened, making a creaking sound that was especially ear-piercing in the quiet night. Jonathan's mouth was wide open as he watched the heavy iron door slowly open in disbelief. Lenny's smile froze on his face, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Ditto's looked calm, but his eyes flashed with surprise. The metal door slowly opened, revealing a calm, handsome face. Fiery red hair fluttered in the wind. There were no ripples in those deep black eyes. Even when he saw the three people at the door, he didn't show any expression. His tall and straight body just stood there quietly. You. Jonathan wanted to ask how the red-haired boy could safely pass through the area, but found his tongue in a knot. He could not speak clearly. How could you be so fast? Still unharmed, Lenny spoke smoothly, but not in a questioning tone. When Jonathan had asked that question, Dittos had immediately thought of a person. It was indeed this youth. However, it was much faster than he had expected. However, Chi-Aoshuang did not say anything. She calmly walked past the three people and walked to the stairs behind them. She slowly sat down, closed her eyes and began to rest. Seeing how Chi-Aoshuang was behaving in such a manner, Lani's expression turned slightly cold as he said, I'm asking you, how did you pass through this area so quickly? Impossible. Did you cheat? These words were said with extreme rudeness. There was disbelief in Lenny's eyes, and a hint of jealousy. He was actually able to pass through this region so quickly. However, Chi-Aoshuang ignored him with a calm expression, continuing to sit there silently. When had Lenny ever received such contempt from others? He was furious and even wanted to take action. The first reason was to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. It was to test whether or not he was really cheating. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean that others can't. You're so sick of jealousy. A weird voice sounded. Needless to say, this was Jonathan, the Schadenfreude. He could speak such vicious words with ease. He didn't mind exposing any of Lenny's ugliness to Dittos. Lenny's face instantly swelled up to the point where it was almost the color of a pig's liver. His fists were clenched so hard that his knuckles turned white. This Jonathan had humiliated himself again and again. And in front of Dittos. Congratulations on passing the second round of examinations. I hope you can pass the third round. Thank you. Chi-Aoshuang did not open her eyes, only letting out a few words before continuing to meditate. The corner of Lenny's mouth twitched slightly, and he retracted the words he had just said, slowly releasing his fist. He only looked at Jonathan viciously, with unresolvable viciousness in his eyes. Jonathan looked at this scene with a faint smile. He was silent, thinking about something. He sat down on the side and waited for the other people who passed the examination to come out through the iron door. Lenny saw a faint smile on Ditto's face, and his eyes were filled with gentleness. He slowly moved closer and sat beside Ditto's. Jonathan looked at the scene with a hint of mockery in his eyes. With a smile on his face, he walked over to Chi-Aoshuang and sat down beside her. Hey, what's your name? My name is Jonathan. You actually crossed that area so quickly. That's right, there's something special about it. Jonathan laughed. Chi-Aoshuang did not open her eyes, only saying these few words. Chi-Aoshuang. Jonathan was stunned. Why was this name so feminine? However, it could be said that this kid looked even more beautiful than a woman. In particular, the aura exuding from him was like ice, but also like water. Oh, which sect are you from? Where are the other disciples of your sect? Jonathan continued to ask with a smile. The Tian Dao sect. After these three words, Chi-Aoshuang remained silent. Jonathan rolled his eyes, embarrassed. This kid had fiery red hair, but he was so cold. His words were as sharp as gold. Even more silent than Ditto's. Jonathan saw that he could ask no more. Instead, he sat beside Chi-Aoshuang with his eyes closed, resting his mind. For a moment, the surroundings were silent. Just like that, the night passed by. The sun and the moon swapped places, and the day came down on this side of the land. Chi-Aoshuang slowly opened her eyes, but she could feel that the noisy Jonathan was still sitting beside her. Below them, not far down the steps, Dittos and Lenny sat. Dittos, are you hungry? Do you want some of the stuff I brought? Lani's face, which had always been frosty, broke out in a smile. No need, I have my own. Still expressionless, Dylan took out some food from his space ring and began to eat. Lani was a little embarrassed, but he still picked up the food and started eating. An item like the interspatial ring was rather rare, even in this world. Each of them seemed to have one person. The Star Academy was truly unfathomable. Chi-Aoshuang watched all of this indifferently, not saying anything as she prepared to take out her own food from her space ring. A hand appeared in front of him, and he handed him a piece of bread. Chi-Aoshuang looked towards the direction of the hand and saw Jonathan's smiling handsome face. Eat this in the morning. And this. Jonathan magically found fruit juice and milk in front of him and Chi-Aoshuang. Chi Ao Shuang was stunned. She looked at Jonathan's eyes, but she could only see honesty in them. Thank you. Chi Ao Shuang did not stand on ceremony as she accepted the bread from Jonathan. Jonathan withdrew his hand. Wait. Jonathan didn't wait for Chi Ao Shuang to react before snatched the bread back. Then his hand froze and a wave of heat came from his palm. The bread actually emitted a burst of fragrance and a faint heat. Chi Ao Shuang raised her eyebrows and took the bread from Jonathan. Jonathan was using fire magic. Milk or fruit juice. Then Jonathan pointed to the table in front of him. May. Juice. Chi Ao Shuang almost blurted out the recipe out of habit, immediately changing the juice on her mouth. Chi Ao Shuang received the fruit juice from Johansson, but her eyes darkened. Rose tea. The man who used to make recipe for himself. Do you think that woman is funny? It was a joke to think that one of them was too much of a womanizer, that he had to spend all day with ditters and keep other women away from ditters. Very arrogant. Jonathan looked at Lenny, who was sitting below them, and said to Xiao Ao Shuang in a low voice, his tone full of mockery. At this time, Lenny was pouring a cup of water and handing it to Ditters, but Ditters didn't accept it. He took out the water bag himself. Lenny's hand holding the water paused awkwardly in the air, and only retracted after a while. Jonathan almost laughed out loud when he saw this. Seeing this, Chi Ao Shuang's face eased up a little. This Jonathan was such a rascal, he built his happiness on the pain of that woman. Now you know why I don't want to sit with them. Jonathan chewed on his bread and spoke in a low voice. Chi Ao Shuang nodded slightly, showing that she understood. The woman's character did not match her appearance at all. From the very beginning to the questions she'd asked about herself, she'd been conceited and narrow-minded. Jonathan was a man who could not bear solitude. No one came out of the metal door during the day, and Jonathan continued to whisper in Chi Ao Shuang's ear. All this nonsense. He explained everything regarding the Chaos World very clearly. Before this, Heavenbreaker had only told her some of the Star Academy's matters in a hurry, but this world didn't have the time to explain them in detail. Now, thanks to Jonathan's blessings, the Chaos World knew everything. In this world, there really weren't any races. There were demons, humans, demons, elves, etc. There is no such thing as a ruler. For cities stood tall, and one of them was the sky-shattering Heavenly Treasures City. Upon hearing this name, Xiao Ao Shuang immediately understood the meaning behind it. The other three cities were Nine Heavens City, Jade City, and Hurricane City. And in this world, there were 9 great sects and countless small sects. The Tian Dao sect was one of the 9 great sects. There were also areas that Jonathan did not know about. For example, the outer sea in the inner sea, which was said to be desolate. Because of the dangerous environment, no one bothered to investigate. Jonathan could not tell what was in the open sea. The Star Academy was a place where crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It was a place where the experts of this world cultivated even higher. Every 20 years, the city lords would send people from their own forces to join their own sects before coming to participate in the assessment in order to strengthen their own forces. On the surface, the sects and the cities had nothing to do with each other, but in fact, they were secretly involved. Those who could pass the star trial in the Heavenly Pagoda were not ordinary people. Even if it was just passing the first level of the trial, returning to one's own homeland was still respected and admired by others. After listening to all of this, Chi Ao Shuang was very clear in her heart, but she was also shocked by the power of the Heaven-Shattering sect. Back then, when he met Heavenbreaker, he was already stunned by his unfathomable strength. There was also the woman he had met at the core of the fire. She seemed to be rather afraid of Arbao after recognizing him. Heavenbreaker truly wasn't simple. Sigh, how boring. Jonathan yawned, hugged his hands behind his head, and mumbled to himself, I really don't know what the Grand Elder is thinking, but he wants us to be his guides. In the past, it had always been someone else's. I've never asked an 8-star student to come. When Xiao Ao Shuang heard this, she was slightly startled. This meant that in the past, there had never been anyone with such a high level of strength that could be used as a guide, but this year was an exception. Was there a problem with this? Jonathan, this is not something you and I should deal with. We'll do our part. The faint, cold voice of Ditters could be heard. I'm too lazy to tell you, even if the sky collapses, you're still a wooden statue with a dead face. Jonathan spat. Jonathan, mind your tone. When Lenny, that cold beauty, saw Jonathan talking like that, he frowned and was about to explode. What's your name? You're Ditto's girlfriend, a wife, or his mother? Jonathan's strange words made Chi Aoshuang's eyes flash with a trace of laughter. This sunny and handsome youth was actually so venomous. Once again, he succeeded in making that cold and elegant female so angry that her eyes, ears, and mouth were all covered in smoke. Indeed, Lenny's reaction was annoying. Ditto's was obviously a serious person, while Jonathan was a lively and carefree person. However, when Jonathan teased him, he didn't pay much attention to him. It was obvious that the two of them had a deep friendship. Lenny, on the other hand, wanted to understand, and scolded him with a superior attitude. You, Jonathan, don't think I'm afraid of you. Lenny's expression changed drastically. He stood up and glared at Jonathan. Ha ha, what a joke. You, third brother for 10,000 years, come tilde with your peacock look. Only those bumpkins would chase you around like a flower. In my eyes, you are nothing. Don't lecture people with your condescending tone. Do you even have the qualifications to teach me a lesson? Which trial didn't you eat dust behind me? Jonathan's venomous tongue was fully displayed at this moment. He ignored Lenny's beautiful face and turned into the color of a pig's liver. Instead, he scratched his head innocently and said in confusion, "Do you think you are qualified to teach me a lesson just because you are 2 years older than me?" His last sentence almost made Lenny vomit blood. Lenny's fists under his sleeves were clenched to the point that his knuckles were white. Her beautiful eyes were so wide open that they almost popped out. Looking at Lenny, who was so angry that he was about to spit out blood, Jonathan didn't stop. He still got angry and said, "Lenny, I'll definitely tell you out of good intentions." Lenny was stunned, not knowing what Jonathan was going to say. Then Jonathan's next sentence made her brain explode in anger. "Women, I remind you out of goodwill, are apt to grow old when they get angry. You're old enough to die if you go on," Jonathan casually said with a beaming smile. This time, no matter how much Lani tried to restrain himself, he couldn't bear it any longer. Chi Aoshuang raised her eyebrows and looked at Jonathan, who was smiling mischievously. Her eyes flashed with a strange light. "This guy, how interesting." Lani let out a delicate shout, and with a shake of her hand, a beautiful and luxurious magic staff appeared in her hand. Following which, Chi Aoshuang felt a chill run down her spine. Water. Lenny uses water magic. The huge water spear formed a whirlpool in the air, and it rushed towards Jonathan with a whistling sound. Naturally, this attack also included Chi Aoshuang, who was standing beside Jonathan. Clearly, Lenny had done it on purpose. Jonathan used fire magic. Water and fire were incompatible. Jonathan's face turned cold. His hands moved, but he did not stand up. "All right," the silent Dickens finally spoke slowly. The huge water spear stopped in midair, and then disappeared abruptly. Dottons didn't even turn around, easily neutralizing Lenny's attack. This person. Chi Aoshuang narrowed her eyes as she looked at the back of Denton's, deep in thought. Ditto slowly stood up and turned around, but his face was still as calm as before. C260. This is interesting. The silent Dickens finally spoke slowly. Just a few simple words were like a thunderclap that rang in the ears of everyone present, causing their eardrums to buzz. It was as if it could pierce through one's soul, making one feel extremely shocked. Lani, who wanted to attack again, immediately calmed down. Jonathan stopped smiling. "Don't let others see you as a joke. Your current identities are at least 8-star. The tension between the two of them completely disappeared with a single sentence. HMPH. Jonathan grunted and sat down. Lenny glared at Jonathan and sat beside Ditto's. With regards to Lenny's attack on Jonathan, which had almost affected Chi Aoshuang, Dittons did not mention anything about it. Chi Aoshuang's eyes flashed with a teasing look. This was because Ditto's deep eyes were looking at her. There seemed to be an unfathomable light in his eyes as he stared straight at her. However, Xiao Aoshuang did not retreat at all, and went up to him openly. However, the mockery in Chi Aoshuang's eyes became more and more obvious. Finally, he narrowed his eyes, looked away, and turned away. Chi Aoshuang also retracted her gaze, closing her eyes to rest her mind. The day passed just like that. At night, someone finally walked out from the iron gate. The person who came was a young woman with a tyrannical glint in her eyes. When she walked out, there was the scent of blood in the air, as well as an unconcealable sense of slaughter. As Chiao Shuang smelled the scent, she furrowed her brows and slowly opened her eyes. However, she was surprised to see a woman she had seen before. It was the woman that Xiao Shuang had met when he came to the primordial chaos to take the core of the fire, the woman who had attempted to snatch our bow away. The young woman was beautiful, and her fiery red clothes sparkled brilliantly. Her every movement was vicious, and her eyes were filled with irritation. The viciousness that was revealed between her eyebrows gave off a very uncomfortable feeling. There was no blood on her body, but the stench of blood was thick, and the aura on her body showed that she had come all the way here to kill. However, there wasn't a single drop of blood on his body. This kind of strength. She was much stronger than before. Chiao Shuang looked at this woman indifferently, then closed her eyes once again. Congratulations on passing the second round, please wait by the side. After 4 days, we will begin the third round of the examination. Ditto's voice was still neither cold nor indifferent, neither warm nor estranged. He was quite good at pinching her. Thank you very much. The woman in red expressed her gratitude, nodded to Dittons, and then sat to the side. Lani looked at the woman in red and frowned slightly. He did not say anything. However, his eyes flashed with a faint trace of enmity. Jonathan looked at Lenny's expression and thought it was funny. The self-righteous woman was again treating other women as imaginary rivals. After listening to what the lady in red said, Xiao Shuang felt that the tone was different from the time she met her. It seemed to contain more vicissitudes of life and enlightenment. He had seen her before as a willful and reckless girl, but now, she seemed to have matured. How could there be such a big change? What had she been through? Of course, Chiao Shuang did not know that the black feather had inflicted a fatal blow on this woman, cutting her into 2 halves. It was all thanks to her master that she was able to save her. Her state of mind had changed since then, and he even painstakingly cultivated with his current strength, participating in this examination. Jonathan continued to chat with Chiao Shuang for the rest of the day. To say that he and Chiao Shuang were chattering away was to say that he was the only one who was noisy. Many times, Chiao Shuang would just nod her head lightly or just say oh. Over the next few days, many disciples also walked out from the Iron Gate one after another. Fan Xingjian looked around and saw that there were many people who had passed the examination as well. On the morning of the 4th day, the disciples of the Tian Dao sect had already come out. Even though 2 of them had sustained light injuries, they had still passed through. This was inextricably linked to Tarina's decision and the unity of the crowd. Even though the Tian Dao sect was only a mediocre sect, it had quite a reputation in this world. It must have something to do with them. When she saw the calm Chiao Shuang sitting far away from her, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. TSK, that kid actually arrived earlier than us. Jack naturally saw Chiao Shuang who had arrived earlier. Seeing that Chiao Shuang was unharmed, he said in a sour tone, "It's good that you've all passed. You can't let your guard down in the next round." Tanina instructed solemnly. "Yes, senior apprentice sister." Everyone nodded in agreement. Even Jacqueline nodded his head solemnly. If the second stage wasn't arranged by senior sister, then not only would they be able to pass it, it would also be a question of whether they would be able to survive. The 5-day deadline had come to an end, and more than 80% of the people still arrived. Although some people were lightly injured, and some were seriously injured, they were still people who had come here. As long as he reached this point within the allotted time, he would pass. Time's up. Congratulations to everyone for passing the second round of exams. Next, immediately proceed to the third test. Ditto stood high up, his voice flat in everyone's ears. As soon as he said that, a commotion broke out below. What? The third round of the examination is about to begin. Didn't he see that many people had yet to recover? The second round was so dangerous. If they didn't have time to recover, they would immediately start the third round of the examination. Those who had arrived earlier were all right, but some had only just arrived and were still wounded, light or heavy. This decision made all the disciples below explode. Those who aren't willing to participate can leave immediately. The voice of Dittos was still indifferent, without the slightest hint of emotion. However, when these words entered the ears of the crowd, they felt a chill run down their spine from head to toe. These words were said with absolute sincerity, not a shred of emotion could be felt from his words. Then, hurry up for the third exam, someone shouted. If he were to be humiliated by this man in white, it would be too shameful. After a voice sounded out, more and more voices rang out. The third round of the examination is to follow these steps up. If you can reach the entrance of the academy in the end, you will pass the examination. Dittos faintly said such an outrageous test. What? As long as he followed this flight of steps up, he would be qualified to reach the academy's entrance. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. It probably wasn't that simple. There must be something dangerous between them. Don't worry, there won't be any more dangerous creatures attacking you in the second trial. Now, let's begin. Jonathan smiled affably. Lenny let out a cold snort of disdain and didn't say anything. Everyone was suspicious and looked at each other without saying anything. At that moment, a hasty shout came from within the heavy metal door. Wait, wait. Everyone looked back and saw a battered disciple frantically running towards them. Behind him, a group of people followed. The exam has ended. Seeing those people frantically running and stumbling, Dotton's face was as cold as ever. He only gently waved his hand and formed a large barrier behind the people who passed the exam, separating those who had already passed the exam from the iron gate. Those disciples who had arrived late finally rushed out of the iron gate and crashed into the barrier. Many people's eyes were filled with anticipation as they furiously rapped on the spirit formation while begging for forgiveness. Lord Escort, please make an exception for me. I was only 5 minutes late. Please make an exception. I was only 3 minutes late. The sound of pleading mixed with the sound of someone knocking on a barrier. The faces of those disciples who had arrived late were full of pleading and expectation. It's too late. Dittos coldly said nothing, not saying anything else. Then he turned away and walked straight ahead. The assessment has already begun, Jonathan reminded them with a smile. Everyone hesitated as they looked at each other. After a moment, someone suddenly let out a strange cry and flew up. There was a first, and of course there followed one after another. Chi Aoshuang's face was calm as she slowly walked forward. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow, how is that true? Just as Chi Aoshuang was about to take a step forward, Jonathan's voice sounded in her ears. Xiao Aoshuang turned to look at Jonathan in shock. She saw him give her a big look, shrug his shoulders, and slowly walked forward as if nothing had happened. Chi Aoshuang narrowed her eyes as if she was deep in thought. She turned around and followed the crowd. At the beginning, everyone was still cautious, but the journey was calm and without any obstructions. Some people were overjoyed, quickening their pace and dashing forward. Chi Aoshuang walked slowly, thinking about Jonathan's secret message to her. Why did Jonathan suddenly say such a stupid thing? It was impossible for her to say that there was no reason for her to do so. But what did it mean? Not far behind Chi Aoshuang, a pair of eyes flashed across her body. It was the look in her eyes. Tarina slowly followed behind with her group of disciples. Nor did she think it would be so simple. Looking at the unhurried pace of Chi Aoshuang, she was a little absent-minded. This youth had a faint sadness between his brows that caused one's heart to ache and one's heart to feel sorry for him. He didn't want anything to happen to him during the exam. He didn't want anything to happen at all. Tarlina quickened her pace, leading the crowd to chase after them. She wanted to keep the distance between them and Chi Aoshuang. However, at this moment, Tanina's pupils suddenly dilated. She saw an incredulous scene. The red-haired youth, Chi Aoshuang's figure, was actually slowly disappearing. Following that, she vanished into thin air. Startled, she quickly took a few steps forward and gave chase. Upon closer inspection, there really was no sign of that youth. Jacqueline. She turned to ask if anyone had seen the strange scene. However, when she turned around, she was completely stunned. There was no one behind him. At this moment, the juniors, like the red-haired youth, mysteriously disappeared. Then, the most familiar scene appeared in front of her. At this moment, Chi Aoshuang was stunned. She stood there blankly, watching the scene unfold in front of her, tears welling up in her eyes. You came. The soft voice was the same. Just like that, Camille's elegant face appeared in front of Chi Aoshuang. Behind him was a transparent crystal wall. The person inside the crystal wall had a calm face, so familiar that it made her heart palpitate. Black hair, and a pair of tightly shut eyes under long eyelashes. Who else could it be other than Chi Aoshuang's body? C261. After receiving the proof of identity, the freshmen were no longer led by ditters, nor were they led by the Star Academy's teachers. Instead, a group of people in grey robes appeared to lead them to their dorms. The differentiation of the dormitories was also very obvious. There were a total of 10 buildings, and each building was divided into 2 parts. One part was occupied by male students, while the other part was occupied by female students. Different doors led in. The first building was occupied by new students and students who hadn't even passed the first level of the STAR trial. Naturally, the people living here had the lowest status. The second building was the residences of students who had passed the first STAR trial. Therefore, no one had lived in the last building with the most elegant environment. That building was also the goal of many students. It was a symbol of strength and status. I truly did not expect you to arrive so quickly. Camille smiles gently and slowly steps forward to stand in front of Chi Aoshuang. Looking at the seemingly lifeless person in the crystal wall, Chi Aoshuang opened her lips slightly and trembled, but not a single sound came out. Don't worry, he didn't die, and neither did Leng Lingyuan. They're waiting for you. Camille smiled and said softly, Ka, Mir. Chi Aoshuang retracted her gaze, looking at the familiar smile on the face of the person in front of her, and called out his name in a low voice. Yes, I knew you'd come. Camille squints and smiles. Then I will keep my promise and save them. Chi Aoshuang looked at Camille, and did not say another word. Her eyes were misty, and there was something flickering in them. Ha ha, little Aoshuang. Camille reached out habitually and was about to gently rub Chi Aoshuang's head. Pa! With a crisp sound, Chi Aoshuang lowered her head, reached out her hand and slapped Camille's hand away. Little Aoshuang, you still want to cause trouble with me? Did you blame me for not helping Feng Yixuan back then? Camille massaged the back of his hand, which was aching, and spoke with a pampered tone. However, Xiao Aoshuang lowered her head and turned a deaf ear to him. Then, she slowly walked past Camille. Little Aoshuang, all right, stop being so noisy. I'll change you guys over right now. I'll get that brat Leng Lingyuan as well. Let's find a place to live together in the future. Camille turned around and reached out his hand to hold onto Chi Aoshuang. But the moment his hand touched Chi Aoshuang's arm, it became transparent, then slowly disappeared. Chi Aoshuang didn't even turn around, and resolutely walked forward, passing through the huge crystal wall behind Camille, passing through the bodies of the people inside. The instant Chi Aoshuang passed through, Camille's body turned into dust and dissipated. His face maintained that gentle and graceful smile, and the huge crystal wall and the people inside also disappeared. Chi Aoshuang slowly raised her head again, her eyes clear and filled with determination. The scene before her eyes had changed. It was a seemingly endless stone staircase. This stone staircase led to the Star Academy. Yesterday, today, tomorrow, was it really true? Jonathan's words echoed in Chi Aoshuang's ears. Jonathan, in fact, yesterday, today, tomorrow, are all true. What has happened? What is happening? What will happen in the future? Which is false? There was no lie, it was all real. The illusion just now was also real, but that was the future. This was the scene that Xiao Aoshuang wanted to see the most in her heart. So, what I saw just now was the third round of the examination. To test a person's mental fortitude. By the time Chi Aoshuang reached the entrance, the 3 of them were already waiting. As for Chi Aoshuang, she was not the first to pass the examination, and the first to arrive was the lady dressed in red who was covered in killing intent. At this moment, she had already withdrawn her killing intent and was silently waiting by the side. Oh, you're here. Jonathan greeted her. Chi Aoshuang nodded her head gently in acknowledgement, before leaving him with a long sigh. Xiao Aoshuang cast a glance at the Star Academy. When he said the school gate, there was actually no door at all. Because of the stairs, there was a huge lake. In the middle of the lake, 2 huge granite slabs were slowly moving with each other. An interaction between the lake and the other side. It was like a moving water elevator. The strange thing was, there was nothing under the huge rock. It was just floating in the air, moving back and forth on the surface of the water. Soon, the disciples who had passed the assessment began to arrive one after another. Some looked relaxed, some were sweating profusely and in a sorry state. It was obvious that some people had tried very hard to recover from the ideal illusion. Although some of the other disciples of the heavenly Tao sect were in a very sorry state, they had all passed as well. It was a miracle. Even so, only half of the participants had just arrived for the third round of the trial. Only half of them passed. What would happen to those disciples who failed the examination were clearly not within their scope of concern. Those who have passed, please come here to register and claim your identity token. Jonathan led the group to the lake with a smile and stood on the stone slab. His eyes swept across to Chi Aoshuang. Chi Aoshuang followed, and the others also followed. The huge stone slab was somewhat empty after they all stood on it. After pausing for a while, everyone slowly moved to the opposite side. Chi Aoshuang was surprised in her heart. This stone tablet was floating in the air, without anything supporting it. She could not feel any magic power. How did the Star Academy do that? Looking at the dark green lake that rippled from both sides of the stone slab, and the occasional fish jump out of the water, everyone gradually recovered from the heavy mood. Some people started chattering away. Chi Aoshuang looked at the dark green lake and remained silent. An indistinct gaze was always cast towards her. Chi Aoshuang knew who it was, a disciple of the heavenly Tao sect. The senior sister who seemed to be the leader was called Tanina, but she didn't want to go into it. Now that her identity was that of a man, she wasn't willing to have too many conflicts with other girls, allowing others to misunderstand her. Beyond this dark green lake, what entered his eyes was a huge plaza. In front of the plaza, there was a huge and majestic building that looked like a palace. After receiving the proof of identity, the freshmen were no longer led by ditters, nor were they led by the Star Academy's teachers. Instead, a group of people in grey robes appeared to lead them to their dorms. The differentiation of the dormitories was also very obvious. There were a total of 10 buildings, and each building was divided into 2 parts. One part was occupied by male students, while the other part was occupied by female students. Different doors led in. The first building was occupied by new students and students who hadn't even passed the first level of the Star Trial. Naturally, the people living here had the lowest status. The second building was the residences of students who had passed the first Star Trial. Therefore, no one had lived in the last building with the most elegant environment. That building was also the goal of many students. It was a symbol of strength and status. The two of them shared a room, and the one who shared the room with Chi Aoshuang was a quiet, thin, and quiet young man. The two of them greeted each other indifferently. After knowing each other's names, they no longer interacted with each other. This kind of person was the same as Aoshuang. If a person with the same personality as Jonathan was given to her, it would give her a headache. Everyone had a comfortable bed, a desk, a bookcase, and a wardrobe. The wardrobe contained clothes from all seasons of the year. There were 2 sets of clothes for each season. There was no need for Chi Aoshuang to worry about passing the examination. Artis had already arranged everything, and before he left, he threw a few huge crystal cards to Chi Aoshuang like an upstart. The amount of money inside could be easily guessed from his tone. "Spend," said Artis, fiercely. "I'll settle the score with you if you spend the money badly." "I don't have much," he said with a pained expression. "I hate money." He looked just like a dandy. Actually, there was no need to worry about living and eating in Star Academy, because everything was already included in the expensive tuition fees. However, Heavenbreaker insisted that Chi Aoshuang accept these crystal cards, saying that it was to prevent them from being useful in the future. Chi Aoshuang remembered the help she had received from Heavenbreaker. According to the attribute test, Chi Aoshuang was placed in the Wind Division, and the thin youth in the room was also in the same class. On the wall of the dorm room, there was a huge map. On it, everything about Star Academy was clearly indicated. Some places were green, some places were red, and there were big forks on them. The green area was accessible, and the red area meant that one couldn't enter or leave freely. They were all quite special places. Being familiar with the campus was also a matter for the freshmen themselves. Whether or not they would go to class was also a matter for the students themselves. However, every year, there would be an exam competition held among students of the same level of strength, and the last 10 students would be demoted. For example, the last 10 places in the 8-star student exam would be reduced to 7 stars, and so on. As for the lowest level students who didn't even have the strength of a 1-star, the top 10 in the examination were eliminated by the school. This system made Chiao Shuang sigh in admiration. Without pressure, there was no motivation. The Star Academy did very well in this area. Students whose name has been removed will be eligible to enter the academy for the examination and continue the challenge. It became a loop that helped people progress. After resting for a while, the thin youngster turned around and went to the bathroom to change into a white school uniform before silently walking out. Chiao Shuang's stomach let out an indecent cry, and she remembered that it was time to eat. Her roommate must have gone to dinner. Xiao Shuang looked at the map on the wall, changed her clothes and pinned her identity token to her chest. She then walked out the door and headed towards the cafeteria. The school had only one cafeteria, but on the west side of the college, there was a bustling street. There were many shops there, as well as the most luxurious restaurant. It was already dinner time, and there were many people entering and exiting the cafeteria. However, the huge cafeteria was not crowded at all. It was orderly. Xiao Shuang picked up a standard meal from the restaurant window and sat down in an empty corner. In front of his eyes, there was a plate of thick soup along with the 2 dishes. Looking at the taste, Chiao Shuang picked up the knife and fork, slowly enjoying the taste. At this moment, at the entrance of the cafeteria, Tanina walked in with a young lady. With just one glance, Tanina saw Chiao Shuang in the corner of the cafeteria. The youngster with long red hair was extremely eye-catching. However, his face was calm as he sat there quietly and ate his lunch. "Tarina, what's wrong?" The young girl beside her couldn't help but ask curiously when she saw Tanina suddenly stop in her tracks, lost in her thoughts. "Oh, nothing. Come on, let's eat." "Yuna." Tarina turned her head and smiled towards the young lady next to her. This young lady was someone she had met just now. They were in the same bedroom, and their personalities were open and generous. In just a short while, they had become friends. "Yes, I heard that the food in Star Academy is also very tasty. Let's go try it," Yuna asked excitedly like a child. With a smile and a nod, she and Yuna went to the window to get the plates. Just as he finished carrying the tray, he saw a few people walking towards the direction of Chiao Shuang. His expression seemed unfriendly. At this moment, a wave of whispers reached the ears of Tanina and Yuna. TSK, that red-haired kid is a freshman, right? Isn't that bullshit? Didn't you see that Brat only had ID tags on his chest? No wonder, he's so unlucky. Leeds, that son of a bitch, likes bullying the freshmen. Lower your voice. You're a 5-star now, and Leeds is a 6-star. It's none of our business. Speak less. That brat is really unlucky. That piercing hair must be causing trouble. And that pretty face. The expression on Tanina's face changed drastically. A 6-star student actually wanted to cause trouble for that person. He had only just entered the academy. Tarina bit her lip. As a disciple of the Tian Dao sect, she definitely couldn't stand idly by the side. But the situation was clear. Given how they had just entered the academy, it was impossible for them to be a match for a 6-star student. What should he do? TSK, Tanina, let's go. Stop looking and be careful of the fire on your upper body. Yuna naturally did not know about the relationship between the red-haired youth and Tanja, and she spoke up to stop him. As far as she was concerned, that youth was really going to suffer. It was a 6-star master teacher, and his strength was already displayed there. No, he is my junior brother, a disciple of our Tian Dao sect. I cannot stand idly by the side and watch. She gritted her teeth, but firmly said these words. Ha! Yuna was slightly stunned. The red-haired youth was actually Tanina's junior apprentice brother. Then what should he do? At this moment, Xiao Shuang naturally noticed the few people walking towards her. His white clothes and his chest were all adorned with 6 little golden stars. Oh, have all of them passed the 6th level of the Heavenly Star Tower? Judging from their expressions, they seemed to have come with ill intentions. Kid, you're in our seat, get out of my way. The 6-star student in the lead placed the plate in front of Chiao Shuang as he coldly shouted with disdain. Leeds was the leader, of course, and his sudden release sent the soup splattering everywhere. The table was full of soup, which naturally flew towards Chiao Shuang's snow-white clothes and his handsome face. He thought that the soup would splash onto Chiao Shuang, but who knew that it would splash onto the table as if it had grown eyes. Your position, does it have your name on it? Chiao Shuang smiled. She picked up her own spoon, leisurely scooped up a spoonful of soup and elegantly took a sip. This smile, this sip, was filled with grace, peerless and magnificent in this generation. Leeds was stunned, and the people behind him were stunned. Why did this youth look even more beautiful than a woman at that moment? Illusions, illusions, stupid adorness. Leeds came back to himself, his eyes flashing with exasperation. She was so angry that she was actually distracted by a man's smile just now. I say, so be it. Scram. Otherwise, HMPH, Leeds snapped, then gave a final sneer that meant something, but he didn't say the rest of it. However, the ruthlessness in his eyes had explained everything. C262. I say, so be it. Scram. Otherwise, HMPH, Leeds snapped, then gave a final sneer that meant something, but he didn't say the rest of it. However, the ruthlessness in his eyes had explained everything. What else? Xiao Orshuan put down her spoon and asked indifferently, otherwise I'll let you lick 4 teeth on the floor. The youngsters behind him also laughed coldly. This was the first time he had seen such an arrogant freshman. Even if he asked for mercy now, it was already too late. He had to beat up this fellow to the point that he had to lick 4 teeth on the floor. Out of the corner of Xiao Aoshuan's eyes, she glanced at her surroundings. The people around her didn't seem to be used to it, only some people used the corner of their eyes to look at her. Some were gloating, some were sympathetic, some were hating, some were cold. However, no one came forward to stop them. Whether it was the number of stars on one's chest being higher than the person provoking them, or the number of stars below the 6-star level, everything was as stable as Mount Tai. So it was like this. A trace of coldness appeared in Chi Aoshuang's eyes. This place was also a place where the strong were bigger and clearer. Before Chi Aoshuang could say anything, a voice called out to her. You are all our seniors. How can you treat a freshman like this? At this moment, a gentle yet angry female voice was heard. With an angry expression, Tanina walked over and stood beside Chi Aoshuang. Hey, this year's freshman. This girl still has a temper? Leeds laughed, but he didn't look at her. There were simply too many beautiful girls with personalities in this academy. They had long been immune to it. He wouldn't stop just because the other party was a beautiful woman. Ha ha, kid, you really have luck with women. There's a woman standing in front of you, shielding you from the wind. TSK, not bad, hiding behind a woman for protection. What a gigolo, this is the other party's specialty. Humiliating words kept coming out of Leeds' mouth. Malevolent language came out again and again. Chi Aoshuang's handsome face and indifferent attitude made them grind their teeth in anger. Tanina's eyes were on the verge of erupting. She looked at the crowd in front of her with hatred, then she looked at Xiao Aoshuang with nervousness in her eyes. He was afraid that he would inflict psychological damage on the young man, and he was even more afraid that the young man would not be able to resist the urge to provoke him. If he were to make a move, it would be disastrous. He wouldn't be a match at all. But what man could bear such an insult? At this point of time, Yuna stood to one side, neither speaking nor not speaking. The situation in front of him was already like this. If she were to speak, it would only have an even greater opposite effect. What should he do? Yunia was beginning to grow anxious. Looking for a teacher? Impossible. In this place, as long as the school rules weren't broken, the teacher wouldn't interfere. Pretty boy, what's wrong? Dummy? Ha ha, he can only get a woman to speak up for him. More laughter escaped from the mouths of Leeds and the others, and they grew even happier when they saw the expression on Tanja's face grow uglier and uglier. However, when they looked at Chi Aoshuang, their smiles froze. Originally, in their imaginations, the red-haired kid should have been so angry that his face flushed red, wishing for death. In that case, their goal was already halfway there. When that red-haired kid could no longer endure the stimulation and gave him another ruthless lesson, they would truly be enjoying themselves. It wasn't like they were the first to make a move. Even if they did cause a ruckus, they wouldn't be afraid. They were very familiar with these matters. However, the red-haired youth remained calm, elegant as he cut the bread on his plate. Suddenly, He turned his head to look at the nearby Tanina and said softly, "Senior apprentice sister, let's go have a meal. This place is a bit dirty, I'm afraid that you don't have any appetite." With these words, Tanina was stunned as she stared straight at Chi Aoshuang. She wanted to find sadness and anger in Chi Aoshuang's eyes, but all she saw was calmness and indifference. Those people's words had no effect on him. He was fine. And, he knew his name. He actually remembered his name. Though this was not the time to ponder on this, she immediately thought of this. What's wrong with me? Tarina suddenly realized how frantic she had been. When she saw the look in Chi Aoshuang's eyes, her mind was completely blank. She quickly agreed, and was about to turn around and sit at the table with Yuna. Leeds, on the other hand, stepped in front of them and said with a sneer, "Ladies, why don't you sit with us over there?" Without waiting for a reply, Leeds looked at Chi Aoshuang in a provocative manner. Chi Aoshuang's gaze turned cold. She slowly raised her head and looked at the proud-looking Leeds. Leeds met Chi Aoshuang's gaze, full of provocation. Gradually, looking at the deep and cold eyes of Chi Aoshuang, Leeds felt a sense of trepidation in his heart. What kind of eyes were those? It was as deep and invisible as a cold pond, as ethereal as a cold night sky, and as terrifying as a 10,000-year-old glacier. Lizzie felt cold on her hands and feet, and then cold on her skin. This feeling was as if he was being watched by a poisonous snake, causing him to tremble with fear. That's not right. It was a suffocating feeling as if he was being stared at by the god of death and had nowhere to escape. How could this be? At this moment, the smile on Leeds' face froze, and cold sweat covered his back. Who was this youth? Were they really only freshmen this year? Why was there such a terrifying aura? Leeds' companions also noticed his abnormal behavior. Someone shouted with a frown, "Kid, what did you do?" Chi Aoshuang retracted her gaze and looked at the others. She smiled faintly, but didn't say anything. She only turned to the stunned Tanina and Unia and said softly, "Senior sister, let's go eat." She nodded, and they sat at a table to one side. This time, Liz didn't dare stop him. "Kid, I'm asking you a question." When the person who had asked the question saw that Chi Aoshuang was only a freshman and had ignored his words, he couldn't help but become angry from embarrassment and abruptly slapped his hand onto the table. This huge sound attracted the attention of many people who looked in their direction. His instincts told him that this red-haired boy was eccentric, and that he was far from being as simple as he appeared on the surface. But now that the situation was like this, could it be that he wanted them to back down? If he did, he would lose a lot of face. By this time, Chi Aoshuang had finished eating, and she still ignored the hooting youth in front of her. Instead, she took the white napkin and elegantly wiped her mouth. This action was undoubtedly a slap to the young man who was shouting. The young man was so angry that he didn't even think about anything else before throwing a punch at Xiao Aoshuang's face. Tarina and Yuna exclaimed, their hearts rising to their throats. The other party possessed the strength of a 6-star, while Chi Aoshuang was just a new student who had just enrolled into the academy. How could he dodge this strike? However, the next moment, everyone was stunned. The youth swung his fist without any warning and was sent flying backwards. His body smashed onto the table behind him, smashing it several times before coming to a stop. He looked so miserable that he couldn't stand up for a while. Many people did not even see how Chi Aoshuang did it, and how she did it. When they came back to their senses, they saw the hooting youth fly out. The cafeteria immediately turned silent. They were all stunned by the unbelievable scene in front of them. Leeds and the others were always looking for trouble with the new life. Although it was repulsive, but nothing major had happened. The stronger ones couldn't be bothered with it, and the weaker ones didn't dare to bother with it. However, the scene today left everyone stunned. That red-haired handsome youth. He was only a mere freshman, but he was able to send a 6-star student flying. What was going on? Chi Aoshuang slowly stood up, looking at the stunned Leeds, and slowly said a word. Leeds was alarmed and tense. He looked at Chi Aoshuang and said in a threatening tone, what do you want to do? He didn't even notice the trembling in his voice. I'm done eating, please make way. However, Chi Aoshuang said those words lightly. Leeds froze, his mouth wide open, but he couldn't say a word. Please move aside, Chi Aoshuang said in her usual calm tone, her eyes turning cold. Liz slowly turned her stiff body away. Stop, you want to leave as if nothing happened after you beat someone up? Someone went to support the youth who was sent flying by Chi Aoshuan as they shouted angrily at Chi Aoshuan. In his heart, he felt extremely humiliated. This was the first time they had been beaten to such a state by a student who was weaker than them. Ha ha. Chi Aoshuan looked at the person who shouted, and her face revealed a heavenly smile. These people were truly disgraceful. They were the first to be provoked, and they were the first to act. Now you want to leave after beating someone up? For some reason, Chi Aoshuan's stunning smile was so cold in the eyes of Leeds and the others. It was so mesmerizing. The others were stunned when they saw this. Was this youth really a man? Was it a woman? However, the Adam's apple in his throat clearly did not contain such a possibility. How could there be such a peerless man? Ha ha, today my horizons have really been broadened. Suddenly, a voice filled with ridicule drifted into everyone's ears. However, the tone was filled with disdain. But when the Leeds team heard this voice, their bodies froze. This voice was too familiar to them. This tone was too familiar to them. The venomous tongue King Jonathan, strong, smiling face, venomous tongue, sunny, handsome, easygoing. His evaluation could be said to be the most complicated. He was a respectable man, and no one wanted to provoke him, because he wouldn't by anyone's account. Even if it was dittos, there was no room for discussion if he was provoked. Lenny, one of the school beauties of the campus, was so angry that his face turned pale. This type of character suddenly appeared here and then suddenly said these words. What do you want to do? A bad feeling arose in the hearts of Leeds and the others. This character switched really quickly. It is interesting to see someone being bullied and becoming a bullied person. Jonathan's voice came closer and closer. He slowly walked over, and everyone automatically made a path for him to come out. Jonathan's face was full of smiles as he walked in front of Chi Aoshuan. He looked at the group of people and sighed. Then, his expression suddenly changed. He curiously walked around Leeds and the others, and said something that almost made them spit out blood. Leeds, what's going on? How about playing the bullied side today on the spur of the moment? How do you feel? Do you have any different insights? Jonathan's attitude was abnormally serious when he said this. There was no hint of irony in his words at all. It was this serious expression that made Liz and the others want to vomit blood. Play? He really could play it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he did not care about his own face and cooperated with his opponent, sending him flying. Is that how you play it? Was there anyone who was so despicable? Is there anyone who deserves such a beating? Unfortunately, these words were only spoken in his heart, and he didn't dare to shout out loud. Jonathan. Leeds looked at the serious face in front of him, but he didn't dare say anything, because this guy was extremely dangerous. Heh, Chi Aoshuan, what a coincidence, you're here too. Jonathan saw the look of sudden enlightenment on Chi Aoshuan's face. His acting talent was really quite good. He clearly saw that the main character of this farce was Chi Aoshuan, but now he looked as if he had just seen the main character. Chi Aoshuan nodded in reply. Come on, I'll show you around the campus. Jonathan grinned warmly. No need, I'll go by myself. No need, Chi Aoshuan replied as she walked past Jonathan and headed for the door. Yeah, don't be so cold. I'll take you there. Jonathan hurried after her like a shadow. At this moment, everyone in the cafeteria was completely silent. Was that Jonathan? Was that Jonathan, who was ranked second in the academy? To think that he would treat a freshman in such a manner, so he rushed over without even paying attention to him. Everyone had a question in their hearts. Who was the red-haired youth? Leeds and the others watched Chi Aoshuan leave, but no one dared to stop her. Chi Aoshuan did not even turn her head as she walked forward. Jonathan shouted from behind her, Chi Aoshuan, wait. One left, the other pursued. Along the way, it naturally attracted the attention of many people. Many people were looking at this strange combination in good spirits. The red-haired pretty boy sprinted in the front, followed by the academy's influential figure, Jonathan, desperately begging for his life in pursuit. Finally, Chi Aoshuan stopped and looked at Jonathan angrily. What do you want? C263. Finally, Chi Aoshuan stopped and looked at Jonathan angrily. What do you want? Jonathan ran up to her with a smile on his face and said, nothing. As a senior, I will bring my cute juniors to visit the school. Looking at Jonathan's smiling face, Chi Aoshuang was a little angry. This person's skin was truly thick. It was unknown what he was thinking. Jonathan pointed to the surrounding buildings and introduced them. In his heart, he had long since become interested in this red-haired youth. From his outstanding performance in the first round of the examination to the fact that he had sent a 6-star student flying just now, Jonathan was curious and puzzled. This red-haired youth clearly didn't have a deep cultivation, so why did he always have such shocking moves? What secrets did he have? Jonathan smiled. Chi Aoshuang, that is the library of our school. They were divided into 10 levels, which was of course based on their status and power. I can go to the 9th floor. One day, I will be able to ascend to the highest floor. Jonathan shook his head proudly, then turned to look at Chi Aoshuang. There was no one behind him. The only thing that could be seen was the wind blowing the leaves around in the air. Where is he? Jonathan was shocked. The red-haired youth had actually disappeared from his back just like that. He had not noticed it at all. After a while, Jonathan left slowly. However, he couldn't let it go. Beside the lake, a gentle breeze blew. Under the sunlight, the shadows of the trees were mottled. Chi Aoshuang sat quietly on a bench by the lake, closing her eyes to sort out her thoughts. The star trial was still a few months away. With his current strength, how far would he be able to go? Broken space. What does it look like? What happened to Feng Yixuan and Leng Lingyuan? Chi Aoshuang slowly stretched out her hand to touch the 2 earrings on her right ear, but her heart was heavy. Just as Xiao Aoshuang was deep in thought, she was interrupted by a voice. Xiao Aoshuang slightly frowned. This place was so quiet, and there were people here, and it seemed like there was more than one person. You bitch, you're always trying to confuse people with your face. Today, I will tear your face apart. That's right, why are you pretending? You little bitch, what else can you do other than pretend to be innocent? Today, I'll let you know, acting cocky will be. At first glance, it seemed that a few women had surrounded a petite girl and were cursing at her. The woman in the middle didn't make a sound and just stood there with her hands on her hips. Xiao Aoshuang did not want to get involved in troublesome matters, and even more so, did not want to be a hero trying to save a beauty. The best thing to do at the moment was to slap your ass and run away. Xiao Aoshuang stood up and was about to leave, but she suddenly stepped on a small branch, causing cracking sounds to ring out. The people on the other side noticed and shouted coldly, "Who is it? Who is it?" Chi Aoshuang did not reply, only showing them her back as she continued walking forward. Taking advantage of this moment, the woman who was surrounded ran out. However, he ran straight towards Chi Aoshuang. "Stop, little bitch! Stop right there!" Chi Aoshuang turned around and saw a group of women chasing after them. This group of women wore 3 small golden stars on their chests. "Big brother, save me!" The young girl who rushed in front of Chi Aoshuang looked to be around 14 or 15 years old. Her petite body trembled slightly, but her curves were beautiful. She had big eyes under long eyelashes, a round face, small lips, and skin that could be broken by the wind. She was a cute little beauty. At this moment, his face was filled with panic. He hurriedly hid behind Chi Aoshuang and reached out his hand to grab onto the hem of Chi Aoshuang's clothes. He refused to let go no matter what. She wore 2 small stars on her chest. Oh, it seemed like a show where the strong bullied the weak. However, was that really the case? This student, don't be fooled by her appearance. She is always showing off her pitiful appearance. Little slut, you're using this move again. There's nothing for you to do here. You can leave now and leave that little slut behind. There were a few ladies who came chasing after him, some who tried to persuade him in a friendly manner, and some who spoke ill of him. But there was anger in their eyes. They seemed to have suffered losses from this young girl before. "No, big brother, don't give me to them. They are not good people." The girl behind Chi Aoshuang trembled even more as she begged in a low voice. A trace of mockery flashed in her eyes as she stuck her head out from behind Chi Aoshuang and winked at the group of girls. "Bitch!" The leader of the women was so angry that she trembled. Damn Perina, she'd pretend to be innocent and take advantage of a man's mentality. They were the victims, but the men always protected her. Because she always acted cute and pitiful. Last time, his boyfriend almost broke up because of this little bitch arguing with him. He had to teach her a lesson. The other women also looked furious. However, they didn't make a move when they saw the red-haired man in front of them. There were no marks on his clothes. He was a freshman, but if this matter were to spread, it would cause a huge disturbance. Chi Aoshuan remained silent, not saying anything. The girl behind him pulled on Chi Aoshuan's sleeves and said with a trembling voice, "Big brother, save me, take me away. They want to tear my face apart." Perina's voice trembled as she said these words. Her tone seemed very afraid, but behind Xiao Aoshuan's back, she was making faces at those girls. It seemed to announce another victory. "Men, all that shit. Be merciful to the fairer sex, ha ha, then let them be merciful to the fairer sex." In the next moment, Chi Aoshuan moved. Chi Aoshuan and the other ladies looked at Chi Aoshuan warily. However, Chi Aoshuan did something that surprised everyone. She coldly turned around and stretched out her hand, grabbing onto Perina's collar before throwing her out and pushing her in front of the group of girls. "Big brother." Tears welled up in Perina's eyes as she stared at Chi Aoshuan in disbelief. There was an indescribable charm in his eyes when he looked at Chi Aoshuan. However, Chi Aoshuan's expression was cold, and she did not even look at her. The group of women chasing after him were all stunned. This was the first time he had seen her ruthlessly thrown out by a man. The men looked at Perina's lovely face, her pitiful expression. Which one of them didn't want to protect her first? But this red-haired youth was so cold. Chi Aoshuan couldn't be bothered with him, and was about to leave in silence. "Big brother, you can't leave. Don't ignore me. Help me. I'm scared. Who are you? I'm so afraid of them tilde they want to scratch my face." Perina looked pitifully at Chi Aoshuan, her sparkling tears sparkling in her big eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled, and her face was pale and transparent. Her petite body trembled slightly. It looked so pitiful, so heart-wrenching. She took 2 steps forward and tightly held onto the hem of Chi Aoshuan's clothes. "You slut!" The leader of the women was about to shout coldly, but she didn't finish her words. However, Xiao Aoshuan turned around, reached out her hand and mercilessly slapped away Perina's little hand, and said in a low voice, "Disgusting." His tone was filled with disgust and disdain. After speaking, Chi Aoshuan didn't turn back as she dashed forward. Perina stood there foolishly, watching Chi Aoshuan's determined figure. Her heart was raging. The words and the look in Chi Aoshuan's eyes before she left seemed to be engraved in her heart. For the first time, a man looked at her with disgust and disdain. It was the first time that a man didn't show any mercy to her. Furthermore, he was using his deception eye. "Ha ha, little slut, let's see what you'll do today. Ha ha, bitch, I didn't expect you to be humiliated one day. Do you see that person's eyes? You're a piece of trash." The group of women standing behind Perina were laughing so hard that they leaned back and forth while constantly speaking malicious words to humiliate Perina. How could they not be happy when they saw for the first time that a man was not tempted by Perina? HMPH. Perina turned and looked at the laughing group. After a cold snort, he looked at the crowd silently. The group of women were all stunned. At this moment, Perina was no longer as pitiful as she was before. She was no longer as panicked as she was when they first surrounded her. At this moment, her face was ice cold, and her eyes were terrifyingly cold. Just being stared at by her made him feel a sense of pressure. B*TCH. B*TCH. We will make you pay the price today. The leader of the women was a bit flustered but immediately shook her head to drive away this annoying feeling. After all, the other party was only a 2-star student. They were all 3-star students. "What are you afraid of? HMPH. I don't want to play with you anymore. Boring." Perina coldly spat out a sentence. The next moment, she moved. The group of women were stunned. They could only see the after-image of Perina, who had already disappeared. Puff, 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 puff. Xiao Aoshuan turned around and saw a bunch of water birds flying away from the grove by the lake. Was that girl finally showing her true face? 2-star strength. HMPH. Chi Aoshuan gave a faint sneer. With his hidden cultivation and charming eyes, would he be harmed by those girls? That girl, although she seemed very cute, very pure and very aggrieved, she was absolutely not what she seemed to be. That young girl probably wasn't simple. Moreover, that young girl should have the identity of a demi-human. This academy was really special. Chi Aoshuang shook her head lightly, then turned around and returned to her room. As soon as Xiao Aoshuang left, Perina crawled out. Looking at the departing back of Xiao Aoshuang, he narrowed his eyes. This red-haired guy was rather interesting. HMPH, but I don't believe I can't take you. Just you wait, you must kneel under this lady's dress. Make you delirious. C264. At this time, of course, Chi Aoshuang didn't know about Perina's vow. She was slowly pacing back to her room. In the bedroom, the thin boy, Wins, had not yet returned. Chi Aoshuang laid on the bed on her back, feeling a little tired. His thoughts were in a mess as he thought of some things before finally falling into a deep slumber. At night, Chi Aoshuang was woken up by a soft sound. When he stood up, he saw Wins sitting at the table, his face swollen and nose swollen, applying medicine for him. Seeing that Chi Aoshuang had woken up, Wins seemed a little embarrassed. "I'm sorry to wake you up," she said softly. "I'm already very careful." There was genuine apology in Wins's voice. This is?" Xiao Aoshuang asked in a testing manner. After all, not everyone could face being beaten up like this calmly. If the other party was unwilling to speak of it, Chi Aoshuang would stop pursuing the matter. "No, nothing. Go to bed early. We still have to go to class tomorrow." Sure enough, Wins only managed a smile and replied perfunctorily. He didn't say what exactly happened to his injuries. Seeing this, Xiao Aoshuang did not ask any further. If Wins had wanted to say it, he would have said it earlier. However, he did not want Chi Aoshuang to know. Chi Aoshuang nodded gently and said, "Yen, you should rest early." Wins said yes, and continued to apply the medicine, and then there was silence. After washing up, Xiao Aoshuang went back to sleep. The next morning, when Chi Aoshuang woke up, Wins was no longer there. Xiao Aoshuang looked at the clean house, deep in thought. When he arrived at the classroom, Chi Aoshuang noticed that the Wind Division class was sparsely filled with people. After all, there weren't many freshmen this time. Wins sat in a corner, lost in thought, as if thinking of something. He did not even notice that Chi Aoshuang was sitting beside him. The bell for class had rung, but still no teacher came in. After more than 10 minutes, a trembling figure finally appeared. An old man who couldn't even walk stably felt like he was taking 3 steps back. The walk from the door to the podium seemed to take a long time. Everyone was worried that he would fall to the ground in the next moment. When he finally reached the podium, the old man put down the book and opened it with a slight tremble. Then, he began to lecture. The knowledge he gave was all relatively basic and not outstanding. The sound of the lecture became softer and softer, until it became a snoring sound. Everyone felt embarrassed. This teacher had actually fallen asleep. "Teacher, teacher." The student sitting in front could not help but shout out. The old man suddenly woke up, wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, looked at the people in the classroom, then blinked his eyes blankly and said, "Oh, class is over." Without waiting for any reaction from the students, he walked out of the classroom with the book in hand, leaving behind a group of students looking at each other in dismay. Just like that, the class ended without any reason. Some of the students in the classroom were disdainful, while others were deep in thought. Could it be that the teachers of the Star Academy were truly like this? But what the truth was, there was no way to know. What he needed to do now was to find something to do. Wins, who was sitting beside Chi Aoshuang, stood up quietly and followed the group out. The current him still had some swelling on his face, but it was no longer as severe as yesterday. After thinking about it for a moment, Chi Aoshuang decided to take a look at the library. She wanted to find out more about this world. Presumably, there must be something special about the library. As soon as Chi Aoshuang walked out of the classroom, she saw a familiar figure moving around in the distance. Looking closely, it was the enchanting demi-human woman that he had met by the lake yesterday. She was unharmed and smiling like a flower. He no longer looked as pitiful as he did yesterday. Presumably, it was just as Xiao Aoshuang guessed. Those 3-star students were no match for this young girl at all. Looking at the young girl who was looking left and right, he seemed to be looking for someone. Xiao Aoshuang slightly frowned. His intuition told him that this young lady was a problem. Without any hesitation, Chi Aoshuang turned around and walked away from the corner of the teaching building. Just make a turn and walk around this more remote area. Just as Xiao Aoshuang was about to turn around, he heard a voice that seemed to have heard a few words of rage, and then there seemed to be the sound of fighting. You idiot, you want to die by putting this thing in that red-haired kid's closet. His voice was filled with anger, but it was a strange sound. There seemed to be some leakage of wind. Qi Aoshuang had heard this voice before. It belonged to the person with leads, and it was also the person he had sent flying. HMPH. The reason why this person spoke so coldly was naturally because he had made a heavy move that day, and most likely had knocked out his teeth. It was obvious that the red-haired kid he was talking about should be him. Ungrateful. I didn't even teach you a lesson yesterday, right? Do you believe that I won't let you die today? The leering voice cursed again. A lesson from yesterday. A red-haired kid. Put things in your closet. Qi Aoshuang frowned and connected all these things together. Her mind suddenly became clear. Could it be that the person the man was threatening was Wins, the one who lived in Green Fish's bedroom? Qi Aoshuang narrowed her eyes and hid her presence. She slowly moved her body and looked in that direction. At this moment, it was as if she was one with the air, making it impossible for anyone to feel her existence. A few of the youths surrounded Wins, all of them aggressive. The one in the lead had a face full of malice as he berated him. Wins shook his head and said nothing. The strange thing was that Liz wasn't there. You don't know what's good for you. Beat it up. The leader of the youths viciously kicked Wins, cursing, You fool, I only asked you to put the things in the cabinet, not to die. F***ck, you don't know what's good for you. Wins was kicked and fell to the ground. Blood oozed out from the corner of his mouth. However, he still shook his head stubbornly. He did not utter a word as he endured the kicks. Qi Aoshuang's expression became more and more serious. So that's what happened to Wins. These people bullied him into framing himself, but he refused and suffered the humiliation. With Wins' cultivation level, Qi Aoshuang had already known it when she first saw him. Right now, he was absolutely not a match for these people. You lowly brat, do you know who I am? My sister is the wife of the city lord of Jufeng City. How dare you disobey my orders? The youngster who had leaked the news had a sinister expression. He raised his foot and was about to step on Win's face. That's right, you brat, you don't know what's good for you. The reason that Ashlyn asked you to do this is because of you. You actually dare to refuse. A few of the youths beside him spoke up, their expressions extremely sinister. Just as his foot was about to land on Wins's face, he stopped. He just stood there in midair, his face full of fear. This was because he realized that his body could no longer move. What did this mean? Someone far stronger than him was nearby, secretly attacking him. The next moment, a cold breeze blew over. All of the youths around Ashlyn suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the strange wind. Very quickly, the expressions of the crowd turned ugly. Over there, the red-haired youth had a terrifyingly cold expression. His entire body exuded an unstoppable killing aura as he slowly walked towards them step by step. It was the terrifying oppressive feeling again. He felt like he was being stared at by the god of death. The crowd looked at the cold killing intent emitted from Qi Aoshuang's dark eyes, and a sense of fear arose in their hearts. He wanted to turn around and run away, but his feet seemed to be rooted to the ground. No matter what, he couldn't move them. Ashlyn's body couldn't move, but he tried his best to use the corner of his eye to look over there. Only a flash of red. His heart trembled. It was that person. It was the red-haired kid who looked like a snake and a death god. Could it be that he heard everything they said just now? See everything. At the thought of this, Ashlyn's teeth seemed to hurt even more, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. Wins was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Aoshuang, but he couldn't say a word. Scram! Qi Aoshuang slowly approached, coldly spitting out a word. Everyone looked at Ashlyn who couldn't move, their eyes flashed with hesitation and fear. In the next instant, a frenzied wind blade came crashing towards them. That wind blade was clearly different from the one they had seen before. It actually had a faint black tint, and seemed to have a hint of red in it. It was eerie to the point that it struck terror in people's hearts. What are you afraid of? The other party is only a freshman. At this time, Ashlyn maintained his strange posture and yelled, You guys have the strength of 6 stars. If you dare to leave me behind to escape, I will make the city lord punish you severely. The last sentence. These youngsters were usually subordinate to Leeds and Ashlyn, and their status was far inferior to theirs. At this moment, hearing such a threat, he felt a tinge of fear in his heart. At this time, the group of people who had just left braced themselves. He formed a barrier to block Chi Aoshuang's wind blades, and prepared to use magic to counterattack. With a pew 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 sound, Chi Aoshuang's wind blade cut through all the barriers they had formed. Everyone screamed as they dodged, but they were unable to dodge in time. Their bodies were cut by these strange wind blades. His injuries were not serious. Firstly, Chi Aoshuang did not try to kill him. Secondly, the wind blades had already weakened after being blocked by the barrier. Idiot! Hurry up! Seeing this, Ashlyn became even more worried. His body was still unable to move at this time. He cursed in his heart. This red-haired kid had cast some kind of evil magic on him, causing him to be unable to move. When he could move, he would definitely take revenge and tear this damned brat into 1,000 pieces. Just when everyone was about to counteract Chi Aoshuang's attack and counterattack, suddenly, a melodious voice came from the air. It was so pleasant to the ears that it made one feel refreshed. "Hey, what are you doing? What are all of you seniors doing hiding here?" A small head poked out from the corner of the wall behind Xiao Aoshuang, a pure and flawless lovely smile on her beautiful face. C265. "Hey, what are you doing? What are all of you seniors doing hiding here?" A small head poked out from the corner of the wall behind Xiao Aoshuang, a pure and flawless lovely smile on her beautiful face. It was a very pure and naive smile, making people's hearts tremble. It made people forget their original intentions in an instant. The group of people were stunned. When Xiao Aoshuang heard this voice, his heart tightened. Of course she knew who the owner of this voice was. It was the demi-human girl who had been pretending to be innocent by the lake that day. At this point of time, Xiao Aoshuang did not think that it was a coincidence. Could it be that she was looking for me just now? Perina, why are you here? The youths who were about to make their moves all stopped when they saw the young girl. Instead, they asked her these words with some hesitation. His tone was complicated. There was hesitation, pity, and reluctance to please. "Senior, what are you guys doing here? Are you playing?" Perina's clear eyes widened, and she seemed curious to see what was going on. Her pretty face was slightly pink, but it looked even more enticing. Her long eyelashes blinked and her small red lips slightly pursed. She looked so adorable. "Oh, nothing. Perina, don't come over." Surprisingly, Ashlyn was a little nervous. He turned around and shouted at those people, "Let's go, hurry up and carry me away." Chi Aoshuang raised her eyebrows and saw the group of people carrying Ashlyn running away in a panic. Chi Aoshuang did not stop him. Making a scene in the academy was not good for her, nor was it good for Wins. There must be a reason why Wins had been coerced into keeping his tongue. If he acted rashly, it might also embarrass Wins. It turned out that Chi Aoshuang's guess was right. Wins did have his own difficulties. They left. "You two are freshmen, right? What are you doing here?" Perina walked up to them with a light heart. She tilted her head to look at Chi Aoshuang and Wins. Her eyes were wide open as she asked. Her sweet voice had an indescribable charm to it. Xiao Aoshuang snorted coldly and ignored Perina. She walked forward to support Wins. "Junior brother, how are you injured? Are you all right?" Seeing that Chi Aoshuang ignored her, she secretly bit her lips in displeasure. Then, her face returned to that innocent and pure look from before. She went up to ask Wins. "No, it's fine. Thank you for your concern, senior sister." Wins took a deep breath and nodded politely. "Oh, what's your name? Is this redhead your friend? What are they called?" Perina and Wins looked at each other. The expression in their eyes suddenly became very gentle, as if there was an unspeakable gravitational force. Staring straight at Wins, his tone became very gentle. "I'm called Perina. What about you?" "My name is Wins, and this is my roommate, Chi Aoshuang," Wins murmured, looking at the expression in Perina's eyes. Xiao Aoshuang frowned and turned around to look at Perina. Suddenly, he snorted coldly. Perina immediately felt a formless, sharp aura pounce on her, shaking her to the point that she was completely exhausted. She even took a step back. As for his chest, it was stuffy and he almost couldn't breathe. The fascination in Perina's eyes was gone, replaced by astonishment, but there was no fear. Chi Aoshuang did not look at Perina again. She helped Wins to get up and slowly walked back. Perina didn't say anything to stop him. Instead, she stood where she was and watched Chi Aoshuang's back. A crafty smile appeared on her face. After the figures of Chi Aoshuang and Wins disappeared, Perina muttered to herself, Chi Aoshuang, hee, we finally know your name. Stupid boy, wait to be my captive. Perina smoothed the hair by her ear, but her eyes were heavy. Just now, he was actually able to interrupt his charm, and almost injured himself. Interesting. Chi Aoshuang did not say anything as she supported Wins towards the dorm. On the contrary, Wins felt a bit nervous. After returning to the dormitory, Xiao Aoshuang brought some hot water and placed it on the table. Then he sat by the side without saying anything else. He just looked at Wins in silence. Wins took a towel to wash his wounds and applied the medicine. After doing all this, he said in a low voice, sorry, I don't know what happened just now, so I told that person your name. Xiao Aoshuang was stunned, but then she sighed bitterly in her heart. This Wins, what a good man. You don't have to mind, that woman just now used her charm on you, that's why you lost your composure. Xiao Aoshuang said solemnly, what I want to ask is why you did that. After Xiao Aoshuang said this, she looked at the wounds on Wins and fell silent. Ever since Chi Aoshuang learned the truth behind this matter, she had a good impression of this young man in front of her. Although he was a bit pedantic, he was a person with his own principles. He would rather be injured and humiliated than do something to frame him. He was just a freshman, yet he didn't cower in the face of those students with 6-star strength. Astonishment flashed across Wins's face when he heard Xiao Aoshuang's explanation. He then thought for a moment, as if he was recalling how Perina had used her charm on him back then. Chi Aoshuang did not speak again, just waiting silently for Win's next words. I won't do anything that goes against my principles, Win suddenly said in a low voice. Of course, he was referring to the people who had tried to force him to frame Chi Aoshuang. After a pause, Wins added, absolutely not, even if it cost me my life. Chi Aoshuang looked at the abnormally serious Wins, looked at his thin and weak body, then looked at the determination in his eyes. Suddenly, Chi Aoshuang smiled. She stood up and walked to Wins, clapping him on the shoulder as she said, everyone has their own principles. I've made up my mind, you friend. Wins was stunned. Suddenly, something flashed in his eyes. This was the first time someone had said that they were willing to be friends with him. All those people had ever said to themselves were disdainful, contemptuous, and malicious sarcastic words. And this time, this red-haired arrogant youth actually said that he wanted to befriend him. What's wrong? It hurts. Only then did Chi Aoshuang remember that she had slapped a person who seemed to be injured. No. Wins quickly shook his head, looked up at Xiao Aoshuang and said, are you really willing to be my friend? That's right. Chi Aoshuang replied as if it was a matter of course. Even if you knew about my background, would you still know? Wins suddenly felt nervous. Origin? I'm not friends with your ancestry, I'm friends with you. Looking at the nervous expression on Win's face, Xiao Aoshuang could not help but guess in her heart. Win's birth seemed to be a thorn in his heart. Even if, I am an illegitimate child, Wins looked at the young man in front of him and made up his mind. Long pain is better than short pain. If the youth in front of him had really become friends with him and found out that he had been repulsed by him, he might as well know the situation now. As soon as Wins said this, he looked at Xiao Aoshuang nervously, feeling very nervous. So what if he is an illegitimate child? Your mind is strange. Can't illegitimate children make friends? Chi Aoshuang frowned and asked in surprise. Wins looked at the expression in Chi Aoshuang's eyes, but he only saw that there was a clear look in his eyes. There was only sincerity in them, and there was no hint of falsehood in them. Thank you. Wins' lips trembled slightly as he spoke with excitement. All right. Xiao Aoshuang smiled. I should be the one thanking you. You'd rather be beaten to a pig's head than set me up. What did those people tell you to hide in my closet? From the moment Wins would rather be beaten into a pig's head than frame Chi Aoshuang, he had already won the friendship of Chi Aoshuang. After Xiao Aoshuang asked this question, Wins' expression turned strange. He blinked his eyes, wanting to say something but then hesitated. What is it? Looking at Wins' attitude, Chi Aoshuang was puzzled. Yes, it's a girl's underwear. Rumble tilde tilde tilde. Xiao Aoshuang was burnt to ashes by Lei. A woman's underwear, hidden in his own cabinet, is framing me as a pervert. This, isn't that a bit too much? It's also the school belle Bethany's underwear. Win's face turned red and he said in a low voice, those people stole it. Trying to frame you, make you a public enemy. Xiao Aoshuang's mouth twitched. At this moment, he felt even more grateful to Win's. What kind of joke was this? Stealing a woman's underwear, and it was a school beauty. This would definitely make him the public enemy of the youths of the school. The most important thing was that this matter had happened to him. It had all happened to him in June, and it had all happened to him. He couldn't be more wronged. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Aoshuang's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Right now, the more he looked at this thin kid, the more pleasing he looked to his eyes. Thanks to him, he didn't make himself the second generation of Dewey. Imagine if those girls were pointing at their noses and screaming, "Scoundrel!" Just thinking about it sent chills down her spine. Kid, you've done too well. Very good. In his excitement, Xiao Aoshuang patted on Win's injured shoulder again, causing him to grimace in pain. Win's bared his teeth, too painful to say anything. By the way, Wins, you won't have much contact with that Perina today. She is a demi-human and is very skilled in charm. Xiao Aoshuang suddenly remembered the young lady with a pure and innocent appearance, but she was not simple at all. Judging from the attitude of Ashlin's group towards her, this young girl was definitely not a simple person in this academy. All right. When I see her, I'll turn around and walk away. Wins nodded seriously and agreed. You've bled so much, for all you've suffered. I'll take you to dinner. Chi Aoshuang said to Wins with a smile. A feast? Wins wondered. Isn't there a street over at the academy? Is there a best hotel? Chi Aoshuang said. But it's expensive. Wins immediately looked alarmed. I have a lot of money. Xiao Aoshuang suddenly looked like an upstart, pulling out a few crystal cards and laughing out loud, looking as vulgar as possible. Wins broke out in a cold sweat. In the evening, they went to the best hotel on the street. Unexpectedly, they ran into the party involved in the matter that almost happened there. The other school belle was called Bethany. C266. The woman wore a dark red tight-fitting dress. The clothes that were close to her body outlined her beautiful curves. The towering chest seemed to be able to grasp onto a slender waist, a round and plump buttocks, and plump and round thighs. Every single one of them caused one's blood to spurt out. The woman could stand there and draw attention to herself. She didn't need to do anything, didn't need to say anything. The pretty face, so seductive to the bone, was striking. That pair of large, flying phoenix eyes did not deliberately look at anyone, but with a slight glance, everyone felt as if she was trying to discharge her energy towards you. The thin little mouth was sexy. People couldn't help but want to get intimate with him. Beside her were a few other youths who were laughing. They were dressed extravagantly. During the daytime, they had to wear their school uniforms, but during the evenings and weekends, the school didn't have any rules. This street had everything. Those who can do business here are not simple people. The Stellar Academy had gathered all of the experts of the Chaos world. How could any ordinary person possibly open a shop here? The best restaurant was a restaurant called Star's Joy, which was said to have been opened by a relative of one of the Academy's elders. Here, people who came in to dine gave the boss some face. Here, there was no such thing as an identity. As long as you have money, you can enjoy it. The restaurant on the 5th floor naturally consumed the dishes according to the floor level. The most luxurious place was the 5th floor. The hotel's decorations were magnificent, and the main hall in the middle was even more magnificent. Countless precious ores were used for lighting and decoration. The big round staircase was spotless and the floor was shiny. The sofas in the hall were upholstered in soft velvet. This place was indeed not a place that ordinary people could come to. Under the guidance of the waiter, Xiao Aoshuang and Wins headed to the 5th floor and asked for a private room. After all, it was the first time he came to such a luxurious place. The waiter courteously walked in front. After reaching the 5th floor, he politely asked, "May I ask which private room you two would like?" "As you wish." Chi Aoshuang replied plainly. "This way, please." The waiter smiled and sat in an inviting position, about to lead them inside. However, when Xiao Aoshuang followed him, she suddenly realized that Wins was not following after her. She turned around and saw Wins standing there in a daze, staring down below. What's wrong? Xiao Aoshuang stopped in confusion. She looked down Win's eyes and saw a lady slowly walking up the stairs like a crowd of stars embracing the moon. That woman was so beautiful that it made people sigh in admiration. As for his stature, it was even better, even more exaggerated. The woman wore a dark red tight-fitting dress. The clothes that were close to her body outlined her beautiful curves. The towering chest seemed to be able to grasp onto a slender waist, a round and plump buttocks, and plump and round thighs. Every single one of them caused one's blood to spurt out. The woman could stand there and draw attention to herself. She didn't need to do anything, didn't need to say anything. The pretty face, so seductive to the bone, was striking. That pair of large, flying phoenix eyes did not deliberately look at anyone, but with a slight glance, everyone felt as if she was trying to discharge her energy towards you. The thin little mouth was sexy. People couldn't help but want to get intimate with him. Beside her were a few other youths who were laughing. They were dressed extravagantly. During the daytime, they had to wear their school uniforms, but during the evenings and weekends, the school didn't have any rules. A few well-dressed youngsters surrounded the young girl like they were stars that surrounded the moon as they walked towards the 5th floor. What's wrong? You know him. Chi Aoshuang looked at the sexy lady, then at Wins, who was still lost in thought. Wins didn't seem to hear what Chi Aoshuang said and continued staring at the sexy and pretty girl. The girl seemed to sense Wins' gaze. When she saw that Wins was wearing an unremarkable school uniform with no fancy accessories, her eyes flashed with ridicule and disdain. She then shifted her gaze away. Wins came back to his senses, rubbing his nose embarrassedly before turning to Chi Aoshuang and saying, Chi Aoshuang, let's go. You know that man? Chi Aoshuang and Wins turned around and left. Chi Aoshuang asked them on the way. Wins, on the other hand, had a self-mocking smile on his face as he said in a low voice, how is that possible? I know her, but she doesn't know me. Oh? Chi Aoshuang was puzzled. That's one of the school beauties of the academy, Bethany. When Wins said this, a hint of emotion flashed in his eyes. Ah, Bethany? Wasn't he the one who nearly made him become Dewey's second generation? Chi Aoshuang was stunned. She sighed in her heart as she recalled the appearance and figure of the woman from before. It's a rare thing in this world. For such a woman, her existence was a dazzling halo. Ashlyn was really poisonous. The flower protectors by Bethany's side seemed to be a bunch of brainless fans. If they really did start a fight, he would definitely find it hard to argue with them. Thinking of this, Xiao Aoshuang's eyes became cold. Ashlyn, don't try to provoke yourself anymore. If there had been one, it wouldn't have been a tooth loss. In the private room, Chi Aoshuang ordered some dishes and then ordered some sweet wine. After returning the menu to the waiter, he turned around to find that Wins was still in a daze. Wins, you don't like Bethany, do you? Suddenly, Xiao Aoshuang's words startled Wins so much that he almost jumped up. You, don't talk nonsense, I don't have it. Wins waved his hands, but his face was red. It was self-confessed without fighting. The corner of Chi Aoshuang's mouth twitched. She never thought that this thin and weak silent fella would actually like hot and sexy women like that. She really couldn't tell. Wins was such a sullen man. Heavy tastes, tilde. Don't talk nonsense. She was the daughter of the Jade City's city governor. I don't even dare to think about it. When Wins said this, there was a flash of unreadable sadness in his eyes. Tch. Xiao Aoshuang looked at Wins with disdain. This fellow, although he said he did not dare to think about it, he had actually thought about it countless times. Otherwise, he would have been looking and looking. Wins saw the look of disdain on Chi Aoshuang's face. He let out a long sigh and tried to explain something, but nothing came out. After a while, the door was gently knocked on, and exquisite dishes began to be served. One of the dishes, Bright Moon Heart, was a small red dot in the middle of a snow-white circle. The style was simple, but the taste was not bad. While Xiao Aoshuang was tasting the dish, Wins saw that the dish called Bright Moon Heart did not move at all. What's wrong? Xiao Aoshuang asked casually. This dish, Wins looked at the dish, but could not bring himself to finish. He just stared at the dish in a daze. What's different? Xiao Shuang sensed the strangeness of Win's. This dish reminds me of when I was young. I liked a kind of pastry when I was a kid, that's all. White, red in the middle. Win smiled embarrassedly and said softly. Xiao Shuang was stunned. Win's once mentioned his ancestry. He was an illegitimate child. In this world, illegitimate children are despised. The pastry, I'm afraid, was a rare memory of Win's youth. Chi Shuang paused for a moment before turning around and ordering the waiter to serve some more of this dish. Since the ingredients had to be fresh, there were only 5 more dishes left. The waiter then turned around to explain. Win's waved his hand hastily. Don't waste it, Chi Shuang. Thank you for your kind intentions, but there's no need to waste it like this. I can pack it back. However, Chi Shuang replied with a faint smile. Win smiled bitterly and continued to nag at the dish, but his eyes did not leave it. His eyes gradually became gentle, as if he could see into the distant past through that dish. Chi Shuang did not disturb him, but continued eating silently. At this time, there was a ruckus outside the door. How come there's no more of this dish? Bright Moon Heart. How do you do business in a restaurant like this? The voice outside the door seemed annoyed. Then came the voice of the waiter apologizing and explaining. Who would be so annoying to actually light up the remaining bright moon? How do you do business? Don't you know that Miss Bethany always comes to order this dish? The furious voice was not suppressed by the waiter's explanation. Instead, it asked in an even more furious tone. His voice traveled to the private room where Xiao Shuang and the rest were. When Win's heard these words, his body trembled. He raised his head and looked outside. His lips trembled slightly, but he could not say a word. What's wrong? Xiao Shuang thought in her heart. This Win's is not normal for one night. He hasn't been normal since that Bethany showed up. Who ordered it? Let's negotiate and make way. The other voice was also a little angry, but it was not as irritable as the previous one. It seemed that the waiter had pointed out the location of the private room, and soon, footsteps could be heard coming from that direction. There was a knock at the half-open door, and Win's almost jumped. Excuse me, have the 2 of you finished counting the hearts of Mingayu? The youth that stood at the door lightly pushed it open and asked politely. Chi Shuang nodded and said lightly, yes. Then, can you 2 give us a share? I am very grateful. My friend was very fond of that dish. Although the youth was dressed extravagantly, he didn't use money to oppress others. He could tell that even though Chi Shuang was wearing a school uniform, the noble aura radiating from her was not something that ordinary commoners could possess. Moreover, the 2 purple earrings on his ears shone with an extraordinary luster. It was obvious that they were not ordinary. This kind of person wouldn't be short on money. If he used money to pressure others, it would only be counterproductive. On the other hand, there was a thin and weak-looking person who looked like a commoner. I don't know how these 2 very different people got together. Chi Shuang frowned slightly, but before she could say anything, Win stood up and said excitedly, yes, is it because Bethany likes this dish? The youngster at the door gave Win a dissatisfied look, then let out a cold snort. It's because Miss Bethany likes it. He looked at Win with disdain and annoyance. Then let's have one. Win seemed to realize his mistake and sat down. Thank you very much. The corner of the youth's mouth curved into a mocking smile. He turned around and was about to leave, but then muttered in a low voice, a toad wants to eat swan meat. Why don't you look at your own character? It was not loud, but Win's heard it. Win's face turned pale. His eyes dimmed. He bit his lips and couldn't say a word. Just as the youth was about to leave, Chi Shuang's cold voice came from behind him. Wait, who said I agreed to transfer it to you? At the same time, the expression of Win's and the young man at the door changed. C267. Win's looked at Chi Shuang with a nervous expression. Only then did he remember, how could he have the qualifications to agree to the transfer of dishes? He was here to invite Xiao Shuang to treat him, but he had actually decided to do something like this. I don't agree. Please leave. Xiao Shuang coldly spat out a sentence. The youth at the door turned around and glared at Chi Shuang, not speaking for a long time. There was a venomous glint in his eyes, as he stood there looking at Chi Shuang, as if he was trying to carve the memory of her into his heart. After a while, he suddenly turned around and left. The room fell silent. Chi Ao Shuang flicked her finger and a gentle breeze blew, closing the door. Win's face turned gloomy. He lowered his head and looked at the delicate dishes on the table. However, he no longer had any appetite. Wins, do you know why I changed my mind? Xiao Ao Shuang said passively. Wins shook his head. You know that Bethany, right? Suddenly, Xiao Ao Shuang said these words again. Wins looked up. There was a trace of panic in his eyes. The pastry you said you liked when you were young has something to do with that Bethany, right? There must be a story between you. Otherwise you wouldn't react so strangely to this dish. As you can hear, that Bethany must order it every time she comes. Xiao Ao Shuang spoke slowly, neither white nor white. She connected Win's words with those, and naturally, she thought of something else. The more he said it, the paler his face became. Chi Ao Shuang stopped talking and waited silently. After a while, Win's let out a soft sigh. He was a little sad and said, "So what? She was the treasured daughter of the city lord of Jade Child City. I just need to watch her from the corner, and she'll be all right. Then you won't let other men try to curry favor with her, right?" Xiao Ao Shuang coldly spat out this sentence. For a moment Wins was tongue-tied, not knowing what to say. How can you not know without trying? She's so obsessed with that dish that she can't forget you, right? Xiao Ao Shuang thought of that sexy and arrogant woman from before, and she was a little puzzled in her heart. Could it be that she was faking it? So what? She didn't recognize me at all now. I just wanted to meet her, so I desperately tried to enter Star Academy. Win smiled bitterly and said in a low voice. He only joined the Star Academy to see that girl. Xiao Ao Shuang could imagine how difficult it was for a lowly illegitimate child to enter a sect and then be recommended to attend the Star Academy's assessment examination. Just how much effort would he have to put in? This fellow, he never thought that he would still be so infatuated. Chi Ao Shuang, suddenly, Wins spoke softly. Ha! Xiao Ao Shuang turned to look at Wins, picked up the sweet wine and took a sip. Do you have a woman you like? Wins looked at Xiao Ao Shuang and asked very seriously. Pop. Xiao Ao Shuang spurted out the sweet wine in her mouth and splashed it all over Win's face. I'm sorry. Xiao Ao Shuang quickly apologized and handed the white napkin to Wins. Wins took it and wiped his face with tears. He did not know how he could make Xiao Ao Shuang react with just a single question. No, only then did Chi Ao Shuang answer wise question. However, the figures of Feng Yixuan and Leng Lingyuan suddenly appeared in her mind. Okay. Camille, where are you now? Was it still the same as before, silently looking at him in a place he didn't know? Ember Yang, Waldo, Summer, Black Dragon Ben, Chao Chukin, the Lord of the East Wind, how are they doing now? Are you all right? Chi Ao Shuang, Win said in a low voice as he looked at the entranced Chi Ao Shuang. Oh, it's fine. Chi Ao Shuang came back to her senses. She shook her head gently and smiled. After dinner, Xiao Ao Shuang and Wins prepared to leave. After passing by the private room where Bethany was, Wins glanced at the door and a trace of sadness flashed across his eyes. He then turned around and left with Chi Ao Shuang. When they returned to the bedroom, both of them were deep in their own thoughts and did not fall asleep for a long time. Chi Ao Shuang, we are almost at the Star Heavenly Pagoda's star trial. Are you participating? Win suddenly asked. Yes. Chi Ao Shuang did not hesitate as she replied with certainty. Maybe after this exam, we won't be roommates anymore, Win said gloomily. Chi Ao Shuang's strength was far above his. He knew it from the day he was rescued by Chi Ao Shuang from Ashlyn. Even if we don't live together, we're still friends, Chi Ao Shuang said softly. She understood in her heart that this thin and tenacious youth was actually extremely inferior to himself. All right, Wins acknowledged softly. Do you want to be with Bethany? Xiao Ao Shuang suddenly asked. I said I don't want to, but that's fake. But, Win's voice was a little misty. But you don't think you deserve her, do you? Xiao Ao Shuang helped Win speak the rest of his words. All right, Win said. Then, you will be able to match her and protect her. Xiao Ao Shuang suddenly sat up. I can make you stronger. What? Win suddenly started to act, looking at Chi Ao Shuang with shining eyes. Heavenly Dipper sovereigns were extremely fierce. Elder Feng, don't you know that I can't teach this to anyone else? Today I will accept another disciple in your place. Winds was also of the wind system, and his character could be trusted. Teaching him was definitely not a bad thing. Wins could never have imagined that he would not want to frame Chi Aoshuang and win the friendship of Chi Aoshuang. The reward he got was far more than he had paid. The Heavenly Star Tower's trial was about to begin. All students of the Star Academy were allowed to participate in this year's survival training. For a month, you can leave anytime you want. A month later, the top 3 would be decided through another round of sparring among the students who had passed the examination on each floor. The top 3 would all receive generous prizes. Today, the plaza in front of the Stellar Tower was filled with a sea of people. All of the students were gathered here. Some came to participate in the exam, while others just came to watch the show. The cruelty of the Heavenly Pagoda's trial was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The higher the floors, the more terrifying. The students who entered were only allowed to enter after they had signed a life and death agreement. It was obvious how dangerous it was. Even though quite a few people would lose their lives every time this exam was opened, people still rushed there like a flock of ducks. This was because this trial was a major turnaround in many people's lives. Those who belonged to the forces of the various cities had passed the high-level smelting trial here, so the nurturing of the forces behind them was not in vain. Some students who did not belong to any of the factions were looking forward to passing the upper echelon, hoping to obtain Venus, which symbolized their strength and identity. In that case, he would quickly be recruited by the city lords, and he would be able to rise to greatness, and he would be able to enjoy the limitless glory and wealth. Others wanted to prove themselves. Strength, the strong were respected. Looking at the excited students, Chi Aoshuang felt a sense of loss. Broken space. Was it that easy to reach that plane? In order to break through the highest realm of this world, one had to pass the 9th level of the Heavenly Pagoda's trial. Chi Aoshuang, what are you thinking about? Suddenly, Wins, who was standing beside Xiao Aoshuang, asked in a low voice. Chi Aoshuang raised her head and looked at the tall Heavenly Star Pagoda. The towering pagoda was half covered in mist and the tall pagoda was wrapped by a few thick chains, looking very simple and ancient. Xiao Aoshuang did not reply to Win's words. Instead, she smiled and asked, "What level has the cultivation I've taught you reached?" "The 9th. When Win said this, he somewhat excitedly dropped his hand. His face turned red. How could he not be excited? He was confident that he would definitely be able to reach the 5th level or above in this trial. In the future, he would really be able to make others view him in a new light. That's good. Good luck. Chi Aoshuang nodded lightly. Be careful during the trial. You're not coming with me. When Wins heard what Chi Aoshuang said, he was stunned. No need. Chi Aoshuang slowly shook her head, and glanced towards Ashlin's group from the corner of her eyes. Those people had been glaring at him from the start, probably wanting to cause trouble for him after entering the Heavenly Tower. These people's wishful thinking was really good. To lose one's life in the Heavenly Pagoda, it was hard to say whether this was due to failure or being ambushed by others. However, it was still unknown who would die at that time. Looking at the sinister look in Ashlin's eyes, the corner of Chi Aoshuang's mouth curled up in a cold smile. "Hey, junior brothers pickpocket, are you guys here?" All of a sudden, a sweet voice rang out. The surrounding people all turned to look at Perina, their hearts filled with doubt. Who was the sweet little princess speaking to? He didn't need to look to know who it was. Xiao Aoshuang shuddered in her heart, and without turning her head, she said to Wins, "I'll be going first. You have to be careful when the time comes. It would hurt if Bethany knew you were dead." Before Wins could speak, Chi Aoshuang moved forward. However, the crowd was unable to stop Chi Aoshuang from quickly advancing. Xiao Aoshuang stepped out of the strange arc and easily made her way through the crowd. She directly headed to the front to sign the contract with life and death. Wins was stunned when he heard the last sentence of Chi Aoshuang. "TSK, why are you running?" Perina chased after him, but she could only watch as Xiao Aoshuang's figure disappeared from the crowd. Perina was also thinking about Chi Aoshuang. She glanced at Wins, who was still in a daze, and left with a cold snort. Only then did the crowd realize that the sweet little princess in their hearts was actually looking for the red-haired kid from earlier. TSK, that brat actually ran away after not knowing what was good for him. How could he not know how to enjoy such beauty? On the other side, Tanina stared blankly at the place where Xiao Aoshuang had just stood. That sweet and adorable young lady just now. Did she know Chi Aoshuang? For some reason, there was a faint, indescribable feeling of vexation in her heart. At this time, Xiao Aoshuang had already signed the agreement and walked into the entrance of the Sky Tower. As for Ashlin and his men, they squeezed over with all their might. After quickly signing the contract, they chased after it. He looked like a pack of wolves chasing a lamb. But in fact, who is the wolf and who is the sheep? C268. Chi Aoshuang slowly moved forward, and the wind carried a faint fishy smell. One thing was certain, this was not the smell of blood. Chi Aoshuang frowned slightly. This place could not fly. There was a tyrannical restriction in the air that prevented people from flying in this place. Thinking about it, if these places could fly, then the difficulty of the trial would be greatly reduced. Behind Chi Aoshuang, Ashen's group followed closely. That kid won't be far. This was his first time here, so he wasn't familiar with the terrain. We'll stop him from the short way, Ashlyn said in a deep voice. There weren't many people who came in at this time. It made Ashlyn feel more at ease. He mustn't let anyone know that it was them who did it. Otherwise, if the academy were to find out, it would deal with him as well. Alright, the others were naturally obedient to him. Leeds is real, too, cowardly, saying it's best not to offend this kid. What's so special about this kid? How could it be as powerful as he claimed? Let him die without a complete corpse today. A trace of disdain appeared in Ashlyn's eyes. Now he remembered the warning Leeds had given him the other day. Leeds had repeatedly warned him that Chi Aoshuang was definitely not as simple as she appeared to be. His strength should also be hidden. Better not to offend him. Better to stay away from him. Yes, let's go to the man-eating vine and wait for him. This kid doesn't know that place. This time, he's really dead without a complete corpse. The others grinned. The man-eating vine, as its name suggested, was a kind of carnivorous plant. They are usually in a deep sleep, but they wake up as soon as someone or an animal touches them. After that, there was a large group of attacking living things with poisonous thorns all over their bodies. After piercing the skin, it numbed the human body and then slowly ate it, leaving not even a single bone and muscle behind. Pop, 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 pop. But as long as humans or animals do not touch them or attack them, they will not act. Ashlyn and his men had already gotten a good look at the topography of the first level. They quickly cut off the route to the cannibal area in front of them to wait for Xiao Aoshuang. The narrow canyon was the only way to the second level, and only 3 people could pass through it side by side. On both sides were dark mountains, all of them covered with dark green cannibal vines. If the people in the canyon accidentally touched the cannibal vines, then the cannibal vines in the 2 mountains would rush over like a tidal wave. A weak person would naturally die without a doubt. Although Chi Aoshuang was the first one to enter the heavenly tower, Ashen still ordered one of them to hide in the front of the canyon just in case something went wrong. If the others came first, then he would think of a way to delay them to the side. Most experts would only enter after them. Many of the people who came in first were freshmen, and Ashlyn wasn't afraid that the people he sent out wouldn't be able to deal with the freshmen. Ashlyn and the rest of his party had some skill with earth-type magic. He had created a hidden pit at the edge of the canyon. Everyone was hiding inside and were focusing on the entrance of the canyon. As soon as Chi Aoshuang appeared, they would throw out their daggers, waking up the closest vine beside Chi Aoshuang to attack her. Ashlyn looked at the dark green cannibal vines drifting gently in the wind at both sides of the entrance of the canyon, the corner of his mouth revealing a cruel and proud smile. He seemed to have seen how Chi Aoshuang was entangled by a large group of man-eating vines and then panicked. When he desperately shouted for help, they appeared at the right time and began to mock him. How straightforward that would be. After a long period of time, Chi Aoshuang still hadn't appeared. Ashlyn frowned and said in a low voice, "What's going on? Why hasn't that stinky brat come yet? Logically speaking, he should be here by now." Ashlyn deliberately lowered his voice, afraid that he would disturb the man-eating vines around them. Although these man-eating vines did not pose a threat to their lives, if they were to move together, it would be quite troublesome. The other people in the pit were also frowning in thought. After so long, the red-haired kid still hadn't appeared. Could it be that something happened to Ferry? A person whispered. Ferris was the one Ashlyn had sent ahead to intercept the freshman. No, that brat doesn't have that much ability, nor does he have the guts to do so, Ashlyn said disdainfully. But last time, that person was a bit stumped, but he did not finish his words. Ashlyn's expression changed slightly, naturally recalling the 2 times he had suffered losses at the hands of Chi Aoshuang. Once was when he was sent flying in front of everyone's eyes in the cafeteria, and once was when he held onto her from behind the school building. Could it be that this kid really wasn't as simple as he looked on the surface? What are you afraid of? When he comes, I will definitely tear him into 1,000 pieces. Wait for me to cut off his dazzling red hair and show it to Leeds. I don't know what he's afraid of. Just as Ashlyn finished this sentence, a mocking voice sounded in their ears. Oh, are you talking about me? The expressions of Ashlyn and the rest changed. This voice belonged to none other than the person they were planning to plot against, Chi Aoshuang. The next moment, he didn't wait for them to react. Puff, 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 puff. The sound suddenly rang out, followed by the ear-piercing sound of crashing sounds coming from the surroundings of Ashlyn's group. The man-eating vines around them were awakened. The man-eating vines naturally detected the life in this pit. After waking up, they all extended out crazily and quickly reached into the pit, trying to coil around the people inside. Get out! With a shout, Ashlyn was the first to run out of the pit. He began to use magic to attack the awakened man-eating vines. Everyone was busy dealing with the man-eating vine. Chi Aoshuang stood leisurely in front of him as she stared at the scene before her. However, the man-eating vine did not attack Chi Aoshuang at all. When did you get there? Ashlyn looked at the leisurely standing Chi Aoshuang and asked in a shocked voice. He was both surprised and annoyed. When did Chi Aoshuang arrive? They did not even notice. They originally wanted to use the man-eating vines to kill Chi Aoshuang, but who would have thought that they would actually be fooled by Chi Aoshuang instead? You think I'll tell you? Chi Aoshuang smiled lightly, then she stood aside with her hands in front of her, as if she was watching a show. Don't be complacent. After we finish here, I will tear your corpse into 1,000 pieces and make you wish you were dead. The spell Ashlyn was using was even more ferocious. It was constantly releasing its power, burning down all the man-eating vines that were close to it. Ashlyn and his men were still people with 6-star strength, and very quickly, they burned down all the man-eating vines that attacked them. The man-eating vine behind them seemed to be afraid of being burned and slowly retreated. Oh, Xiao Aoshuang raised her eyebrows. She did not expect these plants to have a certain intelligence level. Knowing the situation was bad, they all retreated. HMPH, you damned little bastard, now it's your turn. Ashlyn grinned maliciously at the leisurely-looking Chi Aoshuang. In his eyes, Chi Aoshuang's expression was as if she did not know whether she was dead or alive. Everyone, are you determined to kill me? Xiao Aoshuang stood there, looking at the crowd with a smile. HMPH, it's useless for you to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. You have humiliated me twice. Today, I will definitely tear your corpse into 1,000 pieces to vent the hatred in my heart. Ashlyn sinisterly said, the ruthlessness in his eyes becoming even more obvious. The others also sneered. Is there really no other way? Chi Aoshuang looked at the crowd helplessly. HMPH, it's too late for you to beg for mercy. You must die today. Ashlyn sneered, his face extremely sinister. The others also sneered, their eyes shooting out a cruel glare. Sigh, Chi Aoshuang sighed softly, then she shook her head, stood up straight and shrugged. All right, it seems like there is no room for me to turn around. Ashlyn was about to laugh out loud, but he met Chi Aoshuang's gaze. The lazy look in Chi Aoshuang's eyes earlier instantly turned incomparably cold, as though she could pierce through someone. The smile on her face vanished, replaced by a coldness that resembled a 10,000-year-old glacier. Chi Aoshuang slightly narrowed her eyes and raised her hand. A few visible gusts of wind shot towards Ashlyn's group, trapping them all in a split second. Ashlyn and the others all sneered, wanting to use their power to destroy this seemingly weak wind. However, in the next moment, their expressions all changed. This wind rope could not be destroyed, and this wind rope slowly extended many small wind tendrils, tightly binding them. What did you do? Ashlyn's face suddenly changed, because he realized that not only were these wind ropes unable to destroy them, they were slowly tightening and tightening, almost into his skin. Do what you want to do to me. Chi Aoshuang smiled charmingly, tilted her head and said carelessly, You actually want to kill me. Ashlin's face was pale. He only saw coldness in Chi Aoshuang's eyes. This red-haired youth was not joking. He really wanted to kill him. The faces of the other people around Ashlin also changed at this moment. They finally realized that they could not break free from this seemingly weak wind rope, and Chi Aoshuang was really going to kill them. Chi Aoshuang stood there lazily with a faint smile on her face. The ropes that were tied to their bodies became tighter and tighter, gradually tearing through their clothes and digging into their skin. Streaks of blood flowed out. Everyone cried out in pain, but their voices could not be heard from the canyon. Only then did everyone feel even more terrified. Chi Aoshuang had actually set up a barrier beforehand to prevent their voices from spreading out. At first, they didn't think much of it. They only thought of using the man-eating vines to kill him. Fear gradually engulfed everyone's hearts. The aura of death enveloped them, suffocating them, making them want to shout out loud in fear and flee. But there was nothing they could do. The intense pain from his body and the torment of his spirit almost drove everyone insane. Tears and snot flowed out simultaneously. Everyone was in a sorry state. No, don't kill me. He threatened me with you. I don't want to either. A youth beside Ashlin suddenly knelt down towards Chi Aoshuang, begging for mercy with a pained expression on his face. When the others saw this, they all followed suit and knelt down without the slightest bit of ambition to beg for mercy. At this moment, Ashlin's body was also covered in blood. Those complicated ropes were deeply embedded in his flesh, and he was in pain as if he wanted to die. He could no longer care about anything else and kneeled down to beg for mercy. Chi Aoshuang, I beg you, let me go. My sister is the mayor's wife of Hurricane City. I can give you what you want. It was fine to be rich or to be wealthy, as long as you let me go. The crowd that had been clamoring to tear Chi Aoshuang into 1,000 pieces was now in a completely ugly state, kneeling and begging for forgiveness. Oh, Chi Aoshuang slightly raised her eyebrows, looking at Ashlin with interest. The ropes on Ashlin's body seemed to have loosened a little. Seeing this, Ashlin thought that he had persuaded her. He hurriedly said, Power, money, beautiful women, I can give them to you as long as you bypass me today. After Ashlin said this, he glared viciously at the people kneeling beside him. These bastards actually dared to sell him out just now. He had to get even with these people in the future. Those people were all startled and secretly complained in their hearts as they thought of how to deal with this situation. Haha, it sounds pretty good. Chi Aoshuang smiled and looked at Ashlin. Ashlin was overjoyed, and was about to stand up from the ground. However, at this moment, Xiao Aoshuang suddenly turned around and said in a low voice, Power, money, women, unfortunately, I don't need any of these. Right after he finished speaking, Chi Aoshuang floated away, her figure quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Everyone looked at each other, unable to believe that Chi Aoshuang would let them go just like that. Ashlin was the first to stand up. He looked in the direction that Chi Aoshuang's figure disappeared in, then suddenly turned his head to look at the group of people kneeling on the ground in a daze and fiercely said, I will definitely not let you go. I will make you beg for death. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a loud sound. Ashlin's body instantly exploded at this moment, blood and flesh flying everywhere. The blood and limbs that filled the sky left everyone completely stupefied. The next moment, they all followed in Ashlin's footsteps. They were all killed by the wind rope's explosive body and died to the point that they couldn't be any more dead. Crash, crack, crack. The man-eating vines quickly extended and wrapped around all the limbs on the ground, slowly digesting them. And in the depths of the man-eating vine, there was a corpse. It was the corpse of the person Ashlin had sent to watch over. There were only a few puddles of bright red blood on the ground, slowly drying up and turning black. Dead without a complete corpse. Tens of thousands of pieces. Previously, Ashlin had been so arrogant, but he didn't think that the current world would report this quickly. Chi Aoshuang continued to walk forward with a calm face, but a cold glint appeared in her eyes. For someone like Ashlin, if there was a chance, he would definitely do his best to kill Ashlin. Otherwise, the future troubles would be endless. In the Star Academy, Chi Aoshuang was unable to make a move, because she could faintly sense that there were people who were extremely powerful in the academy. If he did something out of bounds there, perhaps he would be the next to be killed. But it was different here. Since the other party could use the unspoken rules to kill him, why couldn't he instead use the unspoken rules to kill them? The wind gently blew, dispersing the thick smell of blood in the air. Only the blackened patches of blood on the floor told of the blood murders that had occurred. However, it would only be considered a weak student who would be alerted and attacked by the man-eating vine. Xiao Aoshuang walked out of this long and narrow valley, looking at the continuous mountain range ahead, slightly narrowing her eyes. He suddenly turned around and shouted in a low voice, "Come out. Hee, you actually know that I'm here." A sweet and innocent voice entered into Chi Aoshuang's ears. In the next moment, Perina's petite and cute body drilled out from the valley behind him. "Why have you been following me?" Chi Aoshuang asked with a cold face. Heh, what a way. I didn't expect you to be so ruthless when it comes to being gentle and elegant on the surface. Perina narrowed her eyes, cackled, and said while tilting her head. She had seen all of that earlier, and seeing that Xiao Aoshuang was still unmoved, she smacked her lips in annoyance and said, "However, I like things like you. You have to be ruthless, otherwise, you will suffer endless troubles in the future." Xiao Aoshuang glanced at Perina, but didn't say anything. Instead, she turned around and walked away. "Hey, wait for me, I'll come with you. You know, every level is dangerous. Especially after the 6th level, the level there is completely different from here," Perina shouted. When Xiao Aoshuang heard this, she understood clearly in her heart that this woman was not ordinary. Her strength was not only at the 2-star level. However, the method she used to end up in a 2-star exam was somewhat intriguing. She must have a way out of this. However, even so, Chi Aoshuang was unwilling to go along with this woman. Her intuition told her that getting involved with this woman was equivalent to getting involved in trouble. Therefore, he didn't pay attention to her and just strode forward. "If you don't come with me, aren't you afraid that I will tell you what happened just now?" Perina threatened. "You won't." Chi Aoshuang threw out a few more words, but didn't say anything else. Perina was stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on her face. Seeing how Chi Aoshuang was moving faster and faster, Perina grew anxious. "Hey, Chi Aoshuang, why did you leave such a delicate and weak girl like me here alone? Don't you want to protect me and bring me with you?" Perina shouted angrily from behind him. Seeing that his words from before didn't work, Jiang Xuan immediately switched to that line of thought. It was indeed hilarious. However, Chi Aoshuang did not stop. On the contrary, she walked faster and faster, and soon, her figure disappeared from Perina's sight. "Damned kid!" Perina tried to catch up, but she couldn't. He stomped his feet and cursed in a low voice, "Such a blockhead who doesn't know how to care for women." And then she started laughing herself after swearing. Pity the fairer sex. This damn brat. He didn't seem to show mercy the first time they met. He directly grabbed onto his collar and handed him over to those smelly girls. How could he expect him to suddenly change his personality? Perina grunted and hurried off. By this time, both Tarina and Yuna had reached the narrow canyon. Because of the consolation she felt from Chi Aoshuang, she quickly dragged Yuna into the heavenly tower. "Be careful, Tanina. My senior brother told me that the man-eating vines here are very difficult to deal with. They're all sleeping, so we have to be careful not to wake them up," Yunia said in a low voice, with a serious expression on her face. "All right," Tarina nodded gently. There weren't many people ahead of them. If they walked any faster, they should be able to run into Chi Aoshuang. Thinking up to here, she couldn't help but frown slightly, worry on her face. I wonder what is going on with Chi Aoshuang. Just now, Ashlin's group had hurriedly entered the heavenly tower, hoping that they would not cause trouble for him. "Tarina, are you worried about your red-haired junior apprentice brother?" Yunia suddenly asked in a low voice. "Huh?" Hearing what he said, Tarina was startled. After that, he nodded honestly. He came in alone. I was afraid that he would be troubled by Ashlin's group." Yunia was silent for a moment. Ashlin's group, she had asked about later. They were vindictive and merciless. If the red-haired youth were to meet them alone, he really wouldn't be optimistic. "Ah, look!" Suddenly, Tanina let out a low shout, and her face changed dramatically. Yuna followed her gaze and saw a few patches of dried black blood on the floor. It seems that someone has suffered greatly here. Could it be him? Could he have been? No, maybe he's just hurt. Her body swaying a little, she tried her best to calm herself down. She stared fixedly at the puddles of blood on the ground, desperately trying to convince herself. Perhaps, Xiao Aoshuang was only injured. However, the puddles of blood on the ground seemed to be way too big, and it was obvious that they were not simply injured. Tarina, calm down, that might not be him. Care makes no sense. Have you forgotten that he has some skill? Yunia whispered. Only now did she come back to her senses. Staring at the bloodstains, she murmured, right, he won't. He'll be fine. Let's move on. Yunia sighed softly. She understood that she had only just made a friend that she was quite acquainted with. She was afraid that she had taken a fancy to that red-haired kid. However, he hadn't noticed it yet. By this time, Chi Aoshuang had already arrived at the entrance to the second level. Along the way, he met a few berserk beasts that were easily taken care of by Chi Aoshuang. Overall, the first level wasn't that difficult. As long as one was careful, there wouldn't be any problems. At the entrance to the second level was a gate glowing with white light. Xiao Aoshuang did not hesitate, directly burrowing in. What was imprinted in front of Chi Aoshuang was a boundless prairie. The grass, which was half the height of a human, moved with the wind and gave off an indescribable refreshing feeling. However, Chi Aoshuang knew that in this seemingly peaceful grassland, there were many hidden dangers. If he wasn't careful, he would be beyond redemption. C269. It turned out that the source of the wind in front of him was not yet an adult, and he had sneaked out from his hometown. The origin of wind was a very mysterious species, comparable to the nucleus of the wind. All of the elements' cores were formed from the elements of heaven and earth, but they could only form once the human body absorbed them, thus contributing to the growth of one's cultivation. However, the origin of the elements was different. It could help humans in their cultivation. Furthermore, he had stated that he would be able to provide a steady stream of assistance. Having an element source was equivalent to having an innumerable amount of elements cores. The elemental cores were already valuable enough, from the time that Chi Aoshuang came to this world to look for the core of fire. And the source of the elements was naturally even more precious. Such a thing had only existed in the legends, but today Chi Aoshuang had actually bumped into it. Chi Aoshuang's prediction was correct. In this prairie, there were countless poisonous insects and poisonous snakes hiding, waiting for the humans to step into this place before attacking them in the dark. The wind blew through the thick grass, bringing with it a slight scent of grass. Without hesitation, Chi Aoshuang dove into the vast grassland. Hiss! Suddenly, a series of crackling sounds entered into Chi Aoshuang's ears. Chi Aoshuang turned her head to look at the source of the voice and narrowed her eyes. Following that, a gentle breeze gently swirled around Chi Aoshuang, fluttering her hair and sleeves as if pleading for something. Chi Aoshuang pondered for a moment before following the direction of the voice. As the sound got closer and closer, it became clearer and clearer. When Chi Aoshuang arrived at the source of the sound and saw the object that made the sound, she was stunned. Was the sound coming from the little white thing in front of him? Is this the object of Wind's plea for help? The small object was round and white to the point that it was almost transparent. It swayed left and right as if it was very weak, as if it was about to dissipate in the next moment. Gigi, that little thing seemed rather happy to see Chi Aoshuang, and without waiting for Chi Aoshuang to react, it immediately pounced towards her. Chi Aoshuang was startled. She wanted to dodge it, but the wind around her became abnormally gentle, as if telling her that there was no danger. Chi Aoshuang froze, no longer dodging. The small sphere pounced on Chi Aoshuang's body, and instantly vanished into thin air. Ha! Chi Aoshuang looked down at her body in surprise, but she did not feel anything strange. What was going on? Did that thing enter his body? What was that? Why did the wind ask for help? And how can I help? In the next moment, Chi Aoshuang's expression changed. She could feel the magic in her body decreasing rapidly. It was decreasing at an extremely terrifying speed. There was something strange about it. Could it be that thing just now? If this continued, the magic power in her body would definitely disappear. In that case, it would be very dangerous for her. That little thing was weak just now, so now it was absorbing his magic power to replenish itself. Crap! How terrible! Chi Aoshuan could not sense the existence of that little thing at all, and her magic power was constantly decreasing. If his magic ran out, then the consequence would be. Chi Aoshuan was anxious as she searched her storage ring for monster cores. At this time, she couldn't keep up with the little thing's absorbing speed by relying on meditation to recover her magic power. After so long, this was the first time that Chi Aoshuan's powerful spiritual power lacked magic power. After rummaging through the monster cores for a while, he finally found some, and Xiao Aoshuan immediately began to replenish her magic power. But the little thing didn't stop absorbing magic. Xiao Aoshuan continuously replenished it, and it continued to absorb more and more. Xiao Aoshuan was like a transfer station, continuously transferring all the magic in the magic core to the little thing. Several high-level monster cores had already been wasted, but the little thing in his body still hadn't stopped. Xiao Aoshuan groaned in her heart. What was going on? Logically speaking, Wind Speaker wouldn't harm her. After an unknown amount of time, the little thing in Chi Aoshuan's body finally stopped absorbing the magic after it had thrown away more than 10 high-level magic cores. Xiao Aoshuan quickly replenished her magic, throwing the abandoned monster cores to the side, letting out a long sigh of relief. In his heart, he was more puzzled. What exactly was that little thing in his body? Just as Chi Aoshuan thought of this, the little thing seemed to hear Chi Aoshuan's thoughts. It came out of Chi Aoshuan's body and stood on her shoulder. Burp tilde tilde the little thing burped as soon as it came out. It then stood on top of Xiao Aoshuan's shoulder shakily as if it was drunk. In fact, it was obviously a symbol of having eaten too much. Chi Aoshuan turned around and looked at the little thing on her shoulder with a face full of shock. This little thing actually had its own body shape and appearance. It was completely different from the way it looked when it was about to disappear. He looked more human now, his body still white, hands and feet, body, hair, and face. However, Xiao Aoshuan's mouth was agape. Did anyone tell her what was going on? Why did this little thing's face look the same as hers? You, who are you? Why does she look the same as me? Xiao Aoshuan was extremely shocked, but strangely, she didn't feel annoyed. She only felt that this little thing's body was emitting a very intimate aura, a feeling of flesh and blood being fused together. Like a loved one, or more like a part of himself. Burp tilde the little person burped and then slid down Xiao Aoshuan's shoulder and into Xiao Aoshuan's arms. Xiao Aoshuan extended her hand to catch him. Who am I? I am the source of the wind. Today, I was bullied by dogs on the falling tiger plains. Thank goodness you came. The little person shook his head and said, Wind origin. Chi Aoshuan looked at the almost weightless little thing in her hands in shock. It was actually the origin of wind. The legendary origin of wind actually appeared here. How is that possible? As for me, there's no other way. The first human I met was you. I'll have to take advantage of you. Source of Wind helplessly said. The first human I met. Chi Aoshuan instantly picked up on this crucial piece of information. As the origin of the wind, he was an existence that had existed for a long time. How could he ever meet a human? Cough, cough, don't look so shocked. I just slipped out of the sacred land. Oh, no, I just left the sacred land and got lost here. The origin of wind seemed to be a little unnatural as he said this. It turned out that the source of the wind in front of him was not yet an adult, and he had sneaked out from his hometown. The origin of wind was a very mysterious species, comparable to the nucleus of the wind. All of the elements' cores were formed from the elements of heaven and earth, but they could only form once the human body absorbed them, thus contributing to the growth of one's cultivation. However, the origin of the elements was different. It could help humans in their cultivation. Furthermore, he had stated that he would be able to provide a steady stream of assistance. Having an element source was equivalent to having an innumerable amount of elements cores. The elemental cores were already valuable enough, from the time that Chi Aoshuan came to this world to look for the core of fire. And the source of the elements was naturally even more precious. Such a thing had only existed in the legends, but today Chi Aoshuan had actually bumped into it. Actually, today was indeed Chi Aoshuan's luck. His body was of the wind attribute, his spiritual power was very strong, and he also knew the language of the wind. If the people who passed by weren't of the wind attribute and didn't know the language of the wind, then they wouldn't have been able to find the source of the wind. With these two conditions, if his spiritual force was too weak, not only would he not be able to save the wind source, he would also lose his life. It had to be said that Chi Aoshuang's luck was too good. At this moment, Chi Aoshuang was thinking, Holy Land, was that the place where the elementals were gathered? And the little fellow in front of him had sneaked out and met with danger, so Feng had asked him to help him. Chi Aoshuang had guessed most of what had happened. Kid, you're so weird. Why do I feel that your soul doesn't match your body? Source of Wind looked up at Xiao Aoshuang and asked in puzzlement. What's your name? After absorbing so much of my magic, are you going to compensate me for something? Chi Aoshuang didn't answer the question of the origin of wind, but instead asked these questions coldly. Cough tilde about that. I absorbed a lot of your magic. But, you don't have to be so stingy, he stuttered. I should be the one who saved your life, right? Does the brave and mighty wind origin not want to acknowledge its debt? Chi Aoshuang narrowed her eyes and said these words coldly, because in the short conversation just now, Chi Aoshuang had already figured out this little brat's personality, and was full of pride. He was clearly a little brat, but from time to time, he would call himself this young master, beating a snake to hit 7 inches, first praising him for his courage and greatness, then asking back if he was willing to accept the consequences. Not at all. Sure enough, Wind Source immediately retorted with a face and neck red, I am called Zhang Kong. If I eat you, my mouth will be soft. I will help you cultivate. Wait until you break through the space-shattering realm before I leave. Wind Source patted his chest in assurance. Fragmentation of the void realm. Chi Aoshuang's eyes immediately lit up. She grabbed onto the origin of wind and said with excitement, You can help me cultivate to the space-shattering realm. Nonsense. Our elemental source has inherited memories regarding these things, so we are naturally more proficient than you guys. You guys are also like headless flies, rampaging about. Many people are just one last step away from making a breakthrough. Actually, the last layer was very thin, it could break with a poke. Right, what's your name? The sky puffed up its chest as it spoke confidently. How long? My name is Chi Aoshuang. Xiao Aoshuang asked urgently. The sky blinked as he sized Chi Aoshuang up. Then, he narrowed his eyes and said, It's not that I said that. Some people can never cultivate it in their entire lives, but some people can do it very quickly. It shouldn't take long. I'm just confused, your soul and body don't seem to match. Chi Aoshuang went silent. She did not expect that this wind source could actually see through her nature. This body really wasn't his. Hey, don't be discouraged. You have good aptitude and strong spiritual energy. You should be able to do it in 10 years. Wind Source scratched his head and said, 10 years? Xiao Aoshuang frowned. It was too long. Maybe 8, maybe 7, depending on your own efforts, but seeing how much you've helped me, I'll definitely help you. Looking at the sadness in Chi Aoshuang's eyes, Chang consoled himself. At this moment, there was a strange connection between Kong Zhang Kong and Chi Aoshuang, almost as if they were family. Looking at how upset Chi Aoshuang was, Chang felt a sense of discomfort in his heart. Thank you. Chi Aoshuang nodded absent-mindedly, but still looked at the little fellow gratefully. Looking at how similar Xiao Budian was to her, a strange feeling arose in Chi Aoshuang's heart. Where is this? What are you going to do next? The sky was chirping as he asked. Xiao Aoshuang let go of the sky and allowed it to reach her shoulders. Only then did she stand up and slowly began to explain to the sky. Chang Kong also understood that Chi Aoshuang was participating in a trial. Xiao Aoshuang stood up, knowing that the time she and Chang Kong spent here was not as simple as just a few moments. Because she clearly felt the hunger in her stomach, she quickly ate some food to replenish her energy. He needed to hurry to the next level as soon as possible. He really wanted to experience the 9th level. If he could pass the 9th level of the trial, he would have the chance to break through the void boundary. The sky was perched on Chi Aoshuang's shoulder, following his instructions and transforming into the appearance of a small spirit beast. The outer appearance of the sky became that of a small snow ferret. This way, it wouldn't appear so abrupt. Xiao Aoshuang didn't want others to see and misunderstand that she had such a small child. The wind transmitted a message. Indeed, many people had already entered this plane, and there was no lack of powerful students among them. Xiao Aoshuan and Chang Kong's recovery and turnover magic actually took up a whole day and night. Xiao Aoshuan brought the sky with her as she rushed forward, wanting to reach the next level as soon as possible. Qi Aoshuan tried her best to avoid people from getting into conflicts and wasting time. Qi Aoshuan was unwilling, but that didn't mean that some people wouldn't deliberately crash into them. Miss Bethany, are you tired? Do you want to take a break? A fawning voice reached her ears. Miss Bethany, are you thirsty? Do you want some water? Another voice was also full of flattery. Qi Aoshuan frowned slightly. The people in front were Bethany and her escorts. Qi Aoshuan had heard those two voices before. They were the two people from the restaurant. It was really haunting. There had been those moments before, so Qi Aoshuan didn't want to waste time with them. Xiao Aoshuan brought the sky around to the side. Hor tilde tilde suddenly, a low voice came from the sky, and in Qi Aoshuan's mind, a frivolous voice rang out. Wow, Qi Aoshuan, that little girl's figure is really good. This young master's heart was in turmoil when he saw this. Qi Aoshuan was embarrassed. This little guy was actually a little pervert. However, the problem lay in the two chirps from the sky. Bethany looked through the cracks and saw the cute and snow-white ferret on Qi Aoshuan's shoulder. What a cute small martin. Bethany's voice was filled with joy. Qi Aoshuan thought to herself. He stretched out his hand to knock on the empty sky and spoke to it in his mind. You little pervert. You're in trouble now. That student, please wait. Can you transfer your pet to us? Money isn't a problem. Sure enough, a nasty voice could be heard right away. If you don't need money, we can give you what you want. Another voice was full of arrogance. Heh, the beautiful lady has taken a fancy to me tilde tilde. Qi Aoshuan's mind was in a mess of words. Qi Aoshuan was exasperated. No, Qi Aoshuan said in a hurry. She did not even turn around, and was about to leave the place. Wait! Qi Aoshuan's eyes flashed, and the two men quickly stood in front of Qi Aoshuan, blocking her way. C-270. Qi Aoshuan stared indifferently at the two young men in front of her. The two young men were already wearing their school uniforms, and the 7 small golden stars on their chests showed that they had the strength of 7 stars. The two of them met up with Qi Aoshuan, and they were finally able to see her clearly. They all opened their mouths in surprise. It's you, it's me, so you should know very well that I won't change it. Qi Aoshuan threw out a few words, and continued walking past the two people. Vast Sky squatted on Qi Aoshuan's shoulder and reluctantly looked at Bethany. Let's talk about it later, maybe, one of them said, unwilling to give up. Alright, it's fine if the other party isn't willing, but I didn't say that I have to. Bethany's voice came faintly. The people behind stopped their pursuit, but Qi Aoshuan could feel 2 pairs of burning eyes staring at her from behind. Needless to say, they were the 2 so-called flower protectors. He had swept them with his gaze twice in front of that beautiful Zephany, while he himself was a new student. In his heart, he probably wanted to teach him a lesson. Although this Bethany was a little arrogant, she wouldn't be so unreasonable as to pester him. Qi Aoshuan's evaluation of this Bethany was slightly better. Xiao Aoshuan knew clearly in her heart that this matter would not end so easily. The 2 youths would definitely find an opportunity to cause trouble for him. However, Qi Aoshuan was too lazy to care about that right now and quickly walked forward. If these 2 came looking for him, he wouldn't blame himself for being impolite. When she could no longer feel the aura of the people behind her, Xiao Aoshuan squatted on her shoulders, looking at the sky and tearing it apart. What? For what? The sky was struggling with its 4 limbs. Don't cause any more trouble for me. Begin now, let me in. Xiao Aoshuan said fiercely to the sky. No need, Chang Bai said pitifully. Get in. Qi Aoshuan's face was fierce. There was no room for discussion. If you go in, you go in. If there's a beauty, I can see it too. Anyway, your body can be considered my home. I will go home and rest for a while. The corners of Chang's mouth twitched as he broke free from Qi Aoshuan's grasp and threw himself into Qi Aoshuan's arms. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the air and returned to Qi Aoshuan's body. As soon as the sky entered her body, her entire body was enveloped in an indescribable feeling of mystery. His physical and mental fatigue disappeared at this moment. Previously, when Qi Aoshuan met up with the sky, She had spent an entire day and night without resting. She was a little tired, but now that the wind source had entered his body, the fatigue completely disappeared. The origin of wind was indeed a good item. Without too much trouble, Chi Aoshuang easily found the entrance to the third layer and drilled into it. What appeared before her eyes was a boundless desert. The yellow sand that filled the sky crazily danced about, looking as if it was trying to dazzle people's eyes. Where was the exit to this level? Chi Aoshuang, I'm going to sleep first. If there's a beauty, remember to call me. Vast Sky's voice rang in Chi Aoshuang's mind. Chi Aoshuang's mouth twitched. This little pervert. He still couldn't forget about the beautiful lady even when he was about to rest. Sand and sand flew all over the sky, some of them swirling and rolling all the way. However, when Chi Aoshuang stepped into the desert, it was as if the yellow sand had grown eyes, as it blew past her body to the side. Actually, it was not that the sand had eyes, but the wind blowing the sand around Chi Aoshuang. As he continued to walk forward, he saw some students who had entered the desert earlier. Many of them were wearing heavy cloaks, tightly wrapping themselves in them as they walked forward. There were also people like Chi Aoshuang who did not take any action. They were all relatively strong. Of course, they belonged to the minority. Just as Xiao Aoshuang was wondering which direction the exit would go, an unfamiliar voice came from behind him. Hey, Xiao Aoshuang, are you guessing where the exit to this level is? You certainly don't know. I'll take you. Xiao Aoshuang turned around with some suspicion. This voice was unfamiliar to her and she had never heard it before. However, the other party actually called her by her name. Who was this person? When Chi Aoshuang turned to look into the eyes of that person, the corners of her mouth twitched, and she quickly turned to leave. Chi Aoshuang, wait for me. Do you really have the heart to abandon a weak girl like me in such a dangerous place? The petite girl took a big step forward and grabbed onto the hem of Chi Aoshuang's robe. This woman was none other than Perina, dressed up as she was. His voice had changed and his appearance had changed, but he couldn't conceal the charm in his eyes. Chi Aoshuang's face darkened. She turned her head and said coldly, "Let go." "I won't let it go. I want to go with you." She seemed to be trying to conceal her identity so that no one would know that she could pass the second floor and above trials. It seemed that she was still planning to conceal her strength and become a 2-star student. Yeah, beauty, she's a beauty. Suddenly, the sky abruptly emerged from Chi Aoshuang's embrace. The snow-white little marten hopped onto Perina's shoulder and cried out. Xiao Aoshuang was speechless, knowing that this was going to be troublesome. Damn, Chi Aoshuang, even if you have a pretty girl, I still won't call you young master. Didn't I say just now that if there's a pretty girl, remember to call me? The sky danced on Perina's shoulders, scolding Chi Aoshuang with dissatisfaction. His eyeballs were rolling. Beautiful girl, you are definitely a beauty, but why are you hiding your appearance? Perina was stunned, still in a daze. He turned his head and looked at the small snow-white small marten on his shoulder. After a long while, he recovered his senses and asked in a strange manner, This is your pet? Spirit beast? You can talk? Yes. Xiao Aoshuang replied with a sullen face before reaching out to grab the sky. Beautiful girl, what's your name? Come with us if you don't mind. Although my attitude as a follower is a little rough, but my strength is actually not bad. I can definitely protect you. In the hands of Chi Aoshuang, the tail of Chang Kong hung in the air as he spoke shamelessly. Okay. Perina couldn't wait to hear those words and quickly agreed happily. Who did you say is your follower? Who asked you to agree? When Xiao Aoshuang heard this, she was filled with anger. She grabbed onto the tail of Chang Kong and started shaking it with all her might, making it seem as if the entire sky was covered with mud. I was wrong. I am your follower. The stars in the sky twinkled in his eyes as he hurriedly begged for mercy. You're the old man. Then can this beauty come with us now? A wise man does not take advantage of the odds, and this beauty seems to be here for Chi Aoshuang. It is better to curry favor with her first. Chi Aoshuang was angry. What sort of source of wind was this? Just as Xiao Aoshuang was about to explode, the voice of the source of wind sounded in her mind. Little Chi, don't be angry. I only have this one hobby. It's only this one hobby. Satisfy me ... I will definitely do my best to assist you in your cultivation. Chi Aoshuang was so angry that she almost vomited blood. This little brat, he actually knows how to seduce people. Was this really the origin of the wind? He only had this one hobby. When you see a beautiful woman, forget about the north, south, and west. Take me with you. I won't cause you any trouble, and I know the way. Seeing Chi Aoshuang's uncertain expression, Perina knew that little Martin was probably speaking up for her. Let's go. Xiao Aoshuang frowned and said coldly before turning around and walking away. Little Chi Chang Kong spat out those two words pitifully, his tail still in Chi Aoshuang's hands. TCH, Chi Aoshuang felt goosebumps all over her body after being called by Xiao Qi. Of course, she knew what he was thinking. With a flip of his hand, he tossed the sky behind him. Perina reached out to catch the air. Beautiful sister Chang Kong quickly hid in her embrace. Be good Perina rubbed her little head, but her eyes never left Xiao Aoshuang's back. The sky looked up and saw the smug smile on Perina's face. A sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. Why did he feel that this beautiful sister was a little dangerous? Why did she look like a hunter looking at his prey? Furthermore, she seemed to be very hungry. Chi Aoshuang, keep walking to the west and you will see the mirage. The mirage will not be far from the exit, Perina said as she caught up to Chi Aoshuang and walked side by side. Chi Aoshuang did not say anything, and continued to walk forward silently. Chi Aoshuang, why did you want to come to the Star Academy? Is it also to stand out? Perina jabbered. Chi Aoshuang's expression was still cold. Chi Aoshuang, your name seems to be that of a woman. How old are you? Perina did not give up and continued to ask. The wind whistled in response to Perina. Perina pursed her lips, wondering why she was being so cool and not saying a word. The sky narrowed, and Perina hugged him contentedly. Feeling the softness on her chest, she was so happy that she was about to faint. He kept walking west until he saw the mirage floating in the sky in the distance. It was a small oasis, surrounded by plants. Go to Mirage and you'll reach a dune with a hole through which you can reach the exit, Perina explained from the side. However, Chi Aoshuang remained silent. Hey, you don't even ask what's in that hole. Could it be dangerous or something? After speaking for so long, she didn't hear any response from Chi Aoshuang, and instead, she pressed on discontentedly. If there's no danger, it's not called a trial, it's called sightseeing tourism. Chi Aoshuang replied faintly, her eyes wide open in disbelief. You damn boy, that cave is actually a maze. There's a type of bug in it. Worms can spit acid, and anything can corrode. Perina said angrily, I really want to tell you. How can you have such an attitude? Even if you don't tell me, I can still safely pass. Chi Aoshuang looked ahead, her eyes shining with determination. What's there to be afraid of? This was only the 3rd floor. He had to pass these trials. You. Perina stomped her feet and angrily followed. This guy's personality was really stinky and stubborn. With such confidence, she wanted to see just how far this freshman could go. However, where did the strong confidence in this fellow's eyes come from? Was he really that strong? The wind blew past, blowing Chi Aoshuang's hair, but the wild sand completely bypassed Chi Aoshuang. Looking at Chi Aoshuang's figure, the wind blowing his hair, and the beautiful purple earring on his earlobe, Perina couldn't help but be stunned. Chi Aoshuang, the earrings on your ears are so pretty. You're a man, why are you wearing earrings? Perina caught up to him and stared at the earrings on Chi Aoshuang's ear. With her eyes wide open, she said, What earrings does a man wear? Why don't you give it to me? Perina tilted her head to the side and looked at Chi Aoshuang. In the next moment, her originally cold face darkened. She turned around to look at Perina, her eyes ice cold. It was clearly a hot desert, but Perina felt as if she had been in a glacier for 10,000 years. Her entire body was incomparably cold, and a wordless pressure enveloped her entire body, causing cold sweat to slowly break out on her back. And this terrifying pressure came from Chi Aoshuang. What are you trying to do? Perina asked in panic. You'd better not mention this earring again, and you better not think about it. Chi Aoshuang's face was frosty, and her voice did not sound warm at all. After saying this, Chi Aoshuang no longer paid attention to Perina and strode forward. Perina stared at Xiao Aoshuang's back for a while before coming back to her senses. His back was drenched in cold sweat. What? Wasn't it just 2 broken earrings? I don't even care about it. Why are you being so fierce? Perina stomped her feet angrily and snorted coldly. Beautiful sister, those 2 earrings should be very important to Chi Aoshuan. At this moment, the skies weakly spoke out. He was also shocked. Earlier, Chi Aoshuan's aura was so violent, as if she could tear someone into 1,000 pieces in the next moment. What a terrifying feeling. I can see it too, HMPH. Perina pursed her lips and said unhappily, I don't know. You wouldn't have said that before. Really, what's so fierce about it? Alright, beautiful sister, let's hurry up and chase after her. We'll lose her later. Charm sighed. Yes, let's give it to him in the future. Perina clenched her teeth and snorted. She thought to herself, I'll slowly torture him after capturing this guy's heart. Tell him to turn west and to stop. As she had said, he saw the dune and the cave. Even if Perina didn't say anything, Chi Aoshuan could tell that this was the entrance to the next level. This was because at this time, there were already students walking inside. He had already entered the cave, and a cold aura assaulted him. The heat was gone in an instant, but there was still a fishy smell coming from the cave, mixed with some strange, soft sounds. Naturally, those students with high cultivation could hear it. Those with low cultivation realm might find it difficult to listen to it. Xiao Aoshuan frowned slightly, thinking about the insect that spat out acid earlier that Perina said. It was likely that these soft sounds were the result of the worms squirming. This cave was indeed a maze, leading in all directions, easily stunning people. Hey, Chi Aoshuan, follow me. I'll lead you out. Be careful not to get lost. Perina caught up to him and whispered to him. Chi Aoshuan did not say anything. Instead, she narrowed her eyes as she looked at the messy cave in front of her. Suddenly, he closed his eyes gently. What are you doing? Perina asked, frowning. He seems to be sensing the structure of this cave. Chang Bai replied weakly. How is that possible? Perina asked sharply. The sky fell silent. He didn't tell Perina that Chi Aoshuan understood the language of the wind. He was feeling the structure of the cave through the slight breeze, searching for the shortest route through the maze of the cave. After a while, Xiao Aoshuan opened her eyes, and without any hesitation, she started walking to the left. Hey, wrong, we should go this way. This way is the right way. Seeing that Xiao Aoshuan was walking in that direction, she hurriedly called out to her. Xiao Aoshuan ignored him and continued walking forward. Only a cold back view of Perina. HMPH. Stinky brat. Let's see how I'll wash you when you turn around later on. Perina huffed angrily as she followed after him. In her heart, she was thinking about how she should mock this cold-hearted hateful fellow if she were to take the wrong turn later on. To her surprise, though, Chi Aoshuan did not hesitate at all. No matter how many forks in the road appeared, Chi Aoshuan would immediately pick a path and continue walking forward. Along the way, they met a few bugs that were easily taken care of by Chi Aoshuan. The doubt in Perina's heart grew. Why did it feel like Chi Aoshuan was so familiar with him? Wasn't this his first time here? That's impossible. When Chi Aoshuan saw that Perina had walked out of the cave into the sunlight, her jaw dropped in shock and she couldn't say a word. So fast. He had actually walked out of this maze so quickly. The route she knew would take at least one day. However, it only took Xiao Aoshuan 2 hours to walk out. How could this be? Walking out of the cave, what appeared in front of Chi Aoshuan was a small forest. Behind this little forest is the exit. Chi Aoshuan, how did you do it? Do you know there are a lot of people trapped in this labyrinth who won't be able to get out for days and nights? Some people were even trapped inside. How did you find the exit so quickly? Perina was extremely surprised as she kept asking Xiao Aoshuan questions, wanting to know the answer. It was no wonder that she was surprised. This maze of caves was indeed a headache. It was a huge and complicated place, and there were even dangerous creatures inside. Even if he had been here a few times, he might not have remembered the way he came. However, it only took Chi Aoshuan 2 hours to find the shortest way out. Furthermore, this was the first time Chi Aoshuan had come here, and he was a new student. Rest, let's set off tomorrow. After saying that, Xiao Aoshuan walked into the forest, took out a tent from her space ring and began to set up her tent. Perina stared at Xiao Aoshuang's back in a daze. Who exactly was this youth who seemed to be covered in mysteries? Beautiful sister tilde tilde, are you hungry? The sky jumped down, jumping towards Chi Oshuang. Little Chi Chi, bring me something to eat. Beautiful sister must be hungry. Eat what's inside and outside. Xiao Aoshuang looked at the food in the sky and snorted coldly. We have to take pity on the fairer sex. Little Chi Chi, I really don't understand. You're so cold, which beauty would fall for you in the future? Beautiful sister, don't mind this rotten wood. In the future, no woman will like him. Let's eat. Xiao Aoshuang glared coldly at the sky, not paying any attention to him. This little pervert was really looking for a beating. Perina sat down next to him, smiling as she accepted the food that was pushed over by Kong. His heart was also filled with sorrow. This guy, he just needed to know how to take pity on the fairer sex. HMPH, I'd like to see if there will be a blind woman who likes such a guy in the future. It would be difficult to make this fellow fall for him. However, the more difficult it was, the more he liked it. He had to capture this fellow. Thinking of this, she felt better. He began to eat the food given to him by the sky. While Chan was talking, he tried to lighten the relationship between Perina and Chi Aoshuang. Sleep. After finishing his meal, Xiao Aoshuang grabbed hold of the empty space where she was still trying to curry favor with Perina and went straight into the tent. Perina froze as Chi Aoshuang and Kong entered the tent. It was only a single tent. She sat alone outside the tent. Xiao Aoshuang did not even bother to ask where she was sleeping, and just crawled in by herself. I'm going to sleep with my beautiful sister. Oh, tilde tilde. The struggling in the air finally turned into miserable cries. Clearly, they had been repaired. Chi Aoshuang tilde tilde Chi Aoshuang tilde tilde tilde. One day, I will make you obey my orders. You loathsome fellow. Perina gritted her teeth as she watched the tent squeeze out a few words from between her teeth. For the first time, Perina was treated like this. I can't believe this bastard doesn't care about me. Perina angrily started setting up her own tent, but in her heart, she cursed Chi Aoshuang a lot. Chi Aoshuang sat cross-legged in the tent quietly, forcibly letting the little pervert Kong enter her body. With the help of the source of wind, she began to comprehend the power of the wind in the world. He must break through as soon as possible. Broken space. Feng Yixuan, Leng Lingian. Chi Aoshuang closed her eyes, completely immersed in a mysterious feeling. In the morning, Perina had already woken up, but still did not see Chi Aoshuang walk out of the tent. Damn it, you hateful fellow. Perina sat beside him and waited. However, he hadn't thought that he would have to wait for 3 days. For 3 whole days, Chi Aoshuang did not come out of her tent. There were several times when Perina wanted to call out to Chi Aoshuang, but every time she walked in front of Chi Aoshuang's tent, she was blocked by an invisible wind and was unable to take even half a step forward. Perina understood that Chi Aoshuang was probably cultivating, so she didn't disturb her and just waited silently. On the morning of the 4th day, someone entered the forest and walked in their direction. Perina frowned and vigilantly looked in the direction that someone was walking towards. At this moment, Chi Aoshuang finally made a move on her tent. Xiao Aoshuang slowly walked out from within. He met up with the people who had just arrived. The person walking towards them was Tanja. There were a few other people with her, and besides Yuna, there were 2 men. The 2 men were both 6-star experts. For a moment, the people on both sides looked at each other. Staring at Chi Aoshuang, she was stunned. C271. Perina's gaze naturally fell onto Nashar. It was for no other reason than she was looking at Xiao Aoshuang. Junior brother, she was somewhat surprised to see him here. Senior apprentice sister. Xiao Aoshuang nodded politely in greeting. No matter what, this Tarliner showed her concern for him while she was in the canteen, and Chi Aoshuang still had a good impression of her. Chi Aoshuang, when are we leaving? Seeing the look into Nina's eyes, a trace of craftiness that was hard to notice appeared in her eyes. She silently moved closer to Xiao Aoshuang. A while, Chi Aoshuang spat out 2 words. Tarina's eyes fell on Perina, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Who was this woman? What relationship did he have with Xiao Aoshuang? Why together? It seemed to be related to a different feeling. Junior brother, you. Tarina opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. Tarina, is this your junior apprentice brother? If you want to come with us, we can take care of you. The man next to her spoke in a low voice. Tarina was overjoyed. These two powerful men were the senior brothers of the sect that Yunia belonged to. Out of respect for Yuna, they had brought her along. If only he could bring Chi Aoshuang with him. Before she could say anything, Chi Aoshuang already spoke up. Thank you for your kind intentions, senior. There's no need. The man's expression changed slightly as a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. The meaning behind his words was clear. He was saying that Xiao Orshuang did not know what was good for her. Tarlina opened her mouth slightly, not knowing what to say. All men had their own pride. Could it be that the actions of her senior had hurt her pride? Tarina felt regret in her heart. In that case, be careful. We'll be leaving first, said Yunia at this moment. Junior apprentice brother, be careful. After quite a while, Tanina forced out these words. Actually, she really wanted to let Chi Aoshuang know how to do what she wanted. If she couldn't, then she didn't want to keep moving forward. He didn't want anything to happen to Chi Aoshuang, but because he was afraid of hurting her self-esteem in front of so many people, he didn't say it out loud. Chi Aoshuang nodded, not saying anything else. Just like that, Tanina's group left. Before she left, she even turned to look at Chi Aoshuang, her eyes filled with worry. Perina's mouth twitched, her heart was filled with sorrow. It couldn't be that this lousy blockhead who didn't know how to cherish the fairer sex really had a woman take a fancy to him. Only after they were far away did she squat down. She looked at Xiao Aoshuang and asked with a teasing tone, "Hey, Chi Aoshuang, who is that woman? Your senior sister? Why do I feel like she's looking at you differently?" Chi Aoshuang ignored him and started rummaging through her storage ring. "Hey, does that woman like you?" Perina did not hesitate to ask. She treated all her junior brothers and sisters like this. Xiao Aoshuang finally replied coldly. As far as Xiao Aoshuang was concerned, this was the truth. This senior apprentice sister Talina was extremely caring towards her disciples. She was a kind-hearted woman. Perina rolled her eyes. Is that really true? Or was the rotten wood too slow? The way the woman looked at him was clearly different. Heh, but this is good too. It was extremely beneficial for him. By the way, where's Chang Kong? Perina asked, puzzled. He's tired and resting. Xiao Aoshuang said casually. Where do you want to rest? Do you have a beast bag with a spirit beast? Perina blinked her eyes and asked. There was no air in the interspatial ring, and creatures could not stay inside. If that was the case, then Chi Aoshuang must have a special bag like the one used to store the spirit beasts. It wasn't really that valuable. Xiao Orshuang did not reply. She did not want to tell anyone of Chang Kong's true identity. Seeing that Chi Aoshuang did not reply, Perina assumed that he had tacitly agreed. Under Perina's astonished gaze, Chi Orshuang took out the barbecue utensils and seasonings, started a bonfire and started the barbecue. Oil dripped from the grilled meat onto the firewood, and the smell of it wafted into Perina's nose. Perina swallowed her saliva as she watched the barbecue gradually turn yellow and enticing. You know how to barbecue." Chi Aoshuang did not say anything, and her eyes became misty as she looked at the roast meat. She thought of all her friends, of the dinner on Wind Island that day. As if it was yesterday, they were so close to him. However, in the past, everyone was no longer by his side. When would he be able to reunite with them? Was there a day like that? There must be. When Xiao Aoshuang finished roasting the meat, he cut off half of it for Perina. Here for me." Perina was a little surprised. Looking at the roast meat, she pointed at herself and asked doubtfully, "This cold rotten wood would actually voluntarily give it to him to eat?" "Don't forget it," Chi Aoshuang said indifferently, preparing to take it back. "Who said I didn't want it?" Seeing her right hand being burned, Perina hurriedly reached out to snatch it away from her. She even cried out in alarm, so hot, tilde. Chi Aoshuang ate her food silently, paying no more attention to Perina. While she ate the roast, Perina glanced at Chi Aoshuang. While praising the delicious taste of the roast meat in his heart, he became even more doubtful of Chi Aoshuang's identity. Although this guy was cold, his heart didn't seem that bad, and he even cooked delicious roasted meat. If he really did become her boyfriend, it would be pretty good too. Pa. What was he thinking? This wasn't his original intention. His goal was to capture this fellow's heart and then torture him to death. After resting, the two of them continued on their journey. After passing through the small forest, they arrived at the 4th level without a hitch. The 4th level was actually a huge lake. The waters of the lake were crystal clear, and the aquatic plants below could be seen clearly by the fish swimming about. However, this water was strangely clear. There were no ripples at all. Even the fish swimming in the water did not change the flow of the water around the fish. As long as you pass through this lake, you can reach the next layer. However, this lake wasn't that easy. This lake can only bear very light weights. It can't fly, nor can it build ships, let alone swim over. She picked up a piece of wood from the side and threw it down, but the wood sank. See? A thing as heavy as a piece of wood can't float on it. However, Perina picked up a leaf the size of a basketball and dropped it on top of the tree. The leaf floated on the surface of the water. I can only bear this weight. No matter how big the leaf is, it won't be able to bear it, Perina explained. Chi Aoshuan stared at the leaves on the lake, not saying a word. A sly smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Damn brat, let's see if you can get help from me this time. You can't get across this lake without me. Let's see what you can do. Perina was secretly pleased with herself. She narrowed her eyes, waiting for Chi Aoshuan to ask her. After which, she decided on how she would wash up and mop him before bringing him over. However, in the next moment, Perina's eyes widened. Xiao Aoshuan gently stomped her feet on the ground as she walked forward, standing lightly on the leaf. However, the leaf was not affected at all. It was still floating on the surface of the water. In the next moment, a breeze blew past, and the leaves on the water slowly moved forward with Chi Aoshuan in tow. Perina's eyes were wide open as she watched Xiao Aoshuan leisurely drifting forward. She was speechless for a long time. How did this happen? Why did this guy seem like he had no weight? Why was he able to stand on the leaves and float past them? As Chi Aoshuan's figure got farther and farther away, Perina finally came back to her senses and grunted angrily. Then he crouched down and put his hand to the surface of the water and muttered something. Very quickly, the surface of the water before her rippled. A huge turtle floated up. She jumped onto the tortoise's back, which was around the size of a round table, and ordered the tortoise to chase after her. When Perina caught up to Chi Aoshuan, she bared her fangs and brandished her claws as she asked, "Hey, Chi Aoshuan, how did you do it? How can you stand on these leaves?" Chi Aoshuan remained silent, not replying. Her eyes fell on the group of people in front of her. "Hey, Chi Aoshuan, I was asking you a question. How did you do it? Are you not human? Are you a ghost?" Perina's heart skipped a beat, but she immediately curled her lips, secretly laughing at how she could say such brainless words. The group that Chi Aoshuan saw was none other than Tarlina and the rest. However, their situation didn't look too good. This was because their faces were somewhat anxious. The 4 of them were standing on a light blue disc that floated gracefully on the surface of the water. Clearly, the disc was the treasure of one of them. However, the disc was only floating there, not moving forward at all. "Do me a favor and I owe you one." Xiao Aoshuan suddenly spoke in a deep voice. What? At first, Perina was afraid that she had misheard him. This cold guy actually wanted her to help him. That can't be true, right? Chi Aoshuan remained silent, not repeating what she said earlier. His face, however, was as calm as ever. Perina pursed her lips and said unhappily, Fine. What can I do for you?" However, he was secretly delighted in his heart. "Damn brat, you also have a day like today. You have a day when you ask for yourself. Ha, tilde, see how I will mock you in the future after I help you. Take those men to the other side." Xiao Aoshuan pointed at the group of people and said indifferently. Perina looked in the direction Chi Aoshuan was pointing at, and saw that Tanina and the others were trapped on the spot. She immediately became angry. So this bastard wanted me to help someone else. She thought that he had a request for her, but who knew that it was to help others, or to help that woman? You want to help them. Why should I listen to you? Why should I help them? Perina was furious and very unhappy, because the plan in his heart didn't work out. He had wanted to see the dejected look on Chi Aoshuan's face, but he didn't expect it to be like this. Help! Still not helping. Chi Aoshuang did not say anything else, only asking this kind of question in a neutral tone. Help! Help! But remember, you owe me a favor. Perina resented the idea and urged the tortoise to swim forward. Got it. Wait for me on the shore, said Chi Aoshuang as she said that. Her body sped up, passing by Perina and landing lightly on the ground. I will wait for you on the shore. All right. After hearing the last sentence from Chi Aoshuang, her heart finally felt a little better. Just like that, Chi Aoshuang floated past Tarlina and the rest. Without even glancing at them, she floated forward. Junior brother, Tarina naturally saw Chi Aoshuang and let out a low shout of astonishment. The others were also surprised to see Chi Aoshuang gently floating on the surface of the water. What magic is this? Junior brother, they didn't even look at you. To think that you were worried about him earlier. Yuna looked at the back of Chi Aoshuang and her face turned dark. She grunted unhappily. However, how did this guy manage to float on the water? Such a person is indeed not worth worrying about. The man beside Yuna also disdainfully spoke up to belittle Xiao Aoshuang. You're worried about him, but he doesn't put you in his eyes at all. Although his tone was disdainful, there was also a faint hint of jealousy, because he could not walk on the surface of the water like Chi Aoshuang did. No wonder this red-haired kid refused to go along with them. So he had some ability after all. He never wanted to help you, HMPH. Yuna looked at the retreating back of Chi Aoshuang, and her heart filled with hatred. It was all thanks to Tarlina who stood up straight in the cafeteria. That ungrateful bastard. Senior apprentice brother, what's wrong with this floating disc of yours? Hurry up and replenish your magic. How long are we going to be stuck here for? To add, I'm already very fast. The other man was sweating profusely as he explained, but he didn't seem to have any confidence in his words. He hadn't expected such a situation to occur either, and it had been a long time since it was completed. This was bad. He might have to stay here for a few days. Looking at Xiao Aoshuang's back, a complicated expression appeared on Tanina's face. Did he really leave just like that without even looking at himself? Was he really that kind of person? In her heart, however, she didn't want to believe that Chi Aoshuang was such a person. Hey, are you guys trapped? Suddenly, a female voice that seemed to have heard it before reached everyone's ears. You? Tarina and the others turned, puzzled, only to see a woman standing behind them, staring at them with wide eyes, atop the back of an enormous turtle. Everyone was surprised when they saw this. This woman actually managed to cross the lake in such a manner. How strange. However, there were indeed many capable mutants in the Star Academy. Although they were unique, they definitely weren't the only ones. After a moment of surprise, everyone returned to their normal state. Yeah, we're in a bit of trouble. Yunia's senior apprentice brother spoke out in an embarrassed manner. He knew that the floater could not be repaired in a short time. Maybe a few days on the water. Of course, Tarlina could recognize this woman. It was the woman who was walking with Chi Aoshuang. Some wondered why they had split up, but did not ask. Do you need any help? I'll lead you there. It's not like I can stay here forever. Instead of being overbearing, Perina's tone was mild. She knew that if she was too arrogant at this moment and these people couldn't get angry at her for a moment, then she wouldn't be able to take them away and wouldn't be able to make that cold blockhead owe her a favor. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, senior apprentice brother. It's a small matter. Everyone, come up. With a smile, Perina let the tortoise step forward and let them all step forward. After Yuna's senior brother put away the floating disc, Perina drove the turtle to swim forward. Thank you so much. Yuna opened her mouth to thank him. No thanks. Perina replied politely, but her heart was filled with sorrow. Who would be willing to let Chicky save you guys? If it wasn't for that lousy piece of wood, I wouldn't have done such a thankless thing. With a complicated expression, it was unknown what she was thinking. Tanina, look at how kind he is. He doesn't look like your junior apprentice brother at all. HMPH. Ingratitude. Think about it, you didn't even care about your own safety when you were in the cafeteria. Just now, you were so worried about him. Look at him, when he passed by, he didn't even look at you. Is he worth your kindness? Tarlina didn't say anything, and her eyes dimmed a little. When Perina heard this, She couldn't help but feel a wave of displeasure in her heart. Everyone on the turtle's back, except Perina, was shocked. Even after they had steadied themselves, they were still a little afraid. Sorry, everyone, stand still. Perina acted like nothing had happened. Everyone nodded in agreement. All right, Unia, enough. All right, Unia, enough. One of the men spoke up to comfort them. Una let out a cold snort, her face as grim as ever. She no longer spoke. But the more Perina listened, the angrier she got. Worse than that piece of rotten wood. HMPH, when we get ashore, I'll see how I'll wash off you bastards. You guys are the ones who are ungrateful. When they got to the shore, they were naturally very grateful to Perina. At this time, however, Perina's face darkened. She said with a strange tone, "Thank you for the wrong person. Do you really think I ate too much and had nothing better to do than to help you?" "What do you mean?" Unia and the others were stunned. They didn't understand how the woman in front of them could change her expressions so quickly. "I don't have the heart to help you useless fellows. A mere lake is able to trap you in the middle. Useless. If Chi Aoshuan didn't ask me to help you, do you think I would have come to help you? Ungrateful. I wonder who is ungrateful and ungrateful." Seeing the wonderful expressions on everyone's faces, she felt extremely satisfied. Since they had already been brought ashore, she would owe them a debt of gratitude. Naturally, she would take advantage of this opportunity to mock them. The faces of Una and the group were extremely marvelous. They were constantly changing, the color of their livers was red, and in the end, they could not say a word. There were astonishment, gratitude, shame, and regret. "Ha ha, that lousy piece of wood finally owes me a favor this time. Let's see how I torture him." Before leaving, Perina laughed out loud and left. Only Unia and the others remained where they were with complicated expressions on their faces. Una stared angrily at the departing figure of Perina, unable to say a single word for a long time. So this despicable woman didn't have any good intentions. As she listened to her last words, Tarina's heart was filled with worry. He was also regretting how he could accept this woman's help so easily. This time, he was going to make things difficult for Xiao Aoshuan. What should he do? Perina chased after him, a strange sense of joy rising in her heart as she saw Chi Aoshuan standing in front of her, waiting for her. "Chi Aoshuan, let's go," Perina happily said. Xiao Aoshuan glanced at the somewhat abnormal Perina, but didn't inquire further. She only nodded faintly and said, "Let's go." Then he walked on. Perina followed with a smile, in a good mood. Gradually, the more he ascended, the fewer people there were. He saw fewer and fewer students along the way. Some people could no longer move forward and did not want to lose their lives. They simply gave up and used the only teleportation scroll given by the academy to return. Naturally, there would be teachers to judge their trial levels. Even Chi Aoshuan was able to pass the 5th level without any difficulties. She finally understood that this red-haired fellow's strength was definitely not inferior to those 6-star students. The 6th level was a bit difficult. The 6th level was a flat plain, but there was a massive tornado blowing on the plain, and it never stopped. To get to the next level, you need to safely pass through this violent cyclone. Many people were left with only half their lives after the tornado, so they gave up on moving forward. He only obtained the proof of his strength as a 6-star Esper. Chi Aoshuan looked up at the huge tornado. The tornado roared. Its violent power seemed to tear people apart. Chi Aoshuan looked up and saw an embarrassing scene. In the sky above the tornado, there were countless shreds of clothes, and some belongings were still roiling about. The clothes and belongings of those who had obviously entered the cyclone were swept up into the sky. This violent tornado may be difficult for others, but it's a piece of cake for Chi Aoshuan. All the winds were Chi Aoshuan's friends. Chi Aoshuan entered the tornado with a calm face, and Perina quickly followed behind. As expected, wherever Chi Aoshuan went, the tornado would not go berserk. Instead, it would gently circle around Chi Aoshuan, or even hover around her body gently. This was the first time she had seen the wind so close to a person. Even if this guy had a wind attribute physique and used wind magic, there was no need to exaggerate things so much. This guy, who exactly was he? Perina followed closely by Chi Aoshuan's side, pulling her by the sleeves of her robe and passing through without a hitch. Wow, This is the first time I've passed so easily. After passing through this tornado, Perina patted her chest, stuck out her tongue and said playfully, I used to be the one who caused all this trouble. This tornado was very strange. The stronger a person was, the bigger they would be able to resist it. The weaker one would be able to resist it, but at the same time, they would be easily blown into the sky. No matter what, it's not going to be easy, Perina explained. Xiao Aoshuang looked at the tornado, deep in thought. This tornado was indeed very strange. After a long period of time, the strong would remain strong, and the weak would remain weak. However, no one dared to hide all their power and enter this tornado, because without any defense, the outcome would be very comedic, and they would be directly blown into the sky to fly a kite. Under the ground of this tornado, there seemed to be a mysterious force. It seemed to be faintly resonating with the source of wind in his body. It was a pity that the wind origin was resting. Otherwise, he could call it out and ask about it. As for the 7th level, it was more dangerous. As expected, it was on 2 levels compared to the 6th level and below. The number of people who passed was even fewer. This was a magical land. In the skies above, ice cones continued to descend. The cold wind howled through the air, piercing straight into the bones. However, the ground was extremely hot, and the temperature was abnormally high. Flames were continuously spewing out from the ground, and if one was not careful, they would be grilled to the ground. Half of it was hot, the other half was cold. Once a person stepped on it, their shoes would probably immediately be scorched and evaporated. He also needed to guard against the flames that were rising from the ground and the falling ice cones. See, the 7th floor has been completely different since the beginning. I didn't go there the last time. It's too dangerous here. Some people were the cream of the crop in their sects, so they had masters to give them treasures. They could use them to pass through this place. A small number of people go by on their own. The 8th floor is even more difficult. No one has ever seen the 9th floor. Perina stood at the edge of the room and said while looking at the front with lingering fear in her heart. Chi Aoshuang silently stared at the terrifying scene before her. The icicles in the sky unceasingly fell, violently stabbing into the ground. After which, there was an ear-piercing sizzling sound as they evaporated instantly. Flames continued to erupt from the ground. The high temperature of the flames seemed to be able to burn everything, making one's heart palpitate. What was even more troubling was that the spots where the flames were emitted were extremely irregular, and there was no way to predict where the flames would appear the next second. I won't accompany you on your journey. Be careful on your journey. Suddenly, she frowned and thought of something, then said in a low voice, right, the 8th floor is said to be a terrifying swamp. There are many rocks floating above the swamp, and you can only pass through by stepping on them. But not every rock can bear to stand on it. You have to be careful not to fall down. If you fall down, you will be beyond redemption. I heard it from someone. You have to be careful, don't die. Remember, you still owe me a favor that you haven't paid back. Perina knew that with her cultivation, she could not advance any further. He couldn't give Xiao Aoshuang any more trouble, or else both of them would be in danger. The higher he went, the more dangerous it became. This was why there were people below the 6th level who were willing to bring along those who had a relationship with him. But after the 6th level and the 6th level, nothing like this would ever happen again. That would only harm people and themselves. Xiao Aoshuang turned to look at Perina and nodded. Thank you, I will be careful. You will also return alive to repay your favor. HMPH. It's good that you know. Perina pursed her lips and snorted. Then, she took out the teleportation scroll given by the academy and crushed it, waiting to be teleported out. If you can't, then retreat. Don't lose your life in vain. Remember this. Perina's figure slowly disappeared, and she continued to instruct him. And Perina herself did not notice the change in attitude. At the beginning, she only wanted to capture this annoying fellow, but now, she couldn't help but care for him from the bottom of her heart. Chi Aoshuang stared at the terrifying scene before her eyes, but she didn't hesitate as she continued walking forward. He entered this place that was like an Asura hell. C272. Chi Aoshuang stared at the terrifying scene before her eyes, but she didn't hesitate as she continued walking forward. He entered this place that was like an Asura hell. So hot, yet so cold. It was very strange, very contradictory, but there were two feelings that existed at the same time. This was the feeling Chi Aoshuang had. It was extremely hot on the ground. Waves of terrifying heat crazily swept up from the bottom of his feet. In the sky, however, incomparably cold ice cones continued to fall, gusts of cold wind blowing. As expected, the shoes gave off a burnt smell. Even though Chi Aoshuang did not touch the ground, she still ended up with the same result. Chi Aoshuang did not touch the ground, but let the wind gently support her, allowing her to move forward a few centimeters. Even so, his shoes still smelled like scorch. The corners of Chi Aoshuang's mouth twitched as she took off her shoes and threw them into her interspatial ring, floating barefooted on the scorching hot ground. The ice cones continued to fall from the sky, and Chi Aoshuang easily dodged them. As they walked forward, the ice cones in the sky became denser, and the flames on the ground became more frequent, making it impossible to guard against. A figure gradually appeared in front of them. It was obvious that this figure was the one who had entered the area earlier. It was a man. He walked in front at a moderate pace. A pair of black wings spread out from his back like a huge umbrella, easily blocking the dense ice cones falling from the sky. When the icicle landed on his wings, it actually did not leave a single wound. He was walking on the ground barefooted, and the flames did not harm him in the slightest. On the contrary, most of his clothes were burnt and he was nearly naked. The demons. As soon as Chi Aoshuang saw that person's figure, she immediately understood the other party's identity. That pair of wings and the strength of his body had explained everything. That person only glanced at Chi Aoshuang indifferently when he felt her approach. He did not say anything and continued to walk forward leisurely. However, when Chi Aoshuang continued walking forwards, the look in his eyes gradually turned to one of astonishment. He could also tell that Chi Aoshuang's identity was that of a demon. However, the opponent did not spread out his wings to block the falling ice cones. Instead, he continued to dodge the falling ice cones in the sky. His body was so nimble and strange, and as he kept looking around, he could see a lot of shadows floating around. As for Chi Aoshuang's physical body, it was getting further and further away. As he watched Chi Aoshuang disappear into the distance, the man seemed to have thought of something. Looks like there will be a dark horse this year. There was not a single gold star on the clothes of this youth. It seemed that he was only a freshman. Could such a movement technique successfully pass through the 8th level? At this moment, his heart was filled with anticipation. Chi Aoshuang groaned in her heart, because this path seemed to have no end. He had been walking for nearly 5 hours, but he had yet to reach the end. It wasn't that Chi Aoshuang didn't have enough stamina to continue moving forward, but she encountered the same embarrassment as the man. Her clothes seemed to not be able to withstand the heat of the flames and were slowly burnt. Even though this body belonged to a man, that did not mean that Chi Aoshuang did not mind. Furthermore, even at critical moments, that man could surround himself with those sturdy wings to prevent exposure, but Chi Aoshuang still had no way to transform this body. She could only maintain this appearance and couldn't display those huge black wings. Fortunately, after half an hour, they finally saw the end of the area. Xiao Aoshuang hurriedly hopped to the edge of the room and looked around to make sure there was no one around. She then quickly took out clothes from her storage ring and changed into them before putting on her shoes. Chi Aoshuang heaved a sigh of relief. Only now did he realize how tired he was. After spending quite a bit of time and effort walking through this bizarre place that was like the Asuras, it was time to take a rest. Chi Aoshuang looked around and saw rocks with uneven sides. After giving it some thought, he found a secluded spot and sat down cross-legged, beginning to adjust his breathing. It had taken her a lot of effort to travel for the past few hours. Chi Aoshuang slowly closed her eyes. She felt the power of the wind origin in her body and gradually entered into a wondrous state of complete self-oblivion. After an unknown period of time, Chi Aoshuang was woken up by two voices. Phew, every time I pass by this place, it feels so uncomfortable. This voice was very tired, but it was one that Chi Aoshuang had heard before. Yeah, without these things, we really wouldn't have been able to get here. The other voice was also very tired, but there was a hint of pride in it. Chi Aoshuang had heard this voice before. These two fellows were the protectors of the flower by Bethany's side. It was obvious that Bethany didn't go with them, because what she said next was a bit unpleasant to the ears. That slut Bethany, To think that the two of us risked our lives to bring her to the 6th floor. He didn't even say a word of thanks. The first voice sounded unresigned. Be patient, Baharu. One day the bitch will fall into our hands. We can do whatever we want. This voice was extremely vulgar and lecherous. Ha ha, Days, you're right. That coquettish woman's body is really too comfortable. At that time, she will definitely make us want to die, ha ha. The feel of his hands must be extremely good. The man named Baharu chuckled, as if what he said had already happened. At that time, we'll torture this coquettish woman properly. Let her beg for mercy. We've done so much for her, but she doesn't care. Don't think that your father doesn't know. She has always had someone in her heart. Dazzling said hatefully. When Xiao Aoshuang heard this, his heart skipped a beat. There had already been people in Bethany's heart. Could it be? TCH, you think only you can feel it? Can't I feel it? Every time she went to the hotel she ordered the same dish. When the dishes were served, he would always eat them. He would always stare blankly at the dish in front of him. That look, isn't it like his thinking about men? Let me know who that man is. I will first castrate him and then cut him into 1,000 pieces and feed him to the dogs. As she spoke up to hear, it was already clear in her heart. As expected, Bethany couldn't stop thinking about Wins. Wins, too, was haunted by the memory of Bethany. Just like that, Chi Aoshuang had already made up her mind. Hi, I'm just saying. You know, this slut's background isn't something you can rashly attack. Dazzling sighed. She is the daughter of the Jade City Lord. I know. Why else would we curry favor with her? Sigh, if I can't rape her, can't I even think about it? Baharu said with a sigh, unwilling to accept this. When we subdue her, we'll have everything. Let's keep going. Days felt helpless. Although he spoke so viciously just now, he didn't dare to rashly attack Bethany. The power behind that woman was not something they could afford to provoke. Ian, at most, I'll just cook her rice and put some medicine on her to make her take the initiative. It's not that we forced her, it's that she forced us, and then she would have nothing more to say, and it would be us who would save her. Hee. Whoa, then who's going first? The two of them were completely lost in their thoughts. Which one of you will die first? However, just as they were about to reach their climax, a cold voice suddenly reached their ears, interrupting their beautiful why. Who? Both of them exclaimed in surprise with cold sweat dripping down their backs. Someone was here. In other words, their words just now had been clearly heard by everyone. What the hell? Chi Aoshuang slowly stood out from the hidden corner, looking at the two of them with an ice-cold expression. It's you. The two of them were first shocked, then looked at Chi Aoshuang with dark and vicious eyes. They already had a plan in their hearts. They had to kill Chi Aoshuang here. Not only did Chi Aoshuang reject them twice in a row, she had to get revenge for it. Just based on what Chi Aoshuang had said to the two of them earlier, she wanted to kill him here. It's me, Chi Aoshuang said passively. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. Ha ha ha. What a coincidence. The two of them started to laugh maniacally, and looked at Chi Aoshuang as if they were looking at a dead man. In their eyes, Chi Aoshuang was already a dead man. However, they didn't expect that Xiao Aoshuang would arrive here before them, with a relaxed expression on her face. The two of them only thought of the fact that Chi Aoshuang was a freshman, and now they had to kill him without thinking about anything else. He never expected that Chi Aoshuang's strength would be above theirs. Chi Aoshuang smiled as she looked at the two people in front of her. The killing intent in their eyes was so obvious. Kid, how do you want to die? Dazzling grinned as he slowly approached Xiao Aoshuang. Is it cut into pieces by an ice pick or burnt to a crisp by a flame? My luck is good today. Heaven has its ways, but you will not take them. Hell has no doors, yet you barge in. We were wondering when we'd talk to you. Baharu laughed out loud. Looking at the two who were filled with killing intent, Chi Aoshuang helplessly and innocently sighed and said, Are you going to kill me if I don't kill you today? The two of them were stunned for a moment before they started laughing out loud. It was as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. This red-haired kid wanted to kill them. Kill them. Ha 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 ha. What kind of joke was this? However, Xiao Aoshuang only smiled faintly. She had already moved. Dazzling and Baharu were stunned, because Chi Aoshuang's figure suddenly vanished from their sight. When the two of them finally reacted, Chi Aoshuang was already in front of them. Bang! Dazzling's entire body flew up into the air, before flying backwards like a kite with its string cut, before falling into that terrifying Asura region. Swish, swish, swish tilde tilde tilde. Ah! Dazzling's miserable scream rang out, and then suddenly, there was no sound. Dazzling ice cones stabbed into Dazzling's body, ferociously stabbing him into the scorching ground. Flames instantly rose from the ground and roasted him into charcoal. All of this happened in a split second. Baharu didn't even see Chi Aoshuang's movements clearly. Dazzling was actually dead when countless ice cones stabbed into his body in midair. At that time, he had already been cut into several pieces by the ice cones. Blood flew everywhere before falling to the ground and being roasted into several pieces. This way of dying was what he had arranged for Chi Aoshuang to die, and now it was all on him. Baharu looked at this scene in a daze. At this moment, he even forgot his fear, only looking at the scene in front of him with disbelief. The person who had been with him earlier was now dead without a complete corpse. What about you? How do you want to die? Chi Aoshuang's smile was like a flower. At this moment, her beautiful smile was as terrifying as a death god in Baharu's eyes. Only then did he come back to his senses. He wanted to run, but his legs kept on shaking, as if they were rooted to the ground. He couldn't move even half a step. Don't kill me, I can promise you anything. Baharu's voice trembled, but the fear in his eyes could not be hidden. Only then did he consider the question he had not thought of earlier. This red-haired youth had arrived here before them. Moreover, he looked so relaxed. He must have recovered after coming here for a long time. Why didn't they think that this youth would be able to beat them here? His strength shouldn't be weak. Oh, accept everything. However, Xiao Aoshuang smiled carelessly, looking lazily at Baharu. Did you forget what you were talking about just now? Baharu's back was already soaked in cold sweat. The fear in his heart almost made him crumble. He couldn't be blamed for being so scared. Davis's death was too horrible, too bloody. Even if they had killed someone with their own hands, they had never seen such a terrifying technique. Quick, ruthless, accurate, it would be over without giving the other party even the slightest chance to catch his breath. I was only farting a moment ago. Please let me go in large numbers. I promise I won't tell you what I saw today. Baharu was already somewhat at a loss for words, frantically begging for mercy. He then kneeled down in fear, crying and begging for mercy. He looked as pathetic as he could be. How could he still be as arrogant as he was before? Say, if you exchange places with me, will you let me go? Chi Aoshuang was still smiling lazily, but she frowned innocently and said, I gave you all a chance. Do you forget what I said before I did it? Baharu was startled, but then he suddenly remembered what Chi Aoshuang had said. Will you kill me today if I don't kill you? Cold sweat was pouring out of Baharu's forehead. At that time, how could they have thought that it was true? They only thought that it was Chi Aoshuang going crazy. How could they have thought that Chi Aoshuang actually had the power to kill them? At this time, even Baharu's intestines turned green with regret. However, could time be reversed? Of course not. I have eyes but I can't see. Please let me go. In his heart, Baharu was even more afraid. He continued to beg for mercy, his entire body trembling non-stop. I said, will you let me go in exchange? Xiao Aoshuang laughed sarcastically. Baharu's face suddenly sank, as if he had turned to ashes and no longer had the color of blood. Xiao Aoshuang heaved a sigh of relief. People are always like this. He couldn't do it himself, but he insisted on having others do it. You demon, I'll fight you to the death. Baharu finally understood. No matter how he begged, he would not be able to escape this calamity. He decided to make up his mind, wanting to make the last stand. However, in the next instant, Chi Aoshuang already appeared in front of Baharu. She stretched out her finger and gently flicked it at Baharu's forehead. Under his astonished and terrified gaze, the last thing he saw was a sky full of ice cones. Chi Aoshuang looked at the charred objects in the terrifying area with disdain. These two people could only reach this level with the help of their treasures, but their true strength was far inferior. The Star Academy's survival training wouldn't restrict such things. In the eyes of the Academy's elders, the treasures that the students brought along and those who knew how to make use of them could also be considered a type of strength. Even luck was a type of strength. The bodies of Baharu and Davis evaporated, leaving only two bright objects on the hot ground. That must be the treasure the two of them relied on, right? Chiao Shuang picked up the two items. One of them was a round and cool pearl, and the other was a shiny jade pendant. The clothes and undergarments of the two people had all been evaporated, leaving only these two treasures and two spatial rings. Xiao Aoshuan kept the storage ring without any hesitation. Although the space wasn't big, it could store items and see if there were anything valuable inside. After temporarily throwing all these items into her spatial ring, Chi Aoshuan continued walking forward. What would the 8th level look like? Is it really a swamp, as Perina says? What Perina had said was right, there was a swamp on the 8th floor, but there was more to the 8th floor than just a swamp. And the swamp, as Perina had said, had to be treaded on the right rocks to get through, but not every time. In other words, this time, he had found the right path to pass through the swamp. However, the next time he would come, he would definitely not find the right path. Each rock will change after being stepped on. Don't try to take advantage of the situation and get away with it once and for all. He had to put in a lot of effort every time he passed through here. There was also a hidden danger that Perina did not know about, so she did not say it out loud. The black sewage from the swamp bubbled and bubbled. The bubbly broke apart and the black sewage splattered everywhere. Xiao Aoshuang stood at the edge, picking up a branch and stabbing it into the water. However, the moment she touched the branch, it immediately vanished into thin air. That can't be true, right? So strange. Chi Aoshuang thought for a moment and found a fresh piece of pig leg in her space ring. She poked it into the sewage, and sizzling sounds could be heard. The pork and the bones inside were instantly corroded. What was even more terrifying was that although the pig leg in his hand didn't touch the water, it was still corroding at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Xiao Aoshuang was shocked, and immediately threw the pig leg towards the nearest rock. However, the rock instantly sank down and did not have the slightest buffer time. The terrified sizzling sound rang out again, and the piece of pig leg and rock sank, corroded. Only the small black bubbles were breaking apart. The corner of Chi Aoshuang's mouth twitched. There was no way out if he fell down. Jiu, Jiu, Jiu tilde tilde. Suddenly, a strange sound came over. Chi Aoshuang raised her head and looked over, extremely shocked. This was because she saw a creature in this enormous swamp. The marsh extended into the distance without end. Rocks and rocks were scattered all over the place, causing people to be unable to distinguish between what was real and what wasn't. Floating in mid-air was a light black miasma. With a glance one could tell it wouldn't be easy to absorb. Under such harsh conditions, there was a living being in the corrosive marsh water. Why wasn't it called Xiao Aoshuang's surprise? The creature had a big head and soybean-sized eyes. It looked very strange. Its mouth was yawning, but it was ridiculously big. With a dong sound, the creature leaped out of the water like a fish out of water, splashing up countless amounts of black water. The water splashed onto the surrounding rocks, emitting a terrifying corrosive sound. In the instant that strange creature jumped out, Chi Aoshuang was able to clearly see its appearance. His head was the size of 2 basketballs, but his body was so small that it was almost invisible. As he jumped, he let out a weird cooing sound. Chi Aoshuang stared at the monster that was slowly approaching her. After thinking for a moment, she took out a large piece of pig leg and threw it at the monster. With a howl, the monster suddenly opened its mouth wide and swallowed the pig leg that was far larger than its entire body. At this moment, its mouth strangely widened several times. What was even stranger was that after swallowing such a big chunk of pig leg, its body was still pitifully small. I don't even know where the pig's leg was swallowed. The monster swallowed the pig leg and smacked its mouth as if it wanted to continue. She glared at Xiao Aoshuang and did not move. What kind of creature was this? Chi Aoshuang broke out in a cold sweat. To think that he could survive in such a harsh environment, and his mouth could instantly widen so much that he could just swallow a random person. It was even more difficult to fight with this creature. With a random leap, the black-colored sewage would splash everywhere, and it would definitely cause people to become flustered. Chi Aoshuang did not guess wrong, and there were many experts who did not like this place. Did they find any fixed rocks that had fallen into the sewage and were corroded to death? Some were directly swallowed by this creature. Many people had suffered here before. Even the most powerful ones, who had treasures, would lose a layer of skin if they didn't die after being splashed by this deadly sewage. There were so many rocks floating on the surface of the swamp, but they were all swaying unsteadily. One couldn't tell what was real or what wasn't. Chi Aoshuang squatted to the side, looking at this terrifying place and thinking of a countermeasure. The strange creature floated to the side, staring at Chi Aoshuang. Chi Aoshuang and this strange creature stared at each other, not moving at all. How should he pass this level? C273. Chi Aoshuang and the strange creature stared at each other. Chi Aoshuang did not move, nor did the creature walk away. It floated in the swamp, staring at Chi Aoshuang. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beauty before? No, I've never seen a handsome guy before. Although Chi Aoshuang was thinking hard, she still could not think of a way to safely cross the swamp. Seeing the strange creature still looking at her, she could not help but shout out angrily. Gu tilde tilde gu tilde. The monster snorted at Chi Aoshuang, but it didn't know what he was talking about. What kind of bird language? Chi Aoshuang frowned as she looked at this dangerous fellow, keeping her guard up. How could someone who was able to live comfortably under such terrifying conditions be an easy opponent? Just the size of that bizarre head and that terrifying mouth was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Haw haw! At this time, the sky suddenly jumped out from Chi Aoshuang's body, jumping directly in front of the monster and letting out two chirps. Coo, coo tilde tilde, haw haw, gu, kai kai, hiss, hiss tilde tilde. The two of them were chattering away in a language that Chi Aoshuang did not understand. Suddenly, with a loud crashing sound, the monster actually jumped up and splashed water all over the place. The ground and the nearby floating rocks all made a corrosive sizzling sound. The places where the water had splashed were all corroded, causing people to shudder in fear. And the monster made gurgling sounds and was jumping around. He seemed to be happy. Haw haw! The sky seemed to be angry as it bounced around. It seemed like it was scolding him. Goo! What made Chi Aoshuang shocked was that the monster was actually like a child who had done something wrong, obediently swimming over, floating beside the swamp, staring at the sky with its beady eyes. What confused Chi Aoshuang the most was that her soybean-sized eyes seemed to have a pitiful look in them, as if she was begging for forgiveness. What was going on? Hey, Chi Aoshuang tilde tilde. The vast sky leaped back to Chi Aoshuang's side. Do what? Xiao Aoshuang looked at the sky curiously. You can understand that guy's words. His name is Momo. Do you want to pass through this place? With him leading the way, it would soon be smooth sailing. All you have to do is pay for the road. The sky looked like a ruffian as he laughed mischievously. Xiao Aoshuang. And then he felt a little urge to spurt it out. Hairy. This strange creature had a name, but it was still the same. What a tangled name. And he even wanted money for it. What? What money? Chi Aoshuang felt that her tongue was a little tangled. Simple. Momo said that the meat you threw earlier was delicious, so I'll order some more. Then I told him, you can make it better. He said that not only can he let you pass, he can also help you pass safely. With a smug look, Chan Kong added, Momo is the local tyrant, this is his territory. Xiao Aoshuang twitched her mouth, unable to say anything. This place, how had the people of the past passed through? Chi Aoshuang did not care about whether she would pass this test or not. What she cared about was the reward for passing the trial. It was said that those who passed the 8th level of the trial could cultivate in a secret place. Where could they comprehend the power faster to reach the realm of breaking through the void? Even for this reward, Chi Aoshuang had to think of a way to pass through this level. Coo, coo, coo tilde tilde. Momo began to cry out again, and the more she cried out, the more frantic she became. At the side, Zhang Kong translated competently, human, just get me something delicious. I've never had a full stomach, and the meat is super bad. Give me something good to eat, and I can get you through here safely. You know, even if those people pass through here the fastest, it'll still take a few days. Chi Aoshuang was sweating cold sweat. The super tough meat that Momo mentioned was probably the kind of people that came to participate in the trial and wanted to pass through here. The human meat certainly wasn't tasty, let alone raw. The first time Momo ate pork, she naturally felt that it tasted much better than the human meat. In addition, if there was a wind origin ability that understood his words, that would be even better. A few black lines appeared on Chi Aoshuang's forehead, so there was such a way to get through this dangerous place. Bribe Momo. If those people from before knew of this method, they wouldn't have to hold their grudges in anymore. However, even so, how many people would be so bored as to throw pork at Momo, and who would be so coincidental that they had the elemental energy to communicate with Momo? Chi Aoshuang was the first person in history to have these two conditions. Roast meat. Xiao Aoshuang looked at Mao Mao's bin-sized eyes and stared at her scalp tingling. She then took out all the tools for roasted meat, and took out a few pieces of fresh, fat meat. Giu. Momo was so excited that she started to flop around in the swamp. Finally, she laid her huge and ugly head against the edge of the swamp, staring at the things in Chi Aoshuang's hands with her small eyes. With a gurgle, the sky turned around and chattered to Momo. Momo is swallowing her saliva. Only then did Chan explain to Chi Aoshuang what that gurgle meant. Chi Aoshuang was speechless. She sped up her actions, roasted a piece of meat and threw it at the fur on the shore. A few pieces of meat had disappeared just like that. Jiang Kong, this fur, where did it go to swallow the meat? So small. Chi Aoshuang was puzzled. He made his own space, temporarily swallowing it in the space in his mouth, then he can spit it out and eat it. The sky explained. So awesome. Xiao Aoshuang was speechless. This habit of hers was just like a hamster's. However, this fella was actually able to create space in his body. What kind of creature was this? After roasting almost all of the fresh meat in Chi Aoshuang's spatial ring, Momo closed her eyes in satisfaction and smacked her lips in satisfaction. Then he swam left and right, blinking at Chi Aoshuang. Momo said she can lead the way now. The sky jumped onto Chi Aoshuang's shoulder and said, "All right." Chi Aoshuang nodded and said to Mao Mao, "I will be troubling you then." Giu. Gugu tilde gugu tilde. The fur man began to growl. "You've already paid for the trip, no need to thank me." Vast Sky was a competent interpreter. At this moment, a soft sound could be heard from afar. Goo. Momo suddenly began to croak softly. Someone's coming. The words flew back into Xiao Aoshuang's body. Xiao Aoshuang was confused, turning around. Who is it? Gradually, the soft sound got closer and closer. "It's you," a sharp voice sounded, filled with doubt. The one who spoke was Lani. At this moment, her face was filled with disbelief. She was frowning as she looked at Chi Aoshuang. Beside Lenny was the calm Ditters. It was just that Lenny looked a little tired, while Ditton seemed to be in good spirits. From this, one could tell the difference in strength between the two. Clearly, Lenny had put in a lot of effort to pass that level, while Dittons had easily passed. But Jonathan didn't seem to be with them. "Why are you here?" Lenny stared at Chi Aoshuang and asked impolitely. Xiao Aoshuang did not pay any attention to Lani. She only glanced at the two indifferently before turning around and returning to her seat. Lani held his breath. This red-haired kid would embarrass her every time, and he never looked straight at her. As expected, none of the people who were close to Jonathan were good people. "Well, both of them are uneducated bastards. You're being rude, I'm asking you a question." Lani was still uncomfortable, but he forced himself to say these words. "You don't sound polite when you ask questions. It's normal if others don't answer." At this moment, Ditters spoke indifferently. However, his gaze fell on Chi Aoshuang. He wasn't surprised at all that this youth was able to arrive here. At the beginning, the aura exuded from the youth's body made him feel that the youth was not simple at all. And here he was. Judging from his relaxed expression, he had either arrived here very early or lived a very easy life. After hearing Sten's words, Lani felt a sense of fear. Only then did he remember that he had indeed lost his composure. I was only surprised. That's why I asked with some impatience." Lenny quickly explained, afraid that he would leave a bad impression in Ditters's mind. In addition to his nervousness, he also harbored a grudge against Xiao Aoshuang. This red-haired kid was the same as Jonathan. He had the ability to make himself lose his composure. No wonder Lenny was so angry. In this academy, which man would ignore Lenny's questions? Those admirers would always say whatever they know. Even if they weren't admirers, they would still give them some face. Jonathan was the only one who mocked and ridiculed her. His attitude toward her was driving her crazy. He just ignored her. Xiao Aoshuang did not say anything, only quietly sitting there waiting. She wanted to see how the two of them would manage to survive this perilous swamp. At this time, the voice of Dylan didn't have the slightest ripple to it. It wasn't directed at Chi Aoshuang, but at Lani. Lenny, you can't always rely on me. This time, you have to rely on your own strength to get through. Ditto's voice was calm, without the slightest ripple of emotion. These words were spoken with a light tone, and only then did Chi Aoshuang realize what had happened. So it turned out that this Lenny had only managed to pass through the 8th floor by relying on dittos. If all the students who passed the 8th level had to participate in the competition, then what was the point of Lenny getting 3rd place? Could it be that the other students who passed were all male students and all of them had been given to her? Chi Aoshuang's guess was correct. It was true. The other boys were all being merciful to Lenny, but Jonathan was the only one. That was why Lenny was Jonathan's 3rd brother in 10,000 years. Lenny's strength was only at the peak of the 7 stars, not yet at the 8-star level. A trace of disdain flashed across Chi Aoshuang's eyes. She looked down on Lani, and even more so at those people who made Lani participate in the competition. So what if she was pretty, beautiful enough to do as she pleases? He was truly speechless. Hearing these words, Lenny's face naturally turned pale. He shouted in fear, "Ditters, you can't do this. If you don't bring me there, I will descend to the 7th star." C274. Lenny cried out in panic, "Ditters, don't, I can't drop a star. The last time I kept my promise, I gave you back your personal love and took you there. But this time, I have no obligation to bring you there." When Ditters saw Lenny's beautiful face, which had lost all color, he did not show the slightest hint of pity. His tone was still as calm and collected as before, without the slightest trace of emotion or warmth. There was no expression on Ditto's handsome face. "No, Dottons, I'm in 3rd place. I can't be reduced to the 7 stars. If that's the case, then what face would I have left?" Lenny cried pitifully to Dittins. "Ditters, are you going to put up with it? Do you have the heart to see me humiliated? I'm afraid Biserfin and Perina and Iber are waiting for me to make a fool of myself." Out of the 4 school beauties, Lenny was the strongest. He was ranked 3rd among the 8-star students. But this 3rd place, the water is actually very big. It was no wonder that Lenny's reaction was so intense, provoking many people that many male students liked him. Naturally, he was the object of displeasure for many female students. If Lenny had been reduced to the 7 stars, the women's jokes would be ranked in a row. Lenny's arch-nemesis, Iber, in particular, was the first of the 7 stars, the 4 school beauties to question him. He had been at loggerheads with Lenny the whole time, and when they met, it was like a thunder striking a lightning bolt. If you're being laughed at, it's your own fault. You are originally not at the 8-star level. You know better than anyone how you got 3rd place. With a calm expression, Ditton's words were indeed direct, causing Lenny's face to instantly turn as pale as a sheet, devoid of any color. Chi Aoshuang did not react, just sat there quietly, listening to this farce. It felt a little cold. Dittos. Lenny looked at the indifferent Ditters in disbelief, as if he didn't dare to believe that Ditters would say such ruthless words to him. A sense of humiliation overcame him, because out of the corner of his eye, Lenny glanced at the silent Chi Aoshuang sitting there. He actually said such a thing in front of others. Use your own strength to go over. If you can't, then go back. Don't lose your life in vain. After hearing these words, Dottons no longer paid any more attention to Lani. Instead, he walked to the edge of the swamp, quietly looking at the swamp, as if he was thinking about something. Lenny looked at the figure of Ditters in despair. His body trembled and his face was pale. He bit his lips tightly, but he could not say a word. She knew his style too well to change what he had decided. It had never been, and it would never be, changed for him. Momo floated beside the swamp as she stared at Ditto. She let out a few growls and swam to the side as if she was avoiding Ditters. "Ha!" Chi Aoshuang looked strangely at Mao Mao, but saw that he was also looking at her. Momo then shook his head and muttered a few words. Mao Mao said that this guy was very strong and was not easy to deal with. He couldn't take advantage of him, and suffered a loss at his hands last time. That's why I'm not going to provoke him this time. Vast Sky's voice rang in Chi Aoshuang's mind, explaining Momo's strange behavior. Chi Aoshuang was starting to sweat. Mao Mao also bullied the weak and feared evil. From the looks of it, Ditters was indeed very powerful. However, he had no idea as to how strong he was. He sat down slowly and closed his eyes to marsh. Out of the corner of Xiao Aoshuang's eyes, she cast a glance at Denton's. In her heart, she was puzzled. Could it be that this fellow was sensing the insides of those rocks? Lenny's resentful eyes were fixed on Ditters the whole time, but he did not take even half a step away from where he stood for a long time. You'd better go back. Other people can't take you through here. If you insist on letting others take you there, it will only harm others and yourself. Ditto suddenly spoke in a faint voice. There was one other person who could take Lenny through here, and that was Jonathan. Of course, Jonathan would never take Lenny with him. If he were here right now, he would probably be laughing his head off. These words immediately crushed the last shred of hope Lenny had in his heart. Lenny bit hard on his lips, looking at the back of Ditters with grief and indignation. The humiliation and pain in his heart surged forth like the sea. He had been infatuated with this man, but in the end, he had obtained such an outcome. Although Ditters had been mentally prepared not to fall in love with her, Lenny had not expected things to turn out this way. Lenny finally turned around and left, but he didn't know whether he had left the tower or whether he was planning on going back to the next level first. After Lani left, the surroundings quieted down. Only Momo leaned her big head against the shore and stared at Chi Aoshuang. Yuzichin blinked occasionally. This monster is very friendly to you. Suddenly, for no reason at all, Ditto spoke up. Chi Aoshuang turned around and looked at Ditters, only to see that Ditters had already opened his eyes and was staring at her. Can you tell that? Chi Aoshuang was surprised. He doesn't have any killing intent. He's been watching you the whole time, and he never comes close to the shore. Dittons calmly stated his conjecture. Chi Aoshuang did not say anything, neither could she deny it. Do you want to know how you're going to get there? Ditto suddenly said these words. Chi Aoshuang did not recover for a long time. Yuzichin looked at Dottons in confusion. He had heard that the previous number 1 of the 8-star team was a cold-hearted person who usually stayed silent. Why is there so much nonsense today? Without waiting for Chi Aoshuang to reply, Dylan continued, you just need to calm yourself down, blend into the surroundings, and blend into this world. With your heart, you can feel the true and false nature of those floating rocks. With that, Ditto slowly stood up as if he was ready to depart. Why are you telling me all this? Chi Aoshuang finally asked. Don't think I'm helping you. When I'm in a good mood, I tell someone. But, how many can comprehend my defeat? There was a hint of mockery in Ditto's calm tone. Before Xiao Aoshuang could say anything, he had already moved to the 3rd rock in the swamp. After he firmly stood there, he didn't hesitate and continued moving forward. His figure gradually vanished into the miasma, vanishing from Chi Aoshuang's eyes. Integrate himself into the surroundings, into this world. Chi Aoshuang sat on the spot without moving, thinking back to what Dylan had said. As for Momo, she did not leave either, only staring at Chi Aoshuang. Hey, Chi Aoshuang, aren't you leaving? Momo is still waiting to guide you. Vast Sky's voice rang in Chi Aoshuang's mind. I'm not in a hurry right now, just let Momo play by herself first. I'll call him when I need him. Chi Aoshuang told Charm to tell Momo to move around first. Oh, although the sky was filled with doubts, he still agreed. He walked out of Chi Aoshuang's body and told her what Chi Aoshuang wanted. Hairy Hair mumbled a few words as he swam towards the depths of the swamp. Chi Aoshuang sat cross-legged on the floor. She frowned, closed her eyes and continued to think about Ditto's words. After an unknown period of time, Xiao Aoshuang suddenly felt something was wrong in front of her eyes. She opened her eyes, and there was indeed a large handsome face, but this face was too close to her. Xiao Aoshuang was shocked. She stretched out her hand to cover her body, and saw that the person in front of her was Jonathan. Jonathan looked at Chi Aoshuang smilingly. He blinked his eyes and laughed. Chi Aoshuang, hee, how long have you been here? Jonathan. Chi Aoshuang frowned, looking at the grinning man in front of her, then she reached out her hand to push him away. Chi Aoshuang, I knew you would come here for sure. I was right. Jonathan said proudly. So what? Chi Aoshuang frowned slightly. Looking at the relaxed Jonathan, she knew that Jonathan didn't put in much effort to get here. Jonathan's second place was obviously real. It was completely different from Lenny's. Hee. Let me tell you something nice. Jonathan sat beside Chi Aoshuang and said happily, "Who do you think I just met?" Lenny. Chi Aoshuang did not even think and said one word. Jonathan stared at her in astonishment. "How do you know? You even ruthlessly taunted her and humiliated her." Xiao Aoshuang continued to say these words expressionlessly. "What? How do you know that?" Jonathan was even more surprised, and his eyes widened. "Isn't Lenny's pain your joy?" Chi Aoshuang twitched the corner of her mouth as she said those words lazily. Ha ha tilde. After hearing this, Jonathan was stunned for a moment, then started laughing out loud, laughing even harder. Chi Aoshuang did not say anything, waiting for Jonathan to finish laughing. "You know me too well. Ha, yes. If she's unhappy, I'm happy. If she's in pain, I'm happy." Jonathan reached out his hand to pat Chi Aoshuang on the shoulder and said happily, "Why do you hate her so much?" Chi Aoshuang was a little puzzled. Was there any grudge between Jonathan and Lenny? "I don't know why, I just hate it. All day long, you can do whatever you want with your beauty. So what if she was pretty? So it's great if she's pretty." Jonathan snorted disdainfully, and the thought in his mind matched Chi Aoshuang's. This woman is so disgusting. The last time he had passed the 8th level was by relying on dittos. He had won the 3rd place by consulting other students in private to beg for help. How noble do you think she is? She thought dittos and I didn't know. We just don't want to talk about it. Chi Aoshuang was stunned. She did not think that Lenny was pleading with those people to let her. She thought they were the ones who asked her to. A lot of things need to be done together with the top 3. The academy rewarded the top 3 for cultivating in one place. Lenny has really put his life on the line to get close to Dittos. Jonathan's disdain deepened. Why do you think Dittos took her with him? Because Dittos owed her a favor. I have to start from the beginning. C275. A black line appeared on the back of Chi Aoshuang's head. Looking at Jonathan's spitting words, the corner of her mouth twitched. She didn't expect this guy to be so gossipy, not only venomous. There is a beautiful older sister in Ditantan who is the wife of the city lord of Nine Heavens City. Once, when her sister was assassinated and Lenny happened to be there, Lenny saved her life. That's how much I owe him. Baidu search. Actually, I know what it's like. I know it and 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 I know it. He didn't need Lenny, and his sister wasn't in any danger. But Lenny, at that time, was spitting, and he threw himself forward to block a sword attack for Ditta's sister. Jonathan pursed his lips, disdainfully saying, "She plotted to meet the sister of Force Tanin. She wanted to curry favor with the sister. Now that there's an opportunity, she definitely won't let it go." Chi Aoshuang finally understood. So this was how the favor was owed. Even if we don't use Chicken Lenny at the time, Dittan's sister will be fine. But the guy's sex flail. Sigh, what a cause for worry. All these years he had allowed Lenny's hen to follow him, and many times he had helped her. He even brought her through the 8th level. Jonathan's eyes were full of contempt, and then he laughed. But Dittas will not take the woman with him now, he said. It should be because he feels that the debt of gratitude has been repaid. Ha 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 ha. Jonathan laughed even more triumphantly. He raised his head and laughed maniacally. He was so proud of himself. Momo was lying on the shore, staring at Jonathan with her beady eyes. "That's right, Chi Aoshuang, are you not leaving? Let's go, I'll bring you over." Jonathan was beaming. "No need." Xiao Aoshuang shook her head. "I can go by myself." "That's right, I was too happy. I'm sure you can pass." Jonathan smiled brightly and nodded heavily. At this moment, there was another sound behind them. Other students had also arrived. Amongst them was the demon that Chi Aoshuang saw on the 7th level at the 2nd heavenly layer of ice and fire. "Yo, you're all here." Jonathan stood up and looked at the men, his voice light and lazy. "Jonathan." A deep and unfriendly voice sounded. "Ha ha, I was wondering who it was. So it's the flies that run around Lenny all day." Jonathan crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked in that direction quizzically. Chi Aoshuang turned around and saw 5 men walking towards them. The one who was walking at the back was the demon that she saw on the 7th floor. The man at the front had a gloomy expression. His appearance could also be considered handsome, but the viciousness between his brows ruined his handsome appearance. Of course, he was worse off than Ditters. Jonathan, you can do it. What else can you do with a quick tongue and bullying a woman? The gloomy man said coldly. Ha ha, Simmy, not only will I succeed, your tongue is too fast. I can still beat you until you're a mess. If you don't believe me, we can try. As for you saying that I'm bullying women, Jonathan pretended to be deep in thought and frowned. I'm very friendly to women, and very graceful. Pa, you are too embarrassed. That man called Simmy's face was as red as a pig's liver. He did not dare to answer Jonathan's earlier words. He knew that Jonathan could really beat him to a pulp. So all he had to do was say, "You're nice to women? Aren't you afraid of losing your tongue? Do you need me to say what attitude you have towards Lenny? Everyone knows, you are everywhere. Just a moment ago, you humiliated her. Are you a man? How dare you do that to Lenny?" Simmy said angrily, a vicious light in her eyes, but she didn't dare to move. "Huh?" Jonathan blinked innocently and said, "Lenny, was she a woman? Was she a woman? Why don't I know?" Seeing Jonathan's reaction, Simmy was so angry that she almost vomited blood. He pointed his finger at Yi Xiao and said, You are unreasonable." Jonathan shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "Your eyes really have a long butt. You like that kind of person too. Wise mind, vicious heart, self-righteous," Jonathan continued. "Shut up, you're not allowed to insult Lenny." Simmy's expression changed greatly, and she was about to pounce on him with an angry shout. Jonathan's face darkened, a trace of laughter and viciousness flashing in his eyes. He didn't mind showing this stinking Simmy a lot of colors. "Ha ha, Simmy, don't." Suddenly, a delicate shout was heard, stopping Simmy's movements. Chi Ao Shuang recognized this voice. It was Lenny. So she still hadn't left. Hiding in the back, Jonathan raised his eyebrows and looked at Simmy, who was full of anger. He thought to himself, no wonder Simir was so excited today. He knew that he wasn't his match yet, but he still wanted to show off in front of his sweetheart. "What? Lenny, if you don't leave, who's going to take you here?" Jonathan looked at Simmy with disdain and sneered. "Do you expect Simmy to take you there? Take you with him? All of you can die together." Where was Jonathan's smile now? The smile on the corner of his mouth was extremely charming. Simmy clenched her fists tightly and stared at Jonathan. If eyes could kill, Jonathan would have been torn to pieces, dead and alive, alive and dead. But, unfortunately, eyes can't kill. So Jonathan stood looking at Simmy triumphantly. Shmi was so angry she wanted to vomit blood. Lenny bit his lips and stared at Jonathan, but he was powerless. She was no match for Jonathan, and neither was Syme. The others were all silent, watching this farce unfold in front of them. No one spoke a word. Chi Ao Shuang also sat there silently. Lenny's eyes, however, were fixed on Chi Ao Shuang. Her eyes were filled with killing intent and resentment. Murderous intent. Chi Ao Shuang frowned. She did not make a mistake. The way Lani looked at her was filled with killing intent. Did she want to kill him? Why? Chi Ao Shuang frowned, but she couldn't figure it out. He didn't seem to have provoked her, right? How could Chi Ao Shuang know what Lenny was thinking? It was a great insult to Lenny to be told such cruel and heartless words in front of Chi Ao Shuang. Her true love was forced to be mercilessly trampled on by Tanth, who felt no love for her. It would be fine if it was just the two of them talking in private, but it was done in front of Xiao Ao Shuang. No matter how she tried, she couldn't swallow her anger. That humiliating scene was seen by others. Absolutely not. Who is she? She was one of the 4 school beauties, Lenny. She was the pride of the stars and moon. Never let anyone else know what had happened to her with forced Tanth, because such a thing was too humiliating. He would let those girls who hated her know and mock her ruthlessly. No, her haughty pride would never allow such a thing to happen. Lenny was glad that Chi Ao Shuang had not told Jonathan what had happened between her and forced Tanth. Otherwise, with Jonathan's personality, he would have already been trumpeted and mocked wantonly. There was still time. Never let anyone know what had just happened, especially Jonathan. Lenny saw the look in Chi Ao Shuang's eyes turn colder and colder. He made up his mind in his heart that he would kill him here. No one could say for certain what had happened to her when she died in the swamp. That was why Lenny did not leave the tower immediately. Instead, he waited for her admirer to arrive and asked Simi to kill Xiao Aoshuang stealthily as she passed through the swamp. HMPH, I don't want to waste my breath with you today. Simi suppressed the anger in her heart and said in a deep voice, TSK, you think I want to waste my breath on you? I see some people who are losing their appetites. Jonathan grunted disdainfully, ignoring Lenny's extremely embarrassed expression. He turned around and sat beside Chi Aoshuang, giggling. Chi Aoshuang, are you leaving? You go first. I'll be late. Chi Aoshuang replied lightly. Right now, she didn't want to use Momo to lead the way and leave. She wanted to see if she could figure it out just like what Ditters had said. Oh, then I'll be leaving first. Be careful. After saying that, Jonathan stood up with a smile and looked at the marsh ahead, not moving for the time being. After a long time, Jonathan lowered his toes and leaped forward. Mao Mao grunted in displeasure. He watched Jonathan leave, but did not dare to chase after him. Obviously, Momo, who was afraid of being bullied, knew that Jonathan was not an easy target, so she didn't go and provoke him. Instead, he turned his head and glared at the others on the shore with his beady eyes. Let's go. The demon man let out a low grunt, before taking the lead to leap forward. At the same time, he also unceasingly released the magic in his hand. It was a gentle wind attack, hitting the rocks, determining which rocks were real and which were empty. Still, it is dangerous. Sometimes the next solid rock was too far away for him to jump over. The floating rock below his feet couldn't withstand the force and quickly sank down. The corrosive sewage instantly rushed up. Several times, it almost landed on the man's feet. Chi Aoshuang looked at the spell the man cast, grasping the power of the spell very well. He could find out which rock was real and which was fake. However, after he lightly attacked the solid floating rock once, he could only bear to step on it again. He could not bear to step on it a second time. This way, the others wouldn't be able to follow behind him and take advantage of him. This magic, this power, how could he control it so precisely? Chi Aoshuang sighed with emotion. Those rocks were able to cause even the light attacks of wind magic to waver. If any other magic attacks were sent towards her, she would probably be sunk by them. The other three men began to move as well, each using his own method. Mao Mao was talking excitedly as he swam back and forth on the swamp, chasing after the demon man from before. Then the three men were on their way. Chi Aoshuang sat there without moving, maintaining her vigilance. Because she could feel her eyes burning behind her back, she knew without thinking that it was Lenny. In the blink of an eye, those people vanished into the miasma in the swamp. The sound of gurgling water could be heard incessantly. It was obvious that the sound was coming from Momo's mouth. What followed was a roaring sound, and Momo's excited gurgling sound. Speak out. Say, quickly, say, no, bounce, flip, 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 fit, flip, 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 fit. A miserable shriek came from the miasma in the distance. Lani's expression slightly changed. In front of him, there were probably some people who were unable to withstand the attack of the beasts under such vile conditions and were injured. After all, those few people were experienced enough to walk out of this swamp alive. Simi's eyes fell on Chi Aoshuang, her heart filled with joy. When he saw Jonathan, that bastard, talking to this red-haired kid, he was afraid they would get together. If they went together, Jonathan would certainly help him, and he wouldn't be able to do it. But now, this red-haired kid stayed behind. Chi Aoshuang didn't leave, and so did Simi and Lani. The three of them stayed on the shore silently, each with different thoughts. At this moment, Chi Aoshuang was feeling rather frustrated. These two people here were like a ticking time bomb. He couldn't release his mind to sense the surroundings. The three of them continued to remain in a deadlock. It was not good for Simi and Lenny to act here. If they were to die on the shore, leaving behind any clues would not make them feel better. To be able to reach the 8th floor meant that he shouldn't be weak either. If she couldn't kill him in one hit, Simi wouldn't take the risk and attack Chi Aoshuang on the shore. After a long time, Lenny and Simi looked at each other with impatience in their eyes. If this continued, how long would it last? The two exchanged a look, not wanting to delay any longer. What the hell was this red-haired kid doing? If he didn't go there and didn't leave the sky tower, why was he sitting there silently? Lenny, that monster went after them. How about I take you there? I'll explore the rock first and find the correct rock. I'll take one step and you will take one. This treasure is for you, it can withstand the sewage. At this moment, Simi intentionally spoke up, taking out the treasure he had relied on last time and handing it over to Lenny. In fact, this method was simply unworkable. Many of those solid rocks were unable to bear the weight of the rock a second time, and only a few were able to withstand the power a second time. That's why the students have to find their own way through here. There was also the fear of beasts and fur appearing and disappearing, and it was unknown when it would appear to attack people. It was extremely terrifying. However, what Simi was thinking was that this red-haired kid had just arrived and definitely didn't know this. Tempt him to follow him. Now that the beast was gone, all he had to do was lure the kid up into the swamp and get rid of him before sending Lenny back. He knew that with his current strength, he could only rely on that treasure to barely pass. It was impossible to get past Lani without a treasure. However, the beasts were not present, and they were not far from the shore. There shouldn't be any problems. Huh? Lenny was a little stunned, then he understood what Simi meant. He nodded and purposely shouted, "All right, Simi, thank you." The monster must have gone after them and wouldn't be back for a while. Let's hurry up and leave. Lani glanced at Chi Aoshuang from the corner of his eye, observing her movements. With Lani, Simi carefully found a rock, then found a rock for Lani as well. Worried, he looked at the sewage under the miasma in the distance, afraid that the ferocious monster would suddenly appear. At this time, Chi Aoshuang also slowly stood up. Simi and Lani were overjoyed. They exchanged a secret glance, unable to conceal the delight in their eyes. However, what they didn't notice was that Chi Aoshuang's mouth had a hint of a cold arc on it. C276. Chi Aoshuang slowly stood up, lowering her head and sighing in her heart. "Hey, Chi Aoshuang, what are you sighing for?" The voice of the sky resounded in his mind. "I'm just sighing. Why are people always so complicated?" Chi Aoshuang replied softly. "Humans are very complex and extreme animals. Humans have the best side, but they also have the ugliest side. That's normal." At this time, the frivolous tone of Chang Kong changed and he spoke seriously. "Oh, people are the most extreme." Xiao Aoshuang repeated the words of Chang Kong. "You should not be soft on those ugly, nasty ones. For the best, we naturally have to cherish it." The voice of Chang Kong suddenly became cold as he said in a deep voice, "There is a saying that benevolence towards the enemy is ruthlessness towards oneself. It's better to kill those two people now." When he said this, it was as easy as eating a meal. "Oh, kid, I can't tell that you're so ruthless. Aren't you a child?" Chi Aoshuang slowly walked towards the shore, talking to Yu Zhongkong in her mind. "Please, I'm an adult." Although he was just an adult, he was no longer a child. "Also, I have inherited memories in my head. I still know a little bit about humans, this complex animal," he said. The sky retorted unhappily. "Yes, all right, you're an adult." With a faint smile, Xiao Aoshuang walked to the shore and raised her head to look at Simi and Lenny. With their backs facing Chi Aoshuang, Simi and Lani had their eyes on Chi Aoshuang from the corner of their eyes. TSK, which path is the right one?" Xiao Aoshuang was standing on the shore, looking at the swamp with some vexation, seeming to not know which rock to go to. Simi and Lani were both nervous. If Chi Aoshuang hadn't chosen the right path, it wouldn't have been bad for her to fall. If he chose the right path, that would be good as well. Attack him and let him fall. Forget it, let's guess. Xiao Aoshuang mumbled to herself. With a tap of the tip of her foot, she floated to a rock not far from Simi and Lenny. "Ah!" Chi Aoshuang cried out in alarm as her body started to sway. Excitement appeared in Simi and Lani's eyes, almost wanting to cry out. However, Xiao Aoshuang staggered a little bit, stood still, let out a long breath and said, "Phew, that was close. Looks like I was lucky enough to take the right path." As expected, the rock beneath Chi Aoshuang's feet did not shake at all. Simi and Lani's eyes turned heavy with disappointment. The two of them looked at each other and nodded lightly, preparing to make their move. It was obvious that Chi Aoshuang relied on her luck to step on that solid floating rock. In other words, his strength wasn't enough to clear this swamp. However, Xiao Aoshuang suddenly turned her head and saw that the two of them had stopped moving. Simi and Lenny also met Qi Aoshuang's eyes. Seeing that Qi Aoshuang stood there without moving and just stared at them like that, they could not help but feel a little flustered. Could it be that Xiao Aoshuang saw through him? Are the two of you disappointed that I didn't fall down? A stunning smile suddenly bloomed on Qi Aoshuang's handsome face. The expressions of the two of them changed, and their expressions became unnatural. I'm curious. I seem to have no enmity with you. Why do you want my life? Xiao Aoshuang looked at Lenny with some doubt, touching her chin as she asked puzzledly. The moment Qi Aoshuang said this, Lenny and Simi's expressions became very interesting. HMPH. Since you've noticed, then there's no need to waste your breath. Go die. Simi sneered endlessly. Earlier, when he saw Qi Aoshuang guessing that the rock was treading on solid ground, he had already determined that Qi Aoshuang was not his match. In that case, and he was already in the swamp, there was no need to pretend. How could he have imagined that this was Qi Aoshuang's way of paralyzing him? Even if you die, do you understand? Qi Aoshuang pursed her lips and looked at Lenny. What she wanted to express was that before Lenny and Simi died, they should at least tell her why they were targeting her. However, to the two of them, this sounded like another meaning. It was like her last wish. You don't need to know. Lenny would naturally not repeat the embarrassing incident again, much less let the girl by his side know. Her pride did not allow her to say it. Tut, that's a pity. Qi Aoshuang sighed softly. She could see the killing intent in their eyes. Since they were already so merciless, why should she be so merciful to them? Go to hell. Simi grinned wickedly, her handsome face already deformed. She let out a low growl, a ball of flame gathering in her hands. With a sudden push in the direction of Qi Aoshuang, he decided to leave the matter of the fire to her. You're letting her go just like that? Big trouble, big trouble. Nope. However, Xiao Aoshuang smiled faintly, not nervous at all. They were the ones who started this matter first. She would not reveal what happened today if she did not have full confidence. Also, who said I let her go just like that? What do you mean? You didn't beat her to death the last time you hit her. Not dying at that time doesn't mean that you won't die in the future. Qi Aoshuang smiled sinisterly. At this time, why did he keep feeling that even though Qi Aoshuang was smiling, it was still very cold? Why is that? What do you mean? The air was full of doubts, so naturally, he kept asking, isn't what she cares the most about her face? Isn't it just because of that face? Xiao Aoshuang said casually, when she becomes a Baogong, I wonder if there will be more men circling around her. What? The more he panicked, the more he almost jumped up and pinched Qi Aoshuang's neck. He didn't understand what Qi Aoshuang was talking about. What is Baogong? A man with a face as black as carbon. Xiao Aoshuang said lazily. Before she left, I struck a cold wind into her body. He brought something with him. It would slowly flow all over her body, not just the face, but the skin will slowly turn black. Holy shit, you are even more vicious than me. I only wanted to kill her, but you actually dared to attack her. Good, very good, very good. I admire you. From now on, you will follow this young master. This young master will protect you. The sky nodded heavily as it spoke in excitement. Cut the crap, let's go in. We've comprehended a little something, let's continue. Qi Aoshuang grabbed onto the sky and shoved him into her chest, and the sky automatically entered her body. Alright, let's hurry up and finish your business. Let's go find that woman and watch the show. In the end, the sky was still mumbling excitedly. 8 trigrams, color, put a stone in the well. It was difficult for these features of vast sky to make Qi Aoshuang combine him with the pure elemental essence of the legends. After finding a quiet corner to sit down cross-legged, Qi Aoshuang connected several barriers before slowly closing her eyes and trying to merge herself into the world. Everything went dark and quiet. Between heaven and earth, everything had disappeared, leaving only darkness behind. The wind, a gentle breeze slowly blew over. The wind blew against Qi Aoshuang's face, ruffling her hair before it slowly blew forward. Qi Aoshuang closed her eyes but felt the wind far away, her consciousness slowly chasing after it. Gradually, a little light appeared in front of them. It was getting brighter as he continued forward. The surroundings suddenly became clear. Everything was imprinted into Chi Aoshuang's mind. The bubbling swamp, the floating rocks, real and fake, real and fake. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Chi Aoshuang's consciousness continued to move forward. Harry, Momo swam happily in the swamp, harassing the students. Those students were suffering unspeakably. They wanted to investigate the solid floating rocks and also wanted to guard against Momo's attacks. One of the students had his right hand tightly bandaged and cold sweat covered his forehead. The person who had been attacked by Momo and had cried out in pain should have been him. Chi Aoshuang's consciousness continued forward, and she saw a relaxed figure. It was Jonathan. Jonathan stopped for a short time. Soon, he could find the next rock to land on. As he continued forward, he saw another figure. It was clearly faster than Jonathan's speed. Dittos. Chi Aoshuang's consciousness stopped moving forward, and she could feel the dentants moving forward in front of her. Suddenly, Ditto stopped. He slowly turned his head to see that there was no movement behind him. What's wrong? Xiao Aoshuang was puzzled as to why Di Tan suddenly stopped. In the next moment, a trace of a smile appeared on Dickens's handsome face. He simply smiled at the space behind him. You, not bad. Dottons spoke a few words into the void behind him. He smiled lightly and turned around, quickly dashing forward. Chi Aoshuang was stunned. C277. Chi Aoshuang was stunned. You, yes. Was Dickens talking to himself? Chi Aoshuang was shocked. Dittos could actually feel his own consciousness. How is that possible? However, the truth was right in front of his eyes. Dittos. His strength was unfathomable. Chi Aoshuang's eyelids trembled as she retracted her consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Then, he stood up and walked to the shore with a calm expression. Just now, he had comprehended everything in the swamp, including the state of all the floating rocks. Chi Aoshuang leaped lightly and landed on the rock nearest to the shore. Without any pause, she quickly rushed forward. His figure gradually submerged into the thick miasma. As Chi Aoshuang quickly caught up with the other students, everyone looked at her in shock. Xiao Aoshuang moved quickly over the floating rocks without any hesitation, and in the blink of an eye, they were left behind. Mao Mao blinked his beady eyes as he watched Xiao Aoshuang leave. After a moment of slight hesitation, he swam after her. When the other students saw this, they let out a sigh of relief. As long as the terrifying monster didn't attack them, they would feel more at ease. However, that red-haired youth was about to suffer. Everyone had the same thought in their hearts. However, what shocked them the next moment was that the terrifying beast in their eyes didn't attack Chi Aoshuang, but rather swam happily by his side. He swam left and right, following closely behind Chi Aoshuang, but had no intention to attack. It even seemed friendly. What's going on? One of the students looked at the departing Chi Aoshuang and Mao Mao with astonishment, unable to make heads or tails of the situation. The others were also puzzled. That youth is this year's dark horse. What do you think of his speed? At this time, the demon student spoke, very quickly, even faster than Jonathan. Another student replied, "What do you mean?" The demon student indifferently spat out. The expressions of the other people finally changed. Everyone looked at each other, seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. This person is very strong. The demon student slowly came to a conclusion that was not a conclusion. Even if he is strong, the attitude of that monster is too strange. He didn't want to bother Dittos and Jonathan because he'd suffered in their hands, so he avoided them. However, this red-haired kid, why didn't that monster dodge? Instead, they went up to him. In fact, the man said no more. However, everyone was well aware of this fact. The monster even seemed to be trying to curry favor with him. Was that red-haired youth stronger than Jonathan and Dittos? Impossible. Everyone immediately denied what they were thinking. However, what was going on with the monster happily following by his side? Don't think about it, hurry over now. That demon man warned them to seize the opportunity. All right, the man with the injured hand immediately nodded. That monster was terrifyingly powerful. No matter how he attacked, he wouldn't die. Even if he was on the verge of death, as soon as he came into contact with this swamp, he was once again as lively as a dragon and as strong as a tiger. At this time, Chi Aoshuang was still rushing forward. Jiu. Gu. Momo had been screaming beside Chi Aoshuang the entire time. Momo asks you, how did you find those heavy rocks? To think that you are actually this powerful. The sky began to translate. I comprehended it myself, Chi Aoshuang said lightly, then she raised her head and looked ahead, frowning. How big is this swamp, and how long will it take to get there? Gu. Momo kept shaking her head and cooing. Even if you keep going at your current speed, it will still take you more than a day. I'm sleepy. I'll go to sleep first. You better hurry on your way. Coo. Momo gently cooed twice before her large head began to sink downwards. Momo is going home to rest as well. His home is right under the swamp, Chan Kong muttered softly to himself, then his voice became softer and softer. More than a day? Chi Aoshuang slightly frowned. If he didn't stop for a day, how big was this swamp? Just now when he was comprehending his consciousness, he was only able to sense the place where Ditters had advanced, but he hadn't seen it before. It would take more than a day at this rate, and the others would take longer. To persevere for a few days under such terrible conditions, and also to guard against the attack of a terrifying fellow like Momo, was indeed not an easy task. It was not only a physical test, but also a spiritual one. Those who managed to make it through here alive were no ordinary people. Chi Aoshuang continued forward, and a blurry shadow appeared in front of her. It was a familiar sight to Chi Aoshuang. It was Jonathan. Chi Aoshuang stood still. She looked at Jonathan, who was standing on a floating rock, but didn't do anything. After pausing for a moment, she stomped on the rock and used the momentum to jump onto the rock in front of her. Xiao Aoshuang thought for a moment, but did not follow, only following behind. However, Jonathan soon noticed something strange behind him. He turned around, squinted his eyes and looked behind. When he saw the silhouette behind him, Jonathan shouted excitedly, Chi Aoshuang, is that you? Chi Aoshuang. Chi Aoshuang pouted her mouth helplessly and moved to the front. Ha ha, Chi Aoshuang, I knew you could do it. However, Jonathan suddenly frowned, looked at Chi Aoshuang curiously, then suddenly opened his mouth wide and exclaimed in surprise, no way, you're faster than me. I started after me, and now I'm catching up with me. Luck, that's all. Xiao Aoshuang looked at Jonathan's surprised expression and said perfunctorily, I just happened to be able to sense if these rocks are real or not, so I was lucky enough to be a little faster. Oh, is that so? Jonathan touched his chin and looked at Chi Aoshuang, blinking his eyes. He did not know what he was thinking. All right, let's go. We should hurry through here. Chi Aoshuang looked at Jonathan, who was still in a daze. Oh, okay. Jonathan nodded, then frowned and asked seriously, you can sense the rock and it will move faster than me, right? Xiao Aoshuang didn't know what Jonathan meant by this question, but seeing how serious Jonathan was, she could only nod her head. That's good, show me the way, you're fast. You can point me the other way as you go. It's faster. Jonathan said this very seriously. The corners of Chi Aoshuang's mouth twitched. She had never seen such a shameless and serious person. Walk by yourself. Xiao Aoshuang threw out a few words in annoyance, and was about to walk away. Ah, no, wait. It will be lonely for you to walk alone. This swamp is very big. It's so lonely, so let's walk together and talk along the way. Jonathan shouted from behind. I'm not lonely, I'm not empty. Chi Aoshuang jokingly retorted, let's go, I'm afraid of you. Don't be like Tang Seng anymore, we can leave together. Tang Monk, who is that? Is he like me, a handsome man with a graceful bearing? Jonathan looked at Chi Aoshuang with expectation and said these words. Chi Aoshuang was speechless. She only had one thought in her mind, and that was to not look at this fellow's face. Thus, he silently rushed forward. Wait for me. Jonathan ran after him. Just like that, the two of them continued forward. Chi Aoshuang, to be honest, the feeling you give me is very different. In the end, I wasn't wrong. You are the second person who managed to pass the 8th level of the smelting trial on your first try. Jonathan jabbered on after Chi Aoshuang. The first is Ditto's. Chi Aoshuang asked Jonathan casually. It was obvious that Jonathan was trying to get him to ask who the first person was. Yeah, sort of. However, before the two of you, there was another person who passed the 8th level of the trial on his first try. However, after being expelled by the academy, he was no longer considered a student of the academy, and his record is naturally not counted in it. Jonathan replied lazily, his voice casual. In fact, in the hearts of the students, that talent is the academy's pinnacle figure. It's just that the academy doesn't allow us to talk about him. Oh, upon hearing Jonathan's words, Chi Aoshuang was intrigued. Why was he expelled? Why is it a forbidden topic again? Because he almost destroyed the Star Heavenly Pagoda and injured the headmaster as well as a few elders. Shocking the world, right? This kind of tragic history was strictly forbidden in school. That's why less and less people learned of it later on. Jonathan narrowed his eyes. His eyes seemed to be recalling something. You saw it? Xiao Aoshuang asked with a frown. No, I was still a freshman then. I only see what happens after it happens. The principal and the elders are all half dead, the Heavenly Star Tower is shaking, and the surroundings are in ruins. Jonathan shrugged, as if regretting not seeing the battle. I want to ask, how old are you now? Xiao Aoshuang suddenly thought of a question. No, ask your age. A man's age is a secret. Jonathan smiled cunningly, but would not say his age. Old man, Xiao Aoshuang said in a low voice. This is called maturity. Matured, do you understand? Jonathan's ears were sharp. He immediately heard what Chi Aoshuang said and quickly retorted. From this, it could be seen that this fellow's age was definitely not as simple as he looked on the surface. However, it was not strange. The world itself was a wondrous place. As he cultivated deeper into the sect, his physical body naturally reached a certain level of strength that prevented it from aging. If one's youth were to remain forever, then one would naturally not be able to see their age. On the afternoon of the second day, the two of them successfully crossed the swamp and passed the 8th level of the trial. Ditto's was long gone. Let's go back. Jonathan tore open the scroll and said lazily, when we go back to the competition, I reckon it will be the second. To my great relief, I didn't have to see Lenny's old hen's face again. Xiao Aoshuang, let's go. Jonathan tore the scroll apart and slowly disappeared. Go back first. I'll take a look at the 9th floor. Chi Aoshuang said softly. What? Don't go. Jonathan heard what Chi Aoshuang said the last moment before he disappeared. His expression changed drastically, and he was teleported out before he could finish his words. If he went to the 9th floor with his current strength, he would die without a doubt. Does this kid want to die so badly? The last thing Jonathan saw when he was teleported out was the calm face of Chi Aoshuang. He felt both angry and worried at the same time, but there was also a hint of sadness in his heart. After the teleportation, Jonathan appeared at the designated place next to the Sky Tower. There, the coaches would take turns to change shifts and pick up the students who came out. What a pity, what a pity. Jonathan shook his head and sighed. 8 stars. The instructor next to him quickly determined Jonathan's test results. The instructor knew Jonathan. He kept shaking his head and sighing. He asked doubtfully, Jonathan, what happened to you? I've never seen you sigh like this. Did he almost pass the 9th level? Alright, stop teasing me. Teacher, it's not like you don't know about it. Even Ditto's has no way of going over. Jonathan shook his head and sighed. Before he could finish his words, Jonathan stopped. What's a pity? What was he regretting? It was a pity that a powerful student like Chi Aoshuang had gone to the 9th floor to die. Pa, he would never be so merciful. What does the life and death of others have to do with me? What was he regretting? Jonathan scratched his head and closed his eyes in distress. Suddenly, he did not understand what he was regretting. What's a pity? The instructor could not help but ask when he saw Jonathan's distressed expression. Nothing, haha, nothing. Jonathan laughed dryly, and was about to leave. Don't forget to participate in the 8-star competition after the exam. The instructor was baffled by Jonathan's strange behavior, but still reminded him dutifully from behind. Got it. Jonathan rushed off. At this moment, looking at the bright exit, Chi Aoshuang knew that it was the exit to the 9th floor. After finding a corner to sleep and recover her spirit, Xiao Aoshuang did not hesitate and prepared to take a step forward. At this time, a clear and bright voice was heard. Go back, don't go there. Who? Chi Aoshuang was shocked. She suddenly looked up and looked around. But there was no one around. And that voice rang in his mind. Go back, you can't go there now. The clear and bright voice rang out once more, carrying with it an indescribable charm. "Who are you?" Chi Aoshuang slightly frowned, feeling shocked in her heart. Who was this person? He was completely unaware of his existence. In this academy, if it wasn't Ditters, he would be number one. Isn't Ditters the strongest person in the academy? Then, who was the person who was speaking to him right now? This man's strength was probably far beyond his own. This was because Xiao Aoshuang could not sense his presence at all, nor could she sense where he was speaking to her. Who was this man with a pleasant voice? Why did he feel a sense of familiarity? C278. Who are you? Xiao Aoshuang stood on the spot with a frown and asked in a deep voice. Go back. You still can't enter the 9th floor. However, the voice did not answer Chi Aoshuang's question. Instead, it continued to persuade Chi Aoshuang to leave. Xiao Aoshuang frowned and walked towards the entrance. However, an invisible force gently pushed her away, causing her to be unable to take even half a step forward. Chi Aoshuang tried several times but the result was the same. He finally gave up on the idea of moving forward. Although the owner of this voice stopped him from moving forward, one thing was certain, this person didn't have any malice towards him. At this point, Xiao Aoshuang understood and prepared to leave. Who are you? Before he left, Xiao Aoshuang asked. You will naturally know in the future. You can go now. That clear voice rang out once more, but he still did not appear. Chi Aoshuang nodded, took out the scroll and tore it open. A white light flashed, and Chi Aoshuang's body slowly disappeared. After Xiao Aoshuang left, a man dressed in white appeared on the spot. He stood there silently, his supple hair flying gently in the air, his delicate face carrying a hint of sadness. His eyes were closed, and he let out an almost inaudible sigh before disappearing immediately. By the time Chi Aoshuang reached the outside of the heavenly pagoda, there was already a mentor waiting there to assist her. 8 stars. The instructor reported Chi Aoshuang's result in shock, and after saying that, he looked at her speechless for a long time. Freshman, this student is a freshman. To think that he would be able to reach 8 star on his first attempt at participating in the trial. After registering his information and receiving his star emblem, Xiao Aoshuang turned around and left. She had been wondering in her heart who was the last person to hear this voice. Who exactly was that man? When Xiao Aoshuang returned to her dorm room, she found that there was no one there. Clearly, Wins was not back yet. This trial lasted for a full month, and after it was completed, he still had to participate in the competition. That was 2 months after the end of the exam. The reason for this arrangement was because some students would inevitably be injured during the exam. These 2 months were to allow the students ample time to prepare. During these 3 months of training and preparation time, there was no need to attend class. Naturally, the students who came out earlier would be more relaxed. Chi Aoshuang spent the whole day in the library or cultivating alone in her dorm, until he met Jonathan in the cafeteria at dinner one day. Xiao Aoshuang was alone in a corner eating a meal quietly, a tray placed in front of her. Chi Aoshuang raised her head and saw the smiling Jonathan. Hee, I thought I'd never see you again. Jonathan sat opposite Chi Aoshuang with a big grin on his face. Chi Aoshuang remained silent, only taking a sip of the soup. Speaking of which, I'm very curious. You seem to be fine after going to the 9th floor. Jonathan ate his food and stared at Chi Aoshuang with wide eyes. I didn't go. Chi Aoshuang said lightly. Oh, no wonder. No wonder. It's not a place we can go now. Last time, I almost died standing at the entrance. Jonathan still had lingering fears on his face when he spoke. The 9th and 8th level are 2 completely different things. Even though there is only a single level of difference, the difference is like the distance between heaven and earth. Xiao Aoshuang was silent, listening to Jonathan's words with a complicated feeling in her heart. Aren't you going to eat this? I like it, just give it to me. Jonathan's words flashed in front of Chi Aoshuang's eyes. When she looked down, she saw that the ham on her plate was gone. Chi Aoshuang looked at Jonathan speechlessly. Jonathan did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he was enjoying his meal. You sure are thick-skinned, Xiao Aoshuang said exasperatedly. This is called having good mental fortitude. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked towards the door, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Chi Aoshuang turned around and looked at the direction Jonathan was looking. She was also stunned when she saw the person at the door. They all knew the person at the door. It was Lenny, but his face was covered by a veil. A person went to carry a meal in silence. Also, why is the hen wearing a veil today? Pretending to be mysterious. It's been hard for her not to bother Dittos since she came out of the tower. Jonathan narrowed his eyes and frowned as he looked at Lenny, who was carrying food to a corner to eat, and said in a schadenfreude manner. Of course, she knew why Lenny wanted to cover his face. It seemed that the things that had entered her body that day were beginning to take effect. Lenny's face should be beginning to darken a little. Jonathan meant cow cow, cow cow cow. Just as he finished speaking, Dottons appeared at the entrance of the cafeteria. Hey, Dittos, this way. Jonathan waved at Dittos. Dittos glanced at them quietly, then walked straight towards them with the meal in his hands. Lenny, who was standing in the corner, looked at him with resentment. When he saw Jonathan's gloating sneer, he immediately lowered his head. Dittos, this way. Ham, do you have any? Jonathan craned his neck to look at Dittos's plate. Dittos sat down, set the plate down, and Jonathan's fork poked through it. Thank you. Xiao Aoshuan looked at Dottons and said softly, no thanks. Yes, sir, replied Dittos, and he began to eat his meal in silence. Jonathan chewed his ham, blinked at the silent Dittos, then looked at the calm Xiao Aoshuan, puzzled. You two know each other? Jonathan blinked, not understanding. He had never seen these two speak, nor had he seen them befriend each other. Why did it feel a little strange between the two of them? Jonathan asked, and neither of them answered. They ate in silence, and drank the soup. After dinner, Chi Aoshuan was about to leave. Hey, Chi Aoshuan, there's still 2 months until the competition. We don't have any classes these 2 months. How about we go out for a walk? Jonathan suddenly asked for a stay. I'm not going. Xiao Aoshuan replied faintly and was about to leave again. Let's go together. I'm going back to Nine Heavens City. All of you can come at once. At this time, Dittos gently put down his spoon and looked at Xiao Aoshuan as he said indifferently, all right. Xiao Aoshuan only said one word. Jonathan's eyes widened. He looked at Chi Aoshuan, then he looked at Dittos. There was still no expression on their faces. See you at the school gates tomorrow morning, Dittos said in a deep voice. All right. After replying to her words, Chi Aoshuan left. Jonathan was still in shock as he watched Xiao Aoshuan walk away. Then he looked at Dittos, who stood up silently. The doubt in his heart was growing bigger and bigger. Dittos stood up and slowly walked towards the door. Jonathan hurriedly followed behind him like a noisy crow. He whined, hey, when did you two know each other? Since when did their friendship become so good? How could this be? Obviously, he and I are on better terms. Why did I invite him not to agree to my request? So you only need to say a word and he will agree to it. Why is this so? Why? Dittos ignored Jonathan, who was following him, and continued to walk in silence without any expression on his face. Dittos understood that it was due to his reminder that Chi Aoshuan had passed the 8th level of the trial and was grateful to him that she agreed. The next morning, when Chi Aoshuan arrived at the school gate, she found Dittos and Jonathan already waiting for her. Sorry I'm late, Chi Aoshuan greeted. No, we were too early. Yes, sir, Dittos replied lightly. Jonathan's jaw was almost dislocated. Blinking his eyes with all his might, he stared at the Dittos in front of him. Was he seeing things wrong? Did he hear wrong? How could Dittos be so polite to a man? Let's go. Dittos led the way. All right, Chi Aoshuan nodded, following behind. Jonathan followed, full of questions. The three beauties continued to walk forward until they arrived in front of the gigantic lake. Then, they landed on the floating boulder. All three of them looked outstanding on the outside, and Dittos and Jonathan were well-known figures on campus. This made them even more eye-catching. When the three of them walked together, the turnaround rate was ridiculously high. Everyone was trying to guess who was the red-haired youth who was walking with Dickens and Jonathan. Why wasn't Lenny with them, but this strange red-haired handsome boy? The three of them walked down the long flight of stone steps. Dittos, this time I want to eat the one I ate last time, and Jonathan began to chatter. Chi Aoshuan and Dittos remained silent. Right, Xiao Aoshuan, let me tell you, the Dittons are very rich. His sister is the wife of the Nine Heavens City's lord. TSK, we're hugging our thighs, and we'll be in for a spicy meal following Dottons. Jonathan recounted Ditto's background. Oh, Ditto's is the younger brother of the Nine Heavens City's mayor's wife. Shut up. Ditto spat out 2 words in a deep voice. All right. Jonathan stuck out his tongue. Let's go. Is this because of the Four Seasons Gardens tripod assembly? Yes, sir. It's another boring tripod gathering. It's just the time for every city to show off their skills. Jonathan shrugged helplessly. But it's not surprising. If we don't, the balance between the 4 cities will be unthinkable once the situation breaks out. For balance, Xiao Aoshuang frowned and repeated Jonathan's words. Yeah, it's always like this in every big meeting. Talent competitions, treasure auctions, you can always show off your talents. Jonathan shrugged boringly. If all 4 cities participated, then Heavenbreaker and Arbao would also be here. Will it be held soon? Xiao Aoshuang asked. No, 3 months later, when we finished the game. I'm going back to prepare some things. At this moment, Ditto spoke. Oh. After a grunt of agreement, Chi Aoshuang went silent, thinking about how she could go to Heavenly Treasure City in 3 months to see if she could help Heavenbreaker and Arbao. Having not seen Arbao for so long, he missed her a lot. The 3 of them hired a carriage and drove to Nine Heavens City. Along the way, what Chi Aoshuang saw was almost the same as the original world, except that there were many races in this world. Humans, dwarfs, elves, demons, and monsters were all gathered together and were on good terms with each other. It was completely different from what the world had seen before. Moreover, everyone here was stronger than in the previous world. I bet Lenny the hen will come after us. Jonathan ate in the carriage and shook his head. Will you die if you don't speak? Ditto spat out. Yes. If you don't let me talk, you're going to take my life. Jonathan swallowed the food in his mouth and spoke seriously. Ditto's was speechless. Lenny that hen is so strange. Why do I keep seeing her in the veils at school, pretending to be mysterious? Not really. Everyone in the academy already knows what she looks like. Jonathan couldn't figure it out. He rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. Xiao Aoshuang closed her eyes and did not speak. She was clear what was going on. Could it be that something happened to her face that she was so proud of, so she had to temporarily cover it up? Jonathan frowned, guessing. Can you not be so gossipy? Chi Aoshuang shook her head helplessly. How can that be? Did you forget what I said? Jonathan chuckled. I'm glad she didn't like it. Xiao Aoshuang rolled her eyes and did not say anything. This gossipy old man was truly speechless. He walked very slowly because Jonathan was busy, so he either bought this or at that. When the 3 of them finally arrived at the Nine Heavens City, it was already 7 days later. The City Lord's mansion of the Nine Heavens City was magnificent. Her sister Eliza, a gentle and beautiful woman, received the 3 of them in the small hall. When she saw Ditto's, she was extremely happy and was very familiar with Jonathan. However, he was a little shocked when he saw Xiao Aoshuang, because Jonathan's words were Ditton's invitation for Chi Aoshuang to come back. Chi Aoshuang, my sister, Eliza. Ditton's gave a bland introduction to both sides. Hello. Xiao Aoshuang nodded politely. Hello. Eliza seemed lost in thought. To her knowledge, Ditto's was a cold child. Other than for her, she did not seem to have seen him take the initiative to know anyone and come into contact with them. However, the calm and composed youngster in front of him was actually an invitation from Ditton's to come back. Oh, by the way, Ditto's, Lenny's back first. She lives next door to me. Eliza smiled at Ditto's. No, Ditto's gave a straightforward answer. Why? You didn't treat her before. Eliza was surprised and confused. The favor is over. Ditto's tone was light. Huh? Eliza was stunned. She is sick. You should check it out. Oh, what disease? Jonathan took it, trying to suppress the schadenfreude in his brow, and asked. I can't say. Something's wrong with her skin. As a girl, what she feared the most was her appearance problems. She was in a very low mood. Go and see her, maybe she'll feel better. I've got a lot of doctors and priests working on her, but she's not getting any better. Eliza slightly frowned. It was obvious that she still cared about Lenny. After all, Lenny had risked his life to block the assassin's attack for her. Oh, let's go, there's something else we need to deal with. Chi Aoshuang and Jonathan stood up, said goodbye to Eliza and left with Ditto's. Sigh, this child is really something. I just don't understand what's wrong with Lenny. I've always been so cold to her. Eliza shook her head and sighed. In the long corridor, the pillars made of white jade stood in a straight line, and the courtyard was filled with countless beautiful flowers. Ha ha, the hen is sick. There really is a problem. It's still her skin. Let's see how she sees people now. Jonathan's eyes narrowed into a line. This is great. She's down to 7 stars, and she can't keep her looks anymore. Still Dittos was silent. Jonathan shook his head. Xiao Orshuang understood what was going on. Let's go take a look. Ditto spat out a sentence indifferently. No way, you really want to see her? Jonathan was hopping down the corridor like a monkey with its tail stepped on. Always fooling around in front of my sister. Such a woman. Dittos did not finish his words, but his calm expression darkened. Suddenly, Jonathan stopped talking and silently followed after Dittos. He knew that the tone of his voice meant that he was angry. If Lenny wasn't really sick, the consequences would be tragic. Chi Aoshuang looked up to the sky and blinked her eyes. This time, Dittos had truly wronged Lenny. Indeed, Lenny was in trouble, and he was the one who did it. What would Dittos say if he saw anything? Lenny didn't play tricks on me this time. Suddenly, Xiao Aoshuang said something in a low voice. What? How do you know? Jonathan looked at Chi Aoshuang in bewilderment. Dottons also stopped and turned to look at Xiao Aoshuang. His face was calm as he asked indifferently, "Did you do it?" Although it was an inquiry, the tone was already certain. Ka? Jonathan opened his mouth wide and looked at Chi Aoshuang in surprise. Yes. Chi Aoshuang nodded. When we were at the swamp, she wanted to kill me with that simi. Xiao Aoshuang did not panic or change her expression when she saw the frank and honest manner in which Dylan asked him. She only indifferently admitted that he did it himself. Well, what about Simi? How did you do it? Jonathan was a curious baby. Kill him. I just got something in Lenny's body. Chi Aoshuang told him honestly. In front of these two people, Chi Aoshuang felt that she didn't need to worry about what she did to Lenny. These two people would never care about it. Well done, I like it. Jonathan laughed. Dittos immediately turned around and walked in the other direction. Where to? You're not trying to get Chi Aoshuang caught, are you? Jonathan frowned. C279. Where to? You're not trying to get Chi Aoshuang caught, are you? Jonathan frowned. Dittos was silent, ignoring Jonathan, and continued forward. Chi Aoshuang followed silently. Hey, you can't be so unkind, Dittos. Jonathan began to squawk. Idiot, idiot. The two voices spoke in unison. It was Chi Aoshuang who said that he was an idiot, and it was Dittos who said that he was retarded. Both of them were expressionless. Then they walked on together, ignoring the petrified Jonathan. In this world, only you know my heart. The two of them walked side by side, and suddenly Dittos said the same thing. Xiao Aoshuang was stunned. She turned to look at Dittos, but Dittos remained calm, as if what he said just now wasn't what he said. Xiao Aoshuang smiled faintly and did not say anything. She understood that if she were a woman at this moment, then her words would sound ambiguous. But now that she was a man, she knew that Dittos was treating her as a brother and a friend. Chi Aoshuang clearly understood why Diance had said such a thing, because she understood what Dittos meant. Jonathan caught up with him after a moment, scratched his head, and realized that he had misunderstood Dittos. Thus, he silently followed behind her. Let's go take a look at the Eternal Palace. That is the place where the people of Nine Heavens City live. Oh, look again. Those people walk with their noses up. Jonathan smirked. The Hall of Eternity was the residence of some of the stronger men under the command of the Nine Heavens City's Castellan. These people were similar to guest warriors. The amount of food and shelter they had was the last. Nine Heavens City would provide them with everything they needed for cultivation, and they would help them whenever they needed anything in the city. His position in the Nine Heavens City was quite high, so it was not an exaggeration to say that Jonathan could walk with his nose in the air. This meeting of the four cities will depend on them, so go take a look. No other people from other cities can sneak in. Dittos said slowly. TSK, what's so good about those old things? It's because you don't want to participate, but you want to participate in their turn to show off their might. Jonathan obviously didn't like them. Dittos did not speak again. Xiao Aoshuang looked around curiously, and suddenly, the sky appeared, squatting on Chi Aoshuang's shoulder and looking at her surroundings. What is this? Jonathan looked at the sky. Your pet? You still keep this very little martin? To attract the attention of the ladies. You are too vulgar. Jonathan sighed. Chi Aoshuang was speechless. The formation of the long space was not self-directed. It was this guy himself who wanted to become like this. Jonathan was right. The reason why the sky had become so adorable was to attract girls' attention. This little pervert. GG. The sky waved its claws at Jonathan, seemingly dissatisfied. Of course he resented Jonathan's last words. What vulgarity? What nonsense are you talking about? This is called scheming. Dottons only glanced at the sky indifferently before retracting his gaze. After a quick glance at him, the swaggering sky was silenced. He quietly squatted on Xiao Aoshuang's shoulder. Chi Aoshuang, this kid is a bit. Vast Sky's voice suddenly sounded in Chi Aoshuang's mind. What's wrong? Chi Aoshuang secretly conversed with Chang in her heart. This guy isn't easy to deal with. The sky muttered. Didn't you see it when we were in the swamp? Momo also said that he's not someone to be trifled with. Chi Aoshuang felt strange. No, I didn't meet his eyes at that time. This man is very cold and dangerous. With a solemn expression, Chang Bai added, be careful of him. There was a lingering fear in the air. For some reason, he felt like the man could see through him with just one glance. This kind of feeling was very bad. All right, Chi Aoshuang agreed. Ditto's was indeed much stronger than he was, so it wasn't strange for Kong Jiankong to come to this conclusion. Eternal Palace was in the deepest part of the city lord's mansion, in a secluded and elegant environment. It was divided into many small courtyards that were not connected to each other. These small courtyards were where the guest officials lived. The three of them arrived at the entrance of the huge building. There were 2 guards standing upright at the entrance. I won't go in. Xiao Aoshuang said softly, perhaps in 2 months, I will join the Heavenly Treasure City in participating in the Tripod Conference. If we go in now, we might cause trouble in the future. Just as Dottons was about to say something, Chi Aoshuang added, I know you don't mind, but your sister and your brother-in-law, you have to consider them. Ditto slightly frowned and finally did not say anything. Instead, he nodded slightly and replied, then wait for me here. I'm not going, either. I don't want to see those old guys with their noses up in the air. Jonathan pursed his lips and stood beside Xiao Aoshuang, urging Dottons, go quickly, go check quickly, and then come back. I'm waiting for you to take us to the best hotel in town. Dittos did not speak again. He nodded and walked in. Chi Aoshuang, let me tell you, which restaurant should be established. TSK, it smells good. Jonathan narrowed his eyes in satisfaction, as if recalling the delicacy. Just as Jonathan squinted his eyes to savor the aftertaste, he suddenly heard a tender voice. Brother Jonathan, a young and tender voice rang out. Jonathan's face changed and he looked behind him unnaturally. Chi Aoshuang also turned to look at the source of the voice. It was a small child dressed in luxurious clothes, only 5 or 6 years old. Behind him were 2 maids dressed up. It's the mayor's son, Kira. Damn it, calling me Dittos is uncle. Call me brother. The corner of Jonathan's mouth twitched, obviously dissatisfied with the title. Chi Aoshuang laughed inside when she heard this. It was a funny name, really, and it brought Jonathan down a generation. Kira, why are you here? Jonathan smiled. I've come to see Uncle Dittos. Find him and go to Auntie Lenny's. Kira revealed a pure smile, then he turned his head to look at Xiao Aoshuang and asked with a frown, who are you? You didn't even greet me when you saw me. At such a young age, he already had such an air of superiority. He's a friend of your Uncle Dittos. You go back first, Kira. I'll tell Dittos to send him to you later. Jonathan obviously didn't like the arrogant kid, so he replied perfunctorily. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. It was probably Lenny's method to find Dittos and go to Lenny. This lousy kid, listening to that hen. Friend. Kira lifted his head, narrowed his eyes and sized up Chi Aoshuang, frowning as he asked, what's your name? How come I've never seen you before? Still red hair. Kira bluntly said. I wanted to say that this red hair is very dazzling, very ugly. But Kira refrained from remembering her mother's usual teachings. However, Aunt Lenny's orders must be done. Give this red-headed guy a little embarrassment and take Uncle Dittinch over. These were all trivial, extremely simple. Looking at the bossy child in front of her, and the deep look in his eyes, Chi Aoshuang's heart started to feel complicated. This child, at such a young age, he already had such a character. What would happen when he grew up? Jonathan had made it clear that the child's attitude was still the same. It seems to have been instigated, and the one who instigated it was Lenny, I'm afraid. Should he say that this child had a bad character, or that Lenny was too skillful, or both? If this child were to inherit the city lord's position, would it be a blessing or a disaster for the Nine Heavens city? His name is Chi Aoshuang. Okay, Kira, you go back first, Jonathan urged perfunctorily. Chi Aoshuang, why does it sound like a woman's name? There was a sneer on Kira's small face that didn't quite match his age. Chi Aoshuang shot a faint glance at Kira, but didn't say anything. Instead, she turned her head toward the entrance of the Eternal Hall, waiting for Ditank to appear. Kira, aren't you a bit of a young chieftain when you talk? You can either go in and find it yourself, or you can go back. Jonathan's face changed abruptly. He no longer replied perfunctorily but said those words coldly. At this moment, the venomous Jonathan choked Kira until his face turned red. The two maidservants also lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. Their young master was not a good man, but this Jonathan was more terrifying. Better to shut up. Jonathan's words confirmed that Kira did not have the connotations of a young master. HMPH. I'll go in myself. Kira's face reddened, but he didn't dare to do anything to Jonathan. He could only give an indignant glance at Aoshuang's back before passing by the two of them and walking towards the entrance of the Eternal Palace. The two maids hurriedly followed after him. Chi Aoshuang, don't be so calculative with this spoiled child. I think it's Lenny's dead hen again. Jonathan turned and stood beside Chi Aoshuang to console her. Yes, I know. Chi Aoshuang nodded. She naturally wouldn't mind a small child like this. He was just feeling sad for the Nine Heavens city lord. How could such a descendant bear such a heavy responsibility? Being young was not an excuse, but children from large families usually had two different situations. A person of self-restraint, bearing, or hedonistic character. This is related to the upbringing of the family. It was clear that the child was spoiled and did not give him the correct instruction he deserved. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Jonathan was bored. The two men were silent for a moment, then Dittens came out with Kira in his arms. Kira's mouth was very high and he seemed very unhappy. Uncle, why don't you take me to Auntie Lenny's for fun? Kira pursed her lips and wrapped her arms around Dittens's neck, making her final effort in a coquettish way. Go yourself. If you don't want to walk, just let the maids carry you. Dittos put Kira down and touched his head. Uncle. Kira stamped her foot and tried to say something else. Dickens turned to Jonathan and said, let's go. Don't you want to eat? Aha. Jonathan nodded, not looking at Kira's exasperated expression. You guys, bring the young master back. Go, Dittens instructed the two maidservants. Yes, my lord. The two maidservants did not dare to even breathe loudly and agreed. Dittos did not say anything else and walked out with Jonathan and Chi Aoshuang. Uncle, Kira called out from behind him, but Dittos didn't look back. Young master, let's go. The maid spoke in a low voice. A trace of viciousness flashed across Kira's eyes. He suddenly turned around and crooked his finger at the maid behind him. You, squat down. After 10 years of surprise, he still obediently squatted down. Pa! Kira viciously slapped the maid in the face. Even though the child's strength was not great and the beating was not painful, it was loud and clear. Remember, I am your master. When will it be your turn to take care of me? Kira's heart was filled with rage, and he directed all of his anger at the maid before him. Yes. The maid lowered her head and responded in fear. To Aunt Lenny. Let's go. Kira narrowed his eyes in hatred and left huffily. The two maids hurriedly followed. At this time, the three of them had already left the mayor's mansion and were walking on the street. I say, Ditters, that child of Kira's is really undisciplined. To speak rudely, to cause trouble for Chi Aoshuang, it must have been Lenny who instigated it. Jonathan was still unhappy and started to be noisy. What? Dittos asked in a deep voice. That's the way it is. Jonathan explained everything Kira had said in detail. Finally, he curled his lips and said, I just don't understand why this child would listen to Lenny so much. Did Lenny please him that much? Aoshuang did not speak, her face was calm, as if these things had nothing to do with her. All right. After hearing Jonathan's words, Dittos gave a light grunt of acknowledgement and did not say anything else. Hey, why don't you say yes? What's wrong with letting it go on like this? Lenny the hen abetted your nephew, in case something irreparable should happen in the future. Jonathan whined, stating the power of it. All right, Ian. Jonathan pursed his lips and looked up at the sky. Tonight, half forest. Dittos suddenly said. Half forest, what are you doing there? It was a desolate place, and there were magical beasts roaming about as well. What are you doing there in the middle of the night? Jonathan wondered. Why did Dittos suddenly say this? Half of the forest, the checkered cliff. Come on. Still, Dittos was terse and concise. Aoshuang slightly frowned, but didn't say anything. What did Dittos mean by that? What do you want to do? Killing intent. Vast Sky's voice suddenly sounded in Aoshuang's mind. What? Xiao Aoshuang was puzzled. Just now, he emitted killing intent. Although it was only a sliver, I felt it. He's very good at hiding his killing intent. Yes, Chan Bai replied. Killing intent. When Dotten said that just now, he was filled with killing intent. What did he want to do tonight? C280. Yes, Dittos, you finally understand my sincerity to you. I've been bitterly following by your side all this time, paying so much for you because I want you to look back at me, to have me in your eyes, and to have me in your heart. Lani was excited, but also happy. Was it possible that he had finally figured it out and was finally going to face it? So happy, so happy. Lani's breathing became hurried. The excitement and joy in his heart could no longer be described with words. Suddenly, Lenny remembered the condition of his body and started to worry again. If Dittos knew that his skin was beginning to turn black and that his beauty was gone, would he just ignore him? As soon as they entered the restaurant, a waiter came up and led them upstairs. The waiter was warm and respectful to Dittos. Clearly, he knew Dittos, and Dittos's position was not low either. Many of the young ladies in the restaurant looked at the three outstanding youths, but none of them dared to approach them. Tut, can you two put a softer expression on your faces? Who would dare talk to you beauties like this? Jonathan bared his teeth and smiled brightly at the girls. Some of the girls immediately blushed, their hearts beating fast. Don't be so bored. Same here. Aoshuang did not even bother to repeat herself. Instead, she just spat out a single word. TSK, not interesting. 2 pieces of wood, 2 pieces of ice. Let's see which woman will like you two in the future. Serves you right. You won't have a wife in the future. Jonathan's mouth twitched in speechlessness. Suddenly, he understood the reason behind the subtle relationship between these two people. In some ways, the two men were remarkably alike. After eating together, the three of them went back to the mayor's mansion. Dittos arranged for 2 people to live in his own yard, next door. The sun and moon moved, and the night quietly approached. Jonathan yawned and knocked on Aoshuang's door. Aoshuang, Aoshuang. The door opened, and Aoshuang looked at Jonathan, who was still yawning, and frowned. Where is the Dittos? I have something to take care of first. I want us to go wait for him at the Gargle Cliff in the half of the forest. Jonathan yawned impatiently. I don't know what he's up to, mysterious. Aoshuang remained silent, a serious look appearing in her eyes. Then let's go. I don't know the way, so bring me there. Aoshuang said. Ian, let's go. That guy told us to secretly leave. Come with me. Jonathan seemed to be very familiar with the layout of 9 Heaven City's mansions. He quietly left the city with Aoshuang and headed towards the city wall. He secretly passed through the city wall and left the city. After leaving the city, Jonathan brought Aoshuang to the south. Half of the forest is relatively desolate. Because there are some dangerous magical beasts and plants, ordinary people wouldn't go there. I don't know what Dittos is up to. Although Jonathan complained, he still listened to Ditto's instructions and quickly ran in the direction that Aoshuang pointed out. The two of them moved quickly, and before long, they had arrived at the place that Dittos had mentioned. As soon as he entered the forest, he was greeted by a wave of cold air. Occasionally, there would be strange bird cries. When he got to the edge of the cliff, Jonathan stood on the edge and looked down, shivering. Under the hazy moonlight, the bottom of the cliff could not be seen. Waves of cold wind blew over, making people feel very uncomfortable. What's Dickens thinking? Tell us to come to such a gloomy place in the middle of the night. Jonathan turned around, found a big rock, sat behind the rock, and called to Chi Aoshuang, "Come here, sit here, blocking the wind. Just wait for him here." Xiao Aoshuang looked around but did not say anything. She sat beside Jonathan. "What do you think Dickens called us here for?" Jonathan blinked his eyes and looked at Chi Aoshuang. Chi Aoshuang shook her head lightly, but in her heart, there was a strange and indescribable feeling. After a while, a voice came from afar. "Someone's coming." Jonathan was about to get up and see if Dittos had arrived when he heard a voice that made him sick. "What did you call me here for, Dittos?" This voice was Lenny. Chi Aoshuang and Jonathan looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. After a moment of silence, Dittens's deep voice rang out, "You don't want to be alone with me?" "No, how could I not?" Lenny's voice rang urgently. Jonathan rolled his eyes. However, Chi Aoshuang had an ominous feeling in her heart. Though he had not been with Dittos very long, he had some knowledge of his character. Dittos would not have said such a thing, for he had never put Lenny in his eyes. But what did he mean by that now? "I know you've always liked me." There was no ripple in Dittos's voice, as if he were stating something that had nothing to do with him. "Dittos, you finally understand my heart." Lenny's voice was filled with excitement that could not be hidden. "Yes, I always did. If you like me, I'll call it that. It doesn't matter if you use some tricks on my sister, but you should never play any tricks on Kira." Dittos, what did you say?" "I don't understand." Lenny's voice was a little frantic. Jonathan narrowed his eyes, grinning silently. He did not even need to look to know that Lenny's expression was wonderful. It would definitely be ugly to death. How wonderful. Chi Aoshuang furrowed her brows, the strange feeling in her heart getting stronger and stronger. Kira's character really still has to be tempered. But if he continues to be misled by you, he will never grow up right. He wouldn't be able to become a qualified mayor in the future. But it doesn't matter to me what happens to him. Ditto's voice was like an old, silent well, calm and cold. Dittos, what the hell are you talking about?" Lenny's voice became more and more frantic, the black face under the veil faintly revealing traces of red. The fear and panic in her were growing stronger. Originally, he thought that Dottons had asked him to come here with him to spy on him, and thought that Dottons had already understood his intentions, so he thought that he would have a response tonight. But that does not seem to be the case now. Could it be that she had called him here to criticize him? "I don't care what happens to him. I don't care whether he lives or dies. However, if anything happens to him, my sister will be very sad. So, I don't want to see my sister upset." Dittos turned and looked at Lenny coldly. Lenny was somewhat flabbergasted. Did he care about Kira's life or death? The boy was his nephew. Did Dittos only care about his sister? Why? Because Dittos was raised by his sister. But why did it feel so strange and a little panicked? Why did Ditton speak of Kira as if he had nothing to do with it? "You even incite Kira to embarrass Chi Aoshuang today, right?" It seemed like he was asking something, but he was already sure of it. Lenny was dumbstruck, wanting to argue for himself. He moved his lips, but he could not say anything. She knew Dittos's character, and if he had decided something, it would be useless to argue. Dittos slowly approached Lenny, his face calm. Lenny stared at Dittos in a daze, but he was a little afraid. Unconsciously, he retreated backwards as Dittos closed in. "Don't move." A hint of a smile suddenly appeared on Dylan's face. This smile was enough to shock a person's soul. Lani was completely stunned, and he lost his mind at this moment. Lenny, as if possessed, stood obediently where he was and did not move again. "Lenny, do you really like me that much? Is it the most sincere to my heart?" A devilish smile appeared on Dittos's calm face. There was a bitter coldness in his smile that Lenny could not feel. "Yes, Dittos, you finally understand my sincerity to you. I've been bitterly following by your side all this time, paying so much for you because I want you to look back at me, to have me in your eyes, and to have me in your heart." Lani was excited, but also happy. Was it possible that he had finally figured it out and was finally going to face it? So happy, so happy. Lani's breathing became hurried. The excitement and joy in his heart could no longer be described with words. Suddenly, Lenny remembered the condition of his body and started to worry again. If Dittos knew that his skin was beginning to turn black and that his beauty was gone, would he just ignore him? Dittos slowly approached Lenny and stood in front of her, smiling without saying a word. Well, Dittos, I was really happy today. I feel really happy. Lani clutched at his chest, a blissful smile on his face. He made up his mind in his heart to find a name to cure his illness as soon as possible. If not, everything would have vanished into thin air when Dittos saw his true face. Jonathan clenched his fist behind the rock and thrust it into his mouth. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chi Aoshuan. Was there a mistake? Dittos called them over just to see them kiss me, to see him accept Lenny's dead hen. Now the dead hen was dead, and the wish of many years had finally come true. How infuriating! How infuriating! Jonathan put down his fist, opened his mouth and repeated the words silently. Xiao Orshuan naturally knew what he was talking about from the way he mouthed it. Had Dittos really only asked them to come here so that they could see how he accepted Lenny's intentions? The strange feeling that had been haunting Chi Aoshuan was becoming more and more obvious. What do you want, Dittos? He was not here to make love to Lenny, as Jonathan had guessed. What did he want? Let me see your sincerity. The corner of his mouth curled up as he said those words with a smile. Lani was so happy that he was about to faint. After all these years of hard work, he finally had a reward. The Dittos who had been deeply in love finally accepted him. Lenny was about to reach out and hug Ditto, but, in the next moment, Lani, who was immersed in happiness, was stunned, and her chest turned cold. He lowered his head to look at the item in his hand. It was red and seemed to be still pulsing. Then, what was it? Heart! That was his heart! Lenny's eyes widened, and his pupils contracted in a split second. Actually, I've forgotten to tell you. Love, I don't need such a boring thing. He threw the heart in his hand to the back of his body. With a little bit of blood on his heart, he drew a devilish arc in the air and fell into the bottomless abyss, disappearing without a trace. Lenny's face was full of terror, incredulous. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Dittos, as if he wanted to see this man clearly at the end of his life. The man he had always loved. He had actually killed her without any forewarning at all. With a bang, Lenny's body fell heavily on the ground, stirring up waves of dust. Dittos looked at the corpse on the ground indifferently, without any expression on his face. Holy shit! Dittos, haha, you really did it. You really killed this woman. Jonathan jumped out from behind the rocks, excited. You don't know, she's done too much dirty work behind your back. She had always been acting haughty, but now she was secretly looking for those men to coerce her. Vicious woman, you're dead today. Retribution. The more Jonathan spoke, the more disdainful he became. He looked at Lenny's corpse on the floor and almost vomited water. It was no wonder that he had such an attitude. On the surface, the two of them had been at loggerheads the entire time. Lenny didn't want Jonathan's life for a day or two. Chi Aoshuan also slowly stood up from behind the rock. She looked at Lenny, who was lying on the ground, and did not say anything. Although Lenny wanted to kill him, he didn't plan on letting Lenny go either. However, Xiao Aoshuan did not expect that the one who had ended Lenny's life would be Dittos. I didn't kill her before because I didn't repay my debt. It's all over now, so there's no need to put up with her now. Xiao Aoshuan raised her head and looked at the calm Datens, looking at his cold eyes. Chi Aoshuan felt an indescribable chill in her heart. If Lenny had died in his own hands, or in Jonathan's, it would not have felt that way. However, she had died at the hands of the man she had always loved. Throw it down, Dittos said coldly to Jonathan. Oh, okay. Jonathan knelt down and pulled Lenny's corpse which had turned cold. Then, he threw Lenny's corpse off the cliff. In midair, the wind blew past, revealing Lenny's face, which had already turned slightly black. Xiao Aoshuan stood at the side without saying a word. Let's go back. Dittos spat out a sentence indifferently. Oh, okay. Jonathan squinted his eyes with a smile and jumped ahead first. I'll go back first. I'm so excited that I can't fall asleep tonight. Jonathan hopped away, Dittos and Chi Aoshuan trailing behind. Do you know why I called you here? With a calm expression on his face, Dittos asked this question. Chi Aoshuan remained silent and did not reply. Call Jonathan because he has a grudge against Lenny. I called you here for another purpose, do you understand? Dittos asked in a deep voice. Chi Aoshuang did not say anything. Dittos did not say anything either, silently waiting for Chi Aoshuang's reply. You want to tell me that the path to the strong cannot be tied down by love. After a long while, Chi Aoshuang finally said those words in a deep voice. As expected, in this world, you are the only one who knows my heart. Dittos turned to look at Chi Aoshuang and smiled. Chi Aoshuang looked at the smile on his face, and an indescribable coldness arose in her heart. Suddenly, he remembered what Vast Sky had said. This man was very dangerous. I hope that you can step into the void-shattering realm with me. Looking at Xiao Aoshuang, Ditti said seriously, you are the only one who can do that. Xiao Aoshuang looked at the handsome but indifferent face of Dittos and was speechless for a long time. C281. In the middle of the night, Chi Aoshuang laid on her bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. This night's performance by Ditto sent an indescribable feeling into Chi Aoshuang's heart. I don't know how to describe this behavior. Only one thing was certain, and that was that Dittos was a martial arts fanatic. Something had been thrown away in pursuit of power. Among them was love. This person seemed to have his own rules for the division of emotions. The reason why Lenny was allowed to stay by his side and help Lenny pass the 8th level of the Heavenly Pagoda was because he felt that he owed Lenny a favor. However, once he was done with his favor, he could do something as heartless as this. Towards the attitude of his sister's child, it was also thought-provoking. What Dittos was saying was that the child didn't care what happened to her, but it wouldn't hurt her sister. Chi Aoshuang frowned as she thought of something terrifying. For the sake of his sister, Dittos was courteous to the young master. What if one day, Dittos thought, the relationship between him and his sister came to an end? Assuming that Dittos cared about his sister because of her sister's care, if he felt that the relationship was over, what would that do? Thinking of this, a chill crept up Chi Aoshuang's back. What kind of person was Dittos? In order to pursue the peak of power, would he really be heartless and heartless? In his previous life, Chi Aoshuang had heard of that kind of abnormal martial arts fanatic. Some people, in order to pursue extreme martial arts, would cut off all emotions, and some even killed all their relatives. In order to no longer have any worries, they would climb the peak of strength. Was it possible that Dittos was one of these people? For the next few days, Dittos helped with 9 Heavens Cities preparations. Jonathan took Chi Aoshuang shopping, eating and talking to beautiful women all day long. As for Lani's disappearance, Ditto's sister was very worried. She sent people to look for him, and also sent people back to Lani's house to inquire about it. Kira, the kid, had been clamoring all day for Lenny. No one suspected Dittos. Everyone in the mayor's mansion knew that Dittos had no interest in Lenny. Who would have thought that Dittos would invite Lenny out in the middle of the night? Naturally, no one doubted Dittos. A week later, Dittos offered to return to the institute. Dittos, you're not waiting for Lenny. Now Lenny hasn't been found, and her father says Lenny never came home. Eliza asked with a frown. Eliza had always taken Lenny's feelings for Dittos to heart. Although the child was a little cold and arrogant, he was not picky with his looks and family background. It had been so long since he had been with Dittos that it was clear how much he loved him. And now Dittos was indifferent to Lenny's disappearance. Naturally, Eliza was not happy. Maybe she already went back to the academy by herself. Dittos said indifferently, impossible. The child could never leave without giving me an answer. Eliza immediately denied it. Then how should I know? I'm going back to the academy first. I'm about to start the competition after the exam. After I finish this, I'll be back. Dittos did not want to dwell on this issue any longer. Dittos. Eliza wanted to say something but stopped herself. I'll be leaving first. Dittos nodded, bowed slightly, and then turned to leave. Chi Aoshuang and Jonathan nodded and left. Eliza opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she just silently watched as Dittos's figure disappeared from the entrance. Every time Dittos left, he left by himself, not allowing Eliza to send him off. Eliza stood where she was, frowning as she looked at the empty door. Dittos, this child, who was he really like? Sometimes, he felt that he was terrifyingly calm. Just like that, the three of them returned to Star Academy, and Lenny never appeared again. After returning to the academy, Chi Aoshuang asked about the dorm and found that Winds had returned. Chi Aoshuang, where did you go? Just returned from the Sky Tower. Wins greeted him happily, 6 small golden stars already attached to his school uniform. No, I went to 9 Heaven City. Chi Aoshuang sat down, smiled at Wins and said, congratulations, you have become a 6-star student. Hee, this is all thanks to you. Thank you for teaching me so much. Wins poured a glass of water for Chi Aoshuang and said happily, if I recall correctly, Bethany is also a 6-star. Chi Aoshuang accepted the water and drank a mouthful of water before asking jokingly, hee. Tilda. Wins scratched his head in embarrassment. However, there was an unconcealable look of satisfaction and happiness on his face. By the way, Chi Aoshuang, why are you going to the 9 Heaven City? It's going to take a long time, so you're already out of the tower. I've only been out for a week. You've been to and from the 9 Heaven City. What star are you now? Wins asked excitedly. 8 stars. Chi Aoshuang replied with a smile. Ha, awesome, as expected. Wei Ansi laughed out loud in excitement, looking at Xiao Aoshuang happily shouting, I knew you were not simple, you are really amazing. I heard that a student who participated in this trial for the first time got an 8-star exam. I didn't expect it to be you. No, I should think about it. It's not surprising that you're so powerful. Chi Aoshuang just smiled and didn't say anything else. She felt that Wins was really happy for her. Chi Aoshuang, the competition will start in another month. I think you can definitely achieve a good result. Ha, maybe you can even win against Dittos. You're the biggest dark horse of the year. One must know that in the past, only Dittos had received an 8-star evaluation on his first attempt at participating in the survival training. You are the second. You will definitely surpass him. The more Wins talked, the more excited he became. Xiao Aoshuang smiled and shook her head, saying lightly, Wins, there are 2 things that are wrong with your words. What's wrong? Wins wondered. Firstly, I am well aware of the difference between me and Dittos. I am no match for him. Second, I am not the one who obtained the 8-star evaluation on my first attempt at the exam. Before Dittos, there was another person. What? Who? I've never heard of such a thing. Even those seniors I've interacted with recently, no one knows about it. At this point, Wins pursed his lips and added, I'm a 6-star student now, so a lot of people are willing to strike up a good relationship with me. My strength has indeed improved greatly. That's the way of people. A lot of people climb up and down. Chi Aoshuang sighed softly, before saying solemnly, I don't know who the person who passed the 8th level of the Heavenly Pagoda was. That person is currently a forbidden topic in the academy. You'd better not ask others, or cause trouble. Oh, alright. Wins nodded and stopped asking. Prepare well for a good result among the 6-star students. If she were your opponent, what would you do? I don't know. Chi Aoshuang laughed as she teased Wins. That. Wins's face instantly turned red. He scratched his ears and face, seemingly at a loss. Chi Aoshuang looked at Wins in amusement. With such a shy personality, would he really be able to successfully catch up to Bethany? Looks like I need to help him in a timely manner. For the next month or so, Dickens and Jonathan came to see Chi Aoshuang, and then the 3 of them appeared in the campus cafeteria, the library, the training grounds. The 3 of them naturally attracted the attention of countless people. The 3 young men with outstanding appearances were peerless in their time, and the countless young women were even more restless. Even more male students were trying to figure out what was going on. While Lenny, who had been with Dittos and Jonathan, was gone, replaced by the red-haired boy. It wasn't until the end of a month's training time, the end of the competition, that the list of names was announced, that everyone came to a sudden realization. It was even more of a sensation. That red-haired youth had passed the 8th level his first time participating in the trial. Moreover, he actually took 2nd place in the following competition. He had defeated all the previous 8-star students, including Jonathan. The first was still Dittos. When the list was announced, the entire academy was in an uproar. Everyone was struggling to find out who exactly this Chi Aoshuang was. He was actually able to defeat Jonathan and the others in one fell swoop. He was ranked 2nd among the 8 stars. Who is Chi Aoshuang? The second one is not Jonathan, but Chi Aoshuang. Who's that? No way. Who was so amazing that he actually pulled Jonathan off his horse? Chi-Aoshuan, I've never heard of this name. Who is it? That's right, I've never seen such a result before. Could it be that this is the first time I've participated in a smelting trial and obtained such results? Discussions broke out all around them, creating a huge ruckus. Tarlina stood underneath the public display screen, staring blankly at the second name on the huge board for a long time without moving half a step. No wonder he's so arrogant. So he really has some skill. Yuna stood by Tanja's side and spoke in a rather complicated manner. The embarrassing scene from that day was still vivid in his mind. He thought that Chi-Aoshuan was ungrateful, but in the end, he was the one who asked the woman to help them. He never thought that he would be able to pass the 8th level of the Heavenly Pagoda in one go, and also become the campus's number 2 figure. No wonder he was so calm in the cafeteria. Looking at the words Chi-Aoshuan on the leaderboard, Tanina's heart was filled with complex emotions. So it turned out that the difference between him was that huge. He was already an 8-star, but he had only acquired a 5-star. Haha, Chi-Aoshuan, I knew you could do it. 8 stars. Treat, you have to treat. A cheerful and sweet voice reached everyone's ears. Looking towards the source of the voice, she saw a sweet-looking pure love girl shaking Chi-Aoshuan's arm. He said happily, "Who is that girl?" "That's Perina, one of the 4 school beauties," Yuna said in a low voice. Talina looked at Chi-Aoshuan from afar, her heart filled with disappointment. When everyone heard the name, they all turned to look at him. "Look at the biggest dark horse of the year. Don't be like this. Look, that red-haired kid's face is full of impatience. The two of them aren't the kind of relationship you think they are." Seeing her like this, Yuna hurriedly comforted her. What did you say? What do they have to do with me?" A trace of uneasiness flashed across her face, and she hurriedly tried to distinguish it. "Well, I'm not blind. What attitude do you have towards that brat? Do you think I can't tell?" Yuna shook her head and sighed. Talina became silent, not saying another word, only watching Chi-Aoshuan and Perina from afar. "No time, no money." Chi-Aoshuan pushed away the hand that was holding onto her arm and coldly said, "Hey, don't forget, you owe me one." Seeing Chi-Aoshuan's attitude, Perina immediately frowned and said in a cold voice, "What lousy reason was this? There was no money. Wasn't it embarrassing for this annoying fellow to say something like that?" Chi-Aoshuan went silent. "No money, I'll treat you. Okay, I'll give you my congratulations. Let's go eat." Perina took hold of Chi-Aoshuan's arm again. "You can return the favor by eating." Chi-Aoshuan shook off Lena's hand once again and impatiently led the way. "Hey, you think it's beautiful? I'm the one who invited you to dinner. Do you think that you can repay your debt so easily?" Perina hurried after him. Tarina watched them leave, her expression dark. The surrounding boys stared at the back of Chi-Aoshuan with envious and jealous eyes. The school belle, Perina, had taken the initiative to date him. Although they were dissatisfied with Chi-Aoshuan's arrogant actions, no one dared to take the initiative to provoke her. Who asked him to be the second-ranked student in the academy? The young ladies around them looked at Chi-Aoshuan with longing in their eyes. "Tarina, you are." Since he liked it, he had to take the initiative. "You still have a chance. Look at Chi-Aoshuan, she clearly doesn't have any interest in Perina." Looking at the worried look on Tanja's face, Yunya couldn't help but feel infuriated. Tarina lowered her eyes, unable to speak. "You are from the same sect. He sent people to help you, proving that his attitude towards you is different. You have to make good use of this opportunity. Think about it, his appearance is outstanding, and now he has achieved such good results. I wonder how many girls are eyeing him like prey." Yunya continued to persuade him. "Don't say any more, Eugenia, I see." Tarina had a complicated look on her face. Yuna sighed softly. Chi-Aoshuan and Perina walked out of the crowd, while Perina chattered, "Chi-Aoshuan, let's go eat." "What's your meal at this hour?" Chi-Aoshuan replied bluntly. "Then can't you come with me?" Perina frowned and said unhappily, "He doesn't have time. He's coming with me to the dean's office." A voice suddenly and coldly interrupted her. Surprised, Perina abruptly turned around, only to see the calm and handsome face of Ditters. It was Jonathan who stood behind Ditto's. "You." Perina was about to say something, but could not say anything in response to the cold look in Ditters's eyes. It was just a light glance, but it gave Perina an indescribable sense of pressure, causing her heart to tremble uncontrollably. "Let's go, Chi Aoshuang," Dittons said calmly. "All right." Chi Aoshuang nodded. The three of them turned around and left. Looking at their retreating backs, Perina stomped her feet. "This hateful Ditters, hateful." Perina stared at Ditters's back angrily, cursing in her heart. "Don't be tied down by boring love." While walking on the road, Dittons said these words coldly. Jonathan opened his mouth wide. How could Ditters be like this? C282. Chi Aoshuang, don't listen to him, Jonathan said without waiting for a reply. "I don't like women." Chi Aoshuang twitched the corner of her mouth as she said those words. "That's good." An almost imperceptible hint of satisfaction flashed in Dittos's eyes. Of course he wouldn't like women. His sexual orientation was very normal. "Wow, Dittos, you're a bad guy. I don't like women, and I don't want Chi Aoshuang to find women." Jonathan heard the two men shouting. Dittos ignored Jonathan's blabbering and said to Chi Aoshuang, "Let's go. The dean is looking for us." "Hey, Chi Aoshuang, I'm telling you, don't listen to Dittos. This guy isn't interested in women, so don't force yourself. That Perina is not bad. At least she's a school beauty, but this Perina seems to be very good at playing tricks on you. You don't have to think about the other two beauties. One was Bethany, and the other was Iber. Even this doesn't suit your tastes. There are many pretty girls in the academy. You're so noisy." Chi Aoshuang frowned slightly. "Same here." Dittos expressionlessly said this word. A knowing smile appeared in his eyes. You two boring fellows." Jonathan was so angry that he snorted when he saw that the two of them were surprisingly on the same footing. Of course, he did not think that what Xiao Aoshuang said about not liking women was completely different from what they understood. The three of them arrived at the principal's office. This was the first time that Chi Aoshuang had met the principal of Star Academy. The principal was not the decrepit person in Chi Aoshuang's imagination, nor was he an expert with a full beard and white hair. Instead, he was a young man with an extraordinary bearing. Chi Aoshuang was shocked at first, but then she came to a realization. This was the way of the world. The age of many people could no longer be seen by their outer appearances. This young principal was probably not young anymore. "You've come." The young man smiled as the three stood up. "Principal." All three of them did. "Don't be restrained, your results this time are quite good. Especially you, Chi Aoshuang. You are the second person to achieve such good results in the first trial. You and Dittos are the last ones who might pass the last trial. Hopefully, you won't disappoint me." The headmaster looked at Xiao Aoshuang and said with a smile. His eyes flashed with praise. When the principal mentioned that Xiao Aoshuang was the second person to achieve such good results in the first trial, a trace of darkness flashed in Ditton's eyes, but it was gone in an instant. "Do your best," Chi Aoshuang said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Hee, it's a good thing that young people are modest. All right, let's get down to business. I called you here because I have a mission for you and your rewards. Dittos and Jonathan know the reward, but this is your first time, Chi Aoshuang. The principal smiled at Xiao Aoshuang, giving his purpose of calling them over. Your mission is to hold a grand meeting of the 4 cities. The 3 of you will represent our academy in some matters, and the judges will be held by the other elders and the reputable people of the various cities. I'll give you the prizes as well. If you don't know anything, just ask Dickens and Jonathan. The principal talked for a while before finally stopping to pick up 3 cards from the desk and handing them to the 3 of them. Finally, he instructed, "All right, you guys can go now. If you are ready, then set out. This time, the gathering will be held in White Cloud Town, which belongs to the academy. Be careful. I'm sure you'll take care of it." The principal nodded with a smile. Yes. The 3 of them received the cards and agreed. "Go on." The headmaster waved them off. After leaving the office, Chi Aoshuang looked at the card in her hand. The card in her hand was a light blue color and emitted a cold aura. Who knew what material it was made of? This is a pass. The top 3 rankers would be able to enter and leave the Heavenly Star Pagoda to cultivate at any time, and the highest level of the library would also be opened. There was also the chance to learn from all the elders, and perhaps even learn from them through sparring. The elders could not refuse. As for the materials in the Academy's treasury, we can use them as we wish. there's no limit. Dittos explained in a deep voice to Xiao Aoshuang. It was also the first time Dittos had said so much. Good stuff. This thought immediately surfaced in Xiao Aoshuang's mind when he heard Ditton's words. Who would have thought that the prizes for the top 3 would be so generous? The school was actually so generous. However, with such a generous reward, what method did Lenny have to make the other students give up on her? No one was interested in such a generous reward. Only the top 3 know of this reward, the others don't. It was a secret. In other words, only the top 3 can receive these rewards. Jonathan's next words dispelled any doubts in Chi Aoshuang's mind. So that was how it was. These rewards had to be kept secret. With such a generous reward, it would be weird if Lannis told anyone. Forget Lenny, I'm afraid no one else would tell anyone else. Prepared to go to White Cloud Town. Dittos frowned slightly, obviously not pleased with the job. Are there any subordinate towns in the academy? Just a moment ago, Xiao Aoshuang wanted to ask. It's called a town, but it's not inferior to any other city. It was independent and did not belong to any city. In truth, the balance of power between the 4 cities was limited by the balance of power between the 4 cities. But it's not supposed to be on par with the 4 cities, so it's the town. Jonathan explained. Come on, there are lots of delicious things in White Cloud Town, lots of beautiful women. What else do you have but these 2? Ditto snorted. TSK, you think I'm as boring as you 2? Life is supposed to be enjoyable, eating, drinking, and having fun. That is the true meaning of life. Jonathan shook his head with narrowed eyes. With your attitude, you won't be able to step into the space-shattering realm. Dittos said coldly. I never thought about stepping into the space-shattering realm. I almost lost my life the last time I went to the 9th level. Life is still beautiful. I don't want to die like this. Jonathan pursed his lips. Frog at the bottom of the well. Dittos coldly snorted. Chi Aoshuang remained silent. The pursuit of power by Dentons was indeed obvious. The academy will take a break during the 4 Seasons Gardens Assembly, and all students will return to their respective powers. Many students will also participate in this assembly. Let's prepare a little. We'll head to White Cloud City in 2 days. Dittos said in a deep voice. Right, Chi Aoshuang, what about you? Which power are you standing behind? Jonathan asked curiously. The Lord of Heavenly Treasure City is my friend. Chi Aoshuang replied plainly. Friend? Jonathan was surprised. You have friends. Dittos lowered his head. There was a dark look in his eyes. He didn't say anything. What you're saying, I'm a human, so why can't I have friends? Can it be that you guys aren't my friends? Xiao Aoshuang snappily said. The Heavenly Treasure City's City Lord Heavenbreaker has helped me a lot. This time, I also want to see how I can help him. Haha, you can say that I said the wrong thing. Yes, we are friends. Friends. Jonathan laughed. Depart in 2 days. At this moment, Dittons coldly interjected and left first. TCH, that's how Ditentars is, it's boring. The face is often expressionless. Jonathan shrugged. Alright, go back and prepare. Xiao Aoshuang did not say anything further, turning around and leaving as well. How speechless. Why are these 2 people acting like this? Jonathan pursed his lips as he watched the 2 men leave, one behind the other. These 2 truly had imaginative temperaments, but there seemed to be a difference. How was it different? It was impossible to tell. Jonathan frowned and thought but could think of nothing. Forget it, I don't want to. It was better to hurry back and make preparations, and ask Hurricane City if there was anything that he could help with. Small things are fine, but big things are not to be talked about. Jonathan thought of this and left, humming. When he returned to the dorm, Chi Aoshuang saw Wins, who was frowning. What are you thinking, Wins? Chi Aoshuang called out as she opened the door. What? Chi Aoshuang, when did you come in? Wins almost jumped up in shock. He turned to look at Chi Aoshuang, thinking about Bethany. Chi Aoshuang laughed. No. Wins' face turned red, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. Wins, what is your true identity? Xiao Aoshuang suddenly asked with a stern face. Bethany is the daughter of the Jade City Lord. The 2 of you are from a young age. Who is your true identity? Chi Aoshuang guessed that although Wins was an illegitimate child, he was still able to come into contact with someone as powerful as Bethany. Therefore, Win's father was not a simple person either. Wins was silent for a long time, his face complicated. He lowered his head and did not say anything for a while. After a while, he slowly raised his head and said softly, "Chi Aoshuan, I will tell you then, since I consider you my only true friend. My father is the previous city lord of Nine Heavens City." What? Xiao Aoshuan was shocked as she thought of the place where she had gone with Dylan not long ago. In other words, the current Nine Heavens City's lord is your half-brother. HMPH. Brother, I don't have a brother like that. Looking at Win's expression, Xiao Aoshuan knew that the inside story was very complicated. He forced my mother to death. If it wasn't for the fact that my father's trusted confidant risked his life to bring me out to join my sect, I would have been dead by now. I don't even care about the position of mayor, but he doesn't want to let us go. Win's face turned extremely ugly, and his tone was full of resentment. You met Bethany when you were a kid. So, does Bethany know what happened to you? Does the Nine Heavens City's city lord know of your current situation? Xiao Aoshuan asked a few questions in a row. We knew her when she was young when she came to Nine Heavens City. Bethany only knew that I wasn't dead, but she didn't know where I was, and she didn't recognize me. As for the Nine Heavens City's Castellan, he naturally knew that I was not dead, but my power was low, so in his eyes, I could not pose a threat. At first, he sent people to keep an eye on me. Later, he thought that I was a trash, and he took advantage of the interference of his father's trusted confidants, so he stopped making things difficult for me, Win said while grinding his teeth. What are your plans? Xiao Aoshuan asked. Chi Aoshuan, I really thank you. If it weren't for you, I'd still be a piece of trash, but not now. I will always work hard. I will do my best to achieve my dream. I want to be strong enough to protect Bethany. He was strong enough to stand in front of the crowd and stick out his chest. At that time, I will confess to Bethany, and I will never escape again. Win's eyes burned with determination. Just this. However, Chi Aoshuan smiled and said these words softly. Wins was stunned, looking at the calm face of Chi Aoshuan. He did not understand what Chi Aoshuan meant. Originally, he thought that if he made up his mind to say such words, Aoshuan would praise him and support him, but Chi Aoshuan actually said such words. What does that mean? You don't want to take back what you should have. You don't want to take back what the man owes you. Without status, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to marry Bethany. A trace of an evil smile appeared on Chi Aoshuan's handsome face, causing Wins to be completely stunned. That night, the two of them talked about something in the dorm that no one knew about. It was just that the fusion that occurred afterwards was extremely amazing, not knowing that it was all the doing of a red-haired youth. 2 days later, Dickens, Jonathan, and Chi Aoshuan, wearing snow-white uniforms with 8 small golden stars that symbolized their strength and status, appeared at the school's entrance in a magnificent manner. The 3 of them just stood there with calm faces, but it attracted countless gazes, as well as the discussions of the people around them. Many students had been rushing to White Cloud Town for the past few days, so the school gates had always been bustling with noise and excitement. Chi Aoshuan, a sweet voice called out urgently from afar. It was Perina's voice. Let's go. Dittos said coldly. All right. Xiao Aoshuan nodded and prepared to get on the carriage. The reason why she didn't bother to pay attention to him was not because of Doton's words, but because of Chi Aoshuan's own intentions. It wasn't good to get too close to a woman, and it would be even worse if he misunderstood her. Chi Aoshuan, you, wait for me. When Perina caught up, the carriage was gone. Damn it, you bastard. Perina stomped her feet on the spot, looking unhappily at the carriage far away, muttering to herself, you hateful fellow. Just you wait. If you don't want to come with me, I can go to White Cloud Town by myself. In the distance, a complicated look could be seen on her face as she watched this scene. Unia frowned and muttered something. In the carriage, Chi Aoshuan was resting with her eyes closed, but in her heart, she thought of Heavenbreaker and Arbao. Very soon, Poe and Heavenbreaker would arrive. They had not seen each other for a long time, and they truly missed each other and were filled with anticipation. And what sort of grand occasion would the Four Seasons Tower's Grand Assembly be? C283. White Cloud Town was not far from Star Academy. It only took them half a day to arrive. The moment he entered the town, there was a hubbub of people, as if there was a huge commotion. The wide streets were filled with customers from all kinds of shops, jewelry stores, weapon stores, protective gear stores, pet stores, and clothing stores were all full of people. All sorts of major powers were arriving here one after another. As Jonathan had said, although this place was nominally a small town, it was not inferior to the city. The Heavenly Treasure City and the Nine Heavens City that Chiao Shuang had seen were incomparable to the White Cloud Town. In this world, the greatest ruler was still the Star Academy. The only difference was that the four great cities were in the light while the Star Academy was in the dark. Actually, we don't need to do anything. We just wear these clothes and wander around this place. We need to mediate the conflicts here and there. In any case, the major powers will give us some face just because of our status. Jonathan opened the curtain and looked outside, absent-mindedly explaining to Chiao Shuang. All the mayors and their subordinates are staying at the Stellar Hotel. The sects would find their own residences. We can do everything within our power, and the three of us will be staying at the Stellar Hotel. After settling down, you can move around freely. When something happens, it's just a matter of time. Meet in the hall the day before the convention begins. Dylan patiently explained to Chiao Shuang. There will inevitably be a conflict between the four cities and the sects. Naturally, the mission of Chiao Shuang and the other two was to resolve these conflicts. All right, Chiao Shuang nodded. The carriage drove down the street and stopped in front of a tall, imposing building. At the entrance of the magnificent building stood a huge stone board. On top of the stone board, there were a few words engraved deeply, Stars Hotel. The simple and unadorned stone board did not match the tall and dazzling hotel at all. It looked very strange. This stone tablet was carved by the founder of the Star Academy. That person had disappeared after the creation of the Star Academy. The principal and the elders also never mentioned his matter. They only said that he was a very powerful person and that he was the role model for everyone. Jonathan looked at Chiao Shuang and explained, "Oh, that's how it is." "Yes," Chiao Shuang replied casually. A hint of doubt arose in his heart. The Star Academy didn't seem to be as simple as it seemed on the surface. Now it seemed to be the true ruler of the world, but there were too many mysteries. The founders of the academy were actually not allowed to know who their students were. Also, why did the student who had reached the 8th level during his first attempt attack the school's forces? He even tried to destroy the Star Heavenly Pagoda. In the end, the school sealed off the news. What was all this about? The three of them entered the hotel and were immediately greeted respectfully by someone. When the others in the hall saw the three of them, their gazes changed. Respect, fear, disdain, provocation. The ones who were disdainful and provoking were naturally the guest elders of the various city lords. As the pinnacle of power within the Chaos world, the Star Academy naturally caused quite a few people to feel unsatisfied. Although those people had unfriendly eyes, they still did not move forward. After all, this was the Star Academy's territory. The waiter led the three of them to their living quarters. It was a small suite with an elegant environment. There were 3 luxurious rooms. Each bedroom has a separate bathroom, outside the living room, dining room and so on. "It's all right, you can go now." Dittos waved the waiter down. "Yes," the waiter replied respectfully and left. "Aha, I still want my room," cried Jonathan, hopping toward the bedroom on the far right. Xiao Aoshuan and Dottons looked at each other speechlessly. "Rest first. Someone will bring you lunch later." After saying that to Chiao Shuang, Ditanas walked to the leftmost bedroom, leaving behind the one in the middle. Chiao Shuang nodded and entered the middle bedroom. Looking around at the luxurious surroundings, Chiao Shuang walked over to the bed and laid down on it, wondering if Heavenbreaker and Arbao had also come. He planned to ask whether the people from Heavenly Treasure City had arrived after lunch. Sure enough, someone delivered a sumptuous lunch at noon on time. Time to eat, time to eat. Jonathan was sitting in the dining room, shouting at the door of the bedroom. After yelling, he impatiently picked up his knife and fork to enjoy himself. The quadrennial tripod gathering requires us to participate in it every time. It is also that we can see for ourselves if there are any powerful people who can be enlightened. However, it's been so long, why haven't I received any inspirations? Jonathan chewed on the food in his mouth and said unhappily, "What a waste of time." This is such a good time. It's so nice to go out and have some fun. Has the people from Heavenly Treasure City arrived yet? Chiao Shuang ignored Jonathan's complaints and instead asked the question that she had always cared about. They should be here. If they are here, they should be staying in the East Hall. They were first in the last tripod meeting, so they should be staying in the East Hall. Jonathan narrowed his eyes, timidly enjoying the delicious food while indifferently answering Chiao Shuang's question. Oh, got it, thank you. Chiao Shuang nodded. Good time, don't waste it. I've finished eating. I'm going out to find my spring. Jonathan wiped his mouth gracefully, stood up, and became the sunny boy again. Go on. Chiao Shuang looked at Jonathan in amusement. In fact, he was quite envious of Jonathan's attitude towards life. Enjoy, eat, drink, and have fun without a care in the world. However, that was not what she was looking for. At least not yet. I'll go with you. Ditto suddenly spoke in a deep voice. What? Jonathan almost jumped up when he heard Ditton's words. He abruptly turned around and looked at him in disbelief. Then he grinned and said with gratification, "Ha ha, Ditters, have you finally figured it out? Are you finally ready to enjoy life with me?" At this time, Ditto slowly raised his head and looked at Jonathan, who was chuckling happily. He said lightly, "I'm not talking to you." The smile on Jonathan's face froze. Looking at the expressionless Diets, the corner of his mouth twitched and he left with a grunt. Looking at Jonathan's embarrassed expression, Chiao Shuang couldn't help smiling. Jonathan really was a clown. He felt relaxed with such a person. Actually, if you have something to do, you don't have to go with me. I can go myself. Chiao Shuang said with a smile as she looked at Ditto's. Nothing. I'll go after the meal. Ian, thank you. Chiao Shuang nodded with a smile. The East Hall was in a mess. No, meow, no. A voice full of impatience. Ah bao, where another one? Ah bao, where another one? Another voice was full of flattery. As soon as Chiao Shuang stepped through the door of the East Hall, she saw a beautiful woman wearing a thin dress jumping around the courtyard with an angry look on her face. She was chasing after Heavenbreaker, who had an anxious look on her face. At this moment, Heavenbreaker no longer had the feeling of the peerless master Chiao Shuang had when she first met him. That way of trying to curry favor with her had broadened Chiao Shuang's horizons. The peerless beauty was wearing a dress, and her voluptuous body made one's blood boil. It was just a dress, but the weather seemed just right. Furthermore, he didn't expose any sensitive areas. Why would Heavenbreaker allow her to wear a coat? What was he doing? Chiao Shuang stared at the scene in front of her. Meow, Ao Shuang, save me. Heavenbreaker is so hateful. When the beautiful lady saw Chiao Shuang enter, she threw herself into Chiao Shuang's arms, refusing to leave. Dittons frowned slightly as he watched the scene unfold before him, not saying a word. Ah bao, Xiao Ao Shuang tentatively called out Ah bao's name. Heavens, this voluptuous, first-rate girl was actually that little Ah bao. Is there a mistake? This appearance did not match Ah bao's simple-minded personality at all. Meow, meow, it's me, Ao Shuang. Heavenbreaker is such a nuisance. They don't like to dress, let them wear it. I do. But Heavenbreaker still wants me to wear it again. It's so hot, I don't want it. Ah bao's head was shaking like a rattle drum, then it hung on top of Xiao Ao Shuang like an octopus, refusing to come down. The corner of Chiao Shuang's mouth twitched as she looked at Heavenbreaker's helpless and embarrassed face, then looked at Po who had his head buried deep in her arms. She didn't know what to say. Heavenbreaker, you're too stingy. Chiao Shuang looked at Heavenbreaker with disdain, as she clearly understood the reason behind his actions. It was not because he didn't want Ah bao's hot body to be exposed in front of others. But did he have to? The women wore a dress, and there was no fear in their hearts. Heavenbreaker gave an awkward chuckle, his mouth twitching in speechlessness. Ah bao, come down first. Xiao Ao Shuang patted Ah bao's head with a smile as she comforted him. Meow, I'm not, unless Heavenbreaker doesn't want me to wear it anymore. Ah bao tightly held onto Chiao Shuang's neck, refusing to come down. Heavenbreaker, Chiao Shuang stared at the man who was eating all sorts of vinegar, and shouted with a drawn-out voice. Fine, Po, I don't want to wear it anymore. Be good, come over here. Ao Shuang is a man. You can't always hide in his arms like this. Heavenbreaker's gaze had never left the part where Po and Chi Aoshuang's bodies were in contact. He had been eagerly watching the whole time, and now he finally said what he wanted to say. Meow, what does that matter? Aoshuang is actually. Po's mouth was immediately covered by Heavenbreaker's outstretched hand. He pulled Arbao back from Chi Aoshuang's embrace and hugged him tightly. Meow, 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 meow. Tilda Arbao couldn't utter a word. He could only stare at Heavenbreaker. A trace of inexplicable spirit flashed across Ditter's eyes. Just now, what was this woman trying to say? What actually happened to Chi Aoshuang? C284. Looking at Arbao, who had his mouth covered, a trace of undetectable doubt flashed across his eyes. All right, Po, be good. If you don't want to wear it, then don't. You go in first. Eat something good tonight. Meow, all right. But I want to play with Aoshuang later. Arbao nodded his head in agreement and didn't forget to open the deal. All right, you can go in now. Heavenbreaker could only agree. After Arbao entered, Po turned around and looked at the two. The helpless and awkward smile on his face was no longer there. Instead, it was replaced with a calm and collected expression. Aoshuang, not bad. You've already passed the 8th level of the trial. Heavenbreaker smiled appreciatively at Chi Aoshuang, then turned to Diance. I wonder what business does the Star Academy have with me? It has nothing to do with official matters. I came here to accompany Xiao Aoshuang to take a look. Yes, sir, Dittos replied indifferently. Oh? Heavenbreaker was somewhat taken aback by these words. All this time, Dittos had always been the Star Academy's envoy and refused to be seen as 1,000 miles away. He had never been polite or talked too much to the people of the 4 cities. To think that he would actually say such words today and accompany Chi Aoshuang to take a look, and it wasn't official business at all. This was too strange. What about the cold, beautiful woman who had been with Dittos all this time? It seemed to be something called Lenny. How come there's no one there? Dittos ignored Heavenbreaker's questions and stood silently to the side. Heavenbreaker's attitude wasn't strange at all. Instead, he turned around and continued speaking to Chi Aoshuang. Aoshuang, why are you with him? Could it be that you also? Millimeter, I am also the envoy this time. Chi Aoshuang nodded. The astonishment in Heavenbreaker's eyes grew even more intense. Chi Aoshuang actually ranked among the top 3 of the 8-star students. So what's the rank? What about the other 2? And Lenny and Jonathan? By the way, Heavenbreaker, where's Artis? I also want to thank him in person. Chi Aoshuang looked toward the hall behind Heavenbreaker, but she didn't see Artis. At the inn, with the disciples of the Heaven's Path sect. They will be here later. There are also some disciples from the Celestial sect who wish to represent our heavenly treasure city in this competition. Heavenbreaker looked at Chi Aoshuang and asked, oh right, you came to find Artis? No, I came to see you and ask if there's anything I can help you with. Chi Aoshuang smiled. Ha, thank you so much. Your current strength is indeed not weak. To be able to rise to such a level in such a short period of time, it is truly unbelievable. However, this time, I don't need you to do anything. I think we can take care of it ourselves. Heavenbreaker started laughing. That's good. If you need my help, feel free to speak up. It goes without saying that Chi Aoshuang's gratitude towards Heavenbreaker and Arbao went without saying. Definitely. Come on, let's go in and have a seat. We'll have dinner here tonight. Heavenbreaker replied with a smile, but the glint in his eyes betrayed him. Xiao Aoshuang couldn't help but laugh. Heavenbreaker, you actually don't want me to enter, right? When you saw Arbao throwing himself at me, you went crazy. Why would you want me to go in and have a good time with Arbao? Xiao Aoshuang had mercilessly exposed Heavenbreaker's thoughts. In his heart, he couldn't help but secretly laugh. This guy was so unfathomable the first time he saw him, but this matter about Arbao was so childish and adorable. Ha, hee, is that so? No? Heavenbreaker laughed dryly as he laughed heartily. Alright, I can't see through your thoughts. Just tell Po I have work to do. I said I'd come to see her some other day. Xiao Aoshuang laughed. Alright, take care. This time, Heavenbreaker gave a straightforward answer. Xiao Aoshuang speechlessly rolled her eyes, turned around and looked at Dittos. Let's go, Dittons. Don't talk to this guy who has no humanity to the people of the opposite sex. Dylan followed behind Chi Ao Shuang silently and left the East Hall. Heavenbreaker watched Chi Ao Shuang leave with a smile. When Chi Ao Shuang's figure disappeared, he hurriedly turned around to leave. In his heart, he was naturally eager for Chi Ao Shuang to stay away from Arbao. What a joke! Xiao Ao Shuang's situation was special right now. Although her soul was a woman, but her body was a real man. Just a moment ago, I wiped off so much oil from Arbao. Vuoyu, how miserable. Now, he could take advantage of the situation to get back at them. Go back and carry your po. Heavenbreaker hurried back. After Xiao Ao Shuang and Dentance left the eastern courtyard, Xiao Ao Shuang had a smile on his face, appearing to be in a good mood. The Lord of the Heavenly Treasure City will never be able to step into the space-shattering realm in this life. Why do you say that? Chi Ao Shuang turned to look at the calm Ditters. He is worried. His love is his greatest restraint. My mind is all on that woman. Dittos coldly said these words. Ha ha. Chi Ao Shuang smiled, looked at Dottons and said, if you have any ties, you can't step into the space-shattering realm. Do you think that makes sense? Not waiting for the expression on Ditter's face to change, Chi Ao Shuang continued, he probably never thought of stepping into the space-shattering realm, because he had achieved his goal in this life. He's doing fine, that's enough. Frog at the bottom of the well, Dittos frowned and said coldly, could it be that you, too, only need to live a good life? He doesn't pursue the space-shattering realm. Chi Ao Shuang stopped after seeing the expression on his face. Dittos also stopped and frowned at Chi Ao Shuang. Ditters, although I don't agree with your methods of cultivation, I am heartless and heartless. However, I have a reason why I had to step into the space-shattering realm. Therefore, I will definitely step into the space-shattering realm. Definitely. At this point, the smile on Xiao Ao Shuang's face was gone, replaced by an unspeakable determination. For a long time, Dotton stared at Xiao Ao Shuang, but he didn't speak or move. Chi Ao Shuang also looked at Ditters in silence, but her eyes were filled with determination. Chi Ao Shuang, I believe you. You and I will definitely both step into the space-shattering realm. A hint of a smile suddenly appeared on Ditter's handsome face, causing one's heart to ripple. Chi Ao Shuang smiled, and without saying anything else, she started walking forward. Dittos followed, a knowing smile on his face. Walking on the street, Chi Ao Shuang surveyed her surroundings. When the passers-by saw their attire, they automatically let them pass. Just as Chi Ao Shuang's gaze stopped at a pharmacy, a familiar voice sounded in her ears, sounding exasperated. Chi Ao Shuang, I finally caught you. Xiao Ao Shuang turned around and saw Perina, who was rushing towards him in a huff. A trace of gloominess flashed in Dentance's eyes. I owe her a favor. As long as it's over, Xiao Ao Shuang suddenly said in a low voice. It was because she could see the dark glint in Ditters's eyes from the side. As Chan Kong had said, Ditance was a very, very dangerous and cold person. For some reason, when Ditters saw a glint of gloom in Perina's eyes, a chill arose in Chi Ao Shuang's heart. Perina was sometimes more willful, but she was generally a good person. Oh, that's good. I'll head back first. You have to deal with it as soon as possible. Dittos expressionlessly spat out these words. However, the gloominess in her eyes had already disappeared, and the coldness in her heart had also vanished in an instant. Xiao Ao Shuang understood that what she said earlier was true. When Dittons heard that Chi Ao Shuang only felt that she owed Palina a favor, he didn't say anything else. All right, Chi Ao Shuang only replied faintly. When Perina arrived in front of Chi Ao Shuang, she stomped her feet and asked, Chi Ao Shuang, why didn't you wait for me at the school gate? Oh, is there? I didn't see you at the door. Chi Ao Shuang lied without any hesitation. You. Perina hopped in anger. Let's go. Where to? I'll treat you to a meal and return the favor. Chi Ao Shuang's face was expressionless. I'll stab you with my fork. Perina was so angry that she wanted to jump up again. You bastard, I didn't come looking for you to ask you out for a meal. Besides, do you think you can repay my favor by treating me to a meal? I helped you save 4 people. You have to figure out that it's 4 people. I didn't ask you to save that much. I only asked you to save Tanin. Chi Ao Shuang retorted. You bastard. Perina was so angry that she opened her eyes wide and glared at Xiao Ao Shuang. She didn't understand what was wrong with her. Why was he always so easily angered by this fellow? I don't care. I helped you save 4 people that day. And that includes the Tarina you're trying to save. What? A cry of surprise came from the side, and it was a familiar voice from Chi Aoshuang. Xiao Orshuang had a headache. What was going on today? One troublesome woman after another came to him. It was Tarina. Are you the woman who saved us on the lake that day? The day you put on your makeup? At some point, Tarina had stood beside them and was looking at Perina in astonishment. The corner of Perina's mouth twitched in displeasure. There were so many people on the street, yet she was so focused on making a ruckus with Xiao Aoshuang that she didn't notice anyone approaching her. It was this annoying woman. Yeah, so what? What's the matter with you ungrateful fellows? Get out of the way. It's Chi Aoshuang who owes me, not you. Perina crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at Tarina impatiently with slanted eyes. She was extremely dissatisfied with the way the woman in front of her looked at her every time she saw her. Her eyes were filled with love, and even a woman would know what she meant. Xiao Aoshuang even told him to save this woman. HMPH, the relationship between the two must not be simple. How infuriating. Senior sister, why are you here? Chi Aoshuang looked at the shocked face of Tanina and asked indifferently. Behind her was a woman who looked rather familiar. He seemed to have seen one of them during the examination. The Tian Dao sect, live at the inn right in front of us. So, seeing the calm look on Chi Aoshuang's face, Tanina's heart felt very complicated. The bitter woman who had saved them was Perina, one of the school beauties. Would she use this favor to blackmail Chi Aoshuang into doing something that would put Chi Aoshuang in a difficult position? If so, Tarina's fists were already clenched tightly. If that was the case, she definitely wouldn't agree. If only he had known earlier, he wouldn't have accepted Perina's help. Oh, right in front. I'll be there in a moment. Chi Aoshuang smiled and nodded, then turned to Tarlina and said, I'll go repay the favor of Perina. I'll be back in a moment. All right. A smile immediately appeared on Talina's face, brimming with joy and anticipation. Hey, Chi Aoshuang, I've made up my mind. I've thought it through. Why did you return the favor? When she saw the two of them like this, her heart was filled with rage. She immediately blurted out these words. Oh? Xiao Aoshuang asked. Tarina's heart tightened. When she saw the smug look in Perina's eyes, she began to panic. This woman, what did she want to do? That is, with a crafty smile, Perina reached out her hand and grabbed Chi Aoshuang's arm. She raised her chin and said loudly to Tanina, my request is very simple. I want you to be my boyfriend. Tarina's pupils suddenly contracted, but her heart felt as if it had been stabbed by needles. She blankly stared at the proud Perina. Boyfriend? She actually wanted to make Chi Aoshuang her girlfriend, just because Xiao Aoshuang asked her to help him. Was that the price? No. How can this be? In this instant, the blood drained from her face, and her entire body began to tremble. Absolutely not. Impossible. With a cold voice, Chi Aoshuang expressionlessly pulled her arm out of Perina's embrace. You promised to repay this favor. Are you trying to be shameless? When she saw him, she became anxious. Tarlina was stunned. Looking at the indifferent expression on Chi Aoshuang's face and hearing the firm and cold tone of Chi Aoshuang, her heart was instantly drowned in intense joy. I meant to repay you back, but I didn't say I was going to do it this way. Chi Aoshuang's face was cold and expressionless. What if I insist on you returning my favor this way? Perina was extremely angry that Chi Aoshuang rejected her so bluntly. She was so angry that her face turned red. She stomped her feet and pressed on. If you insist, then I won't be able to repay your favor. There was only one result. A cold smile suddenly appeared on Chi Aoshuang's face. Beautiful and deadly as a poppy, both Tarina and Perina were distraught. I can't repay your favor, so, Xiao Aoshuang leaned close to Perina, gently opening her thin lips and spitting out a sentence that made her expression change abruptly. C285. I can't repay your favor, so, Xiao Aoshuang leaned closer to Perina, gently opening her thin lips and spitting out a sentence that caused her face to change. Then I will kill you. If you die, there will be no need to repay the debt of gratitude. As soon as Chi Aoshuang said this, not only did Perina's face change, but even Tarlina's face instantly paled. You dare! Perina shouted in exasperation. Ha ha ha, Do you still insist on using this method to repay your favor? Xiao Aoshuan laughed out loud, looking at the flustered and exasperated look on Perina's face. You. Perina was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Xiao Aoshuan was actually making fun of her. Senior sister, you can go back first. I'll come look for you right after I finish. Chi Aoshuan turned around and nodded to the stunned Tanina. Ian, all right. Only then did she come back to her senses. She hurriedly nodded and left with her junior sister. The two of them walked far away, and a low voice could be heard. Senior sister, don't worry, I don't think senior brother Chi Aoshuan will like that unreasonable woman. You, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm not talking nonsense. You are indeed fond of Shixiang Chi Aoshuan. If you keep up the nonsense, I'll rip your mouth off. No, I won't tell the truth in the future. The voices of the two gradually faded away. Perina glared angrily at the laughing Chi Aoshuan. You, why are you laughing? Perina said in a low, angry voice. This detestable Xiao Aoshuan, how could he allow himself to be mocked by other girls? He actually rejected me without mercy in front of other women, and he even said something that would make anyone tremble with fear. What can't repay a favor and kill oneself? Damn it. Alright, tell me why you came looking for me. Chi Aoshuan shook her head. She laughed as she looked at Perina, who was about to go crazy. She knew what she was thinking. However, the bell in Chi Aoshuan's heart rang. It didn't seem wise for Tarina and Perina to treat themselves like this. He absolutely could not let it continue to develop. Pay her off quickly and you won't have anything to do with her anymore. There's something I need to ask of you, and it's very important. Perina's face was grave and she no longer looked as angry as before. Oh, what is it? When Xiao Aoshuan saw the serious expression on Perina's face, he also withdrew his smile. Come with me, this is not the place to speak. Perina turned her head and motioned for Aoshuan to follow. Xiao Aoshuan had some doubts in her heart, but she still took a step forward to follow him. Perina led Chi Aoshuan left and right, then turned again and finally entered an alley. At the end of the alley, she entered an unremarkable wooden door. Xiao Aoshuan followed, and Perina quickly closed the door behind her. With a solemn expression, he brought Chi Aoshuan inside. The house was small but neat. The wooden furniture was cleaned, and Chi Aoshuan followed Perina up the wooden stairs to the second floor. Inside a small bedroom, Perina mysteriously locked the door. Xiao Aoshuan was not in a hurry. She sat on the sofa and looked at Perina. Hey, why aren't you nervous at all? Aren't you afraid of what I'm going to do to you? Seeing how calm and composed Chi Aoshuan looked, Perina could not help but feel angry. Say it, what is it that needs to be said in such a place? Xiao Aoshuan surveyed her surroundings. This was a very ordinary house. What exactly is it that requires so much effort? It should be something that he doesn't want to attract attention. HMPH. Wait. Then, she formed a barrier around the room to ensure that their conversation was not being overheard. She sat down and glared at Chi Aoshuan. Chi Aoshuan raised her eyebrows and smiled at Perina. I want you to investigate something for me. You're the only one who can find a way. Perina's expression changed. She said in an extremely solemn tone, it's impossible for Ditters and Jonathan to agree. This must be done by one of the top three. Xiao Aoshuan guessed, but she couldn't figure out what exactly she wanted her to do. All right, Perina nodded, then said in a deep voice, although I know it would be difficult for you to repay the favor you owe me, and perhaps even a little dangerous, I can't think of any other way. Oh, forget it. Chi Aoshuan looked at Perina teasingly, then she pretended to stand up. No, wait. Perina scrambled to her feet, a pleading look on her face. I beg of you, please help me. Please help me. I owe you a favor, please. As she spoke, her eyes were filled with tears, and she was about to kneel down in front of Chi Aoshuan. Chi Aoshuan was surprised. She hurriedly went up to help Perina up, frowned and asked in confusion, what exactly happened? Please explain it clearly first. I'll help you if I can. Chi Aoshuan, help me. If you don't help me, if my brother doesn't say so. Perina's tears rolled down her face as she looked at Xiao Aoshuan with pleading eyes. Tell me, what exactly is going on? Looking at the expression on Perina's face, Xiao Aoshuang knew that something big must have happened. My family is a noble from Hurricane City. My father did not send my brother to Star Academy to study because he felt that with my brother's talent, he would be a hindrance to his progress on campus. Therefore, he had been cultivating by himself. He is a genius, a good son, and a good brother. With tears in her eyes, Perina began to explain, it's not that you can only step into the void realm after passing the 9th level of the Star Heavenly Pagoda. Many people misunderstand and think that you can only enter the Star Academy. Actually, it's only the Star Academy's Heavenly Pagoda that makes it easier for one to step into that realm. Xiao Aoshuang did not interrupt. She let go of Perina and returned to the sofa, quietly listening to her words. Her instincts told her that Perina seemed to know a lot. My brother is truly a rare genius in 1,000 years. He's about to step into the void stage. A trace of pride appeared in Perina's eyes as she said this. Stepping into the void stage, isn't that a good thing? But why did Perina's next expression become more and more unsightly? But someone from the Star Academy came looking for us. They asked Big Brother to go to the academy. Anger and fear appeared in Perina's eyes. She anxiously raised her head to look at Chi Aoshuang and anxiously said, Chi Aoshuang, the Big Brother stepping into the void realm has nothing to do with Star Academy. But the Star Academy actually came to find my big brother. Their attitude is abnormally strong, and they want my big brother to go to the Star Academy. Big Brother is leaving tomorrow. The Star Academy wants to capture an expert in their hands. Convenient to continue controlling the world. Chi Aoshuang frowned as she tried to guess. No, it was said that those who stepped into the void realm could go to another plane. He wouldn't have anything to do with the world at all. It was rather difficult to descend from that plane, but it was said that it wasn't impossible. What's the point of the Star Academy requesting my brother to go to the academy at this time? Perina was excited. Yeah, it doesn't seem to make much sense to you. Chi Aoshuang was puzzled. Why is the Star Academy so keen on whether or not someone has stepped into the space-shattering realm? Don't you find it strange? Perina clenched her teeth and said, don't you think that the Star Academy's purpose is to nurture more void-shattering experts? This, Chi Aoshuang frowned as she thought back. It seemed that what Perina said was true. It seemed that the Stellar Towers trial was specifically designed to nurture the elite experts of the broken space. In that case, what was the good of this academy? In the past, there were also people who were about to step into the broken void and were taken away by the Star Academy, and then there was no more news of them. The people from the academy said that those people had all stepped into the space-shattering realm and had gone to another plane. Therefore, we will never be able to see each other again. Perina's expression became more solemn and anxious. But, Chi Aoshuang, you better think carefully. Since you can automatically go to another plane once you step into the void fragmentation realm, if you're not a member of the school, why did you come here to interfere? Take it and do what? What's wrong with someone being with their family before they step into this realm? After hearing what Perina said, Xiao Aoshuang's expression gradually became serious. She seemed to smell something unusual. The Star Academy's way of doing things makes me very confused. So I've been trying to find out why I went to this college, but I found nothing. I didn't find anything even in the tower. Moreover, the number of times one could enter the Heavenly Tower was limited. One could only enter it during the trial. I don't have the means to reach the highest level, so I want you to help me, Perina said eagerly, her eyes pleading. However, I can't reach the 9th floor right now. Chi Aoshuang frowned slightly. It was no wonder that Perina had disguised herself as a 2-star master teacher despite her 6-star strength. However, you can enter and leave the Heavenly Pagoda at will. Moreover, you can reach the 8th level, so you are only a step away from the last level. You'll find out something. Perina was afraid that he wouldn't agree, so she began to sob softly and beg, Chi Aoshuang, I beg of you, help me. I feel that this matter is definitely not simple. I feel that something will happen to my brother. I feel like Big Brother won't successfully step into the space-shattering realm. I feel like there's something wrong with this. Chi Aoshuang frowned, deep in thought. Chi Aoshuang, I beg you, my brother, I can't lose my brother. I didn't have a mother, and my father was busy with business and didn't have time to worry about me. My brother has been diligent in his cultivation, but he still spends a lot of time taking care of me and caring for me. I can't lose my brother. Perina's expression was bitter. Don't cry, I will help you investigate. Looking at the crying Perina, Xiao Aoshuang felt sour in her heart. Because she remembered someone. The name had been in her heart for a long time, Catherine. That gentle woman, the woman who had used her life to protect her. Even knowing that her soul was no longer the same person, he had risked his life to protect her. But Big Brother is going to Star Academy tomorrow. What if I don't see Big Brother tomorrow? Perina's eyes were full of fear. Don't worry, tell your brother to not reach the void-shattering realm first. I believe that if there really is a problem with the Star Academy, he won't make a move on your brother until then. Give me some time, and I'll do my best to help you find out. Chi Aoshuang also had an ominous feeling in her heart. Was there really a problem with the Star Academy? If that was true, then wasn't that their goal as well? Because at this moment, Xiao Aoshuang suddenly remembered what the dean said when she saw the dean. If Perina's guess was true, not only her, but Ditto's was their target as well, right? I'm really scared. I feel that the Star Academy really has a lot of problems. Back then, the student who had reached 8-star on his first attempt at the examination had fallen out with the academy, and he had even nearly destroyed the heavenly pagoda. According to the rumors, the student was actually capable of passing the 9th floor. In other words, he could actually reach the space-shattering realm. But why did he do such a strange thing? And for what reason did the Star Academy keep those who were about to step into the broken void in their academy? I'm not guessing. I'm sure that nothing good will happen. Perina's body trembled slightly, and her face turned pale. Come on, Perina, your brother is all right. I'll find out as soon as possible. Xiao Aoshuang furrowed her brow and said solemnly, if that's true, then this is not just about your brother and you, but about too many people, and I am one of them. What? You? Chi Aoshuang looked at him with her eyes wide open in fear. Could it be that you are also stepping into the void-shattering dimension? No, Chi Aoshuang, no. She rushed forward and hugged Chi Aoshuang, tears streaming down her face. Don't get excited, Perina. Xiao Aoshuang hurriedly tried to push away Perina, but Perina was in a state of excitement and held onto her tightly. She refused to let go. Xiao Aoshuang could only coax her. Don't cry, I will not let this happen. I swear I won't. And I haven't reached the strength you said I would. Don't step into the void, Perina sobbed. Chi Aoshuang sighed softly, not saying anything else. The room fell silent, save for the soft sobs of Perina. After a long time, Perina finally stopped crying, and Xiao Aoshuang comforted her once again. Only then did Perina gradually recover, and she embarrassedly let go of her hand. Don't worry, I'll find out soon enough. Remember to go back and tell your big brother to slow down his cultivation and not step into the space-shattering realms so quickly. Chi Aoshuang instructed. Yes, I will listen to you. Perina nodded like a chicken pecking rice. In the end, he gave his brother's appearance and name to Chi Aoshuang, and gave her a necklace made of gems to prove her identity. On the street, Chi Aoshuang watched Perina leave, his heart in chaos. What do you want to do? Would he secretly follow Perina's brother back to the academy tomorrow? So what do we do here? Don't go, don't take risks. It's very dangerous. Give me some time to resolve this. Just as Xiao Aoshuang was feeling restless in her heart, a clear and bright voice that she seemed to have heard before reached her ears. Chi Aoshuang's pupils dilated. She had heard this voice before. It was the voice he had heard on the 8th floor, the voice of the person who had prevented him from advancing to the 9th floor. C286. Chi Aoshuang looked around. There was a bustling crowd, but none of them was special. The speaker did not see it. Who are you? Xiao Aoshuang stood on the spot, frowning slightly as she whispered to the air in front of her. Tell your friend's brother not to be in such a hurry to step into the space-shattering realm and stall for time. There will be a day when the truth will come out. The clear and sonorous voice did not answer Xiao Aoshuang's question, but after transmitting this message, it no longer spoke. No matter how low Chi Aoshuang exclaimed, it was no longer the same. Who exactly was this person? And to what extent had his strength reached? On both occasions, he could only hear the voice and not see the person. From his tone, it seemed that the Star Academy really had some secret that no one knew about, and he was searching for it. In short, the next step was to wait and see how things changed before dealing with them. Chi Aoshuang's heart was in a mess. Things seemed to be getting more complicated. At this moment, Chi Aoshuang no longer felt as calm as before. As he walked along the street absent-mindedly, he was filled with thoughts. Just as Chi Aoshuang was lost in thought, there was a sudden change in the air in front of her, and a subtle power attacked her. Chi Aoshuang instantly snapped out of her daze and flicked her fingers, cleverly pushing away this power. With a slight frown, he looked to the front and saw a middle-aged man with a cold and arrogant expression with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He was looking at her with his eyes slanted. Clearly, that strange attack was from this man. The man was wearing a suit with a black ribbon tied to his head. His entire body was emitting a tyrannical aura. The muscles on his arm bulged with energy. Star Academy's ambassador, the middle-aged man sneered and said with a strange tone, "Isn't the Star Academy becoming more and more deserted? Can such a person even be an ambassador?" Chi Aoshuang stared indifferently at the person in front of her. She understood that the man in front of her, even those who were dissatisfied with the Star Academy, wouldn't be willing to submit to the Star Academy. "Oh, you, what's the matter?" Chi Aoshuang said lightly. Towards such a person, Chi Aoshuang did not wish to get entangled with him. Because she had work to do, there was no need to waste time on such people. "HMPH, it's nothing. I just don't think the clothes you're wearing are suitable for you. Why don't you peel them off and try them on for me? Maybe I'm more suitable to be an ambassador." The corner of the middle-aged man's mouth twitched as he looked at Chi Aoshuang with disdain. He purposely said those words loudly, attracting the attention of the surrounding people. As the middle-aged man had expected, the surrounding people all stopped in their tracks and looked in his direction. Everyone started discussing, but no one came forward to speak. "Then why don't you try it yourself?" Chi Aoshuang smiled, and lightly said those words. "Kid, you said it yourself." A sinister look appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Before he could finish his words, he had already charged over. It was obvious that he wanted to sneak attack Xiao Aoshuang while she was still distracted. His actions caused the surrounding people to hiss softly, but no one dared to stop him. A person who dared to challenge the Star Academy's ambassador definitely had some strength. And the Star Academy wasn't someone they could afford to offend. Chi Aoshuang's expression darkened. She originally thought that the other party was someone with some self-restraint, but she never expected the other party to be so despicable and shameless. Then there was no need to leave any leeway. Just as Chi Aoshuang was about to step forward to welcome him, an afterimage suddenly appeared in front of her. Boo! A loud sound pierced through the sky. It shook the eardrums of the surrounding people, causing them to shudder in fear. The face of the middle-aged man who had assaulted Chi Aoshuang immediately paled as shock filled his eyes. His fist was taken by someone, but it was not the weak-looking red-haired youth. It was instead the calm but determined handsome man in front of him. In the next moment, a strange sound rang out. Crack, crack, crack. He kept listening. "Ah, my hand, my hand, my hand," the scream broke out. Blood sprayed out in all directions, and the middle-aged man's hand started to crack open. He cried out in pain and abruptly withdrew his hand, clutching his broken hand while screaming in pain. Other than fear, there was disbelief in his eyes. Such a strong body would actually suffer such heavy injuries at this moment. This hand was basically crippled. Originally, he wanted to find the weakest-looking young demon spirit amongst the Star Academy's 3 ambassadors, but he didn't expect things to turn out like this because of the sudden appearance of a person. However, Chi Aoshuang's attention was not on that. Her eyes were focused on the back of the man in front of her, and she could not move her gaze away. This back view was so familiar, so frightening that it made her heart palpitate. How is that possible? How could he be here? Wasn't this just a dream? He should still be in that world. It had been a long time since he had seen this person. At this moment, he suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked the attack for him. The man standing in front of Xiao Aoshuang finally retracted his hand, slowly turning around and staring at Xiao Aoshuang. "Should I call you young master or miss?" A faint smile appeared on the handsome face of the man standing in front of Xiao Aoshuang. He said these words in a voice only the two of them could hear. Chi Aoshuang's lips started to quiver. She stared at the person in front of her, unable to say anything for a long time. The man on the opposite side didn't say anything and just looked at Chi Aoshuang with a smile on his face. However, there was a complicated look in his eyes. Some were happy, some were excited, some were worried, and some were deeply moved. Jin Yang, after a long while, Xiao Aoshuang finally said with trembling lips, why are you here? How did you know it was me? Jin Yang didn't reply to Xiao Aoshuang's words. Instead, he turned his head to look at the middle-aged man who was in great pain and said faintly, "Scram. You can't even defeat me and still want to challenge my family's young master. You overestimate yourself." The cold words from Jin Yang were like stones thrown into a calm lake, creating layers of ripples. The surrounding people became even noisier as they looked with reverence at Chi Aoshuang and Jin Yang. This red-haired ambassador actually had a subordinate with such terrifying strength. And the attendant's tone suggested that his strength was far above that of the attendant. Then how strong was he? The middle-aged man's face was filled with fear. No matter how he looked at Jin Yang's cold face, he was unable to say anything. "Scram!" Jin Yang shouted coldly. The middle-aged man hastily ran away as though he had received a special amnesty. He felt a sense of relief. Jin Yang's ice-cold gaze swept across the surrounding crowd. When everyone met his icy gaze, they were alarmed and quickly dispersed. After everyone left, Jin Yang turned to look at Chi Aoshuang. "Embers." Jin Yang, Chi Aoshuang's voice was trembling and bitter. She thought that she would never be able to see Jin Yang again in this life, but now, he was standing before her. "As I said, I will always follow you." Jin Yang smiled, but said these words with incomparable determination. "Miss, from the day I swore, everything had already been decided. This time, I will closely follow you, and won't be left behind." Chi Aoshuang was stunned. She stared at the person in front of her, carefully sizing him up. The person in front of him seemed different from the him from before. His gaze was more ancient and resolute. The persistence between her eyebrows did not change. The power needed to enter the chaos world was far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. With Jin Yang's strength, how much would he have to pay if he could come to the chaos world and stand before him and defeat that person just now? Chi Aoshuang suddenly felt pain in her heart, and she did not dare think about it anymore. How did you get here? And how do you know what I look like now?" Xiao Aoshuang asked with difficulty, her heart aching more and more. "Where's Judy? Where's Judy?" Chi Aoshuang did not forget the jealous little Judy, the dragon. "This is not the place to talk. Let's go." Jin Yang looked deeply at Chi Aoshuang before saying these words softly. It was as if he could see through her soul, as if he wanted to carve her into his bones. After Jin Yang finished speaking, he took the lead and walked in front. Chi Aoshuang turned her head to look at the inn not far away. That was where the Tian Dao sect stayed. Without hesitation, Chi Aoshuang turned around and followed after Jin Yang. Jin Yang continued to lead Chi Aoshuang in the opposite direction, only stopping to push open the door of a house. The tidy house gave a sense of peace of mind. After entering the room, Jin Yang poured a cup of tea for Chi Aoshuang. "I won't brew your favorite rose tea. Let's drink this." Jin Yang handed over the teacup in his hand. These words almost made Chi Aoshuang cry. Why did he suddenly feel so uncomfortable? Why did he always feel so lost? What is it, or what does it feel like, far away? Chi Aoshuang slowly took the cup, and tears flowed down her face. When Jin Yang saw Chi Aoshuang's expression, he slightly opened his mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. I miss you, I miss you, I miss Ling Yun, I miss Yi Xuan, I miss White Emperor Black Feather, I miss Waldo, I miss Cliff, I miss Black Dragon Ben, I miss Chushin, I miss Dongfeng Marquise, I miss Cousin. I really want to. Chi Aoshuang's tears could not stop flowing at this moment. How long had it been since she cried like this? I don't remember. It seemed like a very, very long time had passed. Everything that had happened in the past appeared in his mind at this moment, filling up Chi Aoshuang's heart and slowly spilling out. All this time it had been her own silent loneliness that had borne all this, all her friends and relatives gone. He could only bury everything deep in his heart. Loneliness, uneasiness. She wasn't as strong as she looked. If he wanted to persevere, he had to hide everything. However, the moment he saw Jin Yang, the emotions that had been buried for a long time completely unraveled. From start to end, Jin Yang didn't say a word. He merely stood by the side, silently waiting. When he saw the teary expression on Chi Aoshuang's face, a deep pain arose in his heart. The person in front of them was actually not as strong as they thought. She was just silently bearing all of this. After a long time, Chi Aoshuang finally calmed down and raised her head to look at Jin Yang. Jin Yang let out a gentle breath and organized his thoughts. Only then did he slowly explain how he had come to this world and how he had found Chi Aoshuang. C287. Jin Yang gently exhaled. He organized his thoughts before slowly explaining how he had come to this world and how he had found Chi Aoshuang. Soul separation. This was the first time Chi Aoshuang heard this word. It was also the first time that Chi Aoshuang had heard of Jin Yang's clan. The family, mysterious and ancient but gone, had left only ember. To be able to advance so quickly and catch up to Chi Aoshuang in such a short period of time, it was all because of his soul's stripping. It was as if a person had shed his skin. The separation of the soul rose to a higher level. However, the pain was far more painful than the pain of someone shedding their skin. Although Jin Yang had only mentioned it casually, Chi Aoshuang knew that the pain was far beyond what ordinary people could bear. This is a secret skill that has been passed down in our family for generations: soul stripping and soul imprinting. My soul brand was imprinted on your body at the last moment before you left. So wherever you go, I can find you. However, this time, I've kept you waiting. A faint smile appeared on Jin Yang's handsome face as he looked deeply at the shocked Chi Aoshuang. What Jin Yang didn't tell Chi Aoshuang was that after using this secret skill, every bone in his body was broken inch by inch, then reconstructed, and then reassembled 9 times. The pain was obvious. And if this secret skill failed, it wouldn't be as simple as death. His soul would be completely destroyed, leaving no traces behind. He had chosen to keep these things a secret so that Chi Aoshuang wouldn't feel any burden, not even a little bit. You, Chi Aoshuang stared blankly at the smiling Jin Yang in front of her. She mumbled but couldn't say anything. Deep emotions and heartache arose from the bottom of his heart. Jin Yang, who had been following by his side all this time, had unexpectedly used such a method to follow him. How could he endure the pain? Was he worth it? He was not the real Freya, not the one who was tied up with him. But, Jin Yang, I am not. Miss. Jin Yang suddenly raised his voice to interrupt Chi Aoshuang. He looked at Chi Aoshuang brilliantly and said clearly, Miss, you don't need to say anything else. I only know that you are the one I want to follow for the rest of my life. I said I would protect you and stand by you forever. Don't think about anything else. Chi Aoshuang stared blankly at Jin Yang, her lips trembling slightly as she asked with great complexity, Why? Why did you? Miss, please don't have any burdens. I didn't want her to respond to my feelings, not at all. I just want to stay by your side and quietly guard you. I want to watch over you and accompany you all the way. Jin Yang smiled, but his tone was firm. The room was quiet. Everything was silent. After a while, the two of them calmed down and talked about their current situation. Chi Aoshuang also told Jin Yang of her suspicions about the Star Academy. In that case, it is very suspicious. Jin Yang frowned as he pondered, what is the purpose of the Star Academy being so keen to make someone become an expert? It seemed as if the miss had said, there was no benefit to it. However, if these experts have some unknown uses for the Star Academy, Xiao Aoshuang was shocked. What unknown uses? Strange. But, mademoiselle, don't act rashly now. Just like you said, tell that Perina's brother to stop improving and listen to the mysterious man for now. Jin Yang analyzed, the Star Academy's attention is also focused on this year's Four Seasons Gardens event. They probably want to find out if there are any experts or people with potential. At this point, Jin Yang's words suddenly came to a halt. The two of them looked at each other, and their expressions changed drastically. Why didn't he expect that the Star Academy would be the host of the Four Seasons Gardens trials? Was this to satisfy the Star Academy's unknown purpose? And this goal seemed very obvious now. It was to find the strong and those with the potential to break through the space-shattering realm. But what was the point of looking for these people? A chill rose from the bottom of Chi Aoshuang's heart. At this moment, she thought of someone. The person who had passed the 8th floor on his first attempt at the Heavenly Pagoda trial had met a bad end with the people from the Star Academy. He almost destroyed the entire Heavenly Star Tower. The rumors said that he had already reached the space-shattering realm. His whereabouts were unknown. Some said that he had died, while others said that he had sneaked out. Did that person discover something? Or, Chi Aoshuan quivered, her entire body quivered. The mysterious man that prevented him from going to the 9th floor appeared in his mind. Said he'd fix things. Could it be that he was the one who went against the Star Academy? From the analysis of the various clues, it was very likely that this was the case. Miss. Jin Yang looked at the entranced Chi Aoshuan. He didn't even regain his senses when he cried out a few times. Ha! Chi Aoshuan finally recovered her senses and looked at Jin Yang. Miss, did you think of something? Jin Yang frowned slightly as he asked in a deep voice. Yes, I thought of someone. Chi Aoshuan nodded, revealing all the guesses in her heart. Miss's words make a lot of sense. This seems tricky, but what we have to do, as you decided, Miss, is to wait and see. Furthermore, after a slight pause, Jin Yang said in a deep voice, moreover, we currently don't have the strength to contend against the Star Academy. Yes, now we can only drag it out for the time being. Chi Aoshuan nodded. What is Miss going to do next? Jin Yang asked. I want to meet the disciples of the Heaven's Path sect. Chi Aoshuan said. Is he under the tutelage of the young miss? Yes, to see if there's anything I can do for you. Chi Aoshuan nodded. I was planning to go there before I met you. Then I'll go with Miss now. Jin Yang stood up. That's fine. However, you can't continue to call her Miss. Chi Aoshuan smiled faintly. Yes, young master. Jin Yang and Chi Aoshuan looked at each other and smiled. Walking on the main street, Jin Yang habitually followed behind Chi Aoshuan. He silently watched Chi Aoshuan's back while his mind filled with thoughts. Seeing the Miss again was such an occasion. So many things had happened to Miss, and now she had even exchanged bodies with Feng Yixuan. And the one who had done all this was Leng Lingyuan. However, because Miss didn't want Feng Yixuan to die, Leng Lingyuan did so. Jin Yang raised his head and looked at the sky. Leng Lingyuan, Feng Yixuan, these two, mademoiselle, what are your last choices? When Chi Aoshuan stepped into the lobby of the Tian Dao sect, a familiar light voice sounded out. Oh, isn't this our little Aoshuan? What is the emissary's business here? Are you here to treat me to a meal? It was, of course, Arties. Elder Arties. Chi Aoshuan looked towards the source of the voice and smiled. Somehow, Chi Aoshuan seemed to see the shadow of the man in Arties, just a little, but it was real. That casual, lazy feeling was exactly the same as Camille's. This tiny bit of feeling made Chi Aoshuan feel a little warm in her heart. Little Aoshuan, ha, long time no see. Arties sprang out of the corner of the hall and ran to Chi Aoshuan. Yes, it's been some time. Chi Aoshuan smiled. Hey, who is this? Arties suddenly frowned slightly as he looked at Jin Yang, who was behind Chi Aoshuan, and asked puzzledly. This man's aura was a bit strange, but he couldn't pinpoint what exactly he was. That was why he asked. He is. Before Chi Aoshuan could say anything, she was interrupted by Jin Yang. I am the young master's attendant. Jin Yang replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. Arties looked at the two suspiciously, but he didn't ask any more. Arties, thank you for helping me so much. Is there anything I can help you with in this Four Cities gathering? After a moment's thought, Chi Aoshuan decided not to tell Arties what she was worried about or suspected. After all, there was no evidence, and they should not have anyone who wanted to reach the void stage. No, we did it simply. This convention will definitely be our exclusive leader, ha. Arties threw back his head and laughed triumphantly. Chi Aoshuan looked at the complacent expression on Arties' face and felt a little embarrassed. That's why you came. There's nothing you need help with. Come, invite me to dinner, Arties said with a smile. He reached out his hand to grab onto Chi Aoshuan's shoulder and pushed her out of the way. Jin Yang's gaze was as sharp as a sword as it landed on the hand on Chi Aoshuan's shoulder. However, Arties didn't notice it at all as he continued to happily head out with Chi Aoshuan. Jin Yang frowned slightly. In the end, he silently followed her. On the second floor of the inn, Tarlina stared blankly at Chi Aoshuan's back as she disappeared from the entrance, her eyes filled with reluctance. After dinner with Arties, Chi Aoshuan and Jin Yang returned to the Star Hotel. He had the waiter arrange a room for him in a room not far from Chi Aoshuan. When night fell, Jonathan and Dittos returned. Xiao Aoshuang's door was tightly shut. The two did not disturb him and went to their respective rooms. Lying on the bed, Chi Aoshuang looked at the gorgeous curtain. Her heart was excited and happy. He didn't expect to meet Jin Yang today. The warmth and cordiality of the heart are indescribable. It was good to have Jin Yang here. Chi Aoshuang closed her eyes in satisfaction and slowly fell asleep. At night, the moonlight shone through the window and the surroundings were quiet. A figure quietly appeared in front of the sleeping Chi Aoshuang's bed. Just like that, the figure stood quietly beside the bed, silently looking at the sleeping Xiao Aoshuang's peaceful face. Sigh, an almost inaudible sigh came out from this man's mouth, carrying a hint of sadness and confusion. Suddenly, the person in front of the bed slightly frowned. After taking a glance at the door, he instantly disappeared, as if he had never appeared at all. C288. The figure disappeared from the spot, and the room remained silent. While Xiao Aoshuang was sleeping, she did not notice that anyone had come. Outside the city, two figures were chasing after each other. He kept his distance until he entered a small, dark forest. The person in front finally stopped and stood with his hands behind his back, but he did not turn around. Jin Yang, who was chasing after them, also stopped and looked at the people before him silently. Why are you chasing me? The man in front spat out those words softly. Who are you? Jin Yang frowned slightly as he looked at the person in front of him, his eyes burning. Is it important who it is? The man in front whispered. Jin Yang was silent. I bear her no ill will, the man said in a low voice. I know. Jin Yang affirmed with a deep voice. On the contrary, I still have some concerns. Jin Yang voiced the question in his heart. Who was this man? Why is the attitude towards the young lady so strange? That's fine. For the time being, don't get involved in the Star Academy's affairs. I'll take care of it, and when the time comes, you'll understand. At that time, it won't be too late for you to make a move. The person in front said slowly. It's you. You are the mysterious man that Miss talked about. Jin Yang was shocked. You were the one who almost destroyed the Star Heavenly Pagoda back then. No wonder this person's strength was unfathomable. If it weren't for the fact that his soul had been ejected and was abnormally sensitive, he wouldn't have noticed that he was standing in the young lady's bedroom. And the chase just now was clearly because he hadn't tried his best. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to keep up with him. He stopped here to wait for her. Was there something he wanted to say to her? Yes. It's been a long time. The Sky-Split Tower must be destroyed. Why? Jin Yang's heart tightened. The mysterious man in front of him clearly knew some inside information. But what was inside information? You'll know eventually. Before that, protect her. After the mysterious man finished speaking, his figure instantly vanished from where he stood. Only the cool breeze blew by and the soft rustling of the leaves could be heard. Jin Yang hastily took a few steps forward, unable to detect the aura of the mysterious man. Who was he? Why are you so concerned about the young mistress? Why did he feel a sense of déjà vu? A déjà vu? How could he have such absurd thoughts? After standing in the forest for a long time, Jin Yang slowly returned, his heart filled with doubt. The next morning, crisp sounds of birds could be heard. Sunlight shone through the windows and onto the floor. Chi Aoshuang slowly opened her eyes, looked at the gorgeous bed curtain above her, then slowly stood up with a yawn. A soft voice came from outside the door. Who are you? It seemed to be the voice of Dittos. Chi Aoshuang's heart tightened as she suddenly remembered that Jin Yang hadn't even touched their heads last night. With his somewhat eccentric personality, Dittos might even clash with Jin Yang. Xiao Aoshuang hurriedly got off the bed and opened the door. As expected, she saw the cold face of Dittos. Jin Yang stood silently by Chi Aoshuang's door. He wore a cold expression. He didn't reply to Denton's question. Dittos. Xiao Aoshuang called out. Chi Aoshuang, who is this person? Stay by your door. Dittos frowned slightly as a trace of darkness flashed in his eyes. It's my attendant, Jin Yang. Chi Aoshuang thought about it for a moment before following Jin Yang's instructions to introduce him. Attendant, oh. When he heard this, his expression eased a little. From the looks of it, what this person called Jin Yang had done just now was indeed like a loyal attendant. Tilde 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 oh tilde 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 Jonathan stretched and yawned. A strange cry came from his mouth as he walked out of his room. His eyes were squinted and his face was filled with satisfaction. When he opened his eyes and saw the three of them, he was stunned. "What are you all doing? Hey, who is this?" Jonathan looked at Jin Yang curiously. "Just Chiao Shuang's attendant." "All right, let's go eat. We'll take a look at the layout of the venue." Jin Yang stood silently to the side. Jonathan looked doubtfully at Dittos and then at Ember. "I'll wash my face first." Chiao Shuang turned around and walked in. "Then we'll wait for you in the restaurant," Jonathan said. "All right." After Dittos and Jonathan left, Jin Yang lowered his head and crossed his arms before his chest. He silently leaned against the wall beside Xiao Aoshuang's door, silently waiting. Dittos glanced at Jin Yang from afar, deep in thought. At the dinner table, Jonathan was chewing on food with narrowed eyes. His expression was satisfied, but he didn't know what he was thinking about. Dittos ate his breakfast quietly, the corner of his eye looking in the direction of Chiao Shuang. Jin Yang stood behind Chiao Shuang, pouring hot tea for her with a natural expression. "The sweet scent of roses is intoxicating." Rose tea. Chiao Shuang raised her head to look at Jin Yang and smiled knowingly. A faint smile appeared on Jin Yang's ice-cold face. After pouring the tea, Jin Yang silently retreated behind Chiao Shuang. All of this fell into Ditta's eyes, and Ditta's eyes became a little darker. After eating breakfast, he prepared to head to the largest martial arts arena in the west side of the city. The three of them got into a carriage. Jin Yang sat beside the horse driver, still not speaking. When they arrived at the martial skill grounds, the carriages had just stopped when someone came forward to welcome them. The three of them walked in front while Jin Yang followed silently behind. Looking around the venue, Jonathan yawned impatiently, looking around in boredom. Dittos was expressionless as he looked through everything. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. "Jonathan, go and talk to the manager at the meeting, over there. Chiao Shuang, go take a look as well. Let Jonathan explain to you," Dittos ordered. "All right." The two of them nodded. Chiao Shuang was about to follow Jonathan, while Jin Yang was about to follow. Other than the envoys from the Star Academy, no one else is allowed to enter. Ditto's cold voice floated over. Jin Yang turned his head slightly and glanced at Dittins, but Dittins remained cold and expressionless. Chiao Shuang looked at Jin Yang and smiled faintly. "Jin Yang, it's all right. Wait for me here. I'll be back in a moment." Jin Yang nodded. "Yes, young master." After Jonathan and Chiao Shuang left, Dittins withdrew his gaze and slowly turned his head to look at Jin Yang. Jin Yang slowly raised his head and looked into the incomparably cold eyes of Dittins. "You, pay attention to your identity. If you let Xiao Aoshuang distract me, I will kill you." There was no ripple in the cold voice of Dittos. The only difference was that the concourse of the underworld was so obvious. This so-called attendant suddenly appeared, and the feeling he had with Chiao Shuang made him feel uncomfortable. One thing was certain, Chiao Shuang cared a lot about this man. If this man was to implicate Chiao Shuang, she would definitely eliminate him without any hesitation. With a faint smile, Jin Yang softly asked, "What is your relationship with my family's young master?" "He's the only one I admit to." "Then does he admit you?" The corners of Jin Yang's mouth curled into a mocking smile. "You don't have to worry about that." Of course, according to what Dylan knew, Chiao Shuang had to acknowledge him. "Do you know what young master wants the most? Do you know why young master had to step into the space-shattering realm? Do you really think that young master is the same person as you?" The mocking smile on the corner of Jin Yang's mouth became even more obvious. In the next instant, an enormous aura suddenly assaulted Jin Yang. Endless terrifying killing intent enveloped Jin Yang's entire body at this moment. A trace of blood slowly appeared on Jin Yang's handsome face. A trace of blood silently flowed out in fear. However, Jin Yang didn't have any reaction. His face was still filled with a faint mocking smile. The two of them stared at each other, neither of them showing any intention of dodging. "What are all of you doing?" In the distance, Chiao Shuang's anxious voice could be heard. Dickens withdrew his aura in an instant, turned around and looked at Xiao Aoshuang with a faint smile. "It's nothing. Your attendant is not bad." Chiao Shuang looked at Jin Yang through dentants. She saw the trace of blood on Jin Yang's face, but Jin Yang's expression was relaxed. In the end, Xiao Aoshuang glanced at Ditters but didn't say anything else. After the tour, Jonathan called out that he had finished the day's work and went shopping to see what the shop had to offer. Jonathan went into the shop excitedly. Behind him was an emotionless group of Ditters and his men. Originally, Dottons would not do such boring things, but Chiao Shuang came with Jonathan, so he stayed. Inside the jewelry store. Ha ha, Chiao Shuang, take a look at this is quite suitable for you. Jonathan sounded excited. When Chiao Shuang looked at it, Jonathan was pointing to a lilac necklace. It suits your earring very well. Ha ha. Anyway, you're more beautiful than a woman, Jonathan said. Chiao Shuang's eyes stopped. A lilac necklace. Chiao Shuang slowly touched her earring and fell silent. Jonathan, if you keep talking nonsense, cut off your tongue. Ditto spat out coldly. Jonathan stuck out his tongue and said nothing. Looking at the silent Chiao Shuang, Jonathan thought that his claim that Chiao Shuang was even prettier than women made him angry. That's true. Which man wouldn't be angry when they said he was prettier than a woman? Let's go. After saying that, Chiao Shuang turned around and left. Jin Yang lowered his head as he followed. Jonathan hurried after her. Dittos looked at the lilac necklace and thought of the earring on Chiao Shuang's ear. Is there a problem with that earring? Chiao Shuang slowly walked on the street, looking at the scene before her, lost in thought. Jin Yang chased after him and said in a low voice, "Young master, you want to be cold?" Chiao Shuang did not deny it, and nodded. Then young master, do you want breezy? Yet, Jin Yang suddenly said something else. Chiao Shuang was slightly startled. Young master, sooner or later, you will have to choose one of these two people. Jin Yang's words were very, very soft. Xiao Shuang was stunned and stopped. C289. Isn't it? Young master, you have to choose one. I also saw how much Leng Xiao and Feng Xiao had done for you. But young master, what about them? Jin Yang looked deeply at Chiao Shuang before slowly saying those words in a low voice. It was so low that only the two of them could hear it. Jonathan and Dittos followed far behind, not immediately following. That's right, these two people gave their all to the young mistress, and she was fond of one of them, right? Miss should respond to their wishes. However, Jin Yang didn't think about it at all, nor did he think about receiving Chiao Shuang's response. He had never wanted any reward from Chiao Shuang. Xiao Shuang stood where she was and raised her head to look at the sky. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared as she said softly, "Jin Yang, I actually have a choice long ago." Huh? Jin Yang was stunned. He stood on the spot and looked at the smiling Chiao Shuang. For a moment, he didn't know what to feel in his heart. Let's go, Jin Yang. Chiao Shuang smiled faintly, but did not continue. Jin Yang recovered from his shock and followed silently. Young Miss's choice was his choice. Regardless of the young mistress's choice, he had no object irons. The two of them walked forward, and Jonathan and Ditto slowly caught up with them. Xiao Shuang, I didn't say that on purpose. I didn't mean it that way. Jonathan caught up, embarrassed. I don't mind that. Let's go. Is there anything else you need today? Chiao Shuang turned her head to look at Jonathan, who looked a little perturbed, and asked with a smile. Basically nothing. This was the end of the Four Cities conference. After that, we can go back to school. It's very boring. Jonathan was bored. This time, it should be the Heavenly Treasure City Championship as well. Dittons's emotionless voice floated over. TCH, if you participate in Heavenly Treasure City, can you get first place? Jonathan pursed his lips. No need. But Ditto spat this out. I really don't understand you. How many times has your brother-in-law asked you to do this? You've always refused. At least she's your brother-in-law. Jonathan muttered, apparently not at all understanding what Dittos was thinking. Dittos looked cold and did not answer Jonathan. As Xiao Shuang listened to these words, she understood clearly in her heart. Dittos was indeed a cold-hearted person, but he was also a dangerous person. Upon returning back to their residence, someone hurriedly stepped forward to welcome them. More than one. Lord Dickens, young master. Two well-dressed men went to meet Jonathan and Dittos. What are you doing here? Didn't this old man say that he wouldn't care about me recently? Jonathan frowned at the man in front of him. Young master, the Lord came looking for you because of something. This is a letter from the Lord. The man took out a letter and handed it to Jonathan respectfully. Jonathan looked at the man in front of him suspiciously, and then looked at the letter in the man's hand. Finally, he took it and opened it quickly, and Dittos took the letter and read it. The messenger was sent by Ditto's sister. Chi Aoshuang nodded and headed inside with Jin Yang. Impossible, don't count on me. Suddenly, Chi Aoshuang heard Jonathan's excited voice as if his tail had been stepped on. Go back and tell my sister that I won't think about it. The next moment, Ditto's cold voice faintly rang out. Xiao Aoshuang turned around and saw Jonathan's agitated and angry expression, as well as the cold expression on Ditto's face. What does Bethany's engagement have to do with me? I'm not interested. Go and tell the old man that I'm not interested. Don't bother me with this sort of thing in the future. Jonathan waved impatiently at the people in front of him who were about to say something, then snorted and walked towards Chi Aoshuang. Ditto silently followed behind, leaving behind two people who looked at each other in dismay. Bethany's wedding. Xiao Aoshuang was stunned. Suddenly, he remembered that Bethany was the daughter of the Jade City Lord. It was not surprising that the Four Seasons Gardens gathering had been held this time. It was normal that they would try to win over the other factions. Bethany, however, was Weiss's sweetheart. If Bethany had no interest in wins, then it would be fine. But the two of them loved each other, and just based on this, Chi Aoshuang would not agree to let Bethany marry someone else. When will you be recruiting? Where is it? Chi Aoshuang looked at the angry Jonathan and asked, You want to go? Don't go, Bethany's character doesn't suit you. Jonathan thought that Chi Aoshuang was interested in Bethany, immediately persuaded, that girl is very willful, you can't take it. Chi Aoshuang, Dylan asked in a low voice as he walked over as well. No, I'm not interested in her. It's my roommate wins. Xiao Aoshuang thought for a moment and then spoke the truth. Jonathan was a trustworthy man, and Dittos would not be bored enough to get involved. Oh, Jonathan touched his chin thoughtfully. When Dittos heard this, he said no more. Who is Wins? Is he the illegitimate child of the previous Nine Heavens City's mayor? Suddenly Jonathan asked in a hushed voice. Chi Aoshuang raised her eyebrows in surprise and looked at Jonathan without saying anything. Don't look at me like that. I don't even know this much information about my family, Jonathan said with a wink. Yes, so, Chi Aoshuang slightly frowned. Heh, come on, I'm interested in this sort of thing. I'm free, too, if the match is successful. Jonathan smiled and waved at her. Come, let's talk in detail. Dittos glanced at Jonathan, but said nothing. He turned and went back to his room. He won't even care if the sky collapses. I really don't know what he cares about. Jonathan looked at the back of Dittos and shrugged helplessly. Maybe he cares about himself. Isn't he lonely? He's afraid of loneliness. Suddenly, Jin Yang indifferently said those words. What? Jonathan stared at Jin Yang, but he remained calm, as if he hadn't said anything earlier. How do you know he's afraid of loneliness? Jin Yang didn't say anything and just stood silently behind Chi Aoshuang. The corner of Jonathan's mouth twitched as he looked at Jin Yang with slanted eyes. He didn't understand why Jin Yang would suddenly say such a thing. Jonathan, do you have a solution to Bethany's problem? Xiao Aoshuang said. No. Jonathan looked serious. Chi Aoshuang twitched her lips and was about to say something, but Jonathan grinned and said, There's no way to think of something now. Let's go. I have long disliked the current Nine Heavens City's lord. A trace of worry surfaced in Chi Aoshuang's heart. The current Nine Heavens City Lord was the brother-in-law of Dittos in name. Would it be troublesome to deal with this matter? Jonathan grabbed hold of Chi Aoshuang's shoulder and dragged her to his room. Jin Yang's burning gaze naturally stopped on Jonathan's hands. A trace of doubt flashed in the corner of Jonathan's eyes when he saw Jin Yang's torchlight gaze. Why was the expression in the attendant's eyes like this? Jonathan walked into Jonathan's room and sat beside him. After the door closed, Jonathan popped out a barrier and grinned at Xiao Aoshuang. Chi Aoshuang, why do you want to help Wins? He's my friend. Chi Aoshuang sat down and said lightly, Am I your friend? Jonathan suddenly put away his smile and asked seriously. Chi Aoshuang nodded. Jonathan smiled at her. Everything went without saying. All right, I'll help you with this. It was actually very simple. He could just kill the current mayor of Nine Heavens City. The men of the old city lord would support Wins. Then it'll be much easier to marry Bethany. Jonathan spoke very simply. Xiao Aoshuang was stunned, then she slightly frowned. How is the strength of that mayor? TSK, I can cut him up like a watermelon. He's just a piece of *T. Jonathan snorted. It's good to kill him. Our family has a grudge against him for a long time. Xiao Aoshuang went silent as she thought of the nephew of Ditters, the son of the Nine Heavens City Lord. Being so young and already so moral, his parents must have a great deal of responsibility. His mother was spoiling him, but what about his father? From the looks of it, that mayor probably wasn't a person with a good character. His Dittos' brother-in-law, Xiao Aoshuang said with a faint voice. Just don't let Dittos know. When he knows we've killed the mayor, he won't care. This was because the person was already dead. No matter what, it was impossible for him to revive. He was a man who could calculate everything. In his heart, everything had a price. You and I are more in love with him than with a dead man. Jonathan, who had studied with Ditters for many years, knew his character well enough to say such a thing. Although Xiao Aoshuang understood Jonathan's words, her heart was cold. Ditters, that's the way he is. So, I'll help you get rid of that idiot city lord. He. Jonathan casually said this, but his eyes flashed with a cold, bloodthirsty light. Chi Aoshuang was stunned, still in a daze. Kill the Nine Heavens City's mayor. Do you really want to do that? That idiot city lord is actually very perverted. He has a way to secretly kill him. Jonathan laughed. Ha! Chi Aoshuang was puzzled. Our family's intelligence is the fastest and most accurate in this world. Including the Jade Green City Lord's underwear, we know all the colors, not to mention the fact that the Nine Heavens City's mayor was a pervert. The woman he loves the most just happens to be on good terms with my family. Jonathan shook his head. It was only then that Xiao Aoshuang found out that Jonathan's family did this. I'm only responsible for helping you kill him. You can take care of the rest yourself. That includes helping your friend get a seat in the city lord's seat or something. Jonathan frowned. I hate trouble. You see, if this man knew how powerful Winds was, he'd kill Winds. Why don't you make the first move? A preemptive strike was the best move. Chi Aoshuang thought about it. C290. Chi Aoshuang had already made up her mind. Now all we have to do is find Winds and break the sky. When Chi Aoshuang saw Winds' face was ashen, his eyes bloodshot, and he looked extremely dispirited. Clearly, he had found out about Bilzephane's engagement. This must be because he felt hopeless. Winds, Chi Aoshuang called out softly. Winds didn't seem to hear him. He just sat there, not moving at all. Bethany's here. Chi Aoshuang lightly shook her head and let out a sigh. As expected, Winds jumped up as if his butt was a spring. Staring with widened eyes, he looked around in fear, but all he saw was the calm face of Chi Aoshuang. You awake? Xiao Aoshuang asked curiously. I wish I'd never wake up. Winds said dispiritedly and sat down again. Won't fight for it? Chi Aoshuang sat at the side and explained. Fight for it? Of course I do. I wanted to fly to her and take her. But will she promise to leave with me? Can I take her away? Winds smiled wryly, his face full of grief. And if I say you can be with her without taking her? Chi Aoshuang looked at Winds with a smile that was not a smile. Winds was stunned. He turned to look at Chi Aoshuang and asked uncertainly, What do you mean? Chi Aoshuang, what do you mean? What if you are the city lord of Nine Heavens City? What do you think your chances of marrying her are? The corners of Chi Aoshuang's lips curled up as she asked mockingly. That's for sure. What a pity. Winds revealed a mocking smile as he said calmly, Unfortunately, I'm not the city governor, and I can't become one. And if your brother dies, then will your father's heart support you? Chi Aoshuang continued with a faint smile. I have seen your so-called brother's son before, but he did not grow up. No one with eyes will support him. What? When Winds heard what Chi Aoshuang said, his heart skipped a beat and his face changed. You, what are you talking about? Do you think that your brother will let you go when he finds out about your current strength? Perhaps he already knows that action is being taken. Chi Aoshuang smiled coldly. Such a judgment is not without merit, and I believe that Winds knows better than anyone else. But what can I do? After all, he is the legitimate one, and Winds' face darkened, he lowered his eyes and murmured, and I'm nothing. I just want to ask you, if he's gone, will you be able to get your father's people to support you? Xiao Aoshuang couldn't be bothered to say anything more, directly asking this question. Yes. Win's eyes flashed with determination as he resolutely replied. That's good. I will help you with that man. When it's over, act immediately. Let's get in touch now. Xiao Aoshuang stood up and patted Winds on the shoulder. Also, think of a way to get out of here. If she doesn't know that you are the next city lord, she probably won't agree to marry you. Qi Aoshuang. Winds stood up abruptly, looking at Xiao Aoshuang with shining eyes, but he did not say anything. However, his eyes flashed with a strange light, and he held onto the hand that was on Xiao Aoshuang's shoulder. Don't say too much, Winds, there's nothing to say. With a faint smile, Xiao Aoshuang withdrew her hand and patted on Winds. Winds' lips were quivering. He looked at Xiao Aoshuang and seemed to have thousands of words to say. However, in the end, he didn't say anything. Let's do it now. Xiao Aoshuang kept her smile and spoke seriously to Winds. Bethany, I will help you with your appointment. It's easier for me to meet her as an emissary. Where are we supposed to go? At this point, Winds, who was very serious a moment ago, suddenly turned red, unable to speak for a long time. Xiao Aoshuang laughed and shook her head. Then why don't I ask you to come to the white-leafed forest outside the city? When? Of course. Winds blurted it out without thinking. This was rather urgent. Ian, I will help you with your appointment after settling this matter. Go and contact the person who supports you now. Qi Aoshuang did not waste any more words. She was going to urge Jonathan to deal with this matter as soon as possible. Qi Aoshuang. Winds looked at Qi Aoshuang and shouted the 3 words. That word goes without saying. When you were beaten like a pig and refused to frame me, you already had the qualification to not say those words. Qi Aoshuang smiled, nodded her head and turned around to leave. Winds was left standing on the spot, watching Qi Aoshuang's back gradually disappear. A warm feeling filled his heart and gradually overflowed. A knife on the head. Indeed, it was Jonathan's style. He had asked the woman whom he liked in the 9 Heavens City Lord to send him a secret letter, inviting him to meet her outside the city in the White Leaf Forest. Upon hearing the location, Xiao Aoshuang felt embarrassed. It seems that the quiet place in the White Leaf Forest is really suitable for lovers to meet. More accurately speaking, it was a wild mandarin duck. I'll go after him and kill him in secret tonight. Jonathan's eyes lit up. I'll go too. Xiao Aoshuang said calmly. Okay, sneak in. Just don't let Ditto know. What if he really can't stop us? Jonathan lowered his voice. Qi Aoshuang nodded. When night fell, Jonathan, Qi Aoshuang and Jin Yang quietly left the city. Naturally, they didn't inform Ditters. Moonlight poured down, filling the land with a hazy mist. The moonlight was mesmerizing. In the White Leaf Forest, a simple and unadorned carriage was quietly parked there. As for the horses pulling the carriage, their 4 hooves were all wrapped in a soft cloth as they kicked silently on the spot. That's the witch's carriage. TSK, as expected of a professional hooker. Look at that horse carriage, look at those hoofs. Jonathan found a secret place to squat and looked vulgarly at the carriage in front of him, sighing. That silly bird is coming soon. He would definitely not bring many people with him. At most, he would bring 2 trusted aides with him, and he would also not let his trusted aides approach him. This is awesome. Watch me chop watermelons later. What kind of enmity does he have with you? Qi Aoshuang looked at Jonathan's glowing eyes and asked in confusion. He insulted me. He insulted my entire family, Jonathan said through clenched teeth. He looked extremely angry and sorrowful. It seemed that there was indeed a deep hatred between them. That's not right. According to your personality, how could your people still be alive? You will only find someone to settle the score with now. Xiao Aoshuang asked in disdain. This, in fact, is the intelligence that he suspects my family has betrayed. That's when I said what someone was wearing that day, and he said no. Jonathan rolled his eyes and said in an unnatural way. Qi Aoshuang twitched the corner of her mouth and did not say anything. At this moment, there was a slight sound of movement in the distance. It's here. Jonathan made a silent gesture and restrained his breath. Qi Aoshuang and Jin Yang did the same and withdrew their auras. As the soft voice got closer, a man's voice came in low. Just wait here for me. Do not disturb me without my instructions. His voice was filled with excitement and excitement. Yes, Mayor. The 2 voices responded in unison. Then a footstep came closer. Johansson looked at Qi Aoshuang and gave her a complacent look. Look, sure enough, this pervert has a confidant, but he won't let it get close. In order to meet with a woman, he had even given up his life. Chi Aoshuang was speechless, this mayor. Under the moonlight, Chi Aoshuang could see a man dressed in black walking towards the horse carriage at top speed. Even from such a distance, she could hear his breathing quicken, as expected of a lecherous animal. Hey, you go distract the dogs. That's okay, right? Jonathan suddenly turned to Jin Yang. Jin Yang's expression was calm as he nodded his head slowly. Without saying a word, he silently disappeared from his original spot. Let's go. Jonathan narrowed his eyes and watched the man in black open the carriage door and spit out a word. In the next moment, Jonathan and Chi Aoshuang appeared behind the man in black. Without any hesitation, Jonathan made his move. In the blink of an eye, the dagger in Jonathan's hand had pierced into the man's back. There was no sound of the sharp weapon stabbing into his chest. Instead, there was the crisp sound of metal clashing against metal. Holy shit! Jonathan cursed. It was obvious that the Nine Heavens City Lord had a life-saving magical equipment on him. Thinking about it, it made sense. It would be strange if the dignified City Lord didn't have a life-saving magical equipment. The common sense of the low-level mistake made Jonathan and Chi Aoshuang did not immediately succeed. However, although Jonathan was cursing, there was no sign of panic. In any case, in his eyes, this man was already a watermelon. There was no difference between him cutting it now and cutting it later. You, who is it? By now, the Nine Heavens City Lord had regained his senses. His lust for love had dissipated, and he was using all his strength to roll his body to the side. He stared at Jonathan and Chi Aoshuang with wide eyes. White and black, black and white. It's you guys. The Nine Heavens City's Lord gritted his teeth in anger and fear. An envoy from the Star Academy. He was also a friend of Ditter's, and he actually wanted to assassinate him. Yes, it's us. Johansson grinned as he stared at the terrified Nine Heavens City Lord. Chi Aoshuang stared silently at the person in front of her. Tonight, he had to die. It was that simple. Someone come. The Nine Heavens City's Lord began to shout. He knew very well that it would be impossible for him to escape from the hands of these two tonight. That was why it had naturally cried out. Now was not the time to wonder why they wanted to assassinate him. Even if you scream your throat out, no one will answer you. Jonathan grinned and approached the Nine Heavens City Lord. The next moment, the smile on Johansson's face froze. Chi Aoshuang was also stunned. There was no other reason but the fact that Ditters had appeared silently in front of them, standing in front of the Nine Heavens City Lord. C291. The next moment, the smile on Johansson's face froze. Chi Aoshuang was also stunned. There was no other reason but the fact that Ditters had appeared silently in front of them, standing in front of the Nine Heavens City Lord. With a calm expression, Ditto stood before the two of them and looked at them indifferently. As for the Nine Heavens City's Lord, he was ecstatic as he shouted anxiously, Ditters, it's good that you're here. These two people want to kill me. You save me. You can kill them. Help me kill them. At the end, the Nine Heavens City's Lord yelled out crazily. There was not the slightest change in the expression of Ditto's. He only looked calmly at Chi Aoshuang and said faintly, Are you the one who wanted to kill him? Reason? Yes, he must die. Chi Aoshuang said this with a calm face. This was not a valid reason. Even if he said it, he wouldn't answer. Dittos, what's the use of talking to them? Dittos, kill them for me. The Nine Heavens City's mayor shouted hysterically from behind him. Hurry, do you want your sister to be a widow? With a cold and detached expression, Dentance looked at Chi Aoshuang but did not say anything. Chi Aoshuang did not dodge, but met his eyes. Johansson blinked and said nothing. Dittos, what the hell are you doing? Don't you understand what's going on? They want to kill me. They just tried to assassinate me. The Nine Heavens City Lord shouted angrily in embarrassment, but he did not dare to attack Chi Aoshuang and Jonathan. He knew that he was far from being their match, and he also understood the erratic personality of Ditters. If he did, Dittos might stop him. Even if he died, there's still someone who can become the Nine Heavens City Lord, and that person will be even better than him. Chi Aoshuang said in a low voice. What? The Nine Heavens City Lord cried out in shock and looked at Chi Aoshuang in disbelief. Then, He jumped up as if he was stepped on by his tail and pointed his finger at Chi-Aoshuan. I know, I know, I know. That little bastard sent you. He had never thought that he could be so capable. I really should have gotten rid of him earlier. I heard that he has some ability now, but I didn't expect him to be able to instruct you. The Nine Heavens City Lord cursed angrily. He was extremely shocked in his heart. He never thought that the useless bastard would increase his strength so greatly in such a short period of time, not to mention that he would actually invite this year's Star Academy envoy to assassinate him. Still, Dottons did not show any expression. He merely looked at Xiao Aoshuang and asked faintly, "Is that what you wish to see?" "Yes," Chi-Aoshuang answered with a simple and forceful word. Without another word, Dittos waved his right hand gently. His actions were extremely casual and casual. The next moment, the noisy voice of the Nine Heaven City's Lord suddenly vanished, and a huge bloody hole appeared on his chest. Through the bloody hole he could see the crude carriage behind him, and the heart of the Nine Heaven City's Lord had been crushed into smithereens without a trace. Blood continued to flow out crazily without a sound. The Lord of the Nine Heavens City looked at Dittos and indifferently retracted his hand. Then, he slowly lowered his head to look at his chest. His eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. Jonathan opened his mouth and looked at the scene in front of him, looking at the hands of Dentons and then at the completely dead City Lord of the Nine Heavens City on the ground. He immediately forgot to think about it. And so Dittos had casually killed his brother-in-law, the husband of his favorite sister. The Nine Heavens City Lord was dead. Chi-Aoshuang's heart slowly chilled, but she was not surprised. It was as if Dittos had expected this. A cold aura enveloped the surroundings. Jonathan looked at the corpse on the ground and swallowed his own saliva. With a gurgle, he did not say anything. "Let's go." Dottons casually said something and was about to leave with a calm face. It was as if nothing had happened. Chi-Aoshuang nodded, then turned around and followed after him. The people in the carriage did not show themselves, nor did they make any sound. Jonathan blinked at the carriage and followed silently. He didn't need to worry about the fact that the body would be cleaned up. After walking to the front, Jinyang stood to the side and waited with an indifferent expression. Beside him, there were two people lying on the floor, as if they were dead asleep. The two men had been dead for a long time. When Jinyang saw Chi-Aoshuang and her group come out, he didn't feel surprised when he saw Dittons. He just followed them silently. The forest quieted down, and only the faint sound of wind could be heard. A moment later, a slight rustling sound echoed out. Someone came to take care of the aftermath. A group of men in black quickly cleaned up the floor and carried away the corpses. Everything was restored to its original state. When everything was over, the curtain of the carriage was lifted by a slender, snow-white hand. "All gone." A soft and seductive voice rang out in the forest. This voice was mesmerizing, making people want to peep into her beauty. "Yes, miss, they're gone." In the darkness of the night, an intangible voice answered in a low voice. He could only hear people's voices, but not see them. "Who is that red-haired youth?" There was a hint of curiosity in her gentle voice. "Miss, this person is one of the envoys of this year's Star Academy, Chi-Aoshuang. He is this year's biggest dark horse. He passed the 8th level's examination in one go, defeated Jonathan, and became the second. This is only in Dittos." The low voice slowly explained without any emotion. "So it's like that. He's really young. And the Dittos log seemed to care about him. Was Dittos really interested in men? Hee." Her gentle voice gave off a low chuckle, making one's entire body go limp. "Of course not." The low voice answered patiently. "I was joking. I knew, of course, that the Wood had no interest in men or women. But today, I was so curious about that red-haired youth." There was an unconcealable curiosity in her gentle voice. "You'd better not, miss. As you can see, Dittos can mercilessly kill his brother-in-law." His deep voice was no longer cold and detached. It was now filled with a hint of worry. He knew exactly how powerful Dittos was. Dylan had long since discovered his existence, but he ignored him. Dittos was a dangerous man, not one they could afford to offend. I know my limits." There was a trace of anger in her gentle voice. "All right, let's go back too." This was half the favor he owed Jonathan. What a troublesome little demon. "Yes," a low voice replied. An after-image flashed, and a masked young man appeared on the carriage, gently swinging the whip. The carriage slowly and noiselessly drove off. The white leaf forest once again returned to its former tranquility. The moonlight remained the same, but the situation was different. When they returned to the hotel, Dittens was walking in front when he suddenly turned to face Chi Aoshuang and said, "Come with me." Xiao Aoshuang looked at Jonathan, who blinked and spread out his hands, indicating that he didn't call me, that I didn't need to go in. Chi Aoshuang nodded to Jin Yang, indicating that he didn't need to worry. It would be fine as long as he waited outside. Xiao Aoshuang followed Dittos into the room. Dittos closed the door behind him and sat on the sofa first. Chi Aoshuang also slowly walked over and sat down. Chi Aoshuang. Suddenly, Dittos spoke in a low voice. "Yes, I'm here." Chi Aoshuang answered softly. "In this world, only you understand me." "What?" Dittos suddenly spat out those words. When he killed the 9 Heaven City Lord, Dittos knew that in this world, only Chi Aoshuang knew about him. Jonathan's look of surprise was ridiculous. Only Chi Aoshuang looked calm, not surprised at all. "I know you, but that doesn't mean I agree with you." Yet, Chi Aoshuang said this. "It doesn't matter, as long as you understand." However, Dittos did not care and continued, "Chi Aoshuang, don't disappoint me. Grow up quickly. Without you, on my way, I would have found it tasteless." Xiao Aoshuang was silent for a long time, silently looking at the cold but serious face of Dittos. "Go ahead and do what you want. But don't take too long. Don't think too much. Your mind should be more on cultivation. Ian, thank you for today." Chi Aoshuang stood up and thanked him with a complicated expression. "Don't say thank you to me. I have my own reasons for doing things," Dittos said indifferently. Chi Aoshuang nodded and said no more, turned around, opened the door and left. As Dittos had said, she still had work to do. It was to inform Wins that he was ready to act, and to do so as soon as possible. He wanted to stabilize the situation as soon as possible and ascend to the position of mayor. Jin Yang had been quietly waiting at the entrance the entire time. When he saw Chi Aoshuang come out to greet him, Jonathan had gone back to his room to sleep. After all, he didn't need to worry about the rest of the matters, and Dittos wouldn't talk with him. "Come, Jin Yang, look for Wins," Xiao Aoshuang said in a low voice. "Yes, miss." Jin Yang nodded. The two of them left the room quietly and headed in the direction of Win's residence. However, someone stopped him not far from Win's entrance. And what stopped them was a woman who was extremely beautiful, so enchanting that she could make people lose their minds. Her graceful figure was like a willow, her delicate face was like the bright moon in the sky, and her enchanting eyes were like silk. Her soft black hair gently fluttered in the wind, attracting people's hearts. He suddenly appeared in the middle of a deserted street and blocked Chi Aoshuang and Jin Yang's path. Chi Aoshuang, the exceedingly beautiful woman, slowly opened her mouth, her gentle voice almost making people forget to breathe as if they had forgotten to think about it. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why have you only just arrived?" C292. Chi Aoshuang, the exceedingly beautiful woman, slowly opened her mouth, her gentle voice almost making people forget to breathe as if they had forgotten to think about it. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why have you only just arrived?" Chi Aoshuang looked at the person in front of her silently, not saying a word. Jin Yang was even more speechless. Without saying anything, Chi Aoshuang continued walking forwards, after which, she continued walking forwards, wanting to leave this place. "Wait, Chi Aoshuang." When the beautiful girl saw Chi Aoshuang's attitude, her expression changed and she hurriedly extended her hand to stop Chi Aoshuang. "I don't think I need to know you. It was Jonathan who asked for your help. I don't owe you anything." Chi Aoshuang replied with a cold face. The exceedingly beautiful woman was slightly startled, but then, she came to an understanding. With Chi Aoshuang's strength, when he was in the white leaf forest, even if he was in the carriage, he should have been able to sense his own aura. However, this youth who looked so young spoke so straightforwardly. He was too impolite. "Could it be that you have the heart to refuse a girl who admires you to say a few words to you? Just taking up some of your time." The beautiful lady's eyes were like silk. As she spoke, she slowly walked forward, wanting to lean on Chi Aoshuang. Chi Aoshuang dodged the beautiful lady's body and said coldly, "I'm not free, nor am I interested in you. The Supreme Beauty's expression changed slightly, but she still did not give up. She smiled coquettishly and said, "Chiao Shuang, don't be so cruel. Just for a while, isn't it okay? I'm not free." Chiao Shuang had an indifferent look on her face, and without looking at the lady again, she walked straight ahead. Jin Yang followed behind with a cold expression. "You." The gorgeous woman turned around to look at Chiao Shuang's back before stomping her foot on the ground with an unwilling expression on her face. Just like that, he watched the figures of Chiao Shuang and Jin Yang disappear. After the two of them entered Win's residence, Jin Yang said softly, "Young master, that woman, ignore her." Xiao Shuang said lightly, because she saw something in the woman's eyes. That woman was just a curious mentality. To be curious about oneself wants to approach oneself, can say wants to rely on her feminine charm to conquer oneself, decipher oneself. There was no need to pay attention to this woman. Moreover, that woman's eyes were too seductive, and she had a playful attitude. Such a person, not serious life, just everything as a game, including others including herself. Seeing Win suppressed the excitement in his heart and welcomed him. "It's done. You'll do it early tomorrow morning." Chiao Shuang said this lightly. Win still couldn't believe it. "Dead," Xiao Shuang said casually, "hurry up and go. Jin Yang, you stay here and help Wins. If there's anything, inform me immediately. I still need to go to Heaven Breaker's place. If I need any help, I'll ask Heaven Breaker to help you as well. I believe he's willing to have more than one ally." Chiao Shuang, I really don't know what to say. Wins clenched his fists in excitement. "Yes, young master," Jin Yang replied in a low voice before retreating to the side. Xiao Shuang turned around and waved her hands. "All right, I'm leaving, you all hurry up. The sooner the better." Right. Wins quickly agreed. He sounded excited. Finally, he would be able to openly marry his beloved Bethany. The position of the city lord was not important, but if one wanted to marry Bethany, they had to be the city lord. When Chiao Shuang came out from Win's place, the beautiful woman was still waiting there. Seeing that Xiao Shuang had come out, he quickened his steps to welcome her. Chiao Shuang looked at her indifferently, but didn't say anything. Her feet lightly tapped on the ground, and she flew up into the sky, quickly disappearing from the peerless beauty's line of sight. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Damn it, Chiao Shuang, you stinking brat. The gorgeous woman almost ground her teeth to pieces. She stomped her feet and looked at the sky before saying in a deep voice, "You actually didn't even look at me. One day, I will let you know how powerful I, Arena, am." The next morning, the entire town was in an uproar. Nine Heavens City had decided to die outside of its borders, and most of its subjects had embraced a youngster named Wins as the next city lord. Reliable information was that this was the illegitimate child of the previous governor, who had disappeared many years ago. There were a small number of people who supported Nine Heavens City's city lord's son, Kira. Kira, on the other hand, was in the main hall, cursing at Wins and cursing him as a bastard. Of course, the next Nine Heavens City lord would belong to Wins. With the city lord's strong support, the matter was settled. The next day, the Jade City Lord called for a bride for his daughter, Bethany. No one in the crowd had expected this. For Bethany's choice of contenders was the new Lord of the Nine Heavens. The intimate attitude of the two of them caused the Jufeng City Lord to feel uneasy. The two of them didn't look like they had just met. Instead, they looked more like lovers who had only just reunited after a long time. This was definitely not a good sign for Hurricane City. Heavenly Treasure City was a huge support to Wins in becoming the city lord. And now, Nine Heavens City had a marriage engagement with Jade Child City. This was equivalent to isolating Jufeng City. The city lord of Jufeng City was no longer in the mood to enjoy the celebration before him as he quickly left the arena. At night, in a booth at the Stellar Hotel, Wins waited with a blissful Bethany for the arrival of Chiao Shuang. Lightly pushing open the door, Chiao Shuang smiled and nodded at the two blissful people in the room, indicating them not to be so reserved. Just because they both wanted to get up in a hurry. Chi-Aoshuan, you're here. Wins was still very excited, but the excitement on his face could not be hidden. Thank him, here's the key. Xiao-Aoshuan moved aside, revealing Jonathan, who had a mischievous smile on his face. Senior Jonathan, Wins and Bethany were stunned. They looked at Jonathan, who had a mischievous smile on his face, and could not understand. Oh, I was wondering why the school belle Bethany was so willful, making so many men want to die but not have the slightest reaction. So it turns out that you're already a fellow in the heart. Jonathan stepped forward and slapped Wins hard on the shoulder, so hard that Wins grimaced. Bethany was embarrassed as well, but also a little bashful. Sit down and listen to me tell you. Chi-Aoshuan motioned for Jinyang to sit down as well. Only after everyone had sat down did Chi-Aoshuan explain the whole situation to Jonathan. Of course, the matter of killing the original Nine Heavens City Lord was blamed on Jonathan. He didn't say anything about dittos. Jonathan rolled his eyes in annoyance. He knew that Chi-Aoshuan had her own thoughts, so he did not retort. After Xiao-Aoshuan finished speaking, Wins and Bethany stood up and made a big bow to Jonathan, but Jonathan waved his hand impatiently. All right, don't thank me, just thank him. I did it on his behalf. All right, let's eat, let's do it. I'm hungry. Everyone smiled at each other, and the atmosphere became harmonious. In the following days, the grand event of the four cities was held. However, this time, the smell of gunpowder was no longer present. The three great cities were united in strength, and Hurricane City had dodged its attack. After the auspicious atmosphere ended, the Heavenly Treasure City was once again the leader. The meeting ended successfully and the situation changed. However, this was no longer a matter for Chi-Aoshuan to worry about. What concerned her now was what Perina had entrusted to her, the real purpose of the investigation into the Star Academy, and the rescue of her brother. When Chi-Aoshuan returned to school and reported to the headmaster's office with Dittos and Jonathan, they met a person in the corridor. It was that beautiful woman again. She was smiling, and her whole body was exuding a fatal aura. She was leaning against the pillar, looking at Chi-Aoshuan and the rest. Chi-Aoshuan, we meet again. Asuna smiled seductively. Xiao-Aoshuan did not utter a word. Denton's face turned slightly cold and he did not say anything. Jonathan was a little nervous as he walked out, pulling Arnie along with him. Xiao-Aoshuan did not comment. She silently walked forward. Ditton slightly glanced at Jonathan, who was still far away. He did not say anything and followed her. Arnie, what are you doing here? Jonathan hurried out, pulling Arnie by the hand. It hurts, let me go. Ashanina angrily shook off Jonathan's hand. What are you doing here? Jonathan asked seriously. Hey, what a strange question. I am also a student of the Star Academy, all right. It's just that I'm away from school all the time. Asuna rubbed her wrist, which was hurting from Jonathan's squeeze, and replied unhappily. Please, do you want to die? Why did you provoke Chi-Aoshuan? Don't you know how possessive this guy Dittons is of him? Jonathan said with a headache. Asuna snorted and rubbed her hands, not responding to Jonathan's words. When Jonathan became more and more anxious, he rolled his eyes and said solemnly, I suspect one thing. I suspect the identity of Chi-Aoshuan. Asuna suddenly said, What? What do you mean? Her identity was very simple, and she came from a lower level plane. My relationship with the Lord of Heavenly Treasure City is very good. I was arranged by artists to enter the Tian Dao sect and then passed the examination to enter the academy. Jonathan frowned and recounted the history of Chi-Aoshuan in a deep voice. HMPH. As expected of someone who sells intelligence, Asuna said, but she did not seem to mind. Seeing this, Jonathan added, all right, I'll tell you my suspicions. Speak, what is it? Jonathan had never felt that Chi-Aoshuan was suspicious, so he did not pay too much attention to Azuna's tone. I suspect that Chi-Aoshuan is not a man, but a woman. However, Ashanina had a serious expression on her face as she said these words with exceptional seriousness. C293. Speak, what is it? Jonathan had never felt that Chi-Aoshuan was suspicious, so he did not pay too much attention to Azuna's tone. I suspect that Chi-Aoshuan is not a man, but a woman. However, Ashanina had a serious expression on her face as she said these words with exceptional seriousness. Jonathan opened his eyes wide, sneering in disdain. I'm begging you, witch. I'm not interested in you, yet you said such words. You're going to laugh me to death. Damn, you're courting death. Am I that shallow of a person, in this world, who could understand men better than me? I've read countless people. Do I not know whether they are men or women? You dare to say that any woman knows men better than I do? I will immediately jump into the river. Asuna roared in anger, and there was a hint of pride in her tone. Oh, Jonathan touched his chin, narrowed his eyes, and looked around Arnie. Then he exclaimed, indeed, the woman who knows men best is you. Some men don't even know as much about themselves as you do. Who told you to splash light everywhere? Pa, are you praising me or insulting me? Ashanina crossed her arms and pouted unhappily. Half, but you said that Chi-Aoshuang is a woman, so funny. The corner of Jonathan's mouth twitched. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes. I did not explain clearly. I said that I suspect that the main body of Chi-Aoshuang is a woman. Ashanina put away her angry look and turned serious instead. What do you mean? Jonathan frowned. You also know that there are some treasures that can change a person's gender. I thought it was the same thing at first, but I didn't think so. If you want to know if she's a woman, you'll know when you take a look at the mirror. Ashanina's expression became more and more serious. Damn, you actually have a god equipment like the True Knowledge mirror. Are you serious? Jonathan went crazy at the name of the mirror. That was a divine artifact that could see a person's true appearance. How could the witch have such a treasure? Of course it's fake, Azina said lightly. Jonathan's mouth twitched in silence. I'm not really sure about the mirror, but it's the best facet of imitation. It was a semigod equipment. Although he couldn't completely see a person's true appearance, he could still take a general look at it. In any case, Chi-Aoshuang is not a man. Ashanina pursed her lips and said angrily, there are only a few men in this world who are unmoved by my actions. One was someone who had a crush on him, and the other was someone who couldn't see a woman in his eyes, such as Ditters, that pervert. The last one was a woman. Chi-Aoshuang belongs to the first two. Jonathan stroked his chin and thought for a while. After a while, he looked at the fuming Arazina and said, witch, Chi-Aoshuang is a loyal person. I am sure of this. I knew it the first time I saw him. That's why you think of him as your friend. Azina pouted. So he treated women like that? No, he's very gentle with both Paulina and his senior apprentice sister. So rule out the second possibility you're talking about. I really don't think he's interested in anyone, sweetheart. Although he was good to both women, he kept his distance. It definitely won't be that kind of feeling. That means neither the first nor the second is possible. That's the third kind. Just take a look at it in my mirror. No matter what kind of treasure changes her gender, she won't be able to hide. Azina snorted. TSK, you're narrow-minded. Isn't it just someone treating you coldly? Do you have to do that? How unbalanced. Jonathan could not calm himself no longer. Xiao-Aoshuang, was she a woman? Woman? How is that possible? If Xiao-Aoshuang was really a woman, Jonathan was absent-minded and did not pay any more attention to the noisy conversation. It's definitely a woman. Jonathan, you depress. Give me the mirror. I want you to find a chance to see the real Chi-Aoshuang. Aranina shoved the mirror into Jonathan's hand, and only then did Jonathan come back to his senses. It must be a woman. It must be a woman. Otherwise, why would she turn a blind eye to me? Azina said hatefully. She rolled her eyes and said to Jonathan, smelly brat, remember to tell me the results as soon as you get it. I'll leave the mirror here for you, and return it to me when I'm done. If you don't, I'll break your dog legs. Wow, you have heart. I'm your only brother. Jonathan howled, but kept the mirror tightly in his hand. Disapproving of the other party's words, he started to panic. Pa, this old lady has had nothing to do with your family for a long time. I'll be happy if you die. Azina spat, but she couldn't help but feel a little bit of gentleness in her eyes. Although this only younger brother was a member of that family, he was the only relative she had to admit to. TSK, he was lying. Then go ahead. I'll find a chance to see it. Jonathan nodded, a little absent-minded. After Aranina left, Jonathan took out the mirror from his pocket and looked at himself in the mirror in a daze. He murmured, woman. Could he be a woman? Will it? It can't be. Or is it possible? For a moment Jonathan did not know how he really felt. Shock, astonishment, anticipation, disbelief. Complex emotions almost completely submerged him. Holding the mirror in his hand, Jonathan's mind flew to the first time he saw Chi Aoshuang. The youth with an indifferent expression calmly pushed open the door. This was the first time he had revealed a carefree smile to her, the first time he had revealed a helpless expression to her, the first time he had put his arm around her shoulder. Wait! Jonathan's heart skipped a beat. He remembered something. The first time he put his arm around Chi Aoshuang's shoulder, the eyes of the guard beside Chi Aoshuang were like torches, staring at his own hand on Chi Aoshuang's shoulder. That look was very unusual. It was perfectly normal for men to put their arms around each other. But why did the guard look that way? His eyes burned with desire to burn his hands. There was a problem. There was a problem. That guard likes men? Pa. Jonathan was disgusted by his conjecture. Then, there was another possibility. Xiao Aoshuang. Could she be a woman? Would it? If so, then. Jonathan stood there for a long time, his face unsettled. Finally, he put the mirror away and turned to leave. Chi Aoshuang's bedroom had already been changed. It was a single room. All of the 8-star students living on the 9th floor were in private dormitories with good environment. In between Jonathan and Ditto's. When Chi Aoshuang returned to her room, she had just finished showering and changing her clothes when there was a knock on the door. Who? Xiao Aoshuang asked. Me. Jonathan squeezed the mirror, his palms sweating. Come in. Xiao Aoshuang sat down and said to the door. Jonathan pushed the door open. He saw Chi Aoshuang, who had just finished her shower. Her fiery red hair was loose on her shoulders. Droplets of water dripped down from her hair. Her misty eyes revealed her enchanting beauty. Jonathan was stunned, even forgetting his original purpose. What's wrong? What's the matter? Xiao Aoshuang asked as she rubbed her hair. Oh, that. Jonathan pulled at the mirror in his hand, trying to figure out how to look at Chi Aoshuang. At this moment, a hurried knocking sound came from the door. Chi Aoshuang. Chi Aoshuang. The voice outside the door was a voice they all knew. It's Perina. Xiao Aoshuang stood up and went to open the door. Outside the door was Perina's anxious face. Chi Aoshuang, quick, my brother. Perina was gasping for breath. What's wrong? Speak slowly. Xiao Aoshuang frowned slightly. Looking at the expression on her face, he knew that something had changed, and that it was definitely not a good thing. My brother has entered the heavenly pagoda. It was the dean who let him in. What should he do? Big brother is in danger. Perina lowered her voice anxiously as she spoke to Xiao Aoshuang. Xiao Aoshuang frowned and immediately understood what the headmaster meant. Since Perina's brother had listened to her and stayed behind the entire time without cultivating, he was naturally unable to break through for the time being. The headmaster was worried, so he let him enter the heavenly pagoda, hoping that he could break through. However, if he couldn't break through, would he be able to make it out alive? Xiao Aoshuang, please go in and see him. You are the only one I know who has the right to enter the Sky Tower at any time. I'm so worried. Perina's voice became choked with sobs. All right, Perina, don't cry. I'll go now. Xiao Aoshuang reached out her hand and gently rubbed Perina's head, then nodded and promised, I will go in now, and I will definitely not let anything happen to him. I will definitely bring him out safely. Chi Aoshuang, thank you, Vua, thank you. Perina wiped her eyes and smiled through her tears. All right, you go back first. I'll go in now. Xiao Aoshuang did not care about anything else. She gently pushed away Perina and quickly walked out. You have to be careful too, Perina worriedly reminded him. Chi Aoshuang's voice drifted over from afar. Jonathan watched Chi Aoshuang's back get farther and farther away. Then, he came back to his senses and chased after her. At this time, the door to Ditta's room opened. Ditta glanced at the teary-faced Perina, then looked at the two people in the corridor. Frowning slightly, he didn't say anything and quickly followed after them. Jonathan was in a hurry to catch up with her, holding the mirror in his hand and desperately trying to catch Chi Aoshuang. However, he was unable to see her because she was running in front of him. Finally, at a bend, Jonathan looked into the mirror to see Chi Aoshuang's back. In the mirror, a beautiful figure flashed by. Her beautiful black hair fluttered in the wind. Only her back. But this brief glimpse was enough. Jonathan stood there stupidly and did not take another step forward. He just stared at the mirror in his hand in a daze. Had he seen wrongly? C294. Jonathan stopped and looked at the mirror in his hand. His heart was in turmoil. He could not calm down. The image in the mirror just now was just a flash, but it was deeply engraved in Jonathan's heart. There was no mistake. That figure was definitely a woman. That is to say, Xiao Orshuan, is he really a woman? Dittos walked past Jonathan expressionlessly. He looked at Jonathan, who was still in a daze. Jonathan's expression was extremely strange. Jonathan sensed that Dittos was looking at him. He put the mirror away and hurried after him. However, the inexplicable emotion in the depths of her eyes immediately concealed itself. Jonathan hurried after him. When they arrived at the entrance of the heavenly tower, Chi Aoshuang had already entered, and the two of them chased after her without a word. At this time, Xiao Aoshuang rushed inside. She was already very familiar with the terrain, but that didn't mean that Perina's brother Brill knew about it. Therefore, Xiao Aoshuang quickly gave chase. The indifferent figure in the distance, the chestnut-colored hair, the tall and straight back, as well as the black clothes she wore. Brill, Xiao Aoshuang called out from afar and stopped the people walking in front. Brill turned around and narrowed his eyes at the people who were rushing over. Without thinking, he shouted out Chi Aoshuang's name, Chi Aoshuang, not the tone of doubt, but certainty. The extraordinary youth that her sister Perina spoke of should be her. His hair was fiery red, and his eyes were cold and resolute. All right. Xiao Aoshuang rushed to the front of Brill, nodded, and looked at Brill from head to toe. After confirming that the man in front of her was unharmed, she was finally able to relax. Thank you. Brill looked into Chi Aoshuang's eyes and said in a deep voice. He could tell that this red-haired youth was truly worried for him. His sister's vision was really good. The aura that this youth emitted from between his brows was very different from that of an ordinary person. It was only a matter of time before this youth stepped into the space-shattering realm. Brill looked at Chi Aoshuang with much friendlier eyes. Firstly, he was worried for her, and secondly, it was because of his sister, Perina. His burning gaze made Chi Aoshuang's hair stand on end. However, how could she have imagined that the other party had already treated him like a brother-in-law? Perina's worried about you. Chi Aoshuang paused for a moment, looking at the person in front of her as she spoke slowly. This heavenly tower, even the first 8 floors won't have much trouble for you. The key point is the 9th floor. Yes, the dean wants me to go to the 9th floor. Brill nodded. That level, dangerous. I didn't go up there. Chi Aoshuang frowned, her mind naturally thinking of the mysterious man in white. Don't want to or can't? As expected, Brill was no ordinary person. He immediately asked the crucial question. No, someone stopped me. Chi Aoshuang lowered her eyes and said softly. Is it a man in white? Brill asked such a shocking question. You know him? Xiao Aoshuang suddenly lifted her head and asked in surprise. No, I've seen him before. I just entered the heavenly pagoda and met him. He told me not to go up the 9th floor even if I could. Brill went on thoughtfully. He seems to know something we don't. I think so, but he didn't say anything. He just kept us waiting. Chi Aoshuang bit her lips gently as she thought back to the mysterious man. I also think, Brill was about to speak when Jonathan's voice came from a distance. Chi Aoshuang, wait for us. As the sound grew closer, Jonathan and Dittos caught up with them. Why did you guys come as well? Chi Aoshuang turned around to look at the two approaching people and asked curiously. Are you all right? Jonathan stared at Chi Aoshuang and asked. I'm fine. I just came in. How could anything happen to me? Xiao Aoshuang looked at Jonathan suspiciously. She felt that there was something wrong with his tone. Oh, it's good that you're fine. Jonathan also seemed to feel that something was wrong with him. He replied in an embarrassed low voice and did not say anything else. A cold light flashed across Ditto's eyes as he silently looked at Brill. Dittos, why are you here as well? Xiao Aoshuang looked at Dentance in puzzlement. Nothing, let's take a look. Dittos replied coldly and did not say anything else. The atmosphere immediately turned stiff. Jonathan lowered his head slightly but kept glancing at her out of the corner of his eye. His eyes seemed to be drifting and hesitant at the same time. So, what are you going to do next? Do you want to go up and take a look? Chi Aoshuang turned to look at Brill and asked. No. Brul shook his head slowly. I've always felt something was wrong. I always had a feeling that once I step into the space-shattering realm, what awaits me is not another world, but death. When Brul said this, his tone was flat and his emotions were natural. After Brul said this, everyone's expressions changed. Chi Aoshuang's face sank, because she could faintly feel that what Brul said was the truth. This was the reason why the mysterious man stopped them from entering the 9th floor. But what exactly did the Star Academy want to do? I've been wondering about that, too. But I can't find out. Our family can't find any clues either. Jonathan spoke in a hoarse voice. Xiao Orshuang was stunned. She did not expect that there were more than 1 or 2 people who had such suspicions. So what? Even so, I still want to make a breakthrough. At this point of time, the tone of the voice was as cold as ever, calm and collected. The conversation between the crowd just now had not affected his emotions in the slightest. Dittos, you. Chi Aoshuang frowned slightly. Did you sense something earlier? HMPH. The first person to reach the 8th level of the trial on his first try. Do you really think that you have only reached the 8th level? What do you mean? Jonathan frowned and asked cautiously. Bril, too, looked stunned. That person reached the 9th level. Moreover, he successfully broke through the void-shattering realm, and then discovered some unknown secret, which is why he broke with the Star Academy and wanted to destroy the Star Heavenly Pagoda. With a cold glare in his eyes, Dickens clearly stated his guesses word by word, but it was also the truth. The expressions of the crowd changed drastically, and Chi Aoshuang was even more alarmed. In other words, that mysterious man in white clothes was the one who tried to destroy the Sky Tower. It was the person who had passed the 9th level on his first try. Yes, that must be it. All sorts of thoughts were connected in his mind, becoming clearer and clearer. However, since he had already broken through the space-shattering realm, how could he still remain in this plane and fight against the people from the Star Academy? However, there is one thing I do not understand. He has already broken through to the space-shattering realm, but he is still able to freely travel through this world. Dylan frowned slightly, whispering the same question that Chi Aoshuang had. This, I really don't know. However, one thing is certain, there is a net behind the Star Academy that we do not know about. Chi Aoshuang had a serious look on her face, and before anyone could say anything, she lifted her head and said resolutely, however, even so, I will still step into the void-shattering realm, and I will definitely step into it. Aoshuang, you know it's dangerous, but you still want to go? Jonathan did not notice that he had changed the way he referred to Chi Aoshuang and the current Aoshuang. His tone was also abnormally worried. Yes, I am going, I must go. Chi Aoshuang did not hesitate as she nodded with determination. A satisfied smile flashed across Ditto's eyes, but he didn't say anything. You, don't go. It's so dangerous. Jonathan was so anxious that he could not speak properly. Looking at Jonathan's anxious expression, a hint of doubt flashed in Ditto's eyes, but it was only a flash. Jonathan did seem a little unusual, but it seemed to make sense. Jonathan knew Ditto's character, and once the decision was made, it was only natural that Jonathan would not advise him. However, the attitude towards Chi Aoshuang seemed a little unusual, but also seemed to be within reason. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. What do we do now? Xiao Aoshuang looked around and asked indifferently. I want to stay in this heavenly tower and wait for the man in white to appear again. I'm not going to the 9th floor yet. Bril said in a deep voice. Yes, that's fine. You can find a better place to rest first in the Sky Tower. Chi Aoshuang nodded in agreement. Let's go. But we'll be here again soon. Dittos turned around and casually threw out those words. Xiao Aoshuang nodded to Bril, then turned around and followed him. Before Jonathan could regain his senses, his eyes glazed over and he stood still. Bril looked at Jonathan suspiciously, but did not call him. All he had to do now was to find a place to settle down. After a long time, Jonathan came back to his senses. Looking at the disappearing back of Chi Aoshuang, his heart sank. Then, his eyes flashed as if he had made up his mind on something, and he quickly chased after them. After leaving the Sky Tower, Dittos left. Chi Aoshuang lowered her head as if she was thinking about something. After Jonathan came out, he looked at Chi Aoshuang's back and without thinking, he rushed in front of Chi Aoshuang and extended his hand to stop her. Jonathan? Chi Aoshuang looked at Jonathan with a serious face and asked in confusion. Aoshuang, you can't go to the 9th level. I forbid you to go. Jonathan said so clearly and forcefully. C295. Aoshuang, you can't go to the 9th level. I forbid you to go. Jonathan said so clearly and forcefully. Chi Aoshuang frowned as she looked at Jonathan, who had a serious face, and asked in a low voice, Jonathan, what are you talking about? I say, I forbid you to go. Jonathan spat out these words again. As I said, I have a reason to go. Xiao Aoshuang said passively, I understand your painstaking efforts, I understand. But you should remember what I said. I have a reason to go, even if I have to. Why? Why do you have to go? Even if I have to lose my life. What is it? Jonathan was anxious and quickly asked a series of questions. Chi Aoshuang looked at Jonathan, who looked like he was going crazy. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on her face. Her eyes seemed to be filled with a sense of loss, as if she could see very far through Jonathan. Jonathan looked at the smiling Chi Aoshuang in a daze. Why did he have such a strange feeling? This Xiao Aoshuang was clearly laughing, but why did she give off such a sorrowful feeling? What was her grief, and why? Suddenly, Jonathan wondered why Chi Aoshuang was acting like this. He felt a slight pang in his heart. Jonathan, everyone has their own persistence. Chi Aoshuang reached out her hand and patted Jonathan's shoulder, smiling, everyone's determination is unshakable, and mine is the same. With that, Chi Aoshuang walked past Jonathan and walked on alone. Jonathan stood still for a long time. Everyone had their own persistence. Jonathan slowly turned his head to look at his shoulder. There seemed to be the warmth of Chi Aoshuang's hand. Xiao Aoshuang, why did you choose to go to that place even though you knew you might die? What was the reason why he had to go? Was someone waiting for her there? A faint jealousy rose in Jonathan's heart. What kind of person was it, who could make Xiao Aoshuang go to that dangerous place so recklessly? Chi Aoshuang. Suddenly, Xiao Aoshuang's voice sounded in her mind. How did you come back to life? Xiao Aoshuang asked in a teasing tone. Damn, it was as if I was dead. I was sleeping in your body. By the way, he had upgraded himself. I heard all that just now. I also want to know how you knew there was a chance of losing your life. Or do you want to go? Since when did Wind Origin become such a gossiper? Chi Aoshuang did not directly answer him, but instead smiled as she changed the topic. Hey, this young master is asking you a very serious question. The sky was beginning to brighten with dissatisfaction. Chi Aoshuang raised her head and looked into the distance, remaining silent. Hey, Chi Aoshuang, tell me, why is it? What is the reason for your death? I don't want you to die. Tut, don't get me wrong, I'm not worried about you. I'm just afraid that if you die, I won't be able to find someone as strong as you to be my home anymore. Then I'm going back to that boring place. Are you listening to me? I'm asking you a question. The sky was chattering noisily. However, the corners of Chi Aoshuang's lips curved up in a faint smile as she said softly, Jonkong, in that place, there are 2 people waiting for me. I must go to them. To that end, I will not hesitate to pay any price. Xiao Aoshuang understood that even though the sky was noisy, it was actually just worrying about her. 2 people. Who? Where are they waiting for you? They have already reached the space-shattering realm and went there before you. So you're going to look for them. However, Chi Aoshuang, I heard some of what you guys said earlier. Are you sure you'll be safe where you want to be? This time, the worry in his voice could not be hidden. I'll be there. Jonkong, don't worry, I won't put you in danger. Chi Aoshuang smiled faintly, comforting Chang. Pa, this young master is not a person who is afraid of death. How dare you treat this young master like this? If this young master gets angry, then I will go back to sleep. Chang Kong spat angrily, his voice fading away from Xiao Aoshuang's mind. Chi Aoshuang smiled, shook her head and continued walking forward. When he got back to the dormitory, he saw that Perina was leaning against a big tree with a worried expression on her face. Perina? Xiao Aoshuang said in a low voice. Chi Aoshuang. When Perina heard Xiao Aoshuang's voice, she was stunned for a moment before she raised her head and saw his face. After seeing his face, she ran over ecstatically and threw herself into his arms. Chi Aoshuang, Perina opened her mouth to be interrupted by Chi Aoshuang's whisper. Sure, your brother is fine. I'll let him find a place to settle down first. I'll take care of this as soon as I can. Xiao Aoshuang lowered her head and said to Perina in a low voice. Ian, I believe in you. I believe in you. Perina lifted her head from Chi Aoshuang's embrace. She looked at Chi Aoshuang and nodded resolutely. I believe you. Silly girl, all right, it's not good to be seen like this. Xiao Aoshuang grabbed her shoulders and pulled her out of her embrace. What's wrong with that? HMPH. That's better, in case that senior sister of yours still has unorthodox intentions towards you. This time, Perina no longer concealed her thoughts. Instead, she directly said something that caused Xiao Aoshuang to be surprised. Perina. Chi Aoshuang's expression changed as she looked at the person in front of her. Chi Aoshuang, you're different from those idiots. You are a good man. I like you. You're different, you're special. Looking into Chi Aoshuang's eyes, she resolutely and quickly said those words. After saying that, he threw himself into Chi Aoshuang's embrace and hugged Chi Aoshuang tightly. Chi Aoshuang almost fainted. He was both shocked and annoyed. What he feared the most had actually happened. Perina had been tempted by him. Listen to me, Perina. You can't like me, and I can't be with you. Xiao Aoshuang lifted Perina out of his embrace once again and tried to persuade her. I know. We are not on the same level, and your strength is far above mine. Once this matter is settled, there will be a day when you will leave me and leave this place. But I just hope I can be with you, by your side, before you leave. That's enough. Perina raised her head and looked at Chi Aoshuang as she earnestly narrated her story. Her eyes sparkled. Xiao Aoshuang felt a headache coming on, and she said patiently, Perina, listen to me. It's impossible between you and me. Why? Don't you like me? I'm not beautiful enough. Or am I disobedient? If you're not satisfied with anything, I can change it. Perina was getting anxious. It's not these questions, it's. Chi Aoshuang felt embarrassed. After thinking for a while, she looked at Perina's earnest eyes and said, Perina, I like you. Before she could finish her words, Perina was already in high spirits. She was so happy that she was about to pounce on him again. But I just think of you as a sister, you know. She's just a cute, occasionally willful little sister. These were indeed the words from the bottom of her heart. Towards Perina, Xiao Aoshuang only treated her as a little sister. This little girl, although she was a little willful and playful at times, she was not bad in nature, and could even be said to be a good girl. From the way she took her brother, he could tell that she was a good woman with good feelings and loyalty. Chi Aoshuang, you're talking nonsense. You just like me. How can you use such a lousy excuse to fend me off? Perina stomped her feet and looked at Xiao Aoshuang angrily. Just as Xiao Aoshuang was about to explain further, a weird laughter came from the distance. Perina, you've been with Aoshuang for so long, haven't you found a serious problem? Ha ha. The weird laughter was none other than Jonathan, who was walking over. What? Perina was stunned. She turned around and looked at Jonathan, who had a wretched smile on his face. She felt suspicious and an ominous feeling arose in her heart. You didn't realize that we, Aoshuang, don't like women? He liked men. I've long been in love with her. We're a couple. Jonathan walked over and naturally put his arm around Chi Aoshuang's shoulders. He chuckled as he looked at the pale-faced Palina. Chi Aoshuang trembled, her face darkened. She resisted the urge to break the hand on her shoulder, and remained silent with a darkened face. Nonsense, Jonathan, you. Perina was shocked and angry. She pointed a finger at Jonathan, wanting to curse Jonathan for being a pervert. However, she didn't curse him out. This way, she might be able to scold Xiao Aoshuang along with her. Nonsense. Perina's eyes were filled with tears as she looked pleadingly at Chi Aoshuang. Chi Aoshuang, it's not true. Jonathan is talking nonsense, right? Chi Aoshuang held back her internal injuries and did not say a word. Is this the default? Despair flashed through Perina's eyes. Chi Aoshuang, was it really not normal? Was it really a match with Jonathan? How could this be? How could that be? Aoshuang, what shall we have for lunch later? Jonathan looked at her with a smile. As for Chi Aoshuang, she remained silent. To Perina, Such an action seemed to tacitly accept everything. Perina could bear it no longer. Tears welled up in her eyes and ran away. When Perina's figure disappeared, Jonathan saw an unknown object enlarge in front of his eyes. Then, the intense pain from her eyes made him scream again and again. "Ah, Aoshuang, how could you bear to hit me? But you're—" Jonathan covered his eyes and cried out like a ghost. He wanted to say lover, but after seeing the murderous look in Chi Aoshuang's eyes, he didn't dare to say those two words out loud. Chi Aoshuang's face turned green. Clearly, she was not happy with the way she rejected Perina. But Xiao Aoshuang looked up at the sky. But the result was good, wasn't it? Chi Aoshuang sighed softly and walked forward. "Aoshuang, wait for me. Where are you going?" Jonathan got up and was about to follow. "Nonsense. Cut off your tongue." Xiao Aoshuang turned around and looked at Jonathan with a cold gaze. Don't worry, there's no one else here." Jonathan was still smiling mischievously, a strange feeling rising in his heart. "HMPH, Xiao Aoshuang said coldly and walked forward quickly. Jonathan was still giggling. When he returned to the dormitory, Jin Yang stood silently at the entrance. "Young master." Jin Yang spoke softly. "Huh, Jin Yang, what's the matter?" Chi Aoshuang was puzzled. "Today, a woman by the name of Tarina came looking for you." Jin Yang whispered. "Senior sister, why have you come looking for me?" Xiao Aoshuang was even more confused. "Ask me to give you this letter." Jin Yang handed over a letter. "Oh." Chi Aoshuang took it over and quickly opened it. After looking through it, her face turned solemn. "What's wrong, young master, what happened?" Jin Yang asked worriedly. Chi Aoshuang slowly nodded without saying anything. In the letter, Tanina had told her one thing: the chaos in the Heavenly Tao sect. Tarlina expressed all of this hesitantly to Chi Aoshuang, saying that she did not have the right to ask Chi Aoshuang to clean up the sect. However, she had no other choice. She could only ask for help from Chi Aoshuang. "The Tian Dao sect has something on. I want to make a trip." Chi Aoshuang put the letter away and said in a deep voice, "Young master, you want to go to the Heaven's Path sect? Then," Jin Yang frowned slightly, "you don't have to follow me. Stay with Winds and help him. After all, he has yet to regain his footing. Furthermore, there may be some evil remnants of the previous city lord that may be detrimental to him." Without waiting for Jin Yang to object, Chi Aoshuang smiled and said, "Jin Yang, don't worry about me. I will take care of everything. And there's someone who won't let me get into trouble." Jin Yang's heart sank. Looking at the self-mocking smile on the corner of Chi Aoshuang's mouth, he naturally understood who the person that Chi Aoshuang was talking about was. That was Ditto's, the cold-blooded and dangerous man. Naturally, that person would not allow any accidents to happen to Chi Aoshuang. A perverted desire to protect, to satisfy his hidden fear of loneliness. "Don't worry about me, just stay with Winds. I'll be back as soon as I'm done." Xiao Aoshuang suddenly became absent-minded. How long will it take for that mysterious man in white to reappear? "Young master, be careful." Jin Yang lowered his head and spoke slowly in a deep voice. "Yes, you have to be careful as well. I'll go to Tarina now." Chi Aoshuang sighed softly. She didn't even open the door to her dorm before turning around and walking out. In her letter, Tanina had said that she would wait at the school gates until nightfall. If Xiao Aoshuang did not show up, she would return to the Heavenly Tao sect by herself. When Chi Aoshuang appeared at the school gates, the waiting Tanina revealed an expression of joy. She abruptly stood up, wanting to rush over to welcome them, but in the end, she held it back. "Senior sister, are you alone?" Xiao Aoshuang walked closer and only saw that Tarlina was alone. She couldn't help but ask with some doubt. They're going back first." Talina felt a little awkward. Xiao Aoshuang understood that those people probably thought that she wouldn't interfere in the affairs of the Tian Dao sect, so they all went back first. It was no wonder that these people thought this way. Chi Aoshuang was originally arranged by elder arties, and had no ties or feelings with the Tian Dao sect. Regardless of how chaotic the Heaven's Path sect was, it was still reasonable. Was it only Tarlina who was willing to give him a try? Just as Chi Aoshuang thought of this, she was thunderstruck by what she said. I know you will definitely come. I know you won't let it go." Hearing these words, Tanina's eyes sparkled as she stared fixedly at Chi Aoshuang. Chi Aoshuang felt a chill run down her spine. Because of that look in her eyes, why did she look so similar to Perina? Senior sister, don't misunderstand, I didn't come here because of you. No matter what, I am from the Heaven's Path sect, recommended by the Heaven's Path sect to participate in the examination. Xiao Aoshuang was afraid that Tanina would have feelings for her just like Perina, so she immediately explained. Although her words weren't pleasant to hear, Xiao Aoshuang felt that it was necessary to clarify them as soon as possible. So, senior sister, please don't misunderstand me. I don't have any intentions for you. Tarlina's expression changed slightly as her eyes dimmed. However, she recovered immediately and said with a smile, no, Chi Aoshuang, I didn't think that you were here for me. I just know you're not a heartless person. You will definitely help the Tiandao sect tide over this crisis. You are a good person. Stab, please, do you want everyone to say that? What good people? Don't you know that good people usually end up badly? Alright then, let's hurry up and set out. Chi Aoshuang nodded. Aoshuang, wait, where are you going? Jonathan's voice came again. Xiao Aoshuang frowned and pursed her lips. She wanted to ignore Jonathan and leave, but when she saw the expectant expression on her face, she hesitated for a moment before making a tough decision. All right, Jonathan, you silly bird, just in case I still brought you along, if I were to encounter that kind of situation again, at most I would just suffer an internal injury and beat you up once more. To the Tiandao sect. Come on, it's good to have free labor, Chi Aoshuang said as she turned to look at Jonathan. Out of the corner of her eyes, Chi Aoshuang noticed the disappointment in Tanina's eyes. There was no chance for the two of them to be alone. Oh, Tiandao sect. Was it the civil strife? Alright, I'll go as well. I should be able to help you. Jonathan ran over and pointed out the current situation of the Tiandao sect. Tarlina's expression changed. The conversation between the two of them could already be seen. Chi Aoshuang did not tell Jonathan what had happened in the letter. Why did Jonathan already know about what had happened in the Tiandao sect? Then let's go. Chi Aoshuang did not say anything more, turned around and walked down the stairs. The two followed closely behind. The long stone staircase wound down, with Chi Aoshuang in front and Jonathan and Tarina following side by side. Jonathan glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and noticed the look in her eyes as she looked at Chi Aoshuang. He could not help but sigh in his heart, another woman poisoned by Chi Aoshuang. If these ladies were to know of the true identity of Chi Aoshuang, wouldn't they go into a frenzy? Was the person she was madly in love with actually a woman? I hope this woman doesn't force me to use extraordinary methods like Perina did. I'm afraid my eyes will be in trouble again. Jonathan couldn't help touching his eyes and sighing. After walking down the stone staircase, they reached the bottom of the mountain. Chi Aoshuang turned to look at Tarlina and asked, "Can you fly?" Tarina was stunned for a moment, then she shook her head embarrassedly. Xiao Aoshuang hesitated for a moment. Just as she was about to take Tarlina with him, Jonathan had already grabbed her. "It's all right. I'll just take you with me. Aoshuang, you can lead the way. Let's go." Chi Aoshuang felt relieved. She smiled gratefully at Jonathan before slowly floating up. Jonathan grinned, then flew up with Tarina in his arms. Looking at the back of Chi Aoshuang, her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She could tell from the relieved smile on Chi Aoshuang's face just now. "Xiao Aoshuang, are you that unwilling to be closer to me? Was it because of that woman, the one called Perina?" Tarina lowered her eyes and said no more. The three of them headed towards the Tiandao sect with the fastest speed possible. Only when they arrived in front of the massive stone gate of the Heaven Gate did the other disciples arrive. When the disciples arrived and saw Chi Aoshuang and the other two descending from the sky, they were extremely shocked. Especially when Jacqueline saw the impassive Chi Aoshuang landing in front of him, he felt even more conflicted. The pretty boy that he had identified back then was now the second-rank student in the school, possessing the strength of an 8-star. Previously, he tried his best to stop himself from asking for help from Chi Aoshuang in front of everyone, because he believed that she was a heartless person. However, Chi Aoshuang appeared here even faster than them. "Senior sister, senior sister, senior sister." A group of disciples surrounded him, their faces full of pleasant surprise. None of them thought that Chi Aoshuang would actually come, and Jonathan was with her as well. Jonathan was by no means a kind man, much less a busybody, but now they were all here at the same time. Other than the fact that Chi Aoshuang was willing to invite him, was there any other reason? The disciples of the Heavenly Law sect had guessed wrong about this. Jonathan was not invited by Chi Aoshuang, but by him. "How's it going?" Chi Aoshuang said lightly. "I don't know how it is now, but we just arrived." However, according to the junior brothers and sisters who were still in the sect, things weren't looking good. The inner workings of the Tian Dao sect had already been divided into 7 or 8 factions. At this time, Jacqueline's attitude towards Chi Aoshuang had already improved, and he took the initiative to explain. "Then let's go in and take a look." Chi Aoshuang looked at the wide but empty open ground in front of her and said with a frown, "Why would there be internal strife in the Tian Dao sect all of a sudden? What was artist doing?" Chi Aoshuang was the first to lead the way, and the others quickly followed behind. Jonathan followed. Talina stood at the very back, staring at the back of Xiao Aoshuang in a daze. "Senior sister, only you can invite junior brother Chi Aoshuang." "That's right, junior brother has feelings for you." "Of course, senior sister and junior brother, do you still need to say that? They've already fallen in love long ago." A group of junior sisters were chattering incessantly around Talina. Talina pursed her lips, about to say something. C296. A group of junior sisters were chattering incessantly around Talina. Talina pursed her lips, about to say something. "Senior sister, this is great. This time, the problem with the Tian Dao sect will be solved successfully. It's all thanks to senior sister." "That's right, if it's not you, junior Chi Aoshuang will definitely not come back." "That's right. After all, he was arranged by the elders to enter. He was only given a spot. Strictly speaking, it was just a name. I never thought he would actually come." "That's right, senior sister. You're really amazing." The surrounding group of junior sisters stared at her with admiring eyes and envious eyes, silencing her words. With a bitter smile on her face, she walked forward under the protection of the crowd. The spacious plaza was devoid of people. After passing through the plaza and reaching the entrance of the Tian Dao sect's Great Hall, 2 disciples came forward to stop them. They sternly asked, "Who is it?" "Disciple of the Heaven's Path sect, Chi Aoshuang." Chi Aoshuang said in a light tone. The expressions of the 2 disciples slightly changed, but after looking at each other, they did not show any intention of moving aside. Instead, he furrowed his brows and asked, "Junior brother Chi Aoshuang, you should be studying at the Star Academy right now. Why are you here?" Since the sect has matters to attend to, they naturally have to do their best. How could Chi Aoshuang not see through the hostility between the 2 of them? She coldly said. "Who told you the sect was busy? The sect was very good. Junior brother Chi Aoshuang, please return to your academy." The 2 disciples had cold expressions on their faces, but they were on alert and did not dare to shout out loud. After all, they already knew how strong Chi Aoshuang was, and they knew that they were no match for Chi Aoshuang. Nonsense. His master had been injured a few days ago and was still recuperating. The Tian Dao sect has been torn apart by you, and you are Elder Blue's disciples. Hearing the words of the 2 people, she angrily stepped forward and berated them. "You're courting death. To slander my master, I have committed a heinous crime." One of the disciples had a savage look on his face, and was about to attack just as he shouted angrily at her. His hands were glowing with a white light. It was obvious that this disciple's cultivation was not low as well. He instantly cast a spell. "Senior brother," the face of a nearby disciple also changed. He wanted to stop them, but it was already too late. The white light ferociously pounced towards Talina. Talina was startled, a trace of fear flashing in her eyes. She never thought that the other party would attack her just as he said, without the slightest bit of friendship between fellow disciples. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of Talina. Chi Aoshuang gently waved her hand, and that ray of white light turned around as if it had a life of its own, charging towards the disciple who had just made a move. Pew! That white light ruthlessly struck that disciple. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly became pale. "Senior brother, are you all right?" The nearby disciples hurriedly supported the injured disciples and asked worriedly. I think there's something wrong. His internal injuries must be quite severe, ha. Jonathan narrowed his eyes and jokingly said, also, I think that if you don't leave now, he will not be the only one who has matters to attend to. You are an 8-star student of the Astral Academy, not a member of our Heaven's Path sect. What qualifications do you have to interfere in the affairs of our Tian-Dao sect? The injured disciple gritted his teeth in hatred as he saw Jonathan's clothes. Did I say I would intervene? I'm here to spectate. I'm passing by, so please don't mind me. You guys continue. Jonathan squinted his eyes, smiled and said something. He then retreated behind Chi Aoshuang. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking like he was waiting for a good show. Jonathan's words almost made the injured disciple spit out another mouthful of blood. He was so angry that his face turned white and blue, then white. Tarlina, how dare you bring outsiders to our Tian-Dao sect to cause trouble? What are your intentions? I'm afraid you're the one who wants to split up our Tian-Dao sect as a sinner. The nearby disciple seemed to be a bit more intelligent than the injured reckless disciple, and immediately threw the blame onto Tinasha's head. I'm not. Tarlina had never seen such a formation before. She had met the aggressive gaze of that disciple, but she did not know how to deal with it. She could only repeat the denial, her face growing paler and paler. The disciples behind Tarina were beginning to panic as well. Shut up. Chi Aoshuang's face turned cold, knowing that there was no benefit in continuing to pester her. With a flick of his finger, a sharp force attacked the disciple's throat. Then, that disciple's expression immediately became extremely strange. He reached out with his hand to strangle his neck, and desperately tried to grab onto his throat. Blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth, but he could not utter another word. He could only stare at Chi Aoshuang. The previous disciple looked at Chi Aoshuang in fear, and just as he was about to point a finger at Chi Aoshuang used the same method to snatch away the sound. Both of them looked at Xiao Orshuang in fear, but they could not say a word. Tarina and her group of disciples were stunned as well. They had never seen something like this before. Let's go and meet the elders first, Xiao Aoshuang said casually, and walked past the two disciples with a face full of fear into the main hall. When the two disciples saw this, they naturally didn't dare to stop them. Instead, they turned around and rushed into the great hall to notify the others. Chi Aoshuang did not stop them, allowing them to run as fast as they could. This was the fastest way to meet the people who truly ruled the Tian-Dao sect. The huge hall was extremely quiet. This was the place where the Heavenly Dao sect treated their guests and held meetings. Currently, there was no one around. Xiao Aoshuang couldn't be bothered to find someone else, directly finding a seat to sit down. Jonathan followed and sat down beside him. Tarlina and the other disciples looked at each other, not knowing what Chi Aoshuang was trying to say. Junior brother Chi Aoshuang, didn't you say that you want to meet the elders? Jack walked forward and asked nervously. Just now, Chi Aoshuang's cold methods had intimidated him. No, they'll come themselves. Very quickly, Chi Aoshuang revealed a mocking smile. After she said that, she did not speak anymore. Instead, she sat by the side, closed her eyes and began to meditate. Tarlina and the others were a little suspicious. They looked at each other, but no one questioned anymore. Indeed, rapid footsteps could be heard from both sides of the hall. Aoa, it's little Aoshuang, you're back. A hearty voice came from the left side door. A light footstep was mixed in with it. It was obvious that the people following behind were quite skilled. Chi Aoshuang, are you here to help the Tian-Dao sect as well? That's great, ha. A boorish laughter came from the right side of the hall. There was also a group of people following behind the speaker. Chi Aoshuang slowly opened her eyes, which flashed with a faint trace of ridicule. These people had already made it clear that they wanted to rope him in, didn't they? There were a total of 6 elders in the Tian-Dao sect. What was the reason for this change in events? Did Great Elder Artis not care? Chi Aoshuang frowned as she looked at the people walking out from both sides. The person on the left was thin and looked capable. Chi Aoshuang recognized this person. He was the second elder. The one on the right with a rough face, Chi Aoshuang, recognized him as well. It was the fourth elder. It seemed like the two of them were already the biggest forces in the Tian-Dao sect. The others were probably just trying to avoid meeting him at the moment, that was all. Greetings, Uncle Masters. Xiao Aoshuang stood up and slightly bowed. Ha ha, no need to be so polite. How can we be your Uncle Master? Your strength is far above ours. I'm terrified of you calling me that. Second elder waved his hand with a smile, but his tone was very strange. Although he spoke of being unfamiliar, he also seemed to be trying to get on good terms with her. It was a strange way of speaking about getting on good terms with her. Call me by that, but you keep saying that Qi Aoshuang is far stronger than them. Qi Aoshuang's status in the Tian Dao sect and his strength had indeed embarrassed these elders. When they found out that Qi Aoshuang had passed the 8th level and become an 8-star student on her first attempt, they immediately understood that Qi Aoshuang's strength was not ordinary. She had only borrowed the position of the Tian Dao sect. For a nominal disciple with such strength to stand before them, it was indeed an embarrassing matter. Senior Masters, please have a seat, Qi Aoshuang said with a faint smile. The two of them had just taken their seats when someone hurriedly spoke up. Qi Aoshuang, you came back this time to help our Tian Dao sect clean up the sect, right? He was going to chase away all those ambitious fellows. Give the Tian Dao sect some peace and quiet. The fourth elder stared at the second elder, who spoke in a hoarse voice. Fourth elder, please be careful when you speak. Everyone knows who has ambition and who wants to break up our Tian Dao sect. Why do you have to be so phony? The second elder looked at the fourth elder with a sidelong glance. However, he was not angry at all after hearing the fourth elder's words. Instead, he smiled coldly and said those words in a light voice. You old thing, what nonsense are you talking about? Today, I want to. The fourth elder was obviously a straightforward person. When he heard the second elder's words, he got angry and stood up to attack. When the group of disciples saw this, they immediately became nervous, afraid that the fourth elder would make a move on them. However, Qi Aoshuang remained calm, with no intention to stop him. He just stared at the scene in front of him with cold eyes. What? You got it right and became angry from embarrassment? The second elder let out a cold laugh. He was overjoyed to see the fourth elder being held back by the people around him. This brainless brute wanted to compete with him for the position of sect master. What a delusion! Thinking of this, the second elder added fuel to the fire. Other than hurting people randomly, what else can you do? Have you forgotten that you have injured the fifth elder who is still lying on the bed? Hearing this, the expression on Tarlina's face immediately changed. She abruptly turned her head and glared at the fourth elder. So it was the fourth elder who had injured his master. What nonsense are you spouting? If you didn't provoke me that day, how could you have mistakenly injured the fifth elder? The fourth elder looked at the pale-faced Tarlina and the rest, then looked at the cold and detached Qi Aoshuang. Anxious, he hurriedly tried to defend himself. How can you be the sect leader if you are so reckless? The second elder narrowed his eyes and said these words softly. That's right, fourth elder. What we need is someone who can lead us. Someone who can bring glory to our Tian Dao sect. We don't need a person who only knows how to fight and kill every day. The people behind the second elder started to speak up at the same time. They all had sincere expressions of pain on their faces. Bullshit. Other than scheming and bragging, what else does the second elder know? I am the one who will bring glory to the Heaven's Path sect. The fourth elder was so anxious that he cursed loudly. That's right, what we need is hot blood. We need passion to stimulate our fighting spirit and keep moving forward. The people behind the fourth elder also started to help out. Unlike the people behind the second elder, they were all excited and looked extremely heroic. Do you want to fight? Afraid of you? I'll teach you a lesson today. The situation gradually became chaotic, and the atmosphere in the main hall became increasingly heated. This kind of farce would only happen once in a while. She bit her lips and looked at the fourth elder fiercely. Her master was just like her father. He cared for her to the fullest extent, but now, he was being injured to the point that he couldn't stay in bed. Extremely hateful. Seeing that the two were about to fight again, a lazy voice interjected. The voice was not loud, but it seemed to pierce through everyone's ears and heart. Can someone tell me how things ended up like this? Where's the sect master? Where's Great Elder Artis? Qi Aoshuang rested her chin on the armrest of her chair, looking at the crowd with a bored look on her face, and lazily asked. The second elder and the fourth elder looked at each other and frowned. They then turned to look at Chi Aoshuang and said at the same time, "The leader has escaped, the head elder has also escaped." "What do you mean?" Xiao Aoshuang was stunned, and subconsciously asked this question. Tarlina and the group of people were also stunned. They didn't understand what the two were talking about. This is because Sovereign and Grand Elder have always been like this. This time, the Grand Elder seemed to have made up his mind and said something to Sovereign, and then the Sovereign ran away. The Grand Elder chased after him. "Furthermore, the two of us have said that we will ignore the affairs of the Tian Dao sect from now on and let us settle it ourselves." The second elder sounded like he was playing a riddle, his words seeming to be true or false. "What do you mean? I've always had that. What is it?" Chi Aoshuang frowned in confusion. "It is exactly Artis who has been pursuing our sect leader. Otherwise, how could he become an elder of our Tian Dao sect with his strength?" Now the two of them were finally enlightened. No, it was Artis who was finally enlightened and was going to marry the Sovereign. "If the sect leader doesn't agree, run, and Artis will chase him," the fourth elder said in a rough voice. Not only did Chi Aoshuang open her mouth wide in shock, even Tanina's group was shocked with expressions of disbelief on her face. No one thought that there would be such an inside story. At first, the disciples thought that Artis owed the sect leader a huge favor, which was why he was willing to submit to the Tian Dao sect. They never thought that there would be such a conspiracy between them. Jonathan blinked, not surprised. His family seemed to know everything. Chi Aoshuang looked at the second elder who was staring at the fourth elder with a reproachful look, while the fourth elder shrugged his shoulders as if he didn't mind. Chi Aoshuang opened her mouth wide, but didn't close it for a long time. No, Artis was so fond of it. It turned out that he liked men. He had actually hooked up with the sect leader of the Celestial Sect of Wonders, and it seemed that he had been hiding for so many years. He had only just woken up from his daze and started to chase after and beat the crap out of him. Then your sect leader also likes Artis and also likes men. Chi Aoshuang felt her tongue was tied. Despite his heavy tastes, Artis was a man of good nature and a great help to himself. Even if she fell in love with men, she would bless them. Of course the sect master likes it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be willing to abandon the Tian Dao sect that he created. But it's been hard on us. Now, we have to wipe out our sect and chase those despicable people out. It's good that the sect leader is here now. The fourth elder did not try to hide his words at all. His blatant words caused the second elder's face to turn pale. The second elder secretly cursed the fourth elder in his heart for being such a brainless fellow. He had actually brought up all these things in front of everyone. How could the private affairs of the sect leader be exposed at such an occasion? Moreover, there were still people from the sect who weren't here. Xiao Aoshuang was cold with sweat. So a man could also be so sentimental. When the sect leader left, did he leave any words behind? Xiao Aoshuang thought about it for a moment, and made up her mind. After all, the Tian Dao sect was the heart and blood of the people that Artis liked. He had to benefit from the Tian Dao sect before he could participate in the school's assessment. No, the sect leader only said that that idiot would chase after him and never come back. The fourth elder bluntly revealed the sect leader's identity once again. The second elder was so angry that he glared at her while blowing on his beard. The others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But when Tarina and the others heard this, their eyes were wide open. The sect master, who always had a cold expression, actually had such an unspeakable warm side to him. The corner of Chi Aoshuang's mouth twitched as she looked at the fourth elder with a helpless expression. She knew clearly in her heart that regardless of who was the sect leader, this person who went overboard definitely could not be the sect leader. If he became the head of the sect, he would expose everything about the Tian Dao sect. It would be him taking the initiative to expose everything. The faces of the people behind the fourth elder all turned ugly. It was also the first time that they had discovered that the fourth elder was such a speechless person. The first time, he realized that it was because someone had asked about the clan master and the grand elder. Many people were well aware of these things, but they would never choose to wear them. But now, the fourth elder was pouring beans all over the floor. If the clan master was here, he would definitely pinch the fourth elder until he was on the verge of death and then die again. Didn't the sect leader say who would succeed him? Chi Aoshuang was still struggling, hoping to hear some useful information. No, everyone shouted in unison. How can there be such an irresponsible man? Chi Aoshuang wailed. Who told you that the sect leader was a man? From the side, Johansson heard Chi Aoshuang's low wailing voice. What? Xiao Aoshuang turned around and looked at Jonathan in shock. The sect leader is a woman, a great beauty. As a disciple of the Tian Dao sect, you actually dare to make such a mistake with your sect leader's gender. I feel ashamed for you. Johansson looked at Chi Aoshuang with disdain. Xiao Aoshuang was embarrassed. She started to sweat profusely. How could he blame her? She was only registered, and the elders only saw her in a hurry when she entered the sect that day. Indeed, she had never seen the sect leader before. Thus, he subconsciously thought that the sect leader was a man. Well, Altus's orientation was normal. Chi Aoshuang heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. The sect leader must have been a legendary woman, or Arties would not have gone to so much trouble. No matter what, I wish them all the best. Then, since no one has been designated to take over the position, then let's proceed with the selection. Looking at the group of people staring at each other with wide eyes, Chi Aoshuang suddenly had a feeling that this group of people were not exactly evil people. Just now, the battle chi of the second elder and the fourth elder were enough to tell that although they weren't convinced of the other party's strength, they didn't use any malicious methods or words. The Tian Dao sect seemed to be more friendly than he had imagined. How do we choose? The crowd looked at Chi Aoshuang expectantly. Do your questions. Anyone who wants to become the sect leader will take the exam. Chi Aoshuang smiled faintly and said something that left everyone dumbfounded. The next moment, the hall was filled with discussion as everyone was whispering to each other. Chi Aoshuang was not in a hurry either. She sat quietly on top of them and watched them discuss. Gradually, more and more people gathered in the hall, and more Heavenly Dao sect disciples rushed in. Other elders were also included. When everyone heard Chi Aoshuang's suggestion, the hall became even more noisy. How laughable! Ridiculous! Who are you? You are just a nominal disciple of the Tian Dao sect. What qualifications do you have to criticize us? What qualifications do you have to decide on the next sect leader? The last middle-aged man who came in heard what Chi Aoshuang said, and stood in front of her with an angry face, pointing at her nose and cursing. You have to figure out your own identity. What qualifications do you have? This person was dressed differently from the other disciples. It was obvious that he had some status in the sect. Chi Aoshuang slowly turned her head and looked at the person standing below with a smile. She was about to say something. In the next moment, the person who angrily berated Chi Aoshuang changed. His head rose high, and he was instantly separated from his body. The sound of rolling bones rang in the main hall. It was the sound of his head rolling on the floor. Blood splattered all over the floor. With a boom, the headless body slowly fell to the ground. The hall instantly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's faces instantly paled as they stared blankly at the headless corpse on the ground. A terrifying coldness gradually eroded the surroundings. A look of surprise appeared on Chi Aoshuang's face. If I say that he is qualified, then he is qualified. A bone-chilling, ice-cold voice rang out in the air above the palace. His tone was cold and slightly impatient. Dittos.